Chapter 110. Fenrir the Werewolf. Severus approached the window and observed that most people were clutching weapons, hastily rushing toward the source of the commotion. Perhaps the woman's lament was truly so heartrending that the man's furious roars were less conspicuous amid her cries. Severus wielded his wand to cast protective enchantments upon Tom and the basilisk, contemplating whether to intervene personally. Yet, with a child in tow, movement was cumbersome. Amid his hesitation, the woman's desperate call for her child startled him into action. "There's a beast. I saw it leap through the window and snatch my child away. Please, hurry and save my child. He has been clawed and is bleeding profusely. Please help me." The woman's piercing screams stirred murmurs among the onlookers. None had noticed any wolf packs while hunting in the forest. Yet, witnessing the woman's anguished wails and the child's father clutching his wound, cursing in anguish, stirred their sympathies. To protect their families, they resolved to investigate the forest. The men divided into two groups. One remained to defend the manor and make calls, while the other ventured into the forest in search of the child abducted by the beast. Where are the manor's guards and the forest rangers? Why are they absent? Why were we not informed of the beast's presence? A compassionate woman tended to her injured husband's wounds, her voice brimming with indignation. Thoughts of the child, left alone in the cabin, quickened her actions. Suddenly, several wolf howls echoed from the forest, and glowing green eyes appeared outside a remote cabin near the manor. The scattered light from within revealed that the owner of those emerald eyes was a half-man, half-wolf creature clad in tattered garments, with shoulder-length hair. Had Severus been present, he would have instantly recognized this as a werewolf. The creature greedily sniffed the air, its gaze fixed intently on a boy not yet 7 years old inside the room. This man was Fenrir, who had once dwelled among werewolves and their followers, specializing in biting children to create new werewolves and thus strengthen their ranks in rebellion against wizards and the Ministry of Magic. However, a year prior, as the werewolf enclave prospered and followers no longer needed to avoid crowds, relying instead on theft and slaughter for sustenance, they abandoned Fenrir's cause. Fenrir Greyback was notorious as a brutal werewolf king until a new werewolf, the sorcerer Remus Lupin, challenged and usurped his position, garnering the allegiance of most werewolves. Enraged yet powerless, Fenrir's ideals no longer aligned with the werewolf's present state. Though Lupin did not expel him, Fenrir refused to serve beneath an enemy he had once bitten, and thus, burdened with wounds and scornful stares, he departed the enclave. From that moment, all of Fenrir's schemes crumbled. He was compelled to retreat to these remote woods, preying upon children to cultivate his own faction. Watching the men who had been lured away, Fenrir sneered, slowly opening the door. Seizing the child amid the woman's terrified gaze, he bit down savagely. Severus, hearing the tumult, could no longer quell his unease. Carrying Tom and accompanied by the basilisk, he proceeded toward the disturbance. "Hold tightly to my neck. If danger arises, I have no intention of leaving you behind," the young man said with a smile, playfully patting Tom's plump bottom. Tom blushed crimson at the touch, wrapping his small hand around Severus's neck, inhaling the faint scent of potion on him and softly murmuring assent. "Severus, I detect the same scent as that tearful man," the basilisk suddenly hissed, flicking its tongue. Severus raised an eyebrow, recognizing the basilisk's reference to none other than Remus Lupin, who had come seeking his help to exonerate Sirius, having wept for hours at his home. "Yet we are not in London, and the werewolf's lair lies quite far from here. Could it be that you have misinterpreted the scent, mistaking this place for the forbidden forest?" the young man inquired with a hint of skepticism. The serpent creature, feeling quite displeased by such doubt, flicked its tail and buried its head in Tom's hair, choosing to disregard this foolish individual. Tom, feeling a ticklish sensation, managed to grasp the serpent and wrap it around his wrist. As they spoke, they arrived at the scene of the incident near the wooden cabin, faintly hearing the sound of a woman's sobs. Surrounding the wooden cabin were several men, armed with shovels and handguns. Almost daily, the cabin's lights illuminated the estate as brightly as daylight. The few individuals left behind did not reproach Severus for not arriving sooner to assist upon seeing him approach with the child. Instead, they instructed him to keep the child inside the cabin and not to venture out for the time being. "I have come to see if I might be of assistance," the young man politely offered. The injured have already been bandaged, and we have called for an ambulance. You should take the child back home, but do be cautious of the wolf grandmother, remarked a man sporting a distinctive mustache, attempting a rather unhumorous jest as the situation began to ease. Upon hearing the term wolf, Severus's brow furrowed slightly as he seemed to recall something. If there truly were werewolves nearby, these individuals would be far more perilous than encountering actual wolves. Coincidentally, at that moment, the group that had gone in search of the child carried off by a beast returned, with the leading man bearing the injured child upon his back. We found him by a massive rock. The beast has vanished without a trace. The man instructed others to take the child for examination and, after surveying the surroundings, began recounting their encounter in the forest with a deep, resonant voice. That beast may have been frightened away by us, yet we must remain vigilant. Each family should keep a close watch over their children, he declared solemnly, his gaze lingering on Severus, who was carrying the child, implying a cautionary note. The crowd nodded in agreement, and seeing that the family was no longer in danger, they returned to their respective wooden cabins. The young man glanced at the visible claw marks on the injured child's arm, exchanged a knowing look with Tom, and then turned to walk towards their rented cabin. Could this have been the work of a werewolf? Will you go in search of them? Clever as Tom was, he deduced the situation, patting Severus on the shoulder with concern. If so, perhaps we should send Halbo? Its venom could vanquish any number of werewolves. Halbo nodded excitedly in agreement, affirming its remarkable prowess. Severus neither affirmed nor denied, but silently cast several protective charms upon both Halbo and Tom, guiding them to move towards the more illuminated areas. The young man's intention was to hasten their return to their cabin, yet Tom believed he was being taken to hunt for werewolves, resulting in a tight grip around him. This night, the moon was crescent-shaped, and werewolves could not transform on such a night, but tomorrow would herald the full moon. Severus, having found no equipment for confronting werewolves, promptly contacted the Ministry of Magic, requesting the dispatch of Aurors to capture the menacing werewolves, though the distance posed a concern regarding their arrival time. If his suspicions were correct, there were not just one, but possibly a pack of werewolves in the vicinity. Just as he paced thoughtfully in his room, the sound of a woman's shriek, accompanied by the child's cries, shattered the silence once more. Severus instructed Tom to remain in the room, gripped his wand tightly, and hurried towards the commotion. A woman emerged from the cabin, clutching a bloodied silver crucifix, evidently the weapon that had harmed the werewolf. "Please come save my child. My child has been bitten by a monster." The woman, her clothing stained with blood, hair disheveled and pale-faced, was clearly shaken by the earlier events. Two men patrolling nearby rushed over at the sound, and upon hearing the woman's words, they dashed into the cabin without hesitation to rescue the child. Upon reaching the wooden cabin alongside the woman's husband, Severus coincidentally encountered the departing werewolf, which merely cast a fleeting glance at him before hastily retreating into the forest. "Severus, that werewolf is wounded. I can smell the foul stench of its blood," the serpent creature asserted, flicking its tongue. The young man nodded noncommittally, his brow furrowing in concern. "Shouldn't you be accompanying Tom in the cabin?" he inquired, gently stroking the serpent resting on his shoulder, internally anxious that the injured werewolf might become enraged. The serpent nuzzled against him, sliding down to the ground. "I shall return shortly. Do take care." Severus watched it depart before turning to pursue the direction the werewolf had taken. Just as the young man surmised, the wounded werewolf Fenrir licked its injury, fury gleaming in its eyes as the taste of blood ignited its instincts. Initially intending to bite a few children and relocate after the morrow, it now resolved to take a bite out of every inhabitant of the estate. Thus, it was with unfortunate fate that Tom, who was solitary in the wooden cabin, was chosen as the next target. Within the brightly lit cabin, Tom lifted the serpent creature from the crack of the door, listening intently to its account of the events unfolding beyond. The night breeze whispered past the werewolf, finally slipping through the half-open window of the small cabin. The serpent creature, animated in its discourse, paused to flick its tongue and expressed with curiosity, "Tom, I can once again detect that foul odor I sensed near the wooden cabin. It seems to be emanating from within the room." Upon hearing this, Tom's relaxed brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip on the spring knife. "Hiss. Can you ascertain its location, Airbo?" Tom chose to trust the serpent's words and stealthily maneuvered behind the sofa. No worries, if danger truly lurks, I can simply bite it. The serpent nonchalantly remarked, confident in its venomous prowess. Just as Tom was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow outside the window. Igniting an idea within him, the werewolf is outside the window. Can you restrain it without immediately poisoning it? I've yet to see what a wild werewolf looks like. Although Tom lacked a wand and his magical prowess was diminished, he possessed a millennium-old serpent, whose formidable body and venom were still capable of inflicting harm. Haven't you had enough of the forbidden forest? The serpent muttered, but ultimately acquiesced. Unbeknownst to Fenrir outside, he greedily sniffed the air and leapt into the cabin in search of prey. With a sinister grin, he approached the unsuspecting child seated in a chair, revealing his sharp canines. In a swift motion, the serpent launched itself from the sofa, rapidly expanding its form to ensnare the werewolf tightly, injecting venom into its body. Fenrir's menacing grin froze on his face, his pallid visage betraying his confusion as he beheld the reversal of roles. Tom slowly turned around, his expression relaxed. Fenrir Greyback? I never imagined you would fall to such depths. His voice resonated in the room, his crimson eyes strikingly prominent. Your Grace? No, that cannot be. The Duke has vanished. And you appear to be merely 7 years old. You cannot possibly be his offspring. Fenrir squinted, struggling to discern the identity of the figure before him, gradually descending into madness. You are the child of an adult? Ha ha ha. The Ministry of Magic will be sorely disappointed. Tom, uninterested in Fenrir's ramblings, waved a hand to interrupt. What brings you here? Are there other werewolves present? Perhaps dazed by the venom, Fenrir lamented his plight, lamenting the decline of his kind since the Gathering Place's development. Their once indomitable spirit eroded by a life of ease, showing no concern for what awaited them should the Ministry reclaim their territories. He recounted his own tragic expulsion from the pack, pleading for Tom's favor. Tom, listening to the middle-aged man's discontent, found Fenrir to be somewhat pathetic. The once towering and brutish Wolf King had devolved into a frail, deranged old wolf, a most unexpected transformation. The serpent, unable to endure the werewolf's stench any longer, inquired in a husky voice, Tom, hiss, are you done? He truly reeks. So unbearable was the smell that it had no desire to consume him. Upon hearing this, Tom glanced at the disheveled, unkempt werewolf, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. Hiss, Airbo, can you use your venom to render him unconscious for 4 or 5 days? Tom recalled the ring hidden within the estate, intending to make the most of Fenrir's utility. The serpent nodded and injected additional venom into the werewolf. You find a secluded spot to hide him. I have a little experiment I wish for him to assist with. Tom negotiated with the serpent, promising it a month's worth of snacks in return. The serpent flicked its tail and added a stipulation. You must persuade Severus to let me frolic in the forbidden forest. Of course, it's not that guarding you is undesirable. I just find it rather dull. It sought to preserve its dignity, asserting that it wasn't merely a desire for play. Tom pondered, stroking his chin before consenting. The white serpent dwelling in the manor needed to emerge. Severus, having scoured the forest without sight of the werewolf, returned to the cabin. Upon his arrival, he found the serpent and Tom engrossed in a broadcast, unaware of the dark shape lingering at the window, just like in a television show. The Aurors only arrived at dawn, yet no trace of the werewolf could be found. Fortunately, it was not a full moon night. The children would likely only exhibit some peculiar little habits. The gray-haired Auror pinched the bridge of his nose, arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. The memories of the others have been successfully altered. We can depart. Another young Auror entered to report, looking somewhat fatigued, as altering so many memories was no simple task. Severus nodded in acknowledgement, pursing his lips in silence. The two Aurors conducted another thorough check of the surroundings, and after confirming their findings, dissipated away, returning tranquility to the vacation manor. The young man gazed at the jubilant crowd, blissfully unaware of the events of the previous night, nor the fact that their memories had been magically manipulated. Tom tugged at Severus's sleeve, signaling his hunger for a meal, not uttering a word about his encounter with the werewolf. The young man affectionately ruffled his hair, sighing as he went to prepare breakfast. Tom exchanged a knowing glance with the serpent, both silently acknowledging their understanding. Chapter 111, The Gunter Ring. Severus was puzzled as to why they had not located the werewolf, but the Aurors confirmed its absence, leading him to feel uneasy about lingering any longer. Originally intended as a 15-day retreat, the family returned to their villa in town after only 3 days at the manor. The small town was not large, yet aside from Severus's family of wizards, they encountered no other wizards. The villa's surroundings were sparsely populated, the desolate environment providing Tom ample opportunity for excursions. Tom sped down the narrow road on his small motorcycle, careening over the flowers and grasses before finally stopping beneath a vine-covered tree. The serpent, groggy from the excitement, poked its head out from Tom's vehicle, finding the thrill of such an adventure overwhelming. Tom squinted his eyes in delight, lifting the serpent and playfully tossing it, transforming it into a makeshift bow. His childish antics drew the serpent's sarcastic remarks. It noted that he had not behaved in such a manner while in central London. One could say that Tom had reverted to his true nature. Having spent his childhood in an orphanage, he had been compelled to suppress his exuberance. To be overly lively would irritate the matron, resulting in reduced rations or, in severe cases, a beating. As a result, his body had shrunk, and his thoughts had become significantly more innocent. Having experienced the warmth of care and affection from others, his repressed nature was now unleashed. Tom would sometimes ride his motorcycle into town to assist Severus with errands, relishing the envious gazes of other children as he leisurely made his way back. Of course, during this time, he did not forget to inquire about nearby playgrounds, primarily seeking information about routes to Little Hangleton. Days passed in this manner, and Severus had grown accustomed to the tranquil and harmonious life in the small town. One evening, after bathing, Tom unceremoniously flopped onto his bed. Having once desperately emulated noble behaviors in his youth, fearing that others would look down upon him as an orphan of unknown origin. Yet now it mattered not. No one knew who he was. "Tom, when will you seek out that werewolf?" The serpent, now freshly washed, inquired from beside his pillow. It was then that Tom recalled the werewolf he had sent on an errand and the defensive and concealment charms he had set up in the Gunter estate, causing him to feel a persistent headache. What had he been thinking, to hide the ring in such a remote, unmonitored corner, believing that the spells would protect it effectively? Upon reflection, it is conceivable that the diminution in intellect resulted from the removal of the soul fragment. For at that moment he truly believed that the location was beyond discovery, much like the improbability of anyone deducing that he had employed an artifact left by Hogwarts' founder as the vessel for his Horcrux. Had he not subsequently endured the torment of his soul being torn asunder and seared by fire, nor resorted to capturing Slughorn to extract more intricate details about Horcruxes, he might never have fathomed the multitude of deaths incurred on the quest for immortality. He, Voldemort, was by no means exceptional. Only after his body was obliterated by an unknown curse, his soul reduced to a disembodied wraith and subsequently inhabiting a kitten, did he come to comprehend the paramount importance of a soulless integrity. Otherwise, he would not now expend such painstaking effort to reclaim the Horcruxes he once created. One such Horcrux, the Gaunt Ring, he concealed within the old manor, and retrieving it necessitates considerable magical power. Of course, in the absence of such power, a thief must be employed, and the price to pay is to bear the curse inscribed upon the ring. The werewolf was the chosen thief. Recently, I inquired of the local children. They told me that in the neighboring village there lies an ancient house, where curious happenings frequently occur. Shall we venture to see for ourselves? Tom did not respond to the basilisk's words, but instead offered a sincere smile and proposed the idea. The basilisk, puzzled, flicked its tongue, recalling that the last time Tom had spoken of adventure, nothing was ultimately discovered. "If you wish to go, I can accompany you. But what of the werewolf?" The basilisk retorted. Tom was surprised by the serpent's newfound sagacity, but continued to coax it, eventually promising to purchase the Duke of B's candies with money from the small treasury, which finally swayed the creature. "When shall we depart?" "Hiss, should we notify Severus? After all, the journey is not short." "No need, we shall return promptly. The werewolf need not concern us for now," Tom replied. The basilisk nodded without further inquiry, closed its eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Tom, however, stared at the ceiling for some time, hoping Bella would not betray his trust. The next day, Severus, listening to music while reading the Daily Prophet, furrowed his brow upon seeing the news that Dumbledore supported Sirius's appeal. Dumbledore was evidently prepared, and previously Lupin had intended to investigate whether Peter was still alive, to use as evidence for Sirius's exoneration. Given the current circumstances, Lupin must have succeeded, and Dumbledore was aware of this. Thus, Sirius would soon be released from Azkaban. Severus, uncertain how to feel, gazed blankly at Dumbledore's photograph on the newspaper. Tom remained unaware of these developments. After finishing breakfast, he informed the young man he was going out to play. "Be careful," the youth admonished. Tom gestured to the basilisk perched on his shoulder and replied lightly, "Helpo and I are together." Thus, boy and serpent set out. Though the bus driver was surprised to see such a small child traveling alone, hearing that the destination was a relative's home and noting Tom's coherent speech, he paid no further attention. Tom craned his neck to observe the route, lamenting the weakness of childhood. The bus traveled at a moderate pace and arrived at the destination by 9:30. Ignoring the curious gazes around him, Tom stepped onto the mountain path. accompanied by the basilisk, and entered a forest thick with ancient trees. There, nestled amidst the gnarled roots and branches, stood a half-hidden house. The walls were covered in grime. Many roof tiles had fallen, exposing the wooden framework beneath. Nettles as tall as windows surrounded the dwelling. The windows themselves were pitifully small and encrusted with thick layers of accumulated filth, signaling long abandonment. "Tom, why have we come here? This house looks ready to collapse." The basilisk inquired, perplexed. "To retrieve something, proof that we dared to venture here," Tom replied. Though the exterior was unremarkable, the interior was fortified with potent enchantments. Formidable even to Dumbledore. The basilisk, eyeing the crumbling structure and the child before it, failed to grasp the nature of youthful rivalry but nonetheless volunteered. "Shall I assist you? If you enter alone, it's perilous. If you get hurt, Severus will be furious with me." Upon hearing the youth's name, Tom's eyes flickered. Yet he knew he must confront that matter eventually. "Thank you, Hilpo," he responded in parcel tongue, then trotted to a shaded spot. The basilisk slithered toward the house and entered effortlessly. The enchantments held no sway over it. "Alas, I forgot to ask what kind of proof you desire." It looked around, finally fixing its gaze on a black box resting on a relatively intact tabletop. Tom waited beneath a tree, frowning slightly. "Tom, I have brought you something of some value." The basilisk returned, proudly spitting out the black box. Inside was a large ring, appearing to be crafted of gold but with crude workmanship, set with a sizable black gemstone at its center. Tom recognized the paviral crest on the ring and dared not touch it, uncertain whether his fragile state might provoke the curse within. "Hilpo, don't you feel anything amiss?" Tom asked, concerned. "Not at all. My body tingles pleasantly." The basilisk wagged its tail and even contemplated re-entering the house. Tom's lips twitched. Such is the resilience of a millennia-old basilisk's magical resistance. Regardless, now that the ring was secured, Tom must contemplate the appropriate moment to consume and assimilate the soul within. Meanwhile, Bella, who had recently confined the werewolf Fenrir to Azkaban, repeatedly read the letter delivered by Owl. She knew Voldemort was not dead. Indeed, she was his most trusted subordinate. Yet a question lingered. Where had Voldemort been during his prolonged absence? Lucius Malfoy, at the Malfoy Manor, frowned as he read Voldemort's letter, wondering when he would realize that the wizarding world was currently favorable to their cause. Had Voldemort not disappeared, the Death Eaters would have already seized control. Moreover, taking Nagini into the Forbidden Forest was a risk Lucius feared might result in his being bitten. Aside from Lucius's vexation, Tom, having just returned to town, felt conflicted. Severus, after repairing the garden, noticed Tom's sullen expression and inquired. "Today, we went on an adventure. In a dilapidated house, I even found an ugly ring." The basilisk did not conceal the truth, but was unaware the location was Little Hangleton. Severus nodded, assuming it was merely a childish escapade, asked a few more questions, and let them go, thus missing the chance to uncover the truth and the final opportunity to escape. "Severus, I mean, if I were not the obedient one you see, would you still like me?" Tom stammered after cleaning his face and hiding the black box in the basilisk's luggage. Having fused the diadem and the diary, he had transformed from a kitten to a child of 4 or 5 years. Once his soul was restored to wholeness, he would become the Voldemort feared by all. The person before him would likely be. "What nonsense are you spouting? Did you get into a fight with the children in town?" Severus interrupted. Severus gently ruffled Tom's hair, noting the absence of fever, and remarked, somewhat perplexed, "Even if a scuffle occurred, it would be of no consequence. They must have provoked you first. Our Tom is exceedingly obedient and well-behaved." Tom's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze. "There was no fighting. I merely inquired about you. They claim that once you marry, you will no longer care for me." Clinging to the young man's arm, Tom casually fabricated a story. Severus found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, it seemed that children from single-parent households were always the subject of gossip, regardless of where they were. "Nonsense. How could I possibly cease to care for you, Tom, with your endearing nature?" He embraced Tom, affectionately rubbing his cheek against the child's. Setting aside the fact that he had no plans for matrimony, even if he did, he would ensure that Tom was well taken care of first. For Tom was the stray he had taken in. "From the moment I rescued you from that refuse heap, you have been my family, Tom." Severus glanced at the basilisk, then turned his serious gaze to Tom's crimson eyes. "You and the basilisk are my only 2 family members. How could I not cherish you both?" The basilisk, perched on Tom's shoulder, was visibly moved, tears glistening in its eyes as it used its tail to wipe away the moisture. "Oh, how touching. Salazar, did you witness this? I have family once more." The warmth of the young man's embrace enveloped Tom, and the comforting scent of potions finally brought clarity to his chaotic thoughts, dispelling the anxieties that had clouded his judgment as the Dark Lord. "Severus, you are my family too. I will never leave you." Tom clutched the young man tightly, mentally adding, "Even if you discover my true identity, I will not let you go." Severus gently patted Tom's back, dismissing his words as mere childish whimsy, not taking them to heart. In this world, no one was truly indispensable to another. Children inevitably grew up and departed from home, perhaps spurred by the conversation. Tom clung to the young man throughout the evening, even resisting the urge to retreat to his own room when bedtime came. With a sigh, Severus made room for Tom on his bed, which lifted the child's spirits. "Severus, do you think it would have been better if I had met you sooner?" Just as the young man was on the brink of slumber, he heard Tom whispering something in his ear, but the next moment, he was pulled into a heavy sleep. As Tom watched the young man drift into a peaceful slumber, his small hand rested on Severus's waist, slowly drawing upon the scant magical energy within him. When Tom's forehead began to bead with sweat, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment, he finally withdrew his hand. A small, thumb-sized dark mark appeared on Severus's fair waist, resembling a coiled serpent upon closer inspection. In his dreams, Severus merely sensed a prickling sensation at his waist, scratching at it in half-sleep, and after feeling some relief, he thought little of it. Tom's eyes fluttered open. He admired his handiwork for a moment before burrowing into the young man's embrace and falling asleep. "Do not think of escaping. Do not think of leaving. The consequences would be too great for you to bear." The next day dawned bright and sunny, with verdant grass outside, prompting Severus to plan a picnic with Tom and perhaps some fishing by the lake. Knowing he had a few days before returning to London, Tom felt no urgency to merge and simply nodded in agreement. The basilisk was even less concerned, proclaiming a desire to compete with Tom to see who could catch the largest fish. The young man captured their joyful moments with his camera, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 112, Return to London. Their idyllic life in the quaint town soon came to an end as the trio took the subway back to London. The house in the city center, enhanced by magic, remained as pristine and tidy as it had been upon their departure. After tidying up with his wand, Severus pulled out the materials collected by Ming Yuan and began selecting extracurricular classes for Tom. "Tom, you cannot remain cooped up at home with me forever. You need to make new friends." He turned to Tom, who was engrossed in a book titled Technology and Development. "Tomorrow, we shall explore some nearby interest classes. Perhaps you will find something you enjoy." Tom blinked, realizing that arguing would be futile, and thus acquiesced to his words. "Swimming? Drawing? Piano? Can't you teach me those? We have everything at home." He glanced at the materials before countering. Severus shook his head in resignation. "There are too many students in school. It is inconvenient for a tutor to come to our home. You must attend a class with fewer students, and I shall pick you up every day." Pointing to an apparatus reminiscent of potion making, Tom turned to the young man. "Can I learn this? I want to see how explosives and televisions are developed." Severus leaned closer to investigate and discovered it was a chemistry and physics tutoring class at the youth center. "Are you familiar with the types, properties, and periodic table of elements? Do you know what HCl is?" "Of course, I remembered it from my readings," Tom replied, feeling a bit flustered under Severus's scrutinizing gaze. "That is precisely why I want to learn. I want to master the things you mentioned." Severus agreed, albeit with a caveat: "I will enroll you in the class, but you must commit to your studies." Tom nodded, refraining from further protest. A few days later, as Tom was dropped off at his interest class, he naturally kissed Severus on the cheek and waved goodbye to the teacher as he entered the classroom. Severus felt reassured. Knowing the basilisk was watching over him and that he was in a safe school environment, there was little reason for concern. As he arrived at the cafe to review accounts, he found himself somewhat disoriented, occasionally calling out Tom's name, since the kitten had transformed into his human form. This was the first time they had been apart for such a duration. When lunchtime arrived, a light rain began to fall outside, causing Severus to worry that Tom might catch a chill. In a flurry, he grabbed an umbrella and rushed to pick him up from the interest class. The class was conveniently close to his cafe, and since it was only a half-day course, he could still take Tom out to play in the afternoon. "How was it? Did you understand what the teacher taught you?" Severus knelt down to wipe the raindrops from Tom's face with a handkerchief, his voice soft and concerned. Tom wrapped his arms around the young man's neck, and once lifted, nuzzled against his cheek, replying with a smile, "It was great. I really enjoyed the course." The lessons transported him back to Hogwarts, igniting the same curiosity he had felt while researching dark magic. Every time Tom noticed the surprised expressions of the interest class teacher, he thought of that old coot, Dumbledore, and wondered if he had any new developments lately. "I'm glad to hear that." The young man affectionately rubbed his cheek against Tom's as they walked together under the rain-soaked streets. Listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the umbrella, Tom felt as though the entire world had softened, and the streets had become remarkably serene. "Severus, will you always stay by my side?" Tom gazed at the young man's somewhat blurred profile, voicing the question that had long lingered in his heart. Severus chuckled softly, ruffling Tom's hair. What a naive child. No one can accompany you until the end. I can only be with you for a short while. The rest you must navigate on your own. He sighed, quickening his pace toward the cafe. Tom clutched the collar of the young man's shirt, his lips moving silently as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Upon arriving at the cafe, Mrs. Brown had already prepared hot tea and snacks at Tom's designated spot, thoughtfully adding a small blanket. Severus and Tom sat across from each other, chatting for a while before he retreated to the kitchen to attend to his tasks. Alone at the table, Tom propped his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, feeling an oppressive atmosphere permeate the air. The young man's earlier words echoed in his mind, stirring an indescribable sense of loss and dejection within him. He reminisced about his time in the orphanage, at Hogwarts, and after graduation, all of which were consumed by a relentless pursuit of something elusive. Yet, human hearts are insatiable. In the course of his quest, he ascended to the role of Dark Lord, attaining unparalleled power, yet he remained solitary, save for Nagini, never daring to let anyone draw near. Perhaps it was the absence of security in his childhood or the fact that he was a product of potion-induced enchantment that rendered him somewhat alien to the myriad of emotions, which might be better described as indifference. However, upon his rebirth as a small black cat, it seemed as if his emotional deficiencies were mended. He gradually began to experience the joy of being liked, cherished, and praised. This newfound vulnerability could potentially become his Achilles heel. Yet he found delight in the affection bestowed upon him by the youth. After a period of inner turmoil, he finally made a decision. But life is fleeting, why not take a chance? Alas, Severus preferred the simplicity of the Muggle world, yet the magical realm held its own allure. Moreover, the Muggle world would eventually fall under his dominion. Thus, Tom enrolled in an interest class for a month. During this time, he dispatched a few letters to Diagon Alley, and, assured that no tales were following him, he leisurely returned to the cafe. Severus assumed he had been out playing with new friends and jokingly inquired why Tom had not brought them to meet him. Severus, they are utterly foolish. I doubt you would take a liking to them, Tom replied earnestly, recalling the past foolishness of his subordinates. The youth shook his head in amusement, lips pursed. How could that be? As long as they are your friends, I will surely like them. Tom, upon hearing this, gazed at Severus, who was preparing tea. For a moment before muttering, You said it, don't regret it. The youth felt a chill run down his spine, utterly unaware of the dreadful implications of his words. As Tom thrived in his interest class, Lucius commenced his own machinations. He had only whispered about Voldemort's return to Narcissa and Regulus, but on this day, he alone ventured to the manor, clutching the token Voldemort had bestowed upon him, and ultimately found Nagini dozing in the greenhouse. The 12-foot-long serpent lay coiled upon the cobblestone path, a picture of repose. Lucius returned to the hall, took a deep breath, and once his racing heart calmed, he summoned the house elf using Voldemort's method, relaying the Dark Lord's instructions. It is quite simple. You must mix the potion within Nagini's food, and, once she is in slumber, deliver it to that storeroom in Hogsmeade. Until the adults arrive, you must remain by Nagini's side to ensure her safety. Lucius shook the vial of potion, then handed it to the elf, Dada. Dada obediently accepted the vial and vanished from sight. Having completed his task, Lucius hurried home only to find Bella playing in the garden with Draco, and his irritation flared anew. As October approached its midpoint, the merging of National Day and temple fairs drew throngs of visitors, with concerts, fireworks, and carnivals adding to the festive atmosphere. Severus wished to take Tom out for some fun, but was met with refusal. You should help at the cafe. I will stay home and read. Tom, of course, did not divulge his true intentions. He gestured towards the book on the desk, and then at the basilisk watching television. Isn't it enough to have him around? The youth hesitated before nodding in agreement, inwardly lamenting how children grow distant as they mature. Tom pressed his face against the window, watching Severus's retreating figure, and once he was assured of his absence, he swiftly snatched the basilisk and stuffed it into his pocket, rushing out the door. Severus remained oblivious to Tom's departure. As he wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, swept along by the tide of festival-goers. Such grand celebrations could not be complete without a circus, which paraded outside the venue on elephants, while clowns cheerfully distributed balloons to children. A large tent bore the name Forest Circus, with smaller tents lining the back, belonging to various troops that had joined the main circus. Inside a medium-sized tent, a frail old man with gray hair and beard dismissed a fortune-telling woman and slumped into a chair during a brief respite. Before long, the tent flap was lifted, and a young man with dark hair entered. The old man immediately straightened, kindly asking, "Greetings, young man. What would you like to have divined? Love or career?" The newcomer was none other than Severus, who glanced at the tortoise shells, crystal balls, and tarot cards on the table, momentarily unsure how he would proceed with the reading. Sensing the young man's hesitation, The old man stroked his beard. 5 pounds for a reading, and you may choose any method you prefer. Severus, disinterested, lifted the flap to leave. The old man's eyes flickered at the wand protruding from Severus's waist. Unwilling to let a potential client slip away, he called out, "I can offer you a free reading, young wizard. I am quite adept at it." Intrigued by the old man's recognition of his identity and the promise of a complimentary service, Severus took a seat opposite him. "What shall it be? Tarot cards, crystal ball, divination numbers, or something else?" "Divination numbers, please. I wish to see my financial prospects." After a brief exchange, the old man began his explanation. Severus's life number was 8. He did not fully comprehend its implications and patiently listened to the old man's elaboration. "Your life number is 8. You are diligent and poised for prosperous investments. As long as you fulfill your duties, you shall find assistance from benefactors. Remember to forgive yourself and release your fears of loss. Indeed, it is a favorable sign." The old man glanced at the youth, stroking his beard with a sense of nostalgia. Severus chuckled quietly. Recognizing that anyone could deduce from the old man's respectable attire and healthy complexion that he led a comfortable life. However, just days prior, Zhang Mingyuan had indeed invited him to consider a new investment concerning the fusion of traditional medicine and potions. Perhaps he ought to deliberate on it more carefully. Understanding the old man's struggle to earn a living, he retrieved 5 pounds and placed it on the table. "Thank you for the reading." Severus offered a polite smile before turning to leave. Had Tom been present, he would have recognized the elderly man as the gypsy who had once foretold his future. But alas, he was not there. The concept of life numbers was introduced by Pythagoras, positing that numbers hold spiritual significance and can reveal the truths of existence, thereby interpreting the meaning of life. Take Voldemort, for instance, born on December 31st, 1926. The sum of 19261231 is 2525, which equals 7. The original series comprises 7 books. And Voldemort's affinity for the number 7 is reflected in his creation of 7 Horcruxes, a unification of sorts. After exiting the tent, Severus did not rush home. Instead, he indulged in several intriguing games, winning a number of plush toys. Meanwhile, Tom's experience was far less pleasant. Concealed in the shadows, he observed those guarding the small house, once again questioning Lucius's intelligence, as their clandestine operations were perilously close to being exposed. Thankfully, Dumbledore remained preoccupied with matters concerning Sirius and Germany. Otherwise, he would have surely arrived with members of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix to confront them. "Hiss, Tom, aren't we going to buy some Duke's honey?" The basilisk inquired, perplexed. Having grown accustomed to Tom's eccentric behavior, it simply longed for its sweet treat. "How about I find you a companion, Halibo?" Tom's crimson eyes gleamed as he patted the basilisk's head. The serpent twisted its slender form and spoke with a hint of confusion. "You are my companion. After all, we are family." Tom fell silent at these words. Deceiving the naive serpent felt wrong, yet given his current inability to appear publicly, he could only relent. "I meant to find you a playmate, another serpent like yourself," he murmured, a faint smile crossing his lips as he recalled the foolish yet endearing face of Nagini. "But how do you know where to find one? Surely you're not deceiving me." The serpent gestured towards the stone cottage ahead, flicking out its tongue. "We entered there before. There was nothing inside." Before they could reach any agreement, Nagini stirred from the stone house, awakening drowsily, surveying the unfamiliar, dilapidated room. She flicked her tail in frustration. Good heavens, could it be that Tom S. gone bankrupt and is selling snakes to pay his debts? Nagini mused bitterly, her forked tongue flicking as she prowled the room. Suddenly, she caught a familiar scent. Disregarding any potential danger outside, she swiftly climbed the window and shot out like an arrow in a particular direction. The few watching over the stone house caught only a glimpse of a massive white figure sliding past before vanishing. The onlookers exchanged glances. Their orders were merely to guard the stone house and prevent intruders, not to restrain whatever dwelled within. As Tom negotiated with the serpent, he suddenly felt himself being lifted, his feet dangling midair before he tumbled to the ground, caught unawares. "Tom, I've finally found you. But why have you shrunk?" Tom turned to see the familiar visage of a white serpent and silently braced himself for trouble. The serpent grew anxious at sight of Tom ensnared by a white snake and, disregarding the risk of exposure, rapidly expanded its body, coiling its tail protectively around Tom. Nagini glanced at the emerald serpent, then at Tom, now taken away, and burst into tears. "Helpo, Nagini, cease this quarrel. We are all friends," Tom interjected hastily. Sensing the tension escalating, Helpo, discerning Nagini's harmlessness, withdrew his fangs and released Tom to the ground, though he remained large in size. Tom hurried over to embrace Nagini, soothing her wails with difficulty, before asking the serpent to guide them to the Screaming Shack. The commotion had already drawn the attention of some wizards nearby. The serpent deftly evaded the wizards and soon arrived at the shack, where the two enormous snakes nearly filled the room. Nagini continued to sob, lamenting that Tom no longer wanted her and had sought out other serpents for companionship. Tom could only pat her head gently in consolation, assuring her it was not intentional. The serpent, observing Nagini's scales ruffled and gleaming white as if afflicted with albinism, mocked mercilessly, "Hiss, how long will you last? I have spent centuries as a single serpent in one place. I am accustomed to solitude." As the only serpent monster still alive, a long-lived species, it had accompanied Salazar in many battles shortly after reaching maturity. Yet Salazar had been single then, so this serpent had never known a mate and remained solitary. Moreover, as a millennium-old serpent monster, it held a bloodline dominance over Nagini, and now its furious gaze seemed as if it could devour her whole. Nagini shrank back, lowering her head behind Tom, though her massive body could hardly be concealed by the small boy. Timidly, she whispered, "Hiss, Tom, it looks so frightening." Tom sighed, uncertain whether introducing the serpent to Nagini was wise, but their encounter was inevitable. "Nagini, this is Helpo," Tom said, glancing between the two serpents and introducing them. "Helpo, this is Nagini." Helpo surmised that Tom had met this white snake during his absence, but knowing Tom as a remarkable catling, he harbored no suspicion and greeted her politely. "Hello, Nagini. I'm Helpo," the serpent said, tapping her head with the tip of her tail and inwardly proud of her etiquette. Nagini said nothing, instead retreating further from the serpent she suspected of vying for Tom's affection. Tom, caught between them, struggled to pacify Nagini by buying her lamb chops, finally calming her howls. Helpo, finding no pleasure in bullying a younger one and annoyed by the crying, offered snacks to Nagini, easing the little white snake's distress. Tom watched the two gluttons gather together and was grateful for his ample resources. Otherwise, he could not afford to keep them. Yet he forgot that Severus currently provided for his food and lodging. The peaceful coexistence of the two serpents was what Tom hoped for, as it allowed him to focus on his true task, merging the soul fragment within Nagini. Once fond of Nagini as his soul fragment's vessel, he now cursed his past foolishness. Sighing, he resolved to concentrate on the fusion rather than dwell on regrets. Tom administered a shrinking potion purchased in Diagon Alley to Nagini and placed the palm-sized white snake into his pocket. "Hiss, Tom, that's unfair. Why can Helpo perch on your shoulder?" Nagini protested from within the pocket, twisting her body. "If you could shrink to his size, I wouldn't mind," Tom replied matter-of-factly. Glancing at the finger-sized serpent, Nagini fell silent, defeated in the contest of shrinking. Those serpents were more accustomed to competing in size and venom. Tom then took the two serpents aboard a bus back home, stopping to purchase snacks at the supermarket downstairs. The locals were familiar with this clever child and always greeted him with warm smiles. When Severus returned home, he found Tom seated on the sofa watching television. October is indeed the busiest month. There's a food festival in the east. "Shall we go tonight?" The young man hung his coat, poured a glass of water to soothe his throat, and asked. Before Tom could explain Nagini's presence, the serpent interrupted. "Of course we'll go. Only food is worth missing," it hissed eagerly, tongue flicking as if salivating. Severus smiled and turned to Tom. "Are you coming?" "Hiss, yes. I want to go too," came the response from a white snake crawling from Tom's hand, its tongue flicking and neck adorned with Helpo's red bow tie. Tom noticed Severus's astonished gaze and quickly withdrew Nagini, eliciting a muffled murmur from the little white snake. Severus cleared his throat quietly, his eyes alternating between the serpent and Tom. "Can one of you explain what is going on? I know the serpent wouldn't allow any threat near Tom, but bringing a venomous white snake home without a word, is that proper?" The serpent flicked its tongue and decisively pointed its tail at Tom. "He did it. You should ask him," it declared before snatching the remote and reclining on the sofa, resuming the television. Tom stood before the young man like a chastened child, blushing as he cradled Nagini's small head. "Nagini is a serpent I met previously in Hogsmeade Village. She has no parents and lives alone. A pitiful creature who came to me for help," he explained, carefully selecting his words. Each explanation was partial yet truthful. Nagini cooperated by nudging Tom's fingers, missing him greatly after years apart. Severus sighed deeply upon hearing those words. He crouched down to meet Tom's crimson gaze and asked earnestly, "Tom, Nagini is a snake, a creature that thrives in solitude. Besides, we already have Haribo." He wished to persuade Tom to return the serpent, but upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in Tom's eyes, his heart softened. "Very well, you may keep her. But you must promise me that you won't abandon her if your interest wanes after some time. Can you commit to that?" A hint of amusement flickered in Tom's eyes, for the youth was perpetually tender-hearted. "Understood, Severus. Can the expenses for caring for Nagini be deducted from my allowance?" Tom tilted his head, his large eyes sparkling with innocence. The young man found himself utterly charmed, unable to suppress a smile as he ruffled Tom's soft hair. "Of course. From now on, Nagini will be your companion. With Haribo under his care and Tom tending to Nagini, all seemed perfectly agreeable. In the course of their brief exchange, Nagini's fate was sealed. Tom furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should reveal to the young man that Nagini could grow larger. Perhaps he would save that for later. Thus, the two boys and their serpents ventured to the food street, where they indulged to their heart's content. Nagini earned Severus's approval and commenced a life of leisure within their home, while Tom diligently remembered to administer the shrinking potion on time. As Christmas Eve approached, Tom's extracurricular class was set to host a festive event. Chosen for the choir due to his striking features and keen intellect, he initially hesitated to participate. However, Severus was eager to witness his performance, leading to Tom's relentless busyness. Gazing at the overcast sky, he reminisced about the days when he conducted the Hogwarts choir, a time when he often scolded others. "You performed splendidly today, my dear Tom. You secured first place," Severus exclaimed, observing the snow blanketing the road as he embraced Tom, who was dressed like a little angel. He praised Tom's voice, comparing it to that of a mermaid. Tom felt his ears flush. He understood that Severus referred to the beautiful mermaid of Muggle fairy tales, not the grotesque creature of the Black Lake at Hogwarts. This straightforward compliment brought him great joy. "Well, it was merely adequate," Tom replied with a modest smile, adding, "If I weren't so young, I could have claimed the city championship for you." The young man chuckled heartily, amused by Tom's audacious spirit despite his small stature. "All right, my future city champion, the path ahead is yours to traverse." Noticing Tom's indignant glare, Severus quickly adjusted his expression and set him down. Tom took Severus's hand, sulking as he kicked at the snow-covered ground, muttering, "The great Dark Lord sings for you, and you don't even bestow a city championship upon him. Avada Kedavra." He ground his back teeth, feeling they had struck a remarkable deal. "Severus, it has been 3 years since you entered my life. How swiftly time flies," Severus reflected, recalling the frail little creature he had found, filled with nostalgia. Tom, on the other hand, reminisced about his days as a cat, drinking from a bottle, dining on cat food, and using a litter box. Those days left him feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, the young man merely expressed his thoughts with a few words before leading Tom to the cake shop, where a cake had been ordered for Haribo 3 days prior. Ever since the Basilisk learned that everyone celebrated birthdays and received gifts, it had clamored for its own celebration, choosing Christmas Day for its birthday to double the joy. One could not deny the basilisk's shrewdness. Nagini, upon hearing this, was taken aback, rummaging through her stash of treats until she unearthed a box of chocolate frogs. Wrapping her tail around it, she accepted the gift early. When she realized her snack supply was depleted, she tearfully approached Tom and Severus, lamenting, "Am I no longer entitled to snake rights?" Severus sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. He questioned whether he had neglected the basilisk, pondering why it was so greedy when it came to food. Haribo, wearied by Severus's incessant reminders, could only return the items, ignoring the two for several days. It even paused Nagini's training to shrink. Nagini quietly complained to Tom, "Haribo is a 1,000-year-old basilisk. How stingy. It was just a few of its snacks that I consumed." Tom patted her head helplessly, reminding her that she had emptied Haribo's snack box. Some of those treats were saved for herself. "And you devoured them all in one go. Thieving glutton. You'll surely grow as rotund as a pig." The basilisk, hidden in the corner, could no longer contain itself and retorted loudly. With Tom's support and having grown accustomed to being a tyrant in Voldemort's manner, Nagini cried and scolded back, "Hiss. You are the pig. Who told you not to label your box? The treats bore no name, so how could I know? Just shout my name and see if they respond." The basilisk's tail whipped in frustration, feeling betrayed. The two serpents hissed at each other, leaving Tom caught in the middle, his head spinning from the commotion, unable to reprimand either side. Ultimately, he reluctantly dug into his pockets and purchased a myriad of treats for both snakes, bringing the quarrel to a close. Severus watched the spectacle with amusement, but it solidified his resolve. No more pets would be welcomed into their home. Fast forward to the present, Tom and Severus, one holding a candle and the other a cake, leisurely made their way back home. As usual, Severus unlocked the door, only to be greeted not by their spacious, well-lit living room, but by an enormous, menacing white snake sprawled across the carpet, its head facing inward. "Avada Kedavra. Quickly restrain it. Turn it to stone," Severus exclaimed, shielding Tom behind him as he brandished his wand at the white serpent. The snake's body stiffened, its scales losing luster. But in the next instant, it returned to normal, scratching its head with its tail, entirely oblivious to the tension. "Severus," Tom began, but before he could finish, Severus covered his mouth and swiftly ducked to the side. "Shoo." Severus placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Tom nodded in resignation, his heart racing. Had he forgotten to give Nagini her shrinking potion? Why did he forget at such a critical moment? He attempted to rush into the room, But Severus held his hand firmly. Unaware of Tom's thoughts, Severus glanced at the doorplate and then at the key in his hand. This was undoubtedly their home. But where were Haribo and Nagini? Were they simply going to let the white serpent dominate their territory? The open door allowed warmth to escape, and Haribo, sleeping on the sofa, awoke with a yawn, flicking its tongue as it detected Severus and Tom's presence. Hiss, Severus, Tom, you've returned. The basilisk's languid voice reached them, inquiring whether they had brought back the cake. Nagini lifted her head, surveying the area, before dragging her massive body toward the door. Haribo, the door is ajar, and they aren't back yet. Ah, Tom, Severus, why are you just standing there? Aren't you cold? She regarded the alert Severus and the resigned Tom, looking down at them while flicking her tongue. Looking down? Nagini's tail froze momentarily. She had promised repeatedly not to reveal that she was a great serpent until Severus fully accepted her. She cast a pleading glance at Tom, unsure of what to do. Severus, hearing the familiar hiss of the white snake and seeing it merely gazing at them in confusion, felt a troubling suspicion arise. Nagini, is that you? The white serpent gradually nodded, its massive form retreating back into the house. Hiss, Haribo, wake up. I've turned into a giant snake. Boo-hoo. What if Severus doesn't want me anymore? Nagini rushed towards the sofa, seeking assistance from the other native. Haribo opened his eyes, gazing at the white serpent with exasperation. Who told you not to learn how to shrink properly with me? Look at the trouble you've caused. Chapter 114, A Close Call. Severus confirmed the safety of the situation multiple times before ushering Tom into the house. For some inexplicable reason, he found Nagini's appearance oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. The young man stared blankly at the serpent's head, trying to recall where he had seen it. Noticing Severus's intense gaze fixed on Nagini, Tom felt a surge of anxiety. After becoming the Dark Lord, one of his defining symbols was the large white snake that accompanied him, a testament to his Slytherin heritage and mastery of Parseltom. Many of his Death Eaters had seen it, but few knew its name. Tom had only uttered Nagini's name in front of Lucius and a couple of others. Severus and Lucius were quite close. Tom couldn't ascertain whether Lucius had mentioned Nagini's name or description in their correspondence. If he had, then, fortunately, Severus's next action eased Tom's tension. He squinted as he took a cup of water and gestured toward the empty space in front of the sofa where he and the two snakes were situated. So, you all know Nagini is a giant snake? Severus reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, his narrowed eyes dangerously scrutinizing the trio. Both snakes coiled on the carpet, though Nagini was rather large, forcing the coffee table into a corner. Tom perched himself on a small stool, sitting upright between the two serpents. Nagini was the first to break under Severus's sharp gaze, murmuring, "You didn't know? I thought Tom had told you. Hasn't Tom informed you?" The serpent interjected, disregarding Tom's feigned smile, knowing full well that the true culprit was Tom himself. Severus shifted his attention to Tom, a sardonic smile plastered on his face. "Tom, would you care to explain?" Tom fiddled with the small stool, offering a clumsy excuse. "I was worried Nagini might frighten you." He looked earnestly at Severus, attempting to evade scrutiny. Severus was about to point out that the serpent was an enormous python, but upon reflection, he was uncertain whether Nagini had revealed its true form in Tom's presence, leaving him somewhat short of breath. Why is Nagini suddenly so large? It was much smaller before. He tugged at Tom's chubby cheek, his tone menacing. I don't know, Severus, Tom stammered, knowing full well that admitting the truth would expose his identity. Severus found humor in the situation, releasing Tom's cheek and sweeping his gaze over the trio. "Very well, you can enjoy this Christmas on your own. I have matters to attend to. Have fun," he stated deliberately, relishing the bewildered expressions of the boy and the two serpents as he rose to retreat into the bedroom. Tom rubbed his cheek and cautiously approached the bedroom door, catching sight of the young man packing clothes into a suitcase. Was he truly angry? However, revealing the truth was out of the question. Tom's brows furrowed in distress, his serious demeanor appearing rather endearing. Severus, keeping a watchful eye on the door, couldn't help but smile at Tom's adorable visage, thinking to himself, "Oh, you dare to challenge me?" The young man claimed he needed to step out, not out of spite, but genuinely. He had received an invitation to Andre's wedding. He understood the rationale behind Andre's arrangement, mainly due to the family gathering during Christmas, knowing he would likely attend. As for Tom, unfortunately, Andre was unaware of his existence, so all he could offer was an apology. Severus initially intended to leave Tom at home alone, but considering the two snakes seemed rather unreliable, he couldn't bear the thought of leaving him by himself. "Tom, tomorrow you will stay home with Haribo and the others. Can you take care of yourself? After all, you managed to bring Nagini back on your own, so I presume you won't need me." He glanced at Tom, casually inquiring, But tomorrow is Christmas. Why can't we wait until after the holiday?" Tom pouted, his voice muffled. "Of course, it's something very important, Tom," Severus replied. still not looking directly at him, continuing, "You are a big boy, quite clever. I hope you will consider your own safety. What if Nagini is a malevolent serpent and harms you?" Tom knew Nagini would never hurt him, yet he couldn't divulge that to Severus, opting to remain silent. Severus felt helpless, resorting to cold treatment as he continued packing. Seeing the young man ignore him, Tom's eyes slightly reddened. He felt a sense of injustice, questioning why Severus would venture out without him. However, reflecting on his concealed secrets, he lowered his head in melancholy agreement. After a prolonged silence with no response from Tom, Severus noted that in the past, Tom would have rushed over to cling to his leg, begging to join him. Shifting his gaze, he spotted Tom, head bowed and trembling at the door. His brow furrowed immediately. "Tom, what's wrong?" Severus approached, crouching down to pat the boy's shoulder. Tom remained silent, gripping the young man's sleeve. "Tom, good boy, what's the matter?" Severus sensed something was amiss and gently lifted Tom's chin. His eyes brimmed with tears, but he stubbornly held back his cries, his lips pale from being clenched tightly, looking utterly heartbroken. Severus sighed, stroking his cheek with his left hand, speaking softly. "I'm not angry with you. I was just teasing when I said I wouldn't take you. Truly, I have already packed your clothes. But you said you were leaving me alone." Tom's voice was hoarse, filled with discontent. He didn't want this, yet his physical form matched that of a child. Even the slightest grievance made him want to cry. Having been born into a world devoid of maternal affection, lacking paternal warmth, and uncherished by his maternal family, Nagini had become his emotional anchor. However, after losing its humanity, that support hung precariously in the air. Later, due to an unknown spell, he transformed into a soul attached to a kitten, perhaps due to a fledgling's instinct. Upon first seeing the young man, he seemed to have chosen him. "I'm merely stepping out for a bit, little Tom. I would never abandon you. You are my family." Severus observed the glistening tears in Tom's eyes, reflecting on whether he had overlooked Tom's age due to his mature demeanor. After all, Tom was only 5 years old. Severus embraced the trembling Tom, feeling the dampness on his neck, letting out a soft sigh. Once, he had felt just as lost and helpless as Tom. He sat on the edge of the bed with the weeping child in his arms, gently patting the boy's back while softly humming a lullaby his mother used to sing. Tom wiped away the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand, succumbing to sleep amidst the soothing melody, and in that hazy state, a resolute thought blossomed within him. The night passed in silence, and on the following day, Severus rose early. Besides preparing gifts for the two snakes, he intended to boil eggs for Tom to reduce the swelling around his eyes, which had puffed up like walnuts after last night's events. "Severus, you could use magic to help me with the swelling," Tom awkwardly suggested, only to yelp as he accidentally touched something hot. No need to rush. I'm using Muggle methods to teach you a lesson. Don't do this again," Severus replied, his hands growing gentler in their motions. Nagini and the serpent exchanged glances, sensing the crisis had passed, and scampered off to the Christmas tree to unwrap their gifts. Tom gritted his teeth in silence, chastising himself for the embarrassing incident from the previous day, lamenting how not only had his body diminished, but so had his intellect. Severus was amused by his pitiful demeanor and playfully rolled an egg over Tom's eyes. Once the swelling was no longer evident, Tom finally smiled and began to enjoy his breakfast. Their wedding was set to commence at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they planned to depart at 9:30. Estimating their arrival by 11, Severus placed a piece of pan-fried cod on Tom's plate, reminding him to keep track of time. "They?" Tom inquired, slightly perplexed. The young man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they were. Severus recalled his astonishment when he first learned of their romantic involvement, and how they had ultimately defied their parents and societal norms to unite, making the news of their wedding seem less surprising. Tom understood that both wizards and muggles could have same-sex partners, yet witnessing their nuptials was a first for him. While Dumbledore and Grindelwald didn't count, he had gathered information during his time as Voldemort, suggesting they had embarked on a twilight romance. After finishing their breakfast and tidying up, Severus recalled a letter from Andre, mentioning that all Hogwarts teachers would attend the wedding, thus Dumbledore would surely be present. Additionally, young Barty, being from a pure-blood family, would certainly have the Slytherins in attendance. He worried about the potential for conflict between the two factions, thus he decided to bring the basilisk along. Helga had already been tucked into Severus's pocket, and he was uneasy about leaving Nagini, a serpent, at home alone. However, as he gazed at Nagini's massive form, he pondered what magic or potion might be effective for her. "Hiss, why must I go? I wish to stay home and watch television while snacking. Why does Nagini get to remain at home?" Helga twisted restlessly in his pocket, voicing her discontent. Severus rubbed his temples in exasperation. Wasn't competition supposed to create pressure? Why was the basilisk suddenly slacking off? Noticing Severus's conflicted expression, Tom pointed at Nagini and suggested, "Let us shrink her down. That way, we can take her along." He too was concerned about Nagini causing trouble at home. Ultimately, Severus' mind raced, and he rummaged through the potions classroom to find a shrinking potion. Once the issue with Nagini was resolved, they each tucked a snake into their pockets and set off. Seeing that Nagini was also being taken, the basilisk clamored to join Tom's pocket for a chat. Severus, maintaining a stoic demeanor, ignored the basilisk's request and reduced its allowance for next month by a third, citing excessive spending and an empty treasury. The basilisk let out a mournful cry, remaining despondent until they arrived at the wedding venue. The wedding took place at a manor owned by young Barty's mother, where attendees from the Ministry of Magic, Death Eaters, and the Order of the Phoenix mingled, alongside some of Andre's Muggle relatives. The three factions occupied their respective corners, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. After presenting their gifts, Severus was invited into the main hall by the officiant, accompanied by Tom, where they encountered Andre, clad in a fitted white suit, alongside young Barty in a black suit. Both radiated happiness, their actions and gestures brimming with unspoken understanding. "Oh, Severus, it has been quite some time," Andre exclaimed, extending his arms for an embrace, but Barty stepped forward first, shaking Severus' hand. Just as Andre was about to speak, the officiant called him away to discuss the ceremonial fireworks. "Welcome to our wedding," Barty said with a proud grin, glancing at the small figure beside him, raising an eyebrow. "Is this your son? Congratulations." Tom's face darkened instantly, his curiosity about the two wizards' marriage dissipating. Severus gently squeezed Tom's small hand and smiled at Barty, saying, "This is my brother, Tom." Barty nodded dismissively. "Regulus had matters to attend to in Germany, so he cannot join us today," he remarked, clicking his tongue and handing Tom a red envelope. "Enjoy the feast. You must waste the provisions I have spent months preparing. The greatest treasure in life is to be with one you love, and I am delighted to have achieved that." Barty chuckled, scratching his chin with a radiant smile. "Ahem. I wish you and Andre a lifetime of love," Severus offered, adding dryly, "May you bear children and grow old together." Barty graciously accepted the blessing, beaming widely. "I have everything prepared. I'll just need your assistance with the potion brewing when the time comes." Severus politely smiled back, wondering if Barty had caught Andre's exuberance, as he seemed quite foolishly cheerful. The festivities commenced shortly thereafter, with Severus holding Tom as they settled into the third row, surrounded by the groom's relatives, chattering incessantly about the wedding expenses. Severus couldn't help but click his tongue. A wedding costing 150,000 galleons. Was it that he had ventured out too little? Or was the wizarding world experiencing rapid inflation? Dumbledore and Old Crouch arrived fashionably late, the former being the officiant and the latter the Minister of Magic and the groom's father. Dumbledore looked affectionately at Andre and Barty, remarking with nostalgia, "How swiftly you have come of age, ready for marriage." Your bond was evident even during your school days. After a lengthy speech, they finally began the proceedings. Old Crouch managed to maintain a smile while accepting compliments about his son, yet he still struggled to accept that his son was marrying a man. Now, however, it was too late to change anything, and he had no choice but to accept it. Mrs. Crouch was somewhat satisfied with her husband's demeanor, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Tom, who had been dozing off, saw Dumbledore take the stage and buried most of his face in Severus's embrace. He wasn't fearful of being recognized, but at least not at that moment. Dumbledore, sensing something amiss, scanned the crowd with his keen blue eyes, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The wedding between Barty and Andre proceeded smoothly, culminating in a kiss exchanged under the watchful gaze of their guests. Those who had hoped for the Death Eaters to disrupt the union of purebloods and half-bloods expressed their disappointment. Nonetheless, this was a clear demonstration of their stance. At the very least, the future generations would have more choices when it came to marriage, ensuring the continuation of their families. Who could bear to see such legacies extinguished? Chapter 115, The Return of Youth. Following that wedding, Tom remained silent for several days. It wasn't the marriage of the wizards that had startled him, but rather the attention that both wizards and muggles were lavishing upon Severus, with the bolder ones even requesting his phone number for dates, completely disregarding the child in his company. This left Tom feeling quite dejected. Ever since he had reverted to a child, he had experienced an increase in being overlooked. "Severus, do you have someone you like?" he suddenly inquired. "Someone I like." Severus swiftly sliced through the valerian root, switching to a silver short knife to press the sleeping draft, extracting its juice into the cauldron before continuing. "Not at the moment. Why do you ask?" He stirred the potion without lifting his gaze. Tom pondered, fidgeting with his fingers, and slowly replied, "At the wedding, I saw you smiling brightly." Severus found himself both amused and exasperated. Who attends a wedding with a sour face? "I simply believe it's wonderful when lovers find happiness together, and marriage is a sacred affair." Tom remained silent. intently observing Severus's profile for a considerable time before biting his lip and stepping outside. When Severus emerged after completing the potion, he found Tom staring vacantly at a vase. Unable to decipher what was occupying his young mind, he silently purchased some popular comics for him. Days passed in quietude as they watched television together, until suddenly, Tom stood up, his right fist striking his left palm, a look of determination on his face. "Excellent, that is how we shall proceed," he exclaimed as he dashed into his bedroom, rummaging through a pile of clutter in search of something. Severus was momentarily startled, nearly dropping the remote control in his hand, as he observed the rejuvenated Tom, once again marveling at the capricious nature of children. As Tom busied himself, time gradually drifted to April 1984. Severus finally recalled the need to purchase a computer for their home, coinciding with the launch of personal computers by Joe, offering a plethora of new possibilities. Thus, he went ahead and bought one. Once the computer was set up and the internet connection established, he powered it on, fixating on the small screen as he began to navigate it. The response was relatively satisfactory. However, having grown accustomed to the swift, expansive screens of the future, he swiftly lost interest in this primitive gadget. Tom stood beside him, holding the computer manual and comparing it with the device, appearing puzzled when Severus paused his actions. "Why have you stopped playing?" Tom inquired. "I see you can browse the CBB's website, and it even allows for floppy disk games." Tom was well aware that the computer's capabilities extended far beyond that, yet Severus seemed disinterested. Noticing Tom's curious expression, he offered his place, saying, "Why don't you try it out? Call me if you encounter any difficulties." He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a tinge of exhaustion. The archaic graphics and rudimentary websites were causing him considerable discomfort, ultimately leading him to decide to read instead. Tom cast a thoughtful glance in his direction and took a seat, diligently following the manual's instructions. Severus watched the small figure engrossed with the diminutive computer. Feeling grateful that it was now 1984, he merely had to endure another 30 or 40 years before he could experience the advent of smartphones. Oblivious to Severus's contemplations, Tom unearthed a floppy disk gifted by the computer store and began playing a game. This muggle game is quite enjoyable, he mused, clicking the mouse to evade ghosts and devour all the dots on the screen, then relishing the victory music as he advanced to the next level. After exhausting all the games in the box, his enthusiasm waned, prompting him to rush to the television to watch a science program. Severus was taken aback to see Tom so engrossed in play, yet he hadn't anticipated that a mere afternoon of fascination would lead to abandonment. It appeared that only educational programs truly captured his interest. Just as the episode of Emmerdale Farm concluded, Severus handed the remote to Tom. "I thought you would be so enthralled that you'd forget dinner," he winked, recognizing the evident love children have for video games. Tom settled next to Severus, watching his favorite television show, reflecting on the time squandered that afternoon, lamenting his own wavering resolve. "There's nothing entertaining," he puffed his cheeks, clutching a cushion to his chest. "I completely forgot to work on my drawing assignment." "I believe you shouldn't delve into the styles of Van Gogh and Picasso at such an early age. They are not suited for you at this moment," Severus advised. "But I like them. I can't capture the light and color of Monet or Turner either." Tom was hesitant to engage Severus in a discussion about painting, as it would only serve to illuminate his lack of artistic talent. Severus chuckled, affectionately ruffling Tom's hair, curious as to when he would express the sentiment of abandoning art altogether. The chill of April's wind swept through the streets, stirring the hems of passers-by's garments, imparting a profound sense of cold. Seizing the opportunity while Severus ventured to Diagon Alley for potion ingredients, Tom instructed Nagini to keep an eye on the basilisk and retreated to his bedroom to draw magical runes, utilizing materials he had previously gathered from the Forbidden Forest. Listening to the hissing sounds of the two snakes, which were amused by the television program, he held his breath to complete the final stroke, swiftly restoring his bedroom to its original state. With a composed expression, Tom opened the door, took a seat by the window with a book, and became accustomed to watching Severus return. As night fell, Severus, as usual, dried Tom's hair and, after they brushed their teeth together, returned to his own bedroom. Tom touched his forehead, sensing that something was amiss. The basilisk, feeling the chill, nestled against its beloved pothose pot in front of the fireplace, while Nagini kept Tom company. Coiling up on the warm, dry little bed, they drifted into a dreamless slumber until dawn. The 15th of each month marked Severus's routine visit to the coffee shop to check accounts and experiment with new products. He admonished Tom not to spend all his time reading and to venture outside occasionally. Tom obediently nodded, turning away and promptly discarding the advice. He was no child. Now, only Tom and the two snakes remained in the room, allowing him to execute his plan. Tom brought Nagini back to the bedroom, knowing that once the basilisk became engrossed in the television, it would be oblivious to everything else. He pulled back the carpet, revealing the magical rune array he had drawn beneath. "Nagini, you must trust me. Drink these 3 potions and then sleep," he instructed. Initially intending to use the stabilizer purchased from Diagon Alley, he opted for an additional potion from Severus's collection for safety. And a vial of fresh elixir of life. That should suffice for Nagini to have a good rest. Of course, he had paid for it, as his vault was filled with ample funds. Nagini nodded, somewhat perplexed but trusting. Their bond had been cultivated over decades. "Hiss, Tom, once Nagini awakens, could you buy me a little lamb?" It affectionately nudged Tom's hand, playfully requesting. Tom stroked its serpentine head, acquiescing to this promise, confident in the success of the fusion he was about to undertake. Due to the overwhelming curse emanating from the gaunt ring, he had refrained from immediate fusion. Although the basilisk's venom could dispel the curse, he feared it might obliterate the soul fragments within. Thus, he refrained from soaking it in venom and instead perused Severus's collection of books, leveraging past experiences to send his less-than-bright subordinates to procure ingredients from various locations in London, instructing Nagini to retrieve them for potion preparation. One must admit, despite their lack of intellect, their work efficiency was commendable. Tom extracted the ring from the viscous, silvery liquid in the glass vial, cleaned it, and placed it beside Nagini. While he positioned himself in the center of the rune array, channeling all his magical power and swiftly reciting ancient incantations, Nagini writhed in agony within the array, black fissures appearing on its white serpentine body, culminating in a plume of dark green smoke above its head. Meanwhile, the gaunt ring emitted a sizzling sound, as if being corroded by acid, with the soul fragments seemingly howling in torment, a pitch-black liquid seeping into the rune array below. Tom's eyes glowed a crimson hue, resembling dripping blood, as he experienced excruciating pain, mustering the last of his strength to entice the severed soul fragments. Time became a blur. It could have been 10 minutes or half an hour. Seated in concentration, blood trickled from the corner of Tom's mouth as he furrowed his brow. Aware that absorbing 2 soul fragments at once was an arduous task, Nagini remained in slumber, but the occasional convulsions of its body indicated it was enduring immense suffering. The liquid from the ring began to flow back, seemingly returning to its vessel of decades. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Tom had no choice but to recklessly release his magic, allowing the tumultuous energy to whirl freely around the room. As his private sanctuary was reduced to ruins, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and his clothing lay in tatters. Nagini was hurled against the windowsill, while the gaunt ring rolled beneath the bed. Tom, dizzy and engulfed in a sea of red, touched the corner of his eye, discovering a pool of blood in his hand. Coughing violently, he exclaimed, "This is truly exhilarating." As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the runes on the ground began to fade, transforming into white light that surged into his body. Clearly, Tom's diminutive frame began to elongate, gradually transforming into a slender and graceful form. The cherubic roundness of his face gave way to a more angular visage, while his dark locks cascaded down to his chin, ultimately settling at the stature he possessed at the tender age of 12. He gazed at his elongated fingers, sensing the abundant magical energy coursing within him, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, it was imperative to merge all the soul fragments. Tom surveyed the wreckage of his bedroom, retrieving Nagini from beside the window, and, upon confirming its safety, gently placed it on the relatively intact bed. Barefoot, he unearthed his hidden second-hand wand, uttering the incantation for restoration. In an instant, the dilapidated room transformed into a pristine sanctuary. Nodding in satisfaction, he neatly stored the second-hand wand purchased from Diagon Alley, and, wrapped in a towel, made his way to the bathroom. He understood that if he wished to remain here, he must first conceal his identity. This may well have been the most prudent course of action he had ever undertaken, he mused, wanting both to simmer slowly like a frog in warm water and to bask in the proximity of the water tower. Kicking aside a small stool, Tom turned on the Shoriad, washing away the grime that clung to him, revealing the strikingly handsome features beneath. Meanwhile, the serpent, engrossed in a television program, flicked its tongue. Was it starving? Why did it detect the scent of Salazar's bloodline descendant? Uncertain, it flicked its tongue once more, deciding to watch another episode of the animated series to calm its nerves. Tom, draped in his towel, returned to the bedroom, glanced at Nagini, and donned a tattered child's outfit before lying down on the bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. When Severus returned from the cafe and found the living room and study devoid of activity, he deduced that Tom was still napping. He refrained from disturbing him, instead carrying the confectionery he had brought home into the kitchen, where he heated up some milk tea to share with the serpent. The alarm clock in the bedroom rang for quite some time, yet no one emerged. Initially believing Tom to be indulging in slumber, Severus paid it no mind. But as the ringing persisted, he sensed something amiss. "Tom, are you all right? I'm coming in, he called, knocking on the door, only to receive no response. He then opened the door and stepped inside. Through the light streaming in from the window, he noticed a bulge beneath the covers, revealing a tuft of dark hair. Severus felt an inkling of oddity, though he could not quite articulate why. He silenced the alarm clock and glanced at Nagini, who was quietly sleeping, feeling somewhat relieved. Tom, wake up, it's time for dinner, Severus said, his brow furrowing slightly, tinged with concern. Was the child unwell? A slender arm emerged from under the blanket, followed by a boy sitting up, stretching, which inadvertently exposed the ragged clothing he wore. Severus, what time is it? I'm so hungry, the boy remarked, patting his stomach and pouting. Severus discreetly touched the wand at his waist, choosing not to answer the boy's inquiry. However, observing the familiar attire and the well-known tone, he felt an incredulous thought take root in his mind. In the next moment, the boy's reaction confirmed his suspicions. Wow, Severus, I've grown up. Look at my hands. My legs have lengthened too. Can I climb mountains by myself now? Tom acted according to plan, fully embodying a mixture of bewilderment and euphoric excitement. Severus noted the boy's genuine happiness, silently relaxing his grip on the wand. Indeed, magical beings do not adhere to the same growth rate as humans. Naturally, Severus accepted Tom's sudden maturation, even going so far as to purchase suitable clothing and shoes for him. Do I still need to attend my extracurricular classes? Tom asked, hanging his new sweatshirt and jeans in the wardrobe, a hint of dejection in his voice. The teacher even mentioned submitting my artwork for a youth painting competition. Not only would he be unable to attend his extracurricular classes, but the birth certificate Severus had procured for Tom would also need to be redone. Moreover, there were familiar friends and relatives to consider. Severus rubbed his temples in frustration, uncertain how to explain the situation to them. Do you know how old you are now? Severus inquired, regarding Tom, who now stood over 1.6 meters tall, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Tom furrowed his brows in contemplation before hesitantly responding. Probably 12, maybe 13. I'm not sure. Well then, professional matters should be handled by professionals. The following day, Severus took Tom to St. Mungo's, the healer at St. Mungo's asked Severus several questions regarding Tom before readying her wand for a full-body scan. Tom clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Who dared to point a wand at him, aside from Severus? The healer remained blissfully unaware of the danger she had evaded, prescribing some stabilizers and soothing potions. The child is not in serious trouble. There is merely a disruption in his magical flow, and he shows signs of malnutrition. He should consume more meat and vegetables, she advised, casting a knowing glance at Severus, who evidently played the role of the guardian. At 13 years old, a bit of a temper is to be expected. Adults should be understanding. Severus chuckled awkwardly, accepting the potions as he explained. I completely understand. Ha! Who hasn't he had a rebellious face? The healer nodded non-committally, allowing them to leave. Severus, I'm 13. Can I still go to Hogwarts? Tom inquired curiously on their way home, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Severus gazed at the striking young boy and felt a wave of headache wash over him. Right, does Hogwarts accept students over the age limit? Well, your situation is quite unique. Let us see if we can send an owl to inquire, Severus replied with a chuckle. Yet, he knew full well that Tom would not be attending Hogwarts. The healer at St. Mungo's had assessed his bone age to be 13, and Tom's circumstances were unlike those of ordinary wizards. Aside from self-study, there appeared to be no other options. Tom, observing Severus's troubled expression, stifled a laugh and nodded, his handsome face drawing the attention of passers-by. The pursuit of beauty is a universal endeavor, yet some remain oblivious to it. Severus lowered his gaze in contemplation, genuinely troubled. A 5-year-old child suddenly transformed into a 13-year-old youth. Who wouldn't be astonished? Not to mention, he was a cat demon, yet lacking immediate solutions. They could only take one step at a time. Severus returned home and consulted the ancient serpent about any similar situations it might have encountered with Tom. The serpent rolled its eyes with great difficulty. Had it known everything, it would not be in its current form. Moreover, the scent emanating from the feline was becoming increasingly familiar, reminiscent of a fragrance it had encountered decades prior. Severus awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he had forgotten that the serpent had spent centuries at Hogwarts, asking it was less effective than referencing books. To help Severus adapt to his new identity and to familiarize himself with his own magic, Tom remained quiet at home for several days. Of course, during this time, he did not forget to contact Lucius, requesting that his wand be placed at Voldemort's manor, as he intended to retrieve it at an opportune moment. Tom, did you forget about Dobby? You can summon him, Nagini remarked as Tom finished the last of his snacks in the game. Tom suddenly realized what he had forgotten. Having lived in the Muggle world for so long, he had even forgotten about his house elf. Nagini, you're brilliant. Today my snacks are yours, Tom praised, returning to his game. completely oblivious to the serpent's increasingly peculiar gaze. Severus, as usual, remained reclusive, having read through all the Muggle novels and science fiction magazines, ultimately settling on today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Ever since magical items began infiltrating the Muggle realm, the Ministry of Magic had grown increasingly robust. However, like a castle in the air, it remained detached from the populace, while the Malfoy-led families established companies, global corporation, forged friendships with Grindelwald and the Rosier family, among others, and generously donated to charitable causes for healthcare, education, and children, momentarily eclipsing Dumbledore's prominence. In recent years, Dumbledore has remained rather subdued, attending meetings at the Ministry of Magic and addressing matters concerning Sirius, while spending the majority of his time at Hogwarts. Even though there have been rumors of his sighting in Austria, they are merely fabrications. As Severus observed the Daily Prophet reporting on the retrial of Azkaban inmates, alongside the Ministry's endeavor to combat wrongful convictions, he understood that the Muggle judicial system had been imitated. "Severus, will you be visiting the cafe today?" Tom inquired, placing the freshly washed fruits upon the table and seating himself beside him. Severus snapped out of his reverie, instinctively smiling. "Later. I shall take you to Diagon Alley to procure some items first." "Diagon Alley? The new one or the old one?" Tom retorted. Severus stroked his chin in contemplation. Although the new wand shop in Diagon Alley boasted American wand makers, Ollivanders in the old alley truly comprehended the habits of English wizards, thus ensuring a wand more suited to the buyer. "We shall go to the old Diagon Alley. Sometimes, the charm of the ancient streets is more enticing." Tom then changed his attire, bringing along some galleons to buy snacks and toys for Nagini. The cobbled streets remained familiar, lined with shops exuding a medieval ambience, bustling with people and wafting the delightful aromas of food. Severus, not lingering, led Tom to the last shop, its golden sign freshly painted, gleaming in the sunlight. The bright display windows showcased several exquisite wands within glass cases. "Severus, are you taking me to buy a wand?" Tom's eyes widened in surprise, as his own wand still resided in Voldemort's manor. Severus nodded, guiding him into the shop. Inside, the store had transformed significantly from Severus's recollection, though still modest in size. The chandelier above cast a brighter light, and the wand boxes were neatly arranged behind the counter, accompanied by a sign that read, "Defensive magic is in place. Please keep your thoughts to yourself." Ollivander, accompanied by his nephew, Lyndon, approached the counter, his pale eyes sweeping over the two newcomers. He gestured for his nephew to continue tidying the shelves. "Good day. Are you here to customize a wand?" His large eyes scanned the two, who appeared far from 11 years of age, recalling that many foreigners sought his wand-making services, hence his inquiry. Severus pointed to Tom, reciting the excuse he had long prepared. "My brother's wand has broken, and we seek a suitable new wand." Ollivander's memory stirred. "Ah, I recognize you, Severus Snape. Your wand, crafted from a phoenix feather or serpent's nerve, measures 13.5 inches, 3,429 centimeters, known for its flexibility and stability, perfectly suited to you." Ollivander's attention shifted to Tom, a flicker of familiarity crossing his features. "Your eyes evoke a sense of recognition. Whose might they belong to?" Red eyes are quite rare. Though Ollivander's silver gaze appeared somewhat clouded, he continued to reminisce. "Ah, young sir, which hand do you prefer?" he inquired, producing a measuring tape. "My right hand." Tom replied with a smile, uncertain if Ollivander had recognized him. Yet, who would suspect that Voldemort had regressed? "Ah, splendid. Every wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties. This is why my wands surpass those made by others," Ollivander rambled on, selecting several long boxes as he navigated the shelves. Tom dutifully tried wand after wand, perplexed by Ollivander's slow efficiency, questioning how this shop remained operational. A discerning customer. Let me ponder what might suit you," Ollivander muttered, retrieving additional boxes for Tom to trial. Tom, growing somewhat impatient, noted that when he had first visited Diagon Alley to purchase his wand, the experience had not dragged on this long. Transforming into a wand-testing automaton, he continued until he grasped yet another wand, only for his fingertips to suddenly heat up. Instinctively, he raised the wand above his head, and with a swift motion, a scarlet light burst forth, singeing a considerable portion of Ollivander's hair. "Oh, you wood and phoenix tail feather, truly marvelous," Ollivander exclaimed, brushing his now singed hair while encasing Tom's wand in a box, wrapping it in blue paper, and muttering incessantly, "Marvelous. Indeed, an 11-inch wonder." "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Ollivander," Tom said, now intrigued, leaning closer to inquire, "What is it that you find so wondrous?" Ollivander's silver eyes locked onto Tom's, as if peering through him to see another. "Young sir, 2 tail feathers from the same phoenix. One was used for this wand, the other for another. Are you suggesting brother wands?" Ollivander hesitated, then nodded, continuing. However, his wand is 13.5 inches long, crafted from purple heart. How fortuitous. Truly remarkable. I believe you are destined for greatness, young sir, Ollivander said ambiguously, for while Voldemort was not taboo, they both silently maintained that understanding. Tom raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable as he replied, "Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Ollivander." He paid for the wand with 7 galleons, offering a noble yet artificial smile before turning to depart. Ollivander, observing Tom's enigmatic grin, found himself momentarily frozen, grappling with the realization of who that young man truly was. "Uncle, what is the matter?" Lyndon called out in a panic, causing a commotion within the wand shop. Meanwhile, Severus and Tom had already distanced themselves. Unaware of the sudden upheaval, the duo arrived at Flourish and Blots, where the staff warmly attended to the incoming customers. This year, the professors of Hogwarts have collectively published a workbook. If you require one, please note that the invisible book is temporarily out of stock. Apologies. Tom surveyed the surroundings, noting that most of the textbooks bore little difference from those of his own studies. The only notable change was that the teachers had taken to compiling workbooks, the origin of which remained a mystery. Severus picked up the workbook to discover that the first author listed was none other than Andre. He realized that the concept of the long-ago 3 years of newts, 5 years of owls had now taken tangible form, evoking a moment of sympathy for the young witches and wizards. He selected several magical tomes and a few workbooks before finally leading Tom home. Tom had already secured his wand at his waist, caressing its surface, and upon noticing the thick stack of books in Severus's hands, felt a shiver of apprehension. "Severus, what are these books for?" he ventured to ask. Severus cast him an amused glance, bemused by Tom's evident anxiety. "These are for Nguyen. She received an owl last week, and will begin her studies at Hogwarts this September." Zhang Mingyuan had called Severus to inform him, but at that time, Tom had been too drained from expending his magic to pay much attention. Tom exhaled quietly, relieved that the books were not intended for him. "Nguyen adores reading. She is likely to be a Ravenclaw," he remarked with a slight smile, choosing to divert the conversation. "Will we be returning to the village this year?" "Halbo is eager to play in the Forbidden Forest." Severus completed the address, watching as the owl soared away with its heavy load, before turning to Tom. "Do you wish to go?" he asked as they strolled down the street. Tom was uncertain whether Severus meant the village or the Forbidden Forest, but he had his own plans, thus he shook his head. "I wish to remain by your side," he stated earnestly, his red eyes shimmering with sincerity. A warm sensation coursed through Severus's heart, causing his lips to curl into a smile. Yet thoughts of Tom possibly turning into a rebellious youth stirred a hint of melancholy within him. I hope you refrain from riding a thestral in the future." Tom overheard Severus's murmurs, yet he could not comprehend how remaining with him and the will-o'-the-wisps was pertinent. Thus, the serpent creature, laden with a suitcase brimming with snacks, declined Nagini's request to accompany him and, with a flick of his tail, ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The centaur Bane had been waiting for some time. His gaze lingered on Tom for but a moment before he shouldered the serpent and departed. Tom was unfazed by this, but Nagini was astonished for quite a while, yearning to perch upon the centaur's back. Severus, unwilling to remain at home for fear that Zhang Mingyuan would summon him to tutor in Wan, hurriedly took Tom and Nagini to the town for a holiday. At a kindergarten in Cokeworth, Harry awaited his uncle's arrival to collect him after school, his little backpack slung over his shoulder. "Harry, did you have fun today?" Vernon inquired, opening the car door, his voice reflecting his visible girth, having seemingly gained an additional 10 pounds. "Yes, I had a great time," Harry replied obediently, nodding as he settled into the car. "Today, Aunt Fic taught us a new song." As Vernon listened to the child's amusing stories, his thoughts wandered to purchasing a bottle of red wine to complement their steak dinner. Upon their return home, they noticed a small tabby cat mewing pitifully from a tree at the street corner, while nearby squatted a hefty orange cat. The rotund orange feline appeared unable to tolerate the tabby's distress, raising its paw to swat at it. Harry tugged at Vernon's sleeve, urging him to rescue the little tabby. With a resigned sigh, Vernon rolled up his sleeves, dragging his ample frame forward to shoo away the fat orange cat. The orange cat nimbly dodged the stick, hissing at them before landing a few swipes at the tabby and bounding to the opposite tree. Harry opened his satchel, enticing the tabby to jump down, yet the cat, sensing the departure of the orange menace, remained fearful with its tail tucked. "Mimi, come down. I'll catch you." Harry shook the satchel to lure it down, but the little feline remained unmoved, even retreating further. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Vernon, now panting from the exertion, lifted Harry into his arms, having expended considerable energy driving off the orange cat. "Harry, why don't you try again? If it doesn't work, we'll call the community management," Vernon offered reassuringly. Harry responded with a soft calling out to Mimi in his sweet, childish voice. The orange cat, perched above, groomed its paws, mocking the inept human child while hissing loudly at the tabby. The little tabby, frightened, began to retreat, perilously close to the edge of the wall, causing Harry to feel a surge of panic. In an instant, Vernon felt a sudden lightness in his arms as Harry soared into the air, gliding towards the small cat and enveloping it in mid-flight. "Harry, come back," Vernon whispered, aware that Harry had once again employed his wizarding abilities, fearful of being seen. "Haha, Annie Vernon, this is so much fun." Harry laughed innocently as he flew towards his uncle. However, the little tabby was not content to remain still. It wriggled free from Harry's embrace, its claws snagging onto his hair, causing Harry to yelp in surprise as his vision was obscured. Fortunately, the tabby managed to leap back onto the wall just in time. "Harry, I'm here, don't panic." Vernon's eyes remained fixed on the young boy, his back drenched in cold sweat. Harry regained his balance mid-air, gently floating down to the ground. "Annie Vernon, I'm fine," he reassured, observing his approaching uncle. Yet, in the next moment, misfortune struck as an apple fell from the tree above, landing squarely on his head, causing our dear little Harry to faint. Chapter 117. The Resurgence of an Arch-Nemesis. On the very day that Harry was struck by the apple, the Malfoy manor was abuzz with merriment. Lucius gazed fondly at Draco, who was eager to ride a pony, his heart growing weary of the Muggle scholars incessantly pestering him for funds. He too wished to partake in the equestrian delight, yet was burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. Narcissa, amused by her husband's childlike antics, leaned down to kiss his forehead, chuckling softly, "Dear Lucius, little Draco and I shall carry your heartfelt wishes to the stables." Lucius, both amused and exasperated by her words, grasped his wife's hand and gently kissed the back of it. "Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle's children will be there. Little Draco shall not be alone." Narcissa raised an eyebrow, her hand withdrawing slowly. She had already discerned her husband's intentions. Draco emerged with a pony whip, tugging Narcissa towards the exit, longing to ride for what felt like an eternity. Regrettably, his father had only permitted him to ride a peacock, deeming horseback riding a pastime for Muggles. Yet, inexplicably, his father had suddenly acquiesced, specifically instructing his mother to take him out for a ride. At the racetrack, under the watchful eyes of the staff, Draco fed the little red pony to build rapport, and with their assistance, he mounted the mini steed, trotting around the grassy field in circles. "Being an adult is wonderful," Pansy exclaimed, her curls bouncing as she watched Narcissa and Draco gallop around the track with envy. The children were limited to riding gentle mini ponies, tethered to the staff. Too small for independent riding. "Don't worry, when I grow up, I'll take you riding," Draco replied, scrunching his little nose as he carefully held the reins. Pansy glanced at her oblivious parents, who were lost in the moment, and sighed with resignation. After several laps, Narcissa, adjusting her windswept hair, dismounted the pony. "Little Draco, did you enjoy yourself?" She hurried to the children's area, embracing Draco and showering his cherubic face with kisses. Draco looked at her with dismay, feeling utterly humiliated before his peers. "I want to ride a big horse with Mommy. The pony isn't fun," he pouted, evading her touch and rubbing his sore cheek. Muttering about fairness, lamenting that Al Potter, at only 10, could ride a big horse. Narcissa merely smiled, offering no reply, her hand gently stroking Draco's head. Pouting, Draco departed with Pansy to the dining area. Perhaps longing for the robust stallions, after their meal, he pulled Crabbe and Goyle towards the stables. Crabbe, eyeing the apples being devoured by the majestic horses, swallowed hard but steadfastly stood by Draco's side. As Draco wandered through the stables, his gaze fell upon a magnificent platinum horse, his eager little hands reaching out, only to be halted by a stern voice. "Do not touch him." Startled, Draco withdrew his hand, turning to see a frantic man hastening towards them. "The stallion is in a breeding cycle, exhibiting aggressive behavior. It is best to keep your distance." The man swiftly ushered the 3 children away from the stallion's stable, calling out to the surrounding staff to secure the entrance. "We merely wish to see the horse," Draco lamented, casting longing glances at the magnificent creature, entirely oblivious to Crabbe halting in front of him. As he turned, he collided with Crabbe's back, causing him to stumble and fall. In a panic, Draco grasped for something to steady himself, but found only emptiness, crashing to the ground. His vision faded to black, and he promptly lost consciousness. Miles away in a quaint town, Severus paused mid-spell to tidy the room, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. Tom, assisting in clearing the fallen leaves from the garden, sensed the same, squinting at the azure sky before resuming his task of vanquishing the leaves with his wand. It was said that his ability to wield a wand was a boon from magical creatures, and upon witnessing his proficiency in simple spells without error, Severus no longer objected, often reminding him to exercise caution in his practice. Severus found a certain charm in the tranquil life of the small town. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt as he observed the bored Tom. Tom, I shall take you to the seaside, where we can embark on a boat at the White Cliffs, savor seafood, and capture some picturesque scenery, Severus said, wiping the small cat picture on the table and displaying several family portraits taken after Nagini's arrival. Tom nonchalantly nodded. As long as he was with Severus, he had no preference for the destination, especially since he had already made arrangements with Lucius. Lucius, who had been the subject of Tom's incessant murmurs, felt a growing irritation. According to the healer at St. Mungo's, Draco was physically unharmed, yet he had been unconscious for 2 days. How could that be? After a few vials of potions, both gray-blue and emerald-green eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Yes, indeed, the wizards from that group had examined Harry and declared him fine. Well, he was awake now. However, there was a certain dullness to him. It was said that he had been fed potions, and he had sneaked out yesterday, only to be kindly returned by Mrs. Fig. Thank you, Severus, for coming. Harry listened intently as Aunt Petunia spoke on the phone, pulling his cousin Dudley, who wished to play with his remote-controlled car, and pretended to drive it around the room. Upon hearing that familiar name, a flicker of nostalgia and shock crossed his eyes. He never imagined Aunt Petunia would have such a close relationship with Snape. Severus ended the call, shaking his head at Tom with a hint of regret. It seemed our seaside adventure had reached an untimely conclusion. Previously, he had given Mignon a two-way mirror, anticipating the need for communication in places where phones could not reach. Little did he know it would prove useful, and he conveyed the hotel number to Mignon. Thus, he learned of Harry's coma due to a magical surge, nearly mistaking it for an assassination attempt by the Death Eaters. However, Tom, witnessing Severus's concern, recalled the intelligence gathered from his subordinates, prompting him to ponder further. Are you quite concerned about Harry? He inquired, tinged with acidity. Rather than concern, it is more a matter of worry and surveillance. Observing whether Harry will tread the path originally intended for him, Severus replied slowly, continuing to pack the souvenirs with a hint of reluctance. Such circumstances surrounding the young wizard would elicit concern from anyone. I am relieved that you remain untroubled. Tom crossed his arms and huffed, clearly unconvinced, his expression betraying his disbelief. Severus's thoughts drifted to the late Lily, causing his smile to fade, yet he offered no further explanation. Instead, tossing Tom a plush rabbit to place in Nagini's small suitcase. Tom's eyes flickered, dismissing the urge to delve deeper into the matter. Soon, they transitioned from the plane to the train, arriving in London by 2 in the afternoon. Tom remained entranced by the blue skies and white clouds he had witnessed during the flight, even though he had seen them countless times in television and magazines. Nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand. Once again, he marveled at the wonders of Muggle technology. Thankfully, he had encouraged Lucius to study Muggle inventions early on. Otherwise, what would they have achieved in their quest for unification? They might as well self-destruct on the spot. However, as he observed the female staff member conversing with Severus, a sense of displeasure washed over him. Never mind, those annoying Muggles can still be dealt with, he muttered. Severus politely declined the invitation for coffee from the female colleague, only to turn and find Tom with an ambiguous expression. Come, Tom, let us apparate, he beckoned, moving to a secluded corner to retrieve his wand. Tom looked at Severus in surprise, having expected him to take the subway instead. Have you sent Nagini up? Severus suddenly inquired, grasping Tom's wrist. Tom, bewildered, nodded, yes. I opened the game console for her. With a slight smile, Severus snapped his fingers, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. Previously, Severus had taken Tom through apparition a few times, but typically they preferred traveling by car unless urgency dictated otherwise. When they reappeared, they found themselves on Privet Drive. The Dursleys' house was neat and tidy, the blue ribbon hanging from the gate seemingly intended to guide visitors. Severus approached and rang the doorbell. The sound of high heels quickly echoed from within, and Petunia emerged in a long dress, her face alight with joy. You've finally arrived, come in, she exclaimed, ushering them inside and eagerly serving hot tea. I took the day off to stay home and await your arrival. Do try it. It's my special brew of black tea. Severus accepted the cup with a smile, complimenting her on her improved skills. Petunia's gaze landed on Tom, and she hesitated before asking, and who might this be? Severus rubbed his nose, realizing he had yet to introduce them. This is Tom, he explained, hoping to clarify the peculiarities of magical creatures. Petunia regarded Tom thoughtfully, her hand instinctively reaching for a surgical knife hidden beneath the table. My, how quickly you've grown. You're already up to Severus's shoulder, she remarked, greeting Tom with a smile before resuming her light-hearted banter with Severus. Tom's attractive brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Severus inquired in detail about Harry's condition, scanning the room for the absence of any child. As Tom observed the two conversing so comfortably, he suppressed a wave of annoyance. He had long been aware of their close relationship, even during his days as a mere kitten. Vernon has gone to pick Harry up from preschool and will be back shortly. I must attend to Dudley for now. You two make yourselves at home, Petunia explained, just as sounds of commotion emerged from the children's room, indicating that her son had awakened from his nap. Severus nodded in understanding as Dudley's infantile voice called out. Moments later, Petunia emerged, cradling her chubby son who clutched a remote-controlled car. Upon seeing two unfamiliar faces in the living room, Dudley nestled closer to Petunia, observing curiously. This is your Uncle Severus, and this is your Uncle Tom. Be sure to greet your uncles. Petunia introduced them briefly before settling back onto the sofa, placing Dudley beside her. Good afternoon, Uncle Severus and Uncle Tom, the little boy said politely, waving his hand before returning to his toy with bashfulness. Severus smiled in return, sipping his tea, while Tom was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had reached the stage of being called an uncle. However, he quickly regained his composure, nodding with a smile. The waiting period grew somewhat tedious. Dudley's animated show had concluded, and shopping advertisements filled the screen. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside, followed by the heavy footsteps of a man and the rapid patter of a child's running. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and the occupants of the room turned in unison towards the entrance. Aunt Petunia, I'm back. I'm going to do my homework now. A thin figure dashed past like a gust of wind, ignoring the company in the living room as he raced towards his small bedroom. Hey, Harry, slow down. Haha, Petunia. I'm back. Today, Harry was very safe. Vernon huffed, wiping his flushed neck, a broad grin illuminating his face, clearly pleased with the successful completion of his task. Petunia offered Severus an apologetic smile, and Vernon strode in, planting a loud kiss on her cheek. Upon spotting Severus, Vernon appeared somewhat surprised, extending his hand for a shake, while subtly mentioning the increased number of visitors seeking Harry recently. Ah, that venerable old man with the white beard, my dear. I recognize him as Dumbledore. Furthermore, there is also a representative from the Ministry of Magic, a doctor named Saint something or other, who seems quite interested in Harry. Vernon's incessant ramblings continued until he drained the pot of the red tea that Petunia had brewed. Only then did he finally cease his chatter, albeit reluctantly. Petunia, nodding silently beside him, suddenly recalled something and could not help but remark, I certainly did not observe such concern from the magical community a few years ago. Severus, however, was well aware of the underlying reasons. Beyond the original prophecy, there were the power struggles within the ministry. They sought to gather incriminating evidence against the Death Eaters in order to eradicate the remnants entirely. It was only natural, he stated with a hint of derision in his eyes. Tom, observing silently, remained reticent, yet he had never ceased pondering the incompetence of the ministry. However, considering he had failed to fully dominate the ministry for decades, perhaps he too was rather ineffectual? Tom casually peeled an orange, meticulously removing the white pith before handing it to Severus. The latter accepted the fruit with practiced ease, consuming it before recalling the primary purpose of their visit today. The Street Mungo's staff had examined Harry. Did he still require my assessment? When he saw Tom offering another orange, he shook his head in refusal. Compared to the physicians at St. Mungo's, Petunia placed greater faith in Severus's judgment, and upon hearing his words, she decisively nodded and ascended the stairs to fetch Harry. During this period of rebirth, Harry had encountered a plethora of familiar faces from his past life. When he awakened, he nearly ascended to the heavens, but upon seeing the youthful versions of his aunt and uncle, he questioned whether he was still dreaming. Now, upon beholding the younger, less greasy Severus Snape, his beloved professor, his heart swelled with emotion, and he blurted out, Severus, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Severus, perched on the sofa, raised an eyebrow at this peculiar statement. What on earth was he saying? Petunia, feeling a bit awkward, patted Harry's shoulder and coughed, redirecting the conversation. As Harry's mind was muddled from his studies, realizing his gaffe, Harry broke into a sheepish grin. Uncle Severus, it has been a long time. However, when his gaze shifted to Severus's side, his pupils dilated. Aunt Petunia, today Sister Fic took us to do community volunteering, he stammered, his pronunciation faltering as he nearly uttered that name. Chapter 118, Exposure. Harry's eyes were filled with terror as he regarded the man before him. Anyone would be alarmed after having slain a lifelong adversary, only to find themselves reborn at the age of 5, staring at a living Voldemort in the sitting room of his aunt's house. Moreover, this Voldemort was the youthful version he had glimpsed in Dumbledore's memories. How could it get any more frightening? Under the scrutiny of several gazes, Harry shrank back, preferring the mundane lessons of kindergarten to the company of this perilous individual. Harry, this is your Uncle Severus, and this is Uncle Tom. Hurry over and let your Uncle Severus examine you, Petunia instructed, knowing that their kindergarten often engaged in activities. She smiled and nudged the dazed Harry, urging him to approach. With a gulp, Harry suppressed the urge to flee, gingerly moving his weary legs closer to Severus. "Hello, Uncle Severus." "Hello, Uncle Tom," he greeted with an obedient smile, attempting to divert their attention from his earlier slip of the tongue. "Hello, little Harry," Severus replied, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. What did he mean by saying it was wonderful that he was alive? Severus was certain that Harry had never witnessed him in a state of injury or distress. Why would he express such a sentiment? Tom, feeling uncomfortable at being addressed, noticed the peculiar glint in Harry's eyes. Faced with the current Harry, his previous warmth evaporated, replaced by a mere polite nod. Harry, oblivious to his demeanor, kept his head down, avoiding his gaze. Severus pressed his lips together, drawing out his wand to perform a self-taught healing spell to examine Harry. The gentle white light signified that the child was indeed in good health. Yet, observing Harry's rigid posture and the occasional flicker of sorrow in his eyes, Severus harbored an astonishing suspicion, though he kept it to himself, recording it in his mind. Harry is in excellent health. The magical surge has left him somewhat weakened. Just administer the prescribed potion as instructed by the street mungo's doctor, Severus advised, retracting his wand and addressing the concerned Petunia. She heaved a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, as long as he is well. Harry, lost in complex emotions, lowered his gaze. His mind swirling with memories of a warm childhood utterly different from his past life, rendering him somewhat dazed. Perhaps the events of his previous life were merely a dream? Moreover, Harry's small hand scratched at his forehead, where the scar that had accompanied him for over a decade had vanished, and he no longer resided in a cupboard. Petunia and Severus conferred about the required potions before resuming their discussion regarding Harry's performance in kindergarten. Isn't it common for children to experience frequent magical surges at a young age? Petunia remarked. Severus wasn't entirely sure, but he knew that if a young wizard's magic was not properly guided, it could lead to silence. Why doesn't the magical community have kindergartens or primary schools for children? Wouldn't it be better if teachers were present to handle such situations if they were to arise again? Petunia scoffed, genuinely perplexed. Severus, too, found it hard to comprehend why the ministry had not established a kindergarten. And he recalled Lucius mentioning that his child protection agency had yet to be approved but was in the works. Just as Petunia was passionately discussing this, Dudley, engrossed in his animated series, approached, clutching her leg and babbling in his childish voice, "Mummy, I'm hungry. I want strawberry tarts, waffles, and grilled sausages." As he counted on his fingers, saliva dripped from his mouth, prompting laughter from everyone present. Vernon scooped up Dudley, eliciting peals of laughter from the child. Seeing this, Petunia invited Severus and Tom to join them for dinner. Severus, finding himself with nothing else to do, agreed. Throughout the meal, Harry was on edge. Especially when Severus inquired if he felt unwell, he sensed an air of menace. This is truly overwhelming, he thought, feeling tears of frustration welling up. How was it possible that his professor was mingling with someone who resembled Voldemort? Oh, wait. In this lifetime, Severus had not taught potions at Hogwarts. And the faculty had expanded, yet it still felt bizarre. Harry's mind raced with errant thoughts, and without realizing it, he stuffed a spicy pepper into his mouth, instantly reaching for cold water in desperation. Tom's lips twitched, ultimately breaking into a smile. Why would he quibble with a mere child? Especially one who was genuinely 5 years old? Moreover, Tom's gaze fell upon the youth engrossed in his meal, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. Whether Severus was clinging to past sentiments or simply harboring affection, he must be nipped in the bud. As darkness enveloped the sky outside, the streets remained bustling. Due to the presence of a child, they refrained from ordering wine, yet their conversation continued for quite some time. By the time they finished dinner, the clock had struck 9, and the bright streetlights illuminated the path home. Headmaster Dumbledore, it is truly wonderful that Severus is alive, Sirius mused. Harry, succumbing to the demands of his biological clock, had already fallen asleep on Vernon's shoulder, a smile playing on his lips as if he were dreaming sweet dreams. His voice was muffled, no one could discern what he was saying. Petunia wrapped Dudley in a coat, while Vernon bundled Harry into the car. Goodbye. Penny waved from the passenger seat, while Vernon merely nodded in acknowledgement, focused on driving. It wasn't until the car turned a corner and vanished completely from sight that Severus finally took his leave. The moon hung full and luminous, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of cherry blossoms. Severus and Tom strolled along the bustling streets, enveloped in a serene sense of time's gentle passage. Tom accepted the soda that Severus offered, its icy touch causing him to squint slightly. Severus, if I were to grow up again, would you cast me out? Tom felt a vague sense that he was nearing the time of his next growth spurt. Severus looked at him with perplexity, replying, You would still be my family. Even as an adult. Once you establish your own life, you will leave of your own accord. I wouldn't need to push you away. He took a sip of his soda, adding candidly, just don't find me annoying at that point. With a girlfriend, I wouldn't want to be a third wheel. I won't have a girlfriend. What? Nothing. As they continued to chat, Tom pondered a topic that eventually led to house elves in the magical world. House elves. Though they are products of alchemy, they are indeed remarkably useful. Creatures capable of apparition within Hogwarts, and utterly loyal to their masters, Severus mused, contemplating the house elves of Hogwarts and wondering why wizards in the magical realm didn't employ such a powerful advantage for significant undertakings. If he were to embody Voldemort, he would have long since instructed house elves to undermine the Ministry of Magic, dismantle Hogwarts, and capture Dumbledore. After all, in a one-on-one scenario against a wizard, barring a few exceptionally powerful ones, house elves would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Even if house elves couldn't harm wizards, surely they could capture them alive, right? He couldn't fathom Voldemort's reasoning for neglecting such a formidable advantage. Moreover, as a lineage steeped in tradition, Lucius and his ilk possessed a considerable number of house elves. Not to mention the wild ones roaming outside. They could simply converse at home while dispatching house elves to eliminate threatening targets, effortlessly reaping the rewards of victory. Perhaps it was an unwritten rule among wizards, as none had ever utilized house elves in combat. You mean house elves can apparate within Hogwarts? Tom's smile faltered, a shadow flitting across his eyes. It was essential to note that Hogwarts was fortified with anti-apparition spells. If house elves could apparate under such conditions, then the items he had hidden in the cave were in grave peril. He had brought the Black family's house elf along. And how was it that he had been unaware of this? Severus quickly realized the implications of his words and hastily waved his hand. I might have misremembered. And with so many house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, I could have mixed them up. Tom, skeptical but intrigued, responded. I'll inform Lucius tomorrow to investigate this matter and also tally the number of house elves. After all, we've already recruited werewolves and giants. Adding more house elves wouldn't be a bad idea. Tom had previously regarded house elves as free, albeit neurotic, servants, indifferent to magical alchemical items. However, if they truly possessed the capabilities Severus claimed, they would all become his subordinates. Perhaps Tom had fallen into a contemplative silence for too long. As Severus turned to glance at him, the moonlight revealing a hint of familiarity in his expression. Tom, are you all right? Severus felt an unusual emotion swell within him. They had entered the neighborhood, and the surroundings had grown quiet, the cobblestone path bearing only their two figures. Tom, briefly interrupted from his thoughts, did not feel irked. Naturally, he took Severus's hand, smiling as he replied, Severus, I'm fine. It's just a pity that such remarkable house elves go unnoticed. Severus shook off his tightly held hand, but did not pull away. All right, it's too hot. You're a grown-up now, so let go. The warmth of their clasped hands soon turned clammy with perspiration, the summer heat causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Tom cast a reproachful glance at him, reluctantly releasing his grip. One moment they were proclaiming eternal family ties, and the next he was being asked to let go. But soon, Tom's fleeting resentment dissipated as Severus took the initiative to hold his hand once more. Oh, Merlin, having integrated most of my soul, why do I still entertain such childish thoughts? Tom internally scoffed, yet he delightedly tightened his grip on Severus's warm hand. You're not a 5-year-old anymore. You can't be afraid of walking alone at night, Severus teased, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Tom chose not to respond, simply holding hands as they made their way home. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the outside world, obscuring the bright moonlight and casting the path into darkness. After they had washed up and were about to retire to their respective rooms, Tom abruptly called out to Severus. What is it? Severus asked, bemused. Tom bit his lip in silence, pulling on Severus's collar and standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. Severus, you forgot to give me my goodnight kiss. He pointed to his forehead, expressing his dissatisfaction. You used to kiss me goodnight before sleeping. Do you not like me any more now that you see Harry? Severus stared, momentarily frozen, at Tom's handsome face, before breaking into laughter at his words. Tom, you're not a 5-year-old anymore. You can't just kiss family members in public. People might think it inappropriate. Severus gently ruffled Tom's dark hair, chuckling as he reminded him. A goodnight kiss is a means of expressing affection and care. A blessing for those close to one's heart. Coincidentally, Tom was particularly starved for affection, despite having lived under Severus's nurturing care for several years. The sudden absence of this habit left him quite dissatisfied. Under the intensity of Tom's earnest gaze, Severus sighed in resignation, pondering how to explain the difference between being an adult and a child to Tom. Was he not concerned about becoming a mama's boy in the future? Should he find Tom some books on adolescence? Perhaps it would be wiser to start with some educational literature instead. As these thoughts swirled, he quickly pressed a fleeting kiss to Tom's forehead, his perfunctory demeanor darkening Tom's expression. All right, good night, Tom. Sweet dreams, Severus urged, gently ushering Tom into his room and closing the door behind him. Once left alone, Tom's innocent gaze transformed into something sharper, his fingers instinctively brushing over his forehead. Not enough? This is far from sufficient. Severus lay on his soft bed, bidding goodnight to the snake statue on the green ivy before drifting into a deep slumber. Harry, having experienced quite a fright that day, was now curled up in bed, clutching a photo of his parents. He stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly fearful that this rather pleasant dream might shatter. Merlin above, my godfather is alive, Dumbledore is alive, and even Snape is alive. Those who once departed from my life have returned in another form. Harry Potter, you are the chosen one. You must obey. Harry, you cannot be weak. You must grow strong. Only you can defeat Voldemort. Harry Potter is dead. Haha, we have one. Countless voices echoed in his mind as Harry bit down on his blanket in anguish. He did not wish to be any savior. He merely desired a warm home and a family that cared for him. The sun over London was perpetually shrouded in mist, the horizon revealing a pale light that signaled dawn's arrival. The once quiet streets began to fill with pedestrians, and vendors called out fervently to sell their wares. Tom awoke early, diligently preparing breakfast in the kitchen, employing the very muggle methods he once despised, opting to follow Severus's example rather than using his wand. When the young man finally emerged and beheld the bountiful spread on the table, surprise illuminated his features, and he praised Tom's culinary skills as he ate. Tom responded with a shy smile, delicately spreading strawberry jam on a slice of bread with a small knife. The basilisk and Nagini, having feasted on a bellyful of scrambled eggs and bread, reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television. They too were fortunate enough to partake in Tom's breakfast. Do you have any plans for today? Tom inquired with a cheerful glint in his eyes. If not, I'd like to visit the seaside. Severus furrowed his brow in contemplation and then realized there was indeed something to attend to. Let us pay Harry a visit this afternoon. I've selected some reading material for young wizards. Tom's gentle gaze sharpened, a glint of icy resolve flashing within his crimson eyes. Excellent. I adore Harry Potter. Chapter 119, Lucius's Visit. Tomorrow St. Mungo's is a hassle for muggles. Draco sat elegantly in his chair, savoring his breakfast while listening to his parents' murmurs. A sigh of worry escaping his lips, Narcissa lifted her chin, directing her husband's attention to their pouting son. Ever since Draco had awakened from his fall at the riding school, he had become more composed, and his pleas for outings had diminished. Draco, would you like to visit Diagon Alley? Lucius inquired, setting down his napkin. At this, Draco's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by the current state of affairs outside and had longed to explore. It seemed as though someone had presented him with a golden opportunity. He was about to nod enthusiastically when he recalled he was still at the breakfast table, instead opting for a graceful nod reminiscent of his father's. Yet, he forgot that he was currently short of stature, making the gesture appear rather endearing. Narcissa chuckled lightly at the table, brushing her hair behind her ear, reflecting on the similarities between the father and son. Lucius, little Draco is just as vain as you were at his age. Lucius tousled Draco's soft golden hair, nodding with a smile. Of course, he is my son. Narcissa took a sip of coffee, gazing tenderly at the father-son duo, seemingly having emerged from the depths of her grief over their lost daughter. Draco was now 5 years old, and it was time for him to commence his heiress studies. She mused, stroking the starry ring on her finger, knowing her father would soon return from Germany, just in time to tutor little Draco. Lucius recalled that his father's condition had stabilized and nodded in agreement, but then his eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. He quickly sifted through potential candidates in his mind, finally landing on a certain dark-haired, black-eyed, reclusive younger Slytherin with a remarkable aptitude for potion-making. Little Draco, would you like to have a potions tutor? He asked, leaning towards Draco, his face alight with eagerness. Draco, still coming to terms with the notion of beginning his heiress studies, was momentarily taken aback by his father's inquiry. In his previous life, he had started his studies at 7, with his father as his potions master. Why would he need to seek an outsider this time? Yet, having been reborn, it was only natural for circumstances to differ. Father, who will my future potions teacher be? Draco tilted his head, curiosity etched across his face. The couple exchanged glances and, in unison, uttered a name. Severus Snape, a man devoid of affiliations or dark ties, a Slytherin of impeccable integrity. However, before Lucius could act upon this idea, Voldemort's message expedited matters, and the search for a tutor was postponed. At Hogwarts, there were over 100 house elves in need of rehoming. Lucius perused the documents sent by spies from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, astonished to discover the sheer number of house elves requiring relocation, far more complex than dealing with the goblins. He took a sip of bitter coffee to invigorate himself. Issues had also arisen with the werewolves. The former werewolf king, Lupin, was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, but fortunately, They had swiftly replaced him. Otherwise, the werewolves would have sought refuge with Dumbledore. Yet, speaking of Dumbledore, the old fox seemed to be absent from Hogwarts lately. Where could he have gone? As Lucius pondered this, the ringing of the telephone interrupted his thoughts. He reached for the receiver and brought it to his ear. Hello, Rail? Yes. The evidence Lupin collected can prove Sirius's innocence. You agree to release him after some time in Australia? Okay, no problem. After hanging up, Lucius wearily rubbed his temples. Since the Black family sought to protect Sirius, he could just as easily release the one imprisoned in the dungeon. However, his fingers drummed against the table. Where had Voldemort vanished to? From the sporadic messages he received, it was clear that Voldemort was somewhere with insight into the wizarding world. Yet why had no one been able to locate him? As Lucius grappled with these dilemmas, on a snow-capped mountain peak, Dumbledore was consumed by his own bitterness. We are unlikely to find the Resurrection Stone, Gellert. He exhaled a heavy sigh, turning to the man beside him. The tall figure, possessing mismatched eyes and striking golden hair contrasting against the white snow, rested his slender fingers on the black elder wand, creating a strange yet harmonious sight. And so what? There will inevitably come a day when it is found. Grindelwald chuckled softly, though they both knew the outcome. Dumbledore's pale blue robes rustled in the wind as he crossed his arms over his abdomen, allowing the gust to tousle his gray hair. I seem to find both fortune and misfortune in encountering you. Dumbledore's azure eyes brimmed with sorrow as he cast one last glance at Grindelwald before vanishing into thin air. After Dumbledore's departure, Grindelwald lingered for a moment longer. And only when his subordinate could no longer bear the weight for a message from their patroness did he descend from the snowy peak. The snowdrops planted for someone special had never once captured his gaze. At Malfoy Manor, after 3 days of exhaustive work, Lucius finally collapsed on the table. Having completed his review of the documents and drawn his conclusions, although he could have delegated this task to his subordinates, the gravity of the situation regarding the number of house elves from old families necessitated his personal attention. However, there was good news worth celebrating. He had received approval from the Ministry of Magic for the establishment of a child protection department, bolstered by his generous donation of 20,000 galleons, with the appointed head of the department being one of his own spies. While the salary and position were modest, this department was wholly his creation, solidifying his public influence within the Ministry of Magic. Lucius shared this joyous news with his wife and promised to purchase Draco a dragon plushie from the recently popular film, Wizards and Dragons. Through the changes at Diagon Alley and reports from the Daily Prophet, Draco finally grasped that this world was markedly different from his previous life. He began to feel grateful that he had not awoken to disclose the grim circumstances following Voldemort's return to his parents. Otherwise, he would have found himself confined in St. Mungo's. With a complex mix of emotions, he fiddled with the black dragon plushie, his thoughts drifting to the Hungarian horntail that Harry had battled during the Triwizard tournament in his previous life. He let out a soft sigh, pondering how the scarred boy was faring in this life. On a sunny afternoon, as Severus practiced with his wand, casting spells to tidy the room alongside Tom, he received a letter from Malfoy Manor. Observing the bald golden eagle swoop away, he unfolded the letter to read its contents. Although Tom was busy cleaning the carpet, he kept a watchful eye on Severus, even disregarding the cushion that the basilisk had dragged away to the side. Severus, does the letter trouble you? Tom asked, noticing the shift in Severus's demeanor and kindly offering him a glass of water. Severus took the cup of water and sipped hesitantly, shaking his head in uncertainty. Was he troubled? Not exactly. It was merely that he lacked the fervor for potions that his former self possessed. Initially, he had been motivated by the pursuit of wealth, which later evolved into a habit. He feared that teaching others might lead them astray, and besides, he was no longer in need of money. If I find it challenging to instruct you, how could I possibly teach anyone else? Severus handed the letter to Tom for his perusal. Tom scanned the letter swiftly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Lucius's decision to appoint Severus as his son's potions master. Yet he wholeheartedly agreed with Severus's judgment of character. Severus, do not underestimate yourself. You are the most formidable wizard in my eyes, Tom said with genuine warmth. Severus felt a flicker of joy at the reassurance and recalled the late daughter of the Malfoy family. Given their protective nature, should he agree to teach Draco, it was likely he would find himself residing at Malfoy Manor. Tom, perceptive to Severus's emotional shift, noted the fading smile in his eyes and resolved to find Lucius another task. If you feel too awkward to decline, I could draft a letter for you to inform them. Let us not forget little Harry. You still need to meet him in a few days, after all. You have your hands full, he remarked with a smile, though the crumpled letter he held contradicted his words. At that moment, Harry became the perfect shield. Severus pondered the situation carefully before finally nodding in agreement with Tom's suggestion. If it proves somewhat useful, then I shall treat Harry kindly, Tom mused. Meanwhile, Harry, playing childish games with his peers at kindergarten, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if foreboding misfortune was imminent. However, the sensation was fleeting, and under the teacher's urging, he resumed his play. When Lucius received Severus's letter of refusal, he was not at all surprised. Rather, he deemed it entirely normal. Had Severus agreed immediately, he would have had to reconsider whether to appoint him as Draco's tutor. Lucius penned another letter to Severus, this time reserving a set of glorious potion as a gift for Narcissa. In the letter, he subtly implied that he would come to collect it personally, thereby requesting a meeting. Upon reading the reply, Severus paused momentarily, but the weighty galleons compelled him to acquiesce. Tom, upon learning of this development, felt a spark of intrigue in his eyes. With Lucius's cunning, the ensuing encounter was bound to be entertaining. As Tom continued to torment Harry, time progressed to early July. The Malfoy Manor had recently concluded a lavish birthday celebration, and the aroma of cake still lingered in the air. Lucius, clad in a black suit and leaning on a gem-studded cane, complemented by his polished leather shoes, epitomized the quintessential British gentleman. He operated to the Villa District in London and then took a flying car to Severus's residence. Due to Severus's closure of the Flu network and the numerous defensive charms surrounding his home, along with Tom's subsequent reinforcement, gaining entry proved quite challenging. Thus, he resorted to the most primitive method of approaching the house on foot. Lucius entered the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor, all the while adjusting his appearance in the mirror. Yes, his hair was perfectly arranged, and his attire was immaculate. Elegant, indeed. It was worth my while to drink a bottle of Sissy's glorious potion, Lucius thought contentedly. As he stepped out of the elevator and beheld the defensive items adorning the walls, he marveled at how excessively cautious Severus was. Approaching the door, Lucius produced his wand and pressed the doorbell, then donned an elegant smile as he walked forward. After a brief wait, Severus personally opened the door to welcome him inside. Whether as a significant patron of potion procurement or as a considerate senior, he could not afford to be overly casual. Despite his prior preparation, he was momentarily dazzled by Lucius, who resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. Only Narcissa could likely tolerate the platinum-haired gentleman. The interior was warmly decorated, with family photographs on the table showcasing harmonious relationships. Lucius expressed his satisfaction with Severus's taste and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Severus waved his wand, and a pot of hot tea along with several plates of pastries gracefully settled on the table, with the teapot automatically filling the cups. You have earned considerable wealth from brewing potions. Why do you confine yourself to such a modest dwelling? It is scarcely larger than a sitting room at Malfoy Manor, Lucius remarked, sipping his red tea, genuinely perplexed by Severus's preference for such a cramped abode. Severus felt a bit embarrassed, although it was true. There was no need for such bluntness. I tend to be nostalgic, he replied curtly. So please, spare me your unsolicited comments. Lucius shrugged in resignation and shifted the conversation to another topic. Dumbledore has been removed from the position of chief wizard, but soon reinstated. That fellow, Lupin, turned out to be a werewolf. The ministry, observing Severus's impassive demeanor, continued to speak. Since he has no history of harming anyone, they have chosen to overlook his past at Hogwarts, merely confiscating his wand, while those raucous individuals demand Dumbledore's resignation. They seem oblivious to Dumbledore's accomplishments and the connections he possesses. Sirius will be released in a few days. He was wrongfully accused. Who knows? Those old fossils in Wizengamot might be petrified of being kissed by Dementors in the dead of night, Lucius divulged, sharing open secrets. Severus listened quietly, his eyes narrowed, fingers unconsciously rubbing the teacup. He displayed no reaction upon hearing of Lupin's wand confiscation, but when he learned of Sirius's impending exoneration, his brow furrowed, and a voice within him cried out that things should not be this way. That man deserved to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Have the charges of murdering Muggles and his friends truly been cleared? Severus inquired knowingly. Lucius nodded, adding, with the mad Bellatrix as a comparison, the other members of the Black family seem quite normal. Moreover, Sirius is one of the two male heirs of the Black family. Primarily, Regulus has firmly established himself as the head of the family, which means that any attempts by their biased parents to assist Sirius must pass through his approval. Peter Pettigrew, Potter's friend, is still alive. He is the secret keeper and the one who betrayed the Potters, as one of those who ventured to Godric's Hollow to seize the child. Lucius was all too familiar with Pettigrew's cowardice and greed. You seem unfazed by this. He glanced at Severus, thoughtfully. Severus quickly shook his head, unwilling to allow Lucius to label him indiscriminately. Are you not aware of my grievances with the Hogwarts marauders? He retorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Lucius awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing his knowledge of the past was limited, having graduated too early. The tales he had heard were likely distorted through many retellings. Severus recalled the pain that shot through his shoulder whenever it rained, along with the terrifying memories, and felt that he could not allow them to live blissfully. What would happen if an illegal animagus was discovered? He asked, eyeing Lucius's slick platinum hair and pursing his lips. Very likely, they would be sent to Azkaban. Chapter 120. Lucius's strange behavior. Lucius, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implication behind Severus's words, his expression shifting subtly. The fact that Pettigrew had been captured by the Ministry and transformed into a rat hinted that the true culprits, even if not Animagi, would still find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban. Severus shook his head, clarifying that he was not referring to Peter, but rather to others. You are aware of Lupin's circumstances, he vaguely remarked, draining the cold tea from his cup before speaking. How could someone like Peddler, with such a timid disposition, muster the courage to study alone? If he fails, he risks being forever trapped in a half-human, half-beast form. Severus's words were pointed, and Lucius's expression grew gravely serious. The potential advantages of an animagus in espionage are substantial, much like Rita Skeeter transforming into a beetle to pilfer gossip, should she harbor ill intentions. It would take mere moments for high-ranking officials in the magical community to be compromised. Nevertheless, many who have mastered this skill do not bother to register. It is worth noting that there are few illegal animagi under the auspices of the Malfoy family, let alone among other families. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would not impose such stringent regulations on animagi. Apart from Peddler, who else? Lucius inquired, stroking his wand. Severus rolled his eyes at Lucius's seemingly rhetorical question. Those confined in Azkaban, including the other. This truly presents a conundrum. Lucius, at a loss for what expression to adopt, had thought it absurd for a school to harbor a werewolf, not to mention an entire dormitory of animagi. Given such circumstances, their plans would need to be revised. The Black family was causing quite a stir. Were Severus privy to Lucius's thoughts, he would undoubtedly inform him that in the original narrative, Hogwarts is not merely home to werewolves, but also trolls, three-headed dogs, and dementors. Indeed, it is hailed as the safest place in the magical world, yet in this scenario, it resembles a colander. I care not how long illegal animagi might languish in Azkaban. If they are confined in a prison together, it becomes rather amusing, Severus remarked, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees. While he was uncertain how to ascertain whether a wizard was an animagus, he trusted the Ministry would possess the means. After all, he spoke the truth. Should the Ministry falter, it would only reflect their incompetence. Lucius furrowed his brow, pondering whether Dumbledore was aware of these matters. Judging by his previous attitude regarding Sirius's release from Azkaban, it is highly probable that he is uninformed. Severus, noticing Lucius's troubled visage, felt a sense of satisfaction. He pressed his lips together to stifle a laugh. After a considerable mental tumult, Lucius finally organized his thoughts, steering the conversation back on course. Little Draco recently celebrated his birthday. He was absolutely delighted with the potions book you gifted him. He picked up a cookie, taking a bite, the subtle lemon flavor offering a modicum of relaxation as his airship classes were about to commence. Severus recalled how Tom had once been the same size as Draco, a small figure poring over a hefty tome while his little hands scribbled notes. An endearing yet pitiable sight. And so? Severus replied nonchalantly, calmly savoring a strawberry. He had witnessed Lucius managing family affairs during their time at school, and knew that an heir was expected to learn not only the aristocratic etiquette of their station, but also Latin, recite noble histories, and familiarize themselves with the distribution of magical families and their influences across Europe. Indeed, it was quite a burdensome endeavor. Young Draco was already shouldering the responsibilities of his lineage. One could only wonder if his frail frame could bear the weight. You know what I mean, Lucius said, his gaze intense upon Severus. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Severus interjected. I shall not attend. Lucius, do not waste your efforts. Severus's expression remained stern as he declined. I do not relish being constrained. Moreover, he had promised Tom that they would travel to China together next month. Little Draco is aware that you will be his potions teacher. He was overjoyed. Lucius attempted to salvage the conversation. Severus's brow twitched, but he remained resolute in his refusal. Lucius understood that once this particular student made a decision, it was as firm as iron, and he could only sigh in resignation. After their conversation concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. You ought to return. Severus waved his wand, causing the teacups and plates of pastries to levitate toward the kitchen. He typically treated the unabashed Zhang Mingyuan in such a manner, thus his technique for ushering others away had become quite proficient. Lucius, clearly unaccustomed to such treatment, stood frozen, half a pastry in hand. Shall we not share a lunch, senior? After all, I am your esteemed patron. He quickly regained his composure, donning the signature smile of the Malfoy family. Severus contemplated the considerable income he accrued from the Malfoy family each year, glancing at the clock on the wall before nodding in agreement. Once my brother returns, we shall dine out. At this, Lucius chuckled, his fox-like eyes narrowing into slits. Severus cleared his throat, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. Lucius retrieved a handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears, smirking, "You have a brother? How curious. You have never mentioned him. Yet I have heard tell of your child. It must be that blabbermouth Andre." Severus mused. Aside from the time he brought Tom to the wedding, he had spent the rest of his days flitting between Diagon Alley and London. Lucius was certain Andre must have been the source of that information. "I had no idea that nobles spent their time gossiping. It seems your work is rather leisurely," Severus remarked, casting a blank look at him, scoffing lightly. Lucius ran his fingers through his well-groomed hair, recalling its previous lackluster and coarse state, thus abandoning any intention of mocking Severus. "Ah, busy indeed. One must remain occupied," he lamented, leaning back against the sofa, the pristine lines of his suit creased. "Currently, the magical realm is thriving. Wizards are producing films that are screening in Muggle cinemas, and wizards are increasingly visible throughout London, rendering the existence of the magical world undeniably apparent." Severus could not fathom where Lucius found the time to be so busy. Perhaps the only tangible outcome of his endeavors was the establishment of the Ministry's Department for Child Protection. "Does the Department for Child Protection require my assistance?" Severus inquired. Tapping his fingers against the table, his tone dry. "A donation of some galleons or potions could be arranged." Lucius covered his face in despair. The Department for Child Protection had been subsumed under the Department of Law Enforcement, and its operations were far more complex than he had anticipated. At the very least, the registration of every little wizard and orphan across the entirety of Britain necessitated a staff exceeding 20 individuals, not to mention the offline teams and external personnel. Had he not prepared a year in advance, he would have been utterly flustered upon starting. Furthermore, the accommodation of impoverished Hogwarts students and young wizards of Muggle origin who had yet to reach school age would demand a substantial sum of money, leaving the ministry nearly as impoverished as the Weasley family. The more Lucius pondered, the heavier his heart felt. He cast a resentful glance at Severus, lamenting, "It truly is disheartening to see others revel in leisure while I toil away. All of this is Voldemort's fault. Regardless, I will accept any donation you wish to offer," Lucius declared, shoving the pastry into his mouth and chewing vigorously, gesturing grandly. "I shall ensure the ministry sends you a letter of gratitude, if you desire a banner. That can also be arranged. Were it not for his considerable investments, which had halved the gold in his vault, and Narcissus' restrictions on his allowances, would he truly be in such a predicament?" Lucius felt as though he was shedding tears of noodles, yet his demeanor remained impeccably composed. Severus envisioned the scene of receiving a banner from the ministry, a shiver running down his spine. The atmosphere in the room lightened, and Lucius began to pace about. "I once looked down upon Muggles, but upon deeper acquaintance, I discovered they possessed their own brand of magic." Lucius marveled at the various images flickering on the television. How astonishing, the magical technology of Muggles. "I wondered why you do not reside in Hogsmeade. Given these conveniences, a smaller house is but a minor inconvenience." Severus silently listened, retrieving 2 cups of milk tea from the refrigerator. This was the new product Lady Brown had delivered from the shop earlier that morning. Originally intended to be enjoyed with Tom, upon reflection, it seemed wiser to first silence Lucius. Muggles possess no inherent magic. Naturally, they must rely on external forces and keen intellect to safeguard themselves. Severus sipped the vanilla milk tea, attempting to redeem himself. Hogsmeade was too cold and too dark. He preferred brighter locales. Lucius gave a non-committal nod and took another sip of the milk tea, which was perfectly balanced, rich and creamy. The flavors of milk and tea harmoniously intertwined. He intended to bring some back for Scorpius. "This milk tea is exquisite. Where did you purchase it?" "I might as well acquire the shop," Lucius remarked elegantly, finishing his cup swiftly before turning to Severus. Severus nearly choked on his milk tea at the remark, coughing lightly, inwardly sighing at the Malfoy family's extravagant wealth. "Buying a shop just to enjoy milk tea. It's from a shop I own. If you like it, I can provide you with the address and even the recipe," Severus replied helplessly. After all, the recipe wasn't particularly complicated, and with Lucius' keen palate, a few more tastings might enable him to deduce it. Yet Lucius scrutinized him from head to toe, seemingly unwilling to believe such generosity from his junior. "You're not scheming something, are you? Perhaps seeking my assistance?" Lucius mused, pouring himself another cup and drinking at his leisure. Severus elongated the final syllable of his name, and noticing Lucius' change in expression, he smiled faintly and remarked, "Drinking too much milk tea will make you fat and old." Lucius paused momentarily, then nonchalantly resumed sipping the milk tea, no longer mentioning the acquisition of the shop. The two engaged in idle chatter until the sound of a key turning in the door reached them. "Severus, I'm home." A boy's clear voice accompanied the opening door. Lucius, curious about Severus' brother, turned to look. Their eyes met. Tom's smile remained gentle, but Lucius' expression shifted. That familiar visage, those dazzling red eyes, and that signature smile. Lucius's hand holding the cup trembled slightly. Was this not the youthful visage of Voldemort himself? He had glimpsed it once in his father's memories, though then the Dark Lord had appeared more immature and somber. He barely had time to ponder why Voldemort was here before lowering his head to hide his panic behind another sip of milk tea. Tom's smile faltered briefly before returning to normal. He placed the toy confiscated from Harry into a storage box, feigning surprise. Though inwardly he knew Lucius's unnerving reaction betrayed recognition. Well, he shouldn't liken himself to a ghost, Tom sighed internally. After all, he was powerful, handsome, and influential. If anyone were the ghostly figure, it should be Lucius. Yet, Lucius's milk tea drew a narrowing of his eyes, the long unseen joy of youth dimming into displeasure. Clearly, Lucius was not busy enough if he had time to visit Severus, dressed so flamboyantly. Tom glanced at Lucius and resolved to find him some work. Feeling the icy gaze, Lucius's lips twitched awkwardly, but he straightened his posture. Tom, do you want to eat out or at home? Severus asked, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere between them. Tom surveyed Lucius's restored composure and Severus's indifferent expression before answering after a moment's thought. Let us eat at home. I'll cook. His smile was gentle. Yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce warning as if ready to devour Lucius. Lucius swallowed nervously, gripping his cup tightly. Did Severus truly realize there was a Dark Lord living in the house? Severus blinked and turned to Lucius for his opinion. Voldemort cooking? What would he eat? Even if he dared, who knows if there aren't curses hidden in the food? At that moment, Tom appeared at the kitchen doorway holding a carrot, snapping it within sight of Lucius. The crisp sound exploded in Lucius's ears like a gunshot. He felt a chill run down his neck, as if Voldemort had just broken his own neck instead of a mere carrot. Haha, Severus, just joking. Narcissa's waiting for me at home for dinner. Lucius laughed awkwardly, setting down his cup and straightening his sleeves. Severus regarded him suspiciously, remarking that Lucius was the one staying for dinner and the one leaving. A mystery indeed. All right then. I'll fetch the potions you ordered, Severus said without pressing further, turning toward the potion room. Lucius hurried after him, unwilling to be alone with Voldemort. The two soon returned with the potions, passing through the kitchen where Lucius caught a swift glance. Observing Tom's adept cooking skills, Lucius's mind was tumultuous. To think Voldemort was a noble who never soiled his hands with chores. Having grown up under Voldemort's gaze, Lucius had never witnessed such treatment. Blinking with difficulty, Lucius resolved to inquire with his father whether his friendship with Voldemort was genuine, and why Voldemort seemed to be reversing his aging. Severus watched Lucius rush away as if pursued by a hound, his hair disheveled. Tisk tisk, whereas the noble-est decorum. Severus, shall we have fried shrimp today? Tom called from the kitchen entrance when Severus delayed entering. Yes, slice some potatoes too. I'll make twice-cooked pork with potatoes for you, Severus replied, casting Lucius's unease aside, closing the door behind him and rolling up his sleeves with a smile as he entered the kitchen. Chapter 121, A Private Meeting. Lucius left hastily without even having lunch. Voldemort is back, the phrase echoed in his mind as he finally sank into a chair at Malfoy Manor. Yet he remained uncertain of Voldemort's intentions, why he was residing in Severus's house, or whether Severus even truly knew who he was. Narcissa approached, concerned as Lucius slumped in the chair like a deflated balloon. What's wrong, Luke? Things not going well? Even if Severus refused, your friendship is what matters most. She rarely saw her husband so flustered, except on their wedding day or when confronting Voldemort. He was usually composed and graceful. Draco stood beside her, eyes expectant, awaiting his father's response. Meeting the concerned gazes of his wife and son, Lucius steadied himself, summoning the house elf to pour a glass of vodka. He downed it in one gulp, dissatisfied, then drank straight from the bottle. Scorpius, call Rael and tell him the situation has changed. Say never mind, but ask him to come to Malfoy Manor quickly, Lucius commanded in one breath, belching loudly, yet finally feeling a weight lifted. Narcissa, puzzled but obedient, made the call. Only Draco and Lucius remained in the room, exchanging glances. Lucius lifted Draco, who looked at him anxiously, caressed his soft hair, and in a low voice asked, Draco, would you like to have a godfather? After all, Voldemort and his father were of the same generation, elders who had watched him grow up. Draco was, in a sense, the younger generation. He could hardly reveal this in front of Severus. Lucius's calculations were astute, unafraid that his son might freeze under the Dark Lord's icy gaze. Draco's silver-gray eyes widened, nearly dropping the dragon toy he held. This was unprecedented in his previous life. Hesitantly, he inquired, a godfather? Who would my godfather be? Will he love me as much as Dad does? Lucius gazed at the adorable Draco, the shadows in his eyes dissipating as a smile graced his lips once more. The sight of that furrowed brow, deep in thought, amused him, prompting him to gently pinch the boy's tender, pale cheek. Of course he will. Our little dragon is the most delightful of all. Your father loves you dearly. Draco's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, his lowered eyelids concealing the sorrow within. In his past life, he had nearly been separated from his father forever. Father, I love you most of all. He managed to smile through unshed tears as he wrapped his tiny arms around Lucius's neck, his voice sweet and innocent. At that moment, Narcissa entered and caught the tail end of his declaration, letting out a loud sigh. Ah, my little dragon loves his father most. Does that mean he loves his mother less? It breaks my heart, she said, wiping at the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. Draco's face turned crimson, astonished that he too could fret over the affections of his parents. He released his father's neck and turned to reach for his mother. Little dragon loves mother just as much as father, he declared. To cheer her up, he pouted and pressed a kiss to Narcissa's cheek, nuzzling his chubby face against her. The couple exchanged a glance, and the hall echoed with their joyous laughter. However, as Lucius had anticipated, it was not long before he felt the mark on his arm begin to burn. He muttered something to his wife and vanished from their estate with a flicker of apparition. In the new Diagon Alley of London, Tom sat upright in a chair at a bookstore not far from the cinema, engrossed in a hefty tome of magic. Lucius, wearing a grim expression, sat across from him, surrounded by a pile of milk tea cups, holding two chilled beverages in hand, tea he had painstakingly procured during his multiple apparitions in London, tailored to Voldemort's palate. Tom flipped a page, casually glancing at him. A chill ran down Lucius's spine, prompting him to straighten his posture. Fortunately, Tom had set up anti-eavesdropping and confusion charms around them. Otherwise, outsiders would surely be astonished to see a platinum noble displaying such a woeful demeanor. Tom's gaze flickered momentarily before he took a sip of his milk tea. Now, let's discuss the matters concerning the ministry. How do you intend to resolve them? Lucius's mind raced, various thoughts flitting through his head as he fell into a prolonged silence, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I believe the eldest son of the Black family, and that little rat. He noticed Voldemort's brow twitch, realizing he had guessed correctly, and he exhaled in relief. Continuing, the evil they have committed will confine them to Azkaban for eternity. That is their only fate. Having witnessed the harmonious interactions between Voldemort and Severus, Lucius understood that some matters could not be resolved lightly, and he could only inwardly lament Sirius's fate. Tom nodded appreciatively at Lucius, recognizing him as the only one who could accurately gauge his thoughts. Bring me a small portrait of an ancestor from the Potter lineage. But be cautious not to let Dumbledore discover it. Though Tom appeared younger, he wielded an innate authority that made his words compelling. Lucius thought of the Potter heir living with his Muggle relatives, of Dumbledore proclaiming that the Potters were leading a happy life, and of the inheritance and tomes that had been appropriated. It was all steeped in irony. Yes, my lord. I shall fulfill your request post-haste. Lucius nodded in agreement, contemplating which ancestor's portrait to procure, for they were all esteemed in the wizarding world, and surely they had a few relatives in common. What about Doria Black Potter? No, we mustn't risk producing another Sirius. Lucius had to tread carefully. After all, the portrait would serve as an introduction to the magical heritage of the pureblood family, ensuring that Harry did not remain ignorant of the wizarding world after spending 11 years in the Muggle realm. Furthermore, Dumbledore likely remained oblivious to Voldemort's presence in London. Through years of investigation, Lucius had learned that the invisibility cloak belonging to the Potter family had gone missing, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. An heirloom of such significance was not easily acquired. When Tom noticed the fox-like smile on Lucius's face, he understood that this younger generation was up to no good. He took several swift sips of milk tea, recalling thoughts of home, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Do not reveal my identity for now. Tom's piercing gaze swept over Lucius as he rose and patted his shoulder. You know what must be done. Very well, my lord, Lucius replied, his shoulders tensing slightly as he nodded. Just as Tom was about to depart, he seemed to remember something and whispered a few words to Lucius before striding off. Once Lucius confirmed that Tom had finally left, he too wore a troubled expression as he exited. Merlin sucks. My responsibilities in the child protection department are already overwhelming. Why must I also establish an orphanage? Does Voldemort have any idea how many young wizards are abandoned in Muggle orphanages due to their magical abilities or other circumstances? We cannot save them all. More critically, his small treasury had dwindled by more than half. He wondered if Voldemort would reimburse these expenses. The year 1984 was a propitious one for both China and the world. Well, except for Britain, where coal miners had embarked on a year-long strike. Yet this had no bearing on Severus's coffee shop, which thrived so much that suggestions of opening a branch had surfaced. However, he had no time to ponder such matters as he was busy discussing strategies for a trip to China with Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan had long wished to invite Severus to witness the developments in China, thus he was diligently bustling about. Severus had also caught wind of the recent happenings in China. In August, the Chinese delegation had won 15 gold medals at the 23rd Olympics held in Los Angeles. The Laoshan was reclaimed, and the long-standing issues between China and Britain regarding Hong Kong had finally reached resolution, easing relations between the two nations. Severus and Tom planned to seize the opportunity to visit China before the National Day celebrations. Fortunately, wizards could use apparition to reach places they had previously visited and could consume potions to alleviate travel fatigue. After acquiring Muggle passports with the approval of the Ministry of Magic, they set their plans into motion. After traveling by train, ship, and then plane, Severus and his companions finally arrived in Beijing. He stepped onto this familiar land with a complex mix of emotions, the architecture and accents stirring tears in his eyes. Severus, you look unwell. Do you need a potion? Tom asked, worriedly linking arms with him and reaching to touch his forehead. Severus patiently shook his head once Tom withdrew his hand. I'm fine. It's just that my legs feel weak after standing on solid ground for so long. Hiss, yes, ugh. This is quite uncomfortable. The house elf, Halbo, popped out from the pocket of Severus's chest, evidently exhausted from the prolonged journey. Nagini also appeared weary, lazily flicking her tail. The only one among them brimming with energy was Tom, who effectively served as Severus's human king. Over here, over here. Is this Mr. Snape? A young man dressed in gray overalls approached, holding a sign that read, Welcome Mr. Snape to China. The man who came to greet them was also named Zhang Qiaji, who introduced himself as a member of the Bai An temple. After Zhang Qiaji awkwardly finished his introduction in English, Severus sighed and spoke fluently in Mandarin. Zhang Qiaji breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his master instructing him to keep an eye on foreign wizards to ensure they did not cause trouble, he would not have been dispatched, having only studied a few days of foreign language. At present, it appears that this individual possesses a favorable attitude towards the Middle Kingdom, at least sparing him the trouble of deciphering the pronunciation of English words. The two engaged in a sporadic conversation, swiftly making their way to the hotel, where they arranged their itinerary for the following day. During this time, Zafu also learned that this person was the nephew of Zhang Mingyuan, prompting him to marvel at the multitude of relatives Zhang Mingyuan seemed to have. Tom, only partially grasping the conversation, irritably tossed his chicken leg to Nagini. His ears perked up as he listened intently, contemplating how to swiftly master the Chinese language. In the subsequent days, they visited Tiananmen, the Great Wall, and even embarked on a day tour of Lingjing Hotong. Mr. Zhang, are there no wizards in your country? After several days of interaction, Tom, having grown more familiar with him, finally voiced his curiosity. Just as foreign detective novels seldom feature Chinese characters, it seemed that no registered wizarding schools existed in the Middle Kingdom, aside from that magical institution on an island. It appeared that no wizarding school in the Middle Kingdom had ever made a name for itself. Zhang Qiaji wiped the sweat from his forehead, ascending a few more steps before catching his breath to respond. We have wizards, shamans, and Daoist priests who practice a wide array of disciplines. But wizards cannot encompass all of them. Moreover, as far as I know, the treatment of wizards in your country is rather poor. You may refer to me as a Daoist. However, we do not use wands or ride brooms. We ride our swords and draw talismans, he said with a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Tom nodded, half comprehending, yet his expression betrayed his skepticism, perhaps spurred by Tom's doubtful demeanor. Zhang Qiaji momentarily forgot his master's advice to maintain a low profile. Seeing that they were alone, he unsheathed a small sword from his waist and flung it into the air, instantly transforming it into a sword the length of a human arm. Zhang Qiaji leaped onto the suspended sword and extended his hand, inviting Tom to join him. Is this thing stable? Tom, snapping back to reality from his astonishment, recalled that he hadn't heard Zhang Qiaji recite any incantations, and he wondered if such an object could possibly be as convenient as the Avada Kedavra curse. Zhang Qiaji patted his chest in assurance, declaring that anything produced by the Bai An temple is of the highest quality, especially since this was his personal treasure. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tom tentatively stepped onto the sword. What followed was a swift rush of wind, accompanied by Zhang Qiaji's excited shouts echoing in the air. Zafu, who had lagged behind by several dozen steps, finally caught up, only to be met with an empty staircase. Halbo, have you seen Tom? Zafu inquired, glancing at the sun's glaring rays while addressing the serpent basking on a rock. Halbo yawned, exhausted from its climb up the mountain. It seems he was taken away by that person from the Middle Kingdom. He was standing on a flying sword, and then flew off, the serpent replied uncertainly, swishing its tail. Zafu's expression shifted upon hearing this. The prospect of flying with a sword was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Why wasn't he included? However, his complaints went unheard, and by the time he reached the summit, Tom and Zhang Qiaji were already there, their heads huddled together in conversation, oblivious to his arrival. Jean Qiaji produced a small cloth bag and retrieved a book and a porcelain vial, presenting them to Tom. Tom accepted the items without hesitation, promising to pay him 300 to complete the transaction. A mere tattered book and a few pills seemed hardly worth such a sum, and Jean Qiaji felt a twinge of guilt. After Zafu arrived, he graciously invited them to tour the Daoist temple, which was not open to the public. Zafu sensed something amiss with Tom. His crimson eyes appeared particularly vibrant today, and he seemed to have come to some realization, frequently darting into bookstores. The Book of Changes. The Inner Canon of Huangdi, the comprehensive records of the typing era, the supreme Huangting scripture. Zafu pondered over the titles of the books Tom had purchased, puzzled by his intentions to delve into Daoist practices. Tom merely smiled in silence, requesting Zafu to read the titles aloud while he diligently took notes. Zafu thought little of it, assuming Tom's newfound fascination with Daoist culture stemmed from his association with Jean Qiaji. However, on the eve of their return to Britain, Tom fell ill with a fever and lapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 122, The Serpent's Discovery. Recalling that Tom had aged a few years during similar episodes in the past, Zafu wondered if this time would prove to be the same. He retrieved a potion from his suitcase and administered it to Tom, casting a spell and re-examining him, only to find no issues, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Zafu placed his hand on Tom's feverish forehead, only to have it nudged by someone seeking comfort. Observing the distressed expression on the boy's face, he took the serpent and placed it on Tom's smooth brow, reasoning that its coolness would help reduce his temperature. The serpent showed no signs of struggle. It flicked its tongue, tasting the air, and the scent belonging to Salazar's bloodline grew increasingly potent. After rummaging through its vast memories for some time, the serpent could not find any recollection of Slytherin combining with cat-like magical creatures, leaving it unsure of Tom's true identity. Feeling a sense of vigilance, the serpent scrutinized Tom for an extended period. "What is it, Halbo? Are you hungry?" Zafu was startled by the green glow in the serpent's eyes, which appeared as though it had been starved for quite some time. "Hiss, no," the serpent replied, hastily shaking its tail, only to accidentally knock a small porcelain shard to the ground. Zafu picked up the vial, recognizing it as the one Jean Qiaji had given Tom, and upon tilting it, found it to be empty. Could Tom have ingested this? He pondered, already dialing Jean Qiaji's number. Jean Qiaji, awakened in the middle of the night by Zafu's call, learned of the situation and recounted some questions Tom had posed to him. Can animals transform into humans? What is the soul? No wonder he had recently purchased numerous ancient texts. Zafu pressed his lips together, finally understanding the peculiar reasons behind Tom's behavior. Indeed. And he also bought some rejuvenating pills from me, Jean Qiaji clarified, concerned that Zafu might misunderstand, explaining that these pills were used for restoring vitality and maintaining health, which they consumed regularly. Zafu speculated that Tom's transformation from a kitten to human form, followed by a subsequent growth spurt, necessitated the replenishment of energy. Thus, after consuming some rejuvenating pills, he must have needed to grow again. He berated himself for overlooking this issue. Tom must have been quite troubled by it. How many rejuvenating pills do you have left? What is the price? Upon hearing Jean Qiaji's price, Zafu contemplated for a moment before deciding to purchase them all. All right, I'll send them over shortly. Jean Qiaji replied cheerfully, hanging up the phone, donning a coat, and knocking on the door of the adjacent room before clutching a box and heading out. Within an hour, the door to Zafu's hotel room opened and closed, leaving his wallet significantly lighter. Nagini, Halbo, remember to purge the toxins when we return to London. He instructed the two serpents as he watched Jean Qiaji disappear into the shadows. After shutting the door, he turned to his serpentine companions. The serpent and Nagini shivered slightly before choosing to rest their heads. Concerned for Tom's well-being, Zafu found it impossible to sleep, opting to sit on a stool beside the bed. The effects of the rejuvenating pills proved effective. After consuming 3 vials, Tom's burning temperature finally began to subside, and the furrowed brow relaxed. Zafu, too weary to return to his own bed, dozed off beside Tom. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, causing Tom, lying in bed, to abruptly open his eyes. He felt invigorated, yet his limbs were sore, as if he had been thoroughly beaten. Recalling the refreshing sensation he experienced during last night's soul restoration, his gaze dimmed. Perhaps he had expended too much energy, as his stomach growled audibly. Turning to locate Zafu, he was met with the sight of a blissfully sleeping face, the fine hairs on it clearly visible. Tom raised his hand, attempting to sweep the hair from his face behind his ear, only to be met with the depths of dark, mysterious eyes. "Tom, are you awake? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Severus grasped Tom's hand, his other hand gently resting on his forehead. He noted that aside from the pallor of his complexion and the chapped lips, Tom appeared to be in good spirits. "Come, let's have a sip of water." It was only when Tom was asked that he realized his throat was parched, He leaned against the headboard and drank half a glass of water. After a brief interval, he rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Gazing at his youthful reflection in the mirror, he managed a faint smile, his crimson eyes deepening in hue. Although he had not grown as he had anticipated, he could still sense the magical vigor of his 17 or 18-year-old self coursing within him, though he wondered when he would reclaim his former strength. Hiss. You are a descendant of Slytherin, are you not? You are not a magical creature, nor a mere kitten. The basilisk appeared atop the sink, standing upright and fixating its inorganic slit pupils on Tom. There is no need for evasion. I can smell your essence. Tom raised an eyebrow as he dried his face, responding calmly, Indeed, Halebo, you have discerned my identity. How intriguing. In Tom's memory, after inadvertently summoning the basilisk during his school days and causing the demise of a wizard, he had never encountered it again. Later, when he spotted it at Severus's home, it had left behind impressions of gluttony, foolish charm, and an obsession with television programs. He had not anticipated being unmasked. What had it sensed? Bloodline or soul? If you dare to harm Severus, even if you are a descendant of Salazar, I will show you no mercy, the basilisk threatened, baring its fangs upon hearing Tom's admission of identity. Tom, drying his hands, laughed at the remark. If memory serves, you were meant to protect the heirs of Slytherin, were you not? Now, ha. Tom paused, his words laced with derision towards the traitorous serpent. The basilisk fell silent. Perhaps it had initially followed Severus due to their bond, but over time, it had sensed the warmth of a home and gradually let down its guard. And what of it? Who allowed you to misplace the contract, only for it to be recovered by outsiders? I have guarded for nearly a millennium. It is time I claimed my freedom. The basilisk huffed heavily, flicking its tail and swiftly slithering away. Left alone in the bathroom, Tom wore a look of astonishment. His family had lost far too much, and he had never truly been nurtured by them. He pondered the countless opportunities missed. He glanced at his pale palms and considered that he ought to dig deep into the Gunter manor. He refused to believe he could uncover nothing of value. Severus, aware that Tom was bathing, busied himself as well. After a simple wash-up, the sound of a bell rang from outside the door as a servant arrived with breakfast. Once the servant had set the meal on the table, Tom emerged, towel drying his hair. Do you still wish to take the nourishing elixir? Severus inquired, pointing at the small porcelain bottle on the table after taking a bite of a dumpling. Tom revealed no sign of unease as he dipped a yushao into the soy milk, shaking his head in response. I do not require it at present. Knowing Severus was concerned for him, Tom smiled gently. Once I have exhausted the elixir's effects within me, I will consider taking it again. Severus reflected on this logic and instructed Tom to keep the small vials safe, reminding him to bring more before their return to London, just in case. The October sun was somewhat blinding, casting a golden hue over the ginkgo trees that wove a dreamy avenue. Severus paused at the street corner, savoring the beauty of the scene and the rare tranquility it offered. Tom stood quietly beside him, mimicking Severus's previous demeanor by lifting a camera and capturing the moment as Severus turned to look back, freezing that tender smile in time. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, whisking petals from the branches into the water, where fish leaped gracefully, as if everything were perfectly splendid. At this moment, Malfoy Manor was bustling with activity. Lucius used the excuse of celebrating the successful release of a new film in Diagon Alley to invite close family members to a banquet. The Muggle Mead was also invited and was overjoyed to bring his 7-year-old grandson to the manor, hoping to establish a good rapport with the Malfoy heir. Many shared his intentions, and thus the manor was filled with the sounds of children's laughter. Draco, still grappling with the remnants of his past life as thoughts, found it torturous to entertain the little ones. With the help of Goyle and Crabbe, he managed to escape, leading them to the greenhouse. Haha, Draco. Look how popular you are. Pansy chuckled, covering her mouth as she observed Draco's disheveled attire and tousled hair. Draco marveled at how useful his followers were, only to be mercilessly teased by Pansy, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Pansy was just as sharp-tongued in childhood as she was in adulthood. After hiding in the greenhouse for a while, Draco summoned a house elf to tidy his hair, making sure his appearance was suitable before seeking out his mother. Yet, had he considered that women might be drawn to children who appeared as adorable as little angels? Lucius leisurely sipped his red wine, entirely unaware that his son was about to fall into a trap. Lucius, is what you said true? Regulus, who had returned to London, inquired once more, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes, known only to him. Lucius, noting the eager gazes of Parkinson, Norton, Goyle, and others, nodded resignedly, affirming that it was indeed the truth. Why does he not reveal himself? We eagerly anticipate ruling the magical world under his leadership. Norton, the head of the family, was the first to voice his concern, harboring a long-standing disdain for the Weasleys, who frequently inspected dark magical artifacts. The master has his reasons for such actions. I suspect you are simply too idle, Parkinson, understanding Norton's underlying motives, retorted scornfully. Wouldn't it be quicker for you to storm the ministry and eliminate the minister instead of babbling here? Norton's face flushed with indignation, as he could hardly believe that these people did not share his thoughts. Enough. You were not summoned here to argue, Regulus interjected. Though he too was uncertain of Voldemort's intentions, but he was confident that aligning with Lucius would be advantageous. Lucius surveyed the scene before him, a glimmer of helplessness crossing his eyes. After returning from Severus's home, he had dispatched individuals to investigate Severus's recent activities, as well as when Voldemort had last visited his residence. The outcome was predictable. He had uncovered nothing and was instead assigned even more tasks by Voldemort. It was absurd. If Voldemort did not return soon, the Malfoy family would seize control of the magical world. Each head of the family sought an answer to prepare for Voldemort's return, but the next moment, they were collectively petrified by Lucius's revelation. Even Regulus's expression shifted, nearly spilling his wine upon himself. The master is vacationing in China? Surely you jest. Regulus stammered, steadying his nerves as he trembled. Is London not enough for him to wonder about? Lucius glanced around, nonchalantly sipping his wine. Of course it's true. He even mentioned bringing us apples from China. As the others envisioned Voldemort cheerfully selecting apples to have delivered to London, a chill ran through them. It would have been preferable to hear that Voldemort had gone to master the Avada Kedavra curse instead. Lucius reveled in their reactions, finally allowing them to experience the sensation he had felt at that moment. At the same time, Tom, who had been told about Voldemort buying apples in China, had just taken a bite of a sweet peach from Pingwu, the delightful taste prompting him to reach for another, only to be halted by Severus. I did not bring the too-strengthening potion, Tom. You have consumed too many sweets. Severus was well aware of Tom's enduring fondness for sweet delicacies. Even in his kitten form, Tom had a penchant for sweet shrimp, and after transforming into his human guise, he indulged daily in the sugary delights from the Honey Duke, even going so far as to order an owl expressly to partake in new confections. Initially, Severus had been concerned about the kitten shedding fur. Now, as a human, his worries had shifted to the potential for cavities. As soon as Severus finished speaking, Jean Qiuaji produced a vial of pills, distributing several to each person. These are tooth-solidifying pills. I consume them regularly, which is why my teeth are so white. Jean Qiuaji grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Noticing Severus merely staring blankly at the pills, he hurried to explain. They are documented in both the ancient and modern medical compendium and secrets of health preservation. Our sect has registered a trademark for them. They are not some unregulated product. Severus sighed. His concern was not about the regulation status of the pills, but rather the fact that in Hogwarts, he was virtually unknown. Tom, it seemed, had truly embraced his liberty. And with the aid of the tooth-solidifying pills, he could even gnaw on sweet potato chips. Severus couldn't help but facepalm at the sight, though he understood. The culinary offerings in London were rather meager, and since arriving in Hogwarts, Tom had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world of flavors. After they had dined on fried sauce noodles and hot pot lamb, Tom developed an even greater affection for scouring alleyways for culinary treasures. It was evident that Jean Qiuaji had visibly gained weight from accompanying them. Yet, Tom was not solely preoccupied with eating. He engaged Jean Qiuaji in extensive discussions about potions and elixirs. If only he had a crucible and some potion ingredients on hand, he would have eagerly put his theories to the test. Are you suggesting we convert liquid potions into solid pills? Severus observed Tom diligently taking notes, astonished by his ambitious idea. Precisely, this method would facilitate transportation and prolong shelf life, Tom replied, flipping through the basic alchemy book he had purchased from Jean Qiuaji, gesturing at the equipment depicted within. It seems not too dissimilar from brewing potions, yet it remains elusive to grasp. Severus patted his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, pondering that amidst billions in Hogwarts, how many could truly comprehend traditional Chinese medicine? Tom was indeed simplifying matters. The two practices belong to entirely different systems. Keep at it. I have faith in you. A day of success will come. He nodded slightly, regarding Tom with an approving gaze. Tom blinked in surprise. Did Severus truly possess such confidence in him? Never mind, he thought. Perhaps he should purchase more books to share with his subordinates upon returning. For what use were they otherwise? However, speaking of which, had Lucius received the apples he had sent to London? Those were the uniquely exquisite red star apples of Hogwarts. At that moment, Lucius, who was busy transporting fruit to the dock, felt a shiver run down his spine. He touched his forehead, the sensation oddly familiar. Chapter 123, The Return. Tom, engrossed in alchemy discussions with Jean Qiuaji, could only pause for meals. Zhang Mingyuan often found himself at a loss for words in response to Tom's inquiries, ultimately resorting to research just to keep the conversation going. Severus observed with a smile. silently rejoicing that Tom had finally exhibited the spirited vitality of youth. Yet, even the most delightful endeavors must come to an end, as the first snowflakes began to fall. It signified that the day of parting was drawing near. "Mr. Snape, the visa you processed is for 3 months, correct?" Jean Quaji inquired, calculating the time as they prepared to venture out once more. Severus nodded, only then realizing that December had already arrived. With a thin layer of snow accumulating on the barren trees outside, they had arrived in Hogwarts in late September, and it was time to return to London. Severus felt a pang of sadness at this thought. He had not yet had his fill of Hogwarts, and truth be told, it was his homeland in a sense. Jean Quaji, taken aback by Severus' sudden melancholy, made an effort to ignore Tom's scrutinizing gaze and forced a smile. "Ahem, just a reminder, you are wizards? Different from ordinary tourists." He turned his face away to conceal his embarrassment. In recent years, Sino-British relations had been strained, and they were more cautious with wizards from the other side. Severus, however, had not given this much thought. Their purpose in Hogwarts was simply for tourism. Yet, he hesitated as he glanced at Tom. Would he be troubled by the abrupt interruption of his potion studies? Tom, sensing Severus' gaze, smiled at him knowingly. "I understand, Mr. Jean. Thank you for your reminder." Severus withdrew his gaze and addressed Jean Quaji across the table. "I will book the tickets immediately. I appreciate your care during our stay." Jean Quaji scratched his head sheepishly, realizing he ought to be the one expressing gratitude. The profits from selling elixirs amounted to several years of his salary, truly a windfall. "No need for thanks. I'll handle booking your tickets. This is my forte." He confidently took on the task, inquiring in detail about their return date. After a brief discussion, Severus and Tom settled on the day after tomorrow, ensuring they would be back in time for Christmas. Jean Quaji was remarkably efficient, delivering the tickets by afternoon, accompanied by a gift box containing a complete coffee and tea set. The set featured exquisite golden glaze with white floral designs, decorated with magpies and winter sweet blossoms. The cups were white on the inside and yellow on the outside, exuding opulence. Upon first glance, Severus felt that this tea set was perfectly suited for the Malfoy family. "This is a tea set made by a friend of mine. I thought you would appreciate it. So I brought a set to gift you," Jean Quaji said earnestly, patting the table. "If you take it to London and your friends admire it, be sure to mention it was purchased in Hogwarts." Jean Quaji rambled on until his thirst compelled him to stop speaking. At that moment, Severus realized he was being asked to carry goods back. "I will certainly introduce it to my friends. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. I truly appreciate it." He smiled as he regarded the lavish tea set. 2 days can be neither long nor short. Regardless, Tom took this opportunity to persuade Jean Quaji to grant him access to the library at Bai An Temple and even purchased some literature suitable for the disciples of the outer sect, yielding a bountiful harvest. The only challenge arose when attempting to comprehend the meaning of the texts. Even with a dictionary at hand, he struggled to grasp certain concepts. Leaving some books for Lucius and others to decipher upon their return to London, Severus observed Tom's furrowed brow, concerned yet unable to assist, as he himself had but a superficial understanding of classical Chinese, unwilling to misguide the young scholar. Jean Quaji, recognizing this was not a viable solution, tactfully suggested that Tom first learn the basics of the Hogwarts language before delving into the complexities of ancient texts. Tom readily accepted this advice, committing to practice diligently. "I thought you would find it difficult to part with these books," Severus remarked to Tom just before entering the boarding gate, considering their camaraderie. Tom glanced at Jean Quaji, who was energetically waving goodbye, and replied impassively, "I've asked most of what I needed. Besides, we still have each other's numbers." Severus was momentarily speechless. He had come to Hogwarts for relaxation, only to find Tom so intensely driven. Although their pursuits differed, he had truly sought a leisurely escape. Thanks to Tom's curiosity about alchemy, his suitcase was stuffed with several alchemical furnaces. Tom remained blissfully unaware of this until they boarded the plane, where he was still murmuring, "To seek longevity, one must cultivate the Tao." His passion for ancient texts was profound. Only he knew how much he had truly absorbed. Severus, donning a sleep mask, drowsily listened, later realizing that it was a passage from Beopusy discussing immortality. After a day's journey, Severus returned home, feeling sore and fatigued. Though grateful for the respite from constant travel, Tom, having consumed a P1 pill to remedy the deficiencies in his soul, exhibited boundless energy. Appearing vibrant and invigorated regardless of how late he went to bed. He wielded his wand to tidy up the home he had departed from months ago, occasionally glancing at Severus, who lay languidly on the sofa, as if devoid of bones. With a flick of his wand, he summoned some pastries and hot water for him, carefully draping a blanket over his form. "Tom, what would I do without you?" Severus mused, lazily indulging in the pastries, appreciating his diligent companion. Tom felt a flutter of joy in his heart. He yearned for Severus to be reliant on him. He quickly finished cleaning the room, which had hardly gathered a speck of dust. It was Severus's own internal struggles that necessitated Tom's assistance in tidying up. On the sofa reclined a man and two serpents, the basilisk and Nagini occupying the left side, while Severus slouched on the opposite side near the table. Tom heated a cup of milk and sat down beside Severus. Severus was accustomed to his touch, merely shifting slightly away. Severus, I wish to venture to Diagon Alley to procure some ingredients. I would like to experiment with the methods from the East. Tom spoke softly. Shall I order some for you? The potions room was currently bare, as they had exhausted their supplies prior to their travels. Otherwise, by the time they returned, the efficacy of the ingredients would have diminished significantly. No need, Severus replied, shaking his head, reluctant to move and lacking any orders. Let me rest for a while. Tom chuckled at this. There was something endearingly lazy about Severus. London had not seen snow this year, yet the cold remained biting. Christmas always brought joy, not merely due to the holiday itself, but also because of the myriad promotional activities in the supermarkets. New Diagon Alley was no exception, with shops adorned by floating Santa Claus figures that showered passers-by with starry glitter. Tom sidestepped an oncoming Santa's assault and swiftly entered a herb shop marked with the Malfoy crest. The shopkeeper, having been forewarned by Lucius, promptly ushered him into the inner chamber, presenting tea and snacks before securing the door and activating the defensive spells, then discreetly departing. Unbeknownst to him, a green shadow flitted swiftly across the room. Tom leisurely sipped his tea, crossing his legs as he awaited a certain individual. Lucius emerged from the fireplace in a disheveled state, his hair and clothing covered in soot. My lord, it is an honor to see you, he hurriedly stated, cleaning himself up and adjusting his attire as he approached the table with a respectful demeanor. Tom cast a casual glance at him, bemused by how Aberforth's son appeared so adorably foolish, lacking any of his father's cunning. No need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Lucius complied, sitting across from him, uncertain of the urgent matter that had summoned him upon Voldemort's return, yet he could only await his instructions in silence. As Tom finished his cup of tea, the room remained enveloped in silence. The light illuminated him, casting his red eyes in shadow, with the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the table. Lucius's heart began to race. Any news from Dumbledore? Tom inquired, a smile gracing his lips, dispelling the tension in the air. Lucius recalled Dumbledore's insistence regarding Sirius, as well as Harry Potter's peculiar reaction upon receiving the portrait. He hesitated momentarily. My lord, he has not abandoned the plan to rescue Sirius, he replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he relaxed slightly. It seemed he was unaware of their illegal animagus activities. Sirius had only been out for 3 days before being sent back to Azkaban. Seeing Voldemort remain silent, Lucius steeled himself to continue. The small portrait has been sent for over 2 months, but he only caught a glimpse of you, he stammered, uncertain of whether to elaborate. Tom raised an eyebrow, his fingers drumming on the table, signaling him to continue. We are near Godric's Hollow, where Harry Potter resides, and have discovered several groups monitoring him aside from us. Lucius frowned, his expression complex. He was aware of Dumbledore and the Muggle government, as well as another group, possibly from Germany. Tom was not surprised. Given the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, it was plausible for him to get involved. However, he scrutinized Lucius, questioning whether he could be foolish enough to expose his identity while delivering a small portrait to Harry Potter. Lucius seemed to sense Voldemort's skepticism, his lips twitching as he explained, I had them wear disposable invisibility cloaks while they approached Harry, and then, the remaining words were unnecessary. Voldemort was well aware of what he had done, but did he realize that Harry was only 5 years old? Regardless, he decided to commend his subordinate for completing the task. Well done. Continue to strive for excellence. Tom nodded slightly, gesturing towards the satchel on the table. Lucius, puzzled, retrieved the satchel and produced several books from within. Recognizing the peculiar script on the covers as Chinese characters, he felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. My lord, could it be that your research has expanded? Indeed, Tom's next words sent Lucius's heart racing anew. Ancient texts from the East. The contents are quite intriguing. Take them home and study them further, Tom instructed, observing Lucius's visibly changing demeanor before shaking his head. Have Regulus join you in your studies. Lucius regained his composure, but recalled the mountain of paperwork awaiting him in his study. Feeling a sense of entitlement as Voldemort's longtime mentee, he cautiously inquired, My lord, when shall you return to the manor? The magical community needs your focus. Even Narcissa has remarked that your hair lacks its former luster. Tom sipped his replenished cup of tea, reflecting on his experiences in the East and the formidable technology of the Muggle world, showing little interest in returning to the manor. Yet, as he considered the fact that he still concealed his identity from Severus, a wave of irritation washed over him. Lucius, Tom tilted his head thoughtfully, a gentle smile gracing his face. How might one convey someone's true identity without causing them to leave? Lucius froze, taken aback by Voldemort's inquiry. The answer, he realized, depended on the situation. If the concealment were unintentional, the individual would likely not be angered. He cleverly inferred the identity in question, but, fearing Voldemort's wrath, answered cautiously. In any case, if I were to perish, I would have but this one answer. Tom pondered this, not considering other matters, and waved his hand, dismissing Lucius. Wait. Leave the satchel. Tom's eyelids drooped slightly, disinterestedly watching Lucius as he hoisted the satchel into the air. The modest inner chamber quickly filled with books and various trinkets, including some exquisite blue and white porcelain. Lucius caressed the smooth surface of the porcelain. While he did not favor such understated colors, he appreciated beauty. There are 10 sets of porcelain. You may keep 3, the rest you may decide what to do. Tom observed Lucius's fascination with the porcelain he had selected, nodding in satisfaction. After all, he had kept the most aesthetically pleasing pieces for Severus, and these had been casually obtained from Jean Kouagi's brother's factory. Tom was fond of the porcelain as well. He had cleverly transported a large box of it back, much like he had done with apples, using customs to facilitate the process. It would serve as delightful gifts or decorations for the manor. He would have Lucius arrange for it to be shipped back to the dock, and should any pieces break, he would demand tenfold compensation. Tom cheerfully made his decision. Azkaban, with its dementors, remained an eternally cold and terrifying place, a destination no wizard wished to visit, lest they become sustenance for the wretched creatures. Sirius, disheveled and grimy, languished in his cell, his eyes bloodshot and his gaunt cheeks rendering him reminiscent of a ghoul. In truth, he had not slept for 3 days. Sirius, how are you faring? Lupin gazed at him with a melancholic expression, clad in plain muggle attire. The golden watch that once adorned his wrist now conspicuously absent, and the stubble on his chin glaringly apparent. Sirius turned his gaze toward the voice, and a flicker of emotion stirred within his lifeless eyes as he registered the presence of his visitor, shock washing over him. Following Dumbledore's explanations and the information he had gleaned since his release, he was acutely aware of the lengths to which Lupin had gone on his behalf, not to mention the arduous struggles he had endured. Remus, you know the Ministry's methods, and with your family's occasional influence, you understand how arduous it is for outsiders to visit Azkaban, especially a werewolf, Sirius reflected. Lupin offered no further words, instead thrusting a small box into Sirius's hands. Exhaling a weary sigh, I may not be able to visit you for a long while, Sirius. Please take care of yourself. Lupin's current situation was dire. Although he had once been a werewolf, his proximity to the laboratory and the Malfoy group had granted him a managerial position due to his high qualifications and exceptional abilities. Upon returning to the werewolf enclave, he had vanquished the former Wolf King Fenrir and earned the loyalty of the pack, which had led to his promotion. Yet, the unpredictability of fate weighed heavily on him as he shook his head and departed. Sirius watched Lupin's emaciated figure disappear, his heart heavy with confusion. The once inseparable quartet of brothers had been fractured by his misplaced trust, leaving him to ponder whether his fate was to remain in Azkaban. Tears slipped silently down his cheeks as he clutched the box, succumbing to quiet sobs. Chapter 124. Seeds of Doubt in the Potions Classroom. Severus kept a watchful eye on Tom as he concocted a potion blending Eastern and Western elements, concerned that something might go awry. Tom's adeptness at potion-making evoked admiration in Severus. The youth had matured impressively, displaying skills he had not previously possessed. It is all due to your excellent teaching, Tom remarked. Noticing Severus's wistfulness, his gentle smile almost disarming as he continued to deftly chop potion ingredients. Severus felt a twinge of embarrassment. What could he truly claim to have taught? It was the boy's own brilliance that shone through. Ah, Zhang Minjiyuan's daughter, Zhangya, has been sorted into Ravenclaw, he mused, somewhat surprised. Having expected her to be placed in Hufflepuff, Tom recalled the Chinese girl who had clutched hefty tomes in her youth. Now, having arrived at Hogwarts, she would likely take up residence in the library. The Daily Prophet reported a staggering increase in the number of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, now 2.5 times more than 3 years prior. However, with over 20 professors on staff, they should be able to manage, right? Though Severus had never held a teaching position, he understood that a surge in students would invariably burden the instructors. Reflecting on the chaos of his own school days and the stubborn old-timers, he mused that the current crop of young witches and wizards were truly fortunate. Surely it is manageable. There were 13 teachers before who managed for centuries, Tom asserted, casting Escarpin's Reveillast spell into the cauldron before pouring the viscous potion into prepared molds, intending to let it cool before use. Severus considered this and found merit in Tom's reasoning. Their conversation flowed easily, and soon the first batch of pills was ready. What is this effect? Severus inquired, grasping a dark, pill-shaped object and inhaling its sweet aroma. He noticed Tom had added honey to the mixture. I am unsure. But Jean Qiaji mentioned this is essential for men. It is supposedly called a stamina-enhancing pill. Tom recited from an ancient text in Mandarin, glancing up at Severus with curiosity. What does that mean? Is it for strengthening the body and replenishing vitality? He understood the individual characters, but grasped the combined meaning only superficially. Severus hesitated, abandoning the notion of sampling the pill. He flipped through Tom's book and discovered that aside from this particular stamina pill, the others were all standard potions. Well, you may interpret it as such, he said with a chuckle, diverting the conversation. In due time, you shall understand its purpose. He confiscated the pills from Tom's hand and tore out the page. As Tom regarded the now flushed Severus, he began to suspect the true nature of the pill. Had Jean Qiaji given him such a concoction? Under Tom's scrutinizing gaze, Severus made a hasty retreat from the potions room. Yet, a thought nagged at Severus. How had Tom, in the prime of his youth, never displayed any signs of youthful exuberance? Was he perhaps asexual? Severus shuddered at the thought, quickly dismissing it. He could not let a mere pill cloud his judgment of Tom. Since that incident, the basilisk had taken to closely monitoring Tom. The scrutiny laced with both wariness and assessment, unlike its previous demeanor during its kittenhood. On a snowy night, Severus and Tom spent an unremarkable Christmas at home. The only notable difference was the addition of Nagini, who insisted that having 2 birthdays was overly complicated and preferred to celebrate on the same day for the sake of a grand cake. Severus found himself at a loss for words, contemplating what else could be done but to indulge her. Tom, should we have fireworks for your birthday? Severus inquired while waving his wand to clear away the streamers and remnants of fireworks scattered across the floor. Having lived in the household for several years, Tom's birthdays had always been quite simple. Gifts exchanged, a few well wishes shared, and that was the extent of the celebration. While he himself did not particularly enjoy birthdays, he understood that children often longed for a festive gathering. Well, excluding the basilisk and Nagini, one has lived nearly a millennium, and the other has existed for several decades. Tom pondered, eventually posing a rather profound question. How many birthdays have I celebrated? If he counted his age as a kitten, he was 3, by physical age. He was 13, and as for his actual age, never mind. The discrepancy is too vast to contemplate, he decided. Tom's inquiry left Severus momentarily befuddled. Having a magical creature as a sibling presented unique challenges. He pursed his lips, resolving to purchase a cake without specifying an age. As the new year dawned in January 1985, Severus noticed that Tom's sleeves had become noticeably short. Have you grown taller, Tom? He asked, producing a measuring tape to assess Tom's height against the wall. You've grown a full 2 inches. Soon, I may need to stand on my tiptoes to measure you, Severus remarked with a smile. His own height remained a steadfast 178 centimeters, forever just shy of 180. Perhaps he should explore the possibility of height-enhancing potions to gain a few extra centimeters. Tom, captivated by the close proximity of Severus's eyelashes, felt an impulsive desire to blow them. Just as he was about to act on this impulse, the basilisk slithered onto his shoulder. Severus, hiss, measure me too. I've grown quite a bit, it exclaimed, attempting to clamber atop Tom's head, only to be pulled back down. Severus regarded the basilisk with trepidation. Its true form was far too large, and measuring it with a standard tape would be impossible. All right, you know precisely how large you are, he said, taking the creature from Tom's hands and scratching its belly. How about we have Mrs. Brown send over some mousse cake later? The basilisk readily agreed, swaying its tail in approval. As Tom headed downstairs to dispose of the trash, the basilisk swiftly approached Severus, cautiously surveying the surroundings before whispering close to him. Severus, earlier when Tom left, I couldn't shake off my unease and followed him, only to find him engaged in conversation with your peacock friend. Severus cast a surprised glance at the basilisk. It had never been one to report back before. The basilisk tugged at a tuft of Severus's hair with its tail, giving it a vigorous pull. It was hardly surprising they had crossed paths, considering the magical world is rather small, and their previous encounter had been rather amicable. He carefully shielded his hair and remarked nonchalantly, however, it seems rather peculiar. Just think, which kitten is born speaking Parseltongue? Furthermore, the room where they conversed is laden with numerous defensive and anti-eavesdropping charms. I do not wish for you to come to harm. The basilisk hesitated momentarily before stammering out its concerns. Severus's heart softened suddenly, and he tapped the basilisk's head, reassuring it that he had its protection. Yet, the seed of doubt had been sown, destined to take root and grow into a towering tree one day. The basilisk hissed in satisfaction at Severus's trust, though it evidently overlooked one critical point: who would address a boy as Lord? As night fell, the moonlight cascaded like water. Tom sat cross-legged on the bedroom carpet, his eyes tightly shut as he practiced the meditation techniques he had learned from Jean Qiaji. A series of tapping sounds against the glass startled him, and he abruptly opened his eyes, flinging open the window to retrieve the letter from the owl's talon. Upon discerning the contents, Tom's pupils constricted sharply, and he nearly crushed the parchment in his grip. Beneath the gaunt mansion, there truly existed a secret chamber. However, it required the blood of a descendant and the pendant box to unlock it, and, beyond himself, the Gaunt family still had bloodlines existing in the world. Did this not affirm his singular identity as a Slytherin heir? Merlin, ever since he had been reborn within the kitten, regained his senses and started collecting soul fragments. Events had grown increasingly fantastical. With a copy of the tales of Beetle the Bard and the Three Deathly Hallows, Dumbledore must soon complete his collection. After all, the invisibility cloak owned by the Potter family was a well-known secret among the aristocracy. No wonder the couple had acted so strangely during his visit to the Potter residence. Tom snapped his fingers, his crimson eyes deepening as he shattered the letter into fragments before incinerating them until no trace of its existence remained, then resumed his meditation. The heritage of pure-blood aristocracy. It seemed his timing at birth had been unfortunate, causing him to miss many opportunities, and the methods of the nobility were all too evident. Once a descendant proves unworthy, all documents pertaining to secrets would be buried alongside the passing of the family patriarch. What surprises might the Gaunt mansion still hold for him? Perhaps Tom's lingering resentment was too potent, for the next day, Lucius appeared before him, even bringing along a little sidekick. "Ah, Severus, Happy New Year." Lucius's demeanor stiffened upon seeing Voldemort, and he quickly averted his gaze, nonchalantly finding a seat. "Lucius, I remember quite well that you haven't recently ordered any potions." Severus covered his mouth and yawned, having just awakened from a nap, his thoughts still sluggish, his elongated voice sounding rather languid. Tom regarded Lucius with an unfriendly glare. He had only just dispatched someone to investigate the Gaunt family last night, and now he found himself being disturbed. How bothersome, and that little brat was equally irritating. "Huh, hasn't it been a long time? I've missed you," Lucius awkwardly chuckled, completely failing to maintain his usual composure in Voldemort's presence. Severus glanced at the radiant platinum-haired boy, disdainfully curling his lip before shifting his gaze to Draco, who sat obediently beside him in a little suit, resembling a young Tom. Severus felt a pang of nostalgia as he looked at Tom, who was preparing tea with a wand wave, earning a look of confusion in return. "I suspect you're not merely here for a nostalgic chat?" He took a sip of tea to invigorate himself, interrupting Lucius's animated chatter. If he didn't extract a proper explanation, he would ensure Lucius lost every strand of hair. Lucius felt a chill at the crown of his head and smiled as he nudged Draco, who had been staring blankly since their polite greeting. "Narcissa and I need to go to America for 2 months regarding some business matters, and I am uneasy about leaving Draco alone at home, so I hope to entrust him to your care." Lucius endeavored to avoid meeting Voldemort's increasingly frosty gaze, feeling quite helpless. If it weren't for the Gaunt family's bloodline still existing in America, he wouldn't have traveled such a distance. "My lord, I am suffering for you. Is it too much to ask for you to look after the child?" Tom turned away disinterestedly, his entire demeanor radiating rejection. Severus pinched Draco's chubby cheeks, finding it somewhat amusing that the boy looked at him with such bewilderment. "Haven't the Malfoy family's house elves been liberated? With them around, wouldn't you be safer than here with me?" Severus lacked the means to provide for a family or house elves. Otherwise, he might have gathered a few. He suspected Lucius had yet to relinquish the hope of having him teach Draco potions, hence his relentless attempts to foist the child upon him. Upon hearing the term house elf, Draco's pale face finally shifted in expression as he recalled the rebellious house elf Dobby, filling his mind with unfriendly memories. I want to learn potion making with my godfather." Draco sniffled, his eyes slightly reddening. At this declaration, the expressions of the 3 men in the room shifted dramatically. Lucius sighed heavily. "Oh, my foolish son, that is far too direct." Severus, however, was unfazed. It was quite normal for a child to be indiscreet. "I'm terribly sorry, Draco, but I have other matters to attend to and must seek another teacher." Severus smiled as he pinched Draco's cheeks again, stuffing a piece of pastry into his mouth before he could speak. Draco's cheeks bulged with food, resembling a little hamster. Yet, no amount of cuteness could alter Severus's resolve. Since the last time he had brought Harry along, his patience with children had significantly dwindled. Lucius shrugged in response. "Actually, the portraits at home also disapprove of me sending Draco here, but Voldemort is present. Moreover, judging by Voldemort's demeanor, it seems Draco's future godmother may soon be determined." The more Lucius contemplated this, the more convinced he became, casting a sympathetic glance at Severus, as though envisioning him trapped in a gilded cage woven by Voldemort. Just then, under the dangerous gaze of Tom, Lucius's two-way mirror chimed at his waist. He picked it up to find it was Narcissa and immediately brightened. I need to step out for a moment to take this call." Lucius smiled and nodded at Severus, completely oblivious to the fact that wizards could cast silencing charms. As he exited the room, Draco, under the unkind gaze, finished a plate of pastries, his little stomach quite full, yet there was no sign of his father returning upstairs. Severus and Tom exchanged glances, both harboring a sense of foreboding. Tom descended the stairs with his wand, intent on checking if Lucius was still around, prepared to bind him if necessary. Draco, can you reach your father? Severus asked, attempting to calm his growing agitation while maintaining a gentle smile. Draco hugged his plump self and shook his head in confusion. Yet inside, he screamed, Dad, you left without taking me. Are you truly not afraid my godfather might throw me out? Severus glanced at Tom as he walked in and noted his shake of the head, understanding Lucius's intentions. He rubbed his forehead in resignation, truly worried that what he feared would come to pass. Given the tight security of Malfoy Manor, Severus dared not intrude without an invitation. And considering Lucius and Narcissa might have already departed for America, he felt a wave of frustration. Do you have any contact with your Uncle Black? Severus pondered sending Draco to Regulus, but it seemed the Black Manor was also. Tom, perceiving Severus's dilemma, made a decision on his behalf. Severus, please hand him over to me. I have successfully concocted several potions, Tom said with a warm smile, reaching for Draco, intending to lead him to the potions classroom. Severus glanced at the wriggling Draco, recalling the old peacock who had abandoned him, and nodded slightly. Ensure he consumes some digestive elixir, he advised with concern, before sighing and retreating to compose a howler. Before dinner, Severus received a reply, which included not only the payment of galleons but also accompanied by a house elf. Oh, Mr. Snape, Dobby is here to serve you, the elf exclaimed. Dobby was a good elf, albeit still not free. Perhaps it was due to his not having seen Harry yet that he had not fully awakened. It could also be that Tom's insistence for Lucius to register house elves under his command had altered their status somewhat. In any case, Dobby was now clean, tidy, and efficient, earning 30 galleons a month, an initial sign of progress. The 3 humans, 2 snakes, and 1 house elf settled into a residence in the heart of London. Given Severus's current wealth, purchasing a villa or a spacious flat in the city would not be an issue. However, he had grown accustomed to his current abode and was too indolent to relocate. Moreover, he had already acquired several properties based on Zhang Minjiayuan's recommendations. In addition to a cafe, he owned numerous scattered residences. If he wished, he could easily become a landlord. Fortunately, with the use of the undetectable extension charm, Severus had expanded the house after Tom's growth spurt, as otherwise it would have been quite cramped. Draco adapted well. In his previous life, he had visited his godfather's home in Diagon Alley and even spent some time there. Thus, the current living arrangement was clean, comfortable, and with Dobby assisting with chores, he felt he could not demand too much. Furthermore, since his rebirth, he had encountered many individuals he had never met in his past life, such as his long-deceased grandfather. Those Death Eaters who should have languished in Azkaban but occasionally gathered at the Malfoy residence, and Regulus Black along with Cynthia Black, the brother of the infamous traitor Sirius. On the surface, everything appeared calm, yet the inner turmoil remained hidden from all. Therefore, seeing the once gloomy and acerbic professor transformed into a sunny and cheerful young man was no longer a surprise to him. Except for Harry Potter, whose parents remained deceased. Many fates had diverged from their previous paths. Clack, clack. Hearing the sounds of the cauldron opening in the potions room, Draco's chubby body trembled slightly, and the next moment, he turned and dashed toward his godfather. His slate blue eyes widened in alarm. He truly did not wish to consume that dark, bitter potion, even if it could help his health, for it was brewed by the one who had taken possession of his godfather. Godfather, may I have stir-fried beef with mushrooms for dinner? And sweet and sour pork, along with garlic ribs? Draco, having overcome his embarrassment on the second day of his rebirth, naturally began to charm his parents, now merely changing his target. Although he felt a tinge of apprehension, who was Severus Snape in this life? He was his godfather. Draco, let go, Severus said, steadying the fruit platter he was holding. He lifted a leg and retorted, I am not your godfather. I suggest you refrain from using that term again. Very well, Mr. Snape, but father said you would become my godfather. Draco blinked his large, glistening eyes, gazing up at Severus with a defiant expression. Ah, well, then you must consult your thieving father, Severus replied, observing the stubborn Draco. He helplessly poked the boy's smooth forehead. Little glutton, if you wish to have Chinese food, you must speak with Dobby, for he is the one cooking now. Dobby had yet to betray the Malfoys and remained a loyal elf, which Draco gladly utilized. However, he found that Dobby's skills in Italian, French, and Russian cuisines were commendable, while his Chinese dishes lacked a certain flavor. Severus set the fruit platter on the table, lifted the soft, adorable Draco, and ruffled his hair with his large hand, soon disheveling the boy's meticulously styled locks. Godfather. Draco puffed out his cheeks, looking reproachfully at the smiling Severus. It is Mr. Snape, Draco. Severus chuckled, releasing him and handing him a lychee. Tonight, I shall prepare stir-fried beef with mushrooms for you, he added, pointing to Draco's little belly. Remember to inform us if your stomach feels unwell. We cannot have Dobby secretly administering medicine again like last time. Draco's face flushed. He had not anticipated that consuming spicy stir-fried meat would lead to such discomfort, having lost count of how many sweet peppers he had eaten. Severus, observing Draco's shyness, found it hard to believe he had been undergoing air training for 6 months. Perhaps he was the future godfather Draco envisioned, Severus mused, realizing that the Malfoys treated family and friends with great warmth. Tom, having dusted himself off, opened the door and was greeted with the sight of this tender father-son moment, causing the acid in his stomach to churn. Severus, are these lychees? Tom inquired, rubbing his wrist as he approached slowly. Severus nodded toward Tom, beckoning him to join them. These lychees were sent by Jean Kouaji. Fortunately, with the aid of magic and the weather, they arrived in perfect condition and taste delightful. Severus chuckled at his own promotional tone, plucking a lychee and peeling it. Draco squinted in satisfaction, a small mountain of lychee shells already piled up before him. He had always adored sweet treats. His mother would send him homemade desserts during his school days, and encountering such delectable fruit was a rare joy he could not resist indulging in. Severus frowned as he caught Draco reaching for another lychee, shaking his head slightly when Draco looked at him with confusion. Children have delicate stomachs. Do not consume too many lychees. Draco pouted, realizing that his pleas would be in vain, and could only watch enviously as Tom devoured one lychee after another. Why can he eat so many? Because he is a big boy, Draco. You must learn moderation, Severus instructed, tapping his wand on the table, making the litter disappear instantly, even conjuring a glass of orange juice thoughtfully. Having a house elf was indeed beneficial. Severus lamented inwardly that he could not keep Dobby. You will go to the study shortly to complete the homework assigned yesterday, then have a cup of warm goat's milk before your nap. Severus organized the upcoming schedule. This routine was quite similar to what Draco experienced at home, so he readily nodded in agreement. Just pretending to be well-behaved, Tom cast a sidelong glance at Draco, quickly peeling a lychee and popping it into his mouth. The boy's displeasure was palpable, causing Draco to shrink back slightly. He could not help but feel a sense of oppression when facing this youth named Tom, reminiscent of encounters with Voldemort. As the clock approached 1:30, Draco furrowed his little brows, squeezing his belly full of goat's milk and letting out a resigned sigh. When would he be able to shed his short stature and regain the long limbs of his past life? Before the plump Draco could dwell on his melancholy, he found himself abruptly lifted off the ground, his short legs kicking helplessly. Very good, Draco, Tom chuckled lightly, waving his wand to toss the child onto the bed. His gentle voice laced with a chilling undertone. If I see you clinging to Severus again, I shall stick your tongue together. Though he wore a smile, the glint in his eyes suggested otherwise. Draco had been so attached to Severus lately that it disrupted Tom's focus on potion making, and all of Severus's attention seemed directed towards Draco, which irked him. He could only wonder how the Malfoy family raised their children to be so clingy and prone to whining. Draco's slate blue eyes momentarily reflected confusion, his long lashes fluttering. Was that a warning from the jealous boy? Very well, I understand, Uncle Tom. Draco clutched the dragon plushie tightly, his voice tinged with plaintive sorrow. Upon hearing this appellation, Tom's visage momentarily contorted. You'd better truly know, he snarled, grasping Draco's face with a fierce grip and pulling it sharply from side to side. Then, amidst Draco's tearful protests, Tom departed the bedroom with an air of nonchalance. Nagini, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Tom called, dragging Nagini, who was being fed ice cream by Dobby, into the potion chamber. As soon as Tom entered, he cast a protective charm against eavesdropping and whispered his plan to Nagini. The serpent, lethargic like a lifeless snake, sprawled across the herb-strewn table, uninterested in Tom's lengthy discourse, craving only the ice cream. Did you understand, Nagini? Tom lifted Nagini's head and shook it gently in midair. Nagini gave a perfunctory hum, then repeated Tom's plan. Hiss. You'll have the house elf escort me into Voldemort's manor basement. I'll unlock the statue door and slip inside, then traverse the marsh to enter the underground tunnel. Infiltrate the dark chamber, retrieve the small blue vial and the locket box, correct? Nagini concluded with a proud glance. Tom was momentarily taken aback. This Nagini reminded him of their initial encounter, when the snake retained human consciousness and could communicate normally. Tom, am I right? Nagini flicked its tail against Tom's wrist, eagerly seeking praise. Tom steadied himself, uncertain whether this change was beneficial for Nagini, yet it seemed promising for now. Exactly right. You're splendid, he said with a faint smile, producing several blackened pills which he fed to Nagini. The serpent swallowed them like candy. These are bone growth pills, Tom explained, watching Nagini savor the taste. They're for your growth. Don't consume too many at once. Nagini wagged its tail in disappointment, wishing to share some with Erpo. It is said that deeds are best accomplished under the cover of darkness and storm. Nagini slid down from the hammock, glanced at the peacefully sleeping Erpo, and stealthily made its way toward the refrigerator. Having promised Tom, it was determined to fulfill its word. Carefully opening the fridge door, it swept away all the carrots within, then selectively nibbled on some snacks before closing the door contentedly. Severus, awakened by thirst in the middle of the night, encountered Nagini darting about the living room. He remained silent, but Nagini was the first to notice him. Nagini, have you altered your routine? Severus inquired, curious. For as a serpent, Nagini's schedule had always mirrored theirs, never exhibiting such unusual behavior. Haha, hiss, I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'm getting some exercise. Nagini replied with an awkward smile, its serpentine face somewhat contorted. Severus nodded, fetching water himself. Though magic could have summoned it in seconds, he preferred to do it manually. Nagini watched Severus retreat to his room, then swiftly slithered to the window, squeezing through the narrow gap. Unbeknownst to it, the basilisk, originally curled by the fireplace, had opened its eyes and, after some hesitation, followed silently. At dawn, Severus ate breakfast, waiting long but seeing no sign of the two serpents. Tom, where do you think they've gone? They haven't hibernated, after all. Severus was puzzled. Tom's eyes flickered as he paused mid-forkful of tomato meat sauce pasta. Perhaps they've gone to shed their skin. Snakes must do that, right? He answered calmly. Is that so? Severus stroked his chin skeptically, but, considering their formidable nature, thought it unlikely anyone could harm them. At that moment, Draco, quietly eating at the corner of the table, lifted his head and, after finishing half a glass of milk, summoned the courage to speak. Are you referring to the white and green snakes? I saw the window open this morning. One might forgive Draco, who had lived here for several days without knowing the snakes' names. After all, their master never called them by name either. Yes, it must be Nagini and Erpo. Severus nodded slightly, having identified their route of escape. Tom's gaze lingered subtly on Draco. The boy's eyes were sharp indeed. Yet why had Erpo followed? Could it have discovered something? Both adults, lost in thought, failed to notice Draco's astonished expression as he drank his milk. What? Nagini? That's Voldemort's pet snake's name. Draco recalled the previous life's memory of Neville of Gryffindor slaying Nagini with the sword. A mere coincidence of name, nothing more. As Draco wrestled with his thoughts, his milk cup was refilled once again. I hate refill charms, he muttered, taking another large gulp. London's weather had always been dichotomous, either raining or not. Unlike wizards who could manipulate the weather with magic, they were at the mercy of the elements. Just moments ago, it was merely overcast. Now, the sky had darkened ominously, heavy clouds looming overhead like a suffocating shroud. Where are Erpo and Nagini? They've been gone 2 days. Severus fretted, watching the wind-bent trees. Tom was unbothered, merely noting Nagini's slow pace. He thrust a cup of hot cocoa into Severus's hand and poured himself a drink. They're tough and venomous. Have faith they'll be fine. Before Tom finished speaking, a brilliant lightning bolt exploded, followed by a thunderclap that roared in their ears. As Severus and Tom exchanged glances, a furious storm unleashed itself, the rain lashing the earth like a malevolent witch cackling in the sky. Draco, clutching his dragon plushie, fled the bedroom, eyes wide with terror at the thunder. I thought it was too scary, he exclaimed, running over to cling to his godfather's leg. The gloomy sky outside made him feel as though he had returned to the battlefield of Hogwarts' final war. Severus, assuming Draco was frightened by the thunder, pursed his lips but gently lifted him. There, it's all right now. Draco buried his face in Severus's neck, sobbing softly, his small frame trembling with silent anguish that stirred pity. Severus softly patted Draco's back, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions. Great, another one discovered, he murmured. Chapter 126, Transition 1. Draco, exhausted from crying, eventually fell into a deep slumber in Severus's arms, his face furrowed in discomfort, his small body twitching occasionally as if plagued by nightmares. I'll take him to bed. You rest for a while, Tom said, scooping up little Draco and striding toward his bedroom. Severus shook his head and gazed out the window, pondering whether the world was riddled with holes like a sieve. Shortly after, Tom returned to the living room. As he passed the sofa, he stepped on something soft. Looking down, he found Draco's dragon plushie. Casting a sidelong glance at Severus, who faced away, Tom snapped his fingers, and the plushie floated toward Draco's sleeping quarters. When I was little, was I as troublesome as Draco? Tom approached Severus and used a spell to dry the large damp patch on his clothing. Severus propped his chin on his hand and glanced at him, his memories of Tom's brief yet endearing childhood somewhat hazy. Certainly, there was no longer the elongated drawl of Slytherin. Squinting, I endeavored to recall. You were such a good boy. every night after I finished telling you bedtime stories. You would always ask me for a goodnight kiss. A humorous memory seemed to flit through Slytherin's mind, eliciting a soft chuckle. You owe me 232 goodnight kisses. Tom's crimson eyes mirrored Slytherin's astonishment as he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and gently inquired, when do you plan to redeem them? But you're all grown up now. You're 13, not 3, Slytherin stammered. Yet, upon seeing Tom's stubborn expression, he planted several quick pecks on Tom's forehead. Is this acceptable? Tom, sensing the insincerity behind Slytherin's gesture, furrowed his brow tightly, his usually smiling lips forming a straight line. Slytherin remained oblivious to his irritation, turning to gaze out the window at the raging storm, contemplating a severe grounding for Halbo and the others upon their return. Slytherin. What? Hearing Tom's call, Slytherin turned to look, only to receive a sudden, cool kiss on his cheek. A flicker of annoyance crossed Tom's eyes, yet upon witnessing Slytherin's astonished expression, he burst into laughter. That was a good-night kiss, Slytherin, he said cheerfully before planting another quick peck and darting off to the potions room. Leaving Slytherin in the living room, dazedly touching his cheek. Had he not watched this boy grow up, he might have thought he had been taken advantage of. Not long after the storm subsided, 2 serpents returned home, drenched. Slytherin asked Dobby to assist in cleaning them, only to notice that Halbo's coloration seemed to have changed. After being washed and fragrant, Nagini hurried off to find Tom, leaving only Halbo in the kitchen, devouring his meal. Did you really shed your skin? Slytherin gently poked at the gluttonous Halbo, inquiring softly. Halbo paused, momentarily confused by the term shed, recalling his experiences in the manor, realizing it was somewhat similar. Hiss, indeed. I only shed once every 50 years, Halbo replied, swallowing a large chunk of beef and flicking his tongue. Where have you been these past few days? If you didn't tell me every time you visited the Forbidden Forest, I would have thought you were playing inside. I followed Nagini to a manor. It seems she is quite familiar with the place, and there were house elves at her beck and call. Slytherin pondered Halbo's words. Nagini's true form was a massive serpent, glossy and well cared for, yet he wondered how she had ended up in their household. Do you know the location or name of that manor? Slytherin propped his chin on his hand and asked. Probably to the southwest? Due to defensive runes and concealment spells, I only have a vague recollection, Halbo explained, flicking his tail. But there is a statue in the chamber that is about a person's height, and I think it resembles Tom somewhat. Slytherin began to question Halbo's eyesight. After all, snakes perceive the world through their tongues, don't they? If I sent you back, would you be able to find your way? Halbo nodded, boasting of his excellent memory. He preferred not to discuss Salazar, as those memories were too distant and tiresome to revisit. Slytherin resolved to let Halbo rest for a few days. Once he was prepared, he would have him lead the way to the manor, having taken someone else's pet. It was only right to pay a visit and offer an apology, perhaps even familiarize himself with the place. With clarity of thought, Slytherin ceased to disturb Halbo, rising to head to the living room to unwind with a couple of episodes of a television series. In the potions room, Tom held the golden goblet regurgitated by Nagini, meticulously cleaning off the residue before finally speaking. The little blue vial, the pendant box, and this golden goblet? Where did you acquire the goblet? Right from the manor. But it was in a black box, and I thought it would be difficult to retrieve, so I swallowed it. Tom facepalmed in exasperation. He could have asked a house elf for help. If it weren't for his current physical condition being unsuitable for the wizarding world, he would have gone himself. All right, thank you. Nagini, where did you encounter Halbo? Outside the manor. He was foraging for deer. Tom did not believe it was merely a hunting expedition. Halbo was already aware of his lineage as a Slytherin, and those hidden secrets hardly remained concealed. He examined the golden goblet in his hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Based on the previous merging progress, if he fused the goblet, he would fully restore his powers, and once restored, Slytherin's attitude toward him was all too predictable. Noticing Tom's prolonged silence, Nagini curled up on the carpet, playing with her tail out of boredom. Humans were drawn to strength. Much like the essence of humanity was that of a parrot. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, Tom made his decision. As night deepened, the room was bright and clean. An irritating buzzing broke the stillness of the dark, and Tom, meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger within them. Lucius, you had better have an urgent matter. He opened the two-way mirror, fixing a displeased gaze upon the figure on the other side. Lucius's pallid face appeared in the mirror, his platinum hair dulled under the light. My lord, he addressed respectfully, pursing his lips before continuing, the blood and hair you requested have been obtained. Should I deliver them immediately? Lucius paused, surprised to see hesitation on Voldemort's face. Merlin's wig, how unusual. Send it to Voldemort Manor first. I trust you are well prepared, correct, Lucius? Tom smiled, a sinister grin stretching across his face, his voice adopting an aristocratic lilt. That smile revealed a side of him never shown before Slytherin. Lucius shivered. excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was the Voldemort he was familiar with. "Yes, my lord. I assure you I will fulfill your command," he eagerly replied, his voice trembling with anticipation. After listening to Lucius's flattery, Tom abruptly shut off the mirror. Yet, he lost interest in meditation and began perusing an ancient text. The following day, upon seeing Tom's dark circles, Slytherin expressed surprise and quickly handed him a vial of invigorating potion, genuinely concerned that the boy might fall into the cauldron while engrossed in potion making. "Are you all right? Were you out stealing vegetables last night?" Slytherin inquired, rubbing his wrist with curiosity. After years of living with Slytherin, Tom, accustomed to his mannerisms, chuckled at the question. "I'm fine. I just had an epiphany." Slytherin understood, recalling his own late-night gaming sessions. "It's all right. I understand. Just make sure to take care of yourself and not overexert." He shook his head, patting Tom's shoulder in encouragement. However, he noted that adolescents were different from his elder self. Mild indulgence was refreshing, but excessive indulgence could prove detrimental. "Yes," Tom nodded in agreement. Yet he sensed something was amiss in Slytherin's expression, momentarily freezing in place. At dinner, while sipping turtle and goji berry soup, Tom remained oblivious to the implications of Slytherin's smile from the afternoon. Although Slytherin maintained a calm demeanor, Tom felt an inexplicable oddness in the air. Draco, sitting quietly with his head down and diligently sipping cream of mushroom soup, occasionally dipped his bread into the meat sauce, his little face scrunched in displeasure. Why must these carrots taste so dreadful? He dared not look up at the two individuals opposite him. Who could bear to recall the heart-wrenching scene of sobbing while clinging to someone's leg, using their clothing as a tissue? Tom cast a glance at the despondent youth before him, raising an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Yesterday, had he not wept with such fervor? Scooping some chicken broth into a bowl, he gently nudged it toward Draco. Hearing the movement, Draco lifted his head, only to meet Tom's piercing gaze, a look so intense it sent a shiver down his spine. "Have some soup. It's quite delicious," Severus prompted, observing Draco's stunned expression. Despite Tom's usual warmth and kindness, Draco remained inexplicably fearful of him. "All right, uncle," Draco murmured, his wide eyes flickering toward his godfather as he sniffled and began sipping the soup. Severus shook his head with an amused smile, remarking on how Draco and Lucius were truly distinct in nature. "By the way, how is your progress with potion making?" Severus inquired, turning toward Tom, having recently noticed a persistent scent of something burning wafting through the room. Tom recalled his recent distractions caused by the troubles surrounding the Gaunt's secret chamber, which had led to a lapse in his alchemical pursuits, and a hint of frustration clouded his features. "No significant progress," he admitted. "The ingredients for potions have become exceedingly scarce on Fulu Street, and I can't always rely on Zhang Mingyuan to gather supplies." His lips pressed together in quiet vexation. Yet he resolved to send a letter shortly to expedite his subordinate's efforts. "It's all right," Severus reassured softly. "Potions and elixirs are inherently distinct, and your talent in brewing potions has already inspired envy in many." "Really? I thought I was quite ordinary," Tom responded modestly. "Truly, you are remarkable," Severus affirmed. The two exchanged compliments, their camaraderie warm and harmonious. Observing this scene, Draco rolled his eyes, finally understanding that he was but an extraneous presence. Silently, Draco leapt down from the table and stealthily retreated to the sofa to watch television. The marvels of the Muggle world's television never ceased to astonish him. As was customary, Severus bestowed a good-night kiss upon Tom, then glanced at the slumbering Draco before carrying the snake Helbo into the bedroom. The pair exchanged a knowing look before disappearing behind the door. Lying in the adjacent room, Tom's crimson eyes shimmered with quiet vigilance. The mark he had inscribed upon Severus informed him that its bearer was moving swiftly. Was someone abducting him? The thought was immediately dismissed. He had long instructed Lucius that no one was to provoke him recklessly. What, then, was transpiring? Pushing open the door, Tom surveyed the room, eventually noting Nagani's absence. "Excellent," he murmured impassively. Yet, the unleashed magical energy was wreaking havoc upon all it touched. Had it not been for Severus's defensive enchantments reinforcing this floor, the place would have long since been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Tom's restraint guided the destructive force to avoid both Nagani and the sleeping Draco. Amid the crackling sounds, Draco rubbed his sleepy eyes, only to lock gazes with his dragon plush. He noticed the dragon had levitated midair. Not merely the dragon plush, but his chair, carpet, and even the wardrobe had fractured and floated in disarray. His ability to remain safely in bed was partly thanks to Dobby's efforts. "Master, Dobby will protect you," the house elf whispered, standing vigilantly at the bedside, eyes fixed toward the door as if prepared to carve a bloody path should danger arise. Draco remained silent, clutching the dragon plush Dobby had retrieved, his brow furrowed as he stared toward the living room. Clearly, a magical upheaval was underway. Yet, As he contemplated whether to command Dobby to check on his godfather's safety, the floating furniture crashed down, shattering more utterly. Watching the door sway precariously, Draco gestured for Dobby to hide and resolutely feigned sleep. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a tall, slender figure. After a sweeping glance around, the figure's gaze settled on Draco, who lay with flushed cheeks, lips pressed in a slight smile. Raising a hand, the man restored the shattered room, then motioned silently to Dobby's south hiding place with a finger pressed to his lips. Tom closed the door and extended a hand toward Nagini. The serpent recoiled slightly, wary of the fearsome Tom's return. Under a moonlit sky, quiet save for the chirping of insects and birds, Severus crouched atop the serpent's head, his garments rustling in the night breeze. "How much longer, Helbo?" he murmured, eyes barely open despite the protective enchantments he had cast. The serpent's rapid movement still left him uncomfortable. "Hiss very soon. Just ahead," Helbo replied, flicking its tongue and scenting the air to confirm the path before quickening its pace. Severus silently compared the serpent's reliability unfavorably to that of certain drivers in later times. Why had he been so impulsive as to venture to the manor at midnight? It was only because Helbo whispered in his ear that the portraits, flora, and statues within the estate bore a striking resemblance, some sevenfold, to Tom and Nagini. Otherwise, he would not have acted so rashly. Though only about 15 minutes had passed since their departure, Helbo had already traversed much of London unimpeded, arriving near the manor. "Hiss, this is the place," the serpent announced, depositing Severus atop a hill as it surveyed the grand, yet sparsely lit estate, opulence evident in every corner, as if all treasures were amassed within. Severus caught but a shadow and patted Helbo's head. "Helbo, have you forgotten one thing? I am not immune to magic as you are." The serpent cast a helpless glance his way and resumed their advance. After breaching the manor's magical shields, evading guards and hidden defenses, Severus finally glimpsed the estate's true visage. Gazing upon the prominent serpent statue at the gate and overhearing whispered conversations, a wave of trepidation washed over Severus. "Helbo, let us return home," he murmured, stroking the serpent's cool scales. "Shall we not go inside? It's quite dazzling within," Helbo queried with some puzzlement. Severus shook his head firmly. "Better not linger here." Breathing in the fresh forest air, he found himself oddly comforted by Voldemort's disappearance. Chapter 127, Part 2. Severus returned home under cover of darkness, foregoing his usual caution by entering through the front door directly. Flicking on the living room light with a snap, he started at the figure seated on the sofa. "Tom," he called uncertainly. The silhouette, hearing the voice, rose and stepped from the shadows, revealing his countenance. With hair as dark as polished onyx and a lithe, graceful frame, his slender fingers idly stroked Nagini. His tone was casual, yet those crimson eyes held a faint trace of menace. Severus felt an inexplicable tension but, recalling the purpose of his outing, composed himself. A faint smile played upon his lips as he lifted a bag of hamburgers. "Thank Merlin, they found a 24-hour burger joint." Helbo was hungry. "We went out for a late-night snack. This is for you," he said, glancing at Tom's guarded expression, though one serving might not suffice for Nagini as well. Tilting his head, Tom studied Severus's face, attempting to discern some hidden meaning, but found none. "All right, Severus, thank you," Tom said with a smile, taking the bag and levitating the hamburgers into the kitchen before Severus's eyes. Severus blinked, a slight tremor passing through the hand that stroked Helbo's head. "Your magic has improved again, truly impressive." He offered a compliment, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, and then nonchalantly made his way to the potions room. "I'll fetch you some stabilizing potions. Your magic seems a bit restless," Tom responded with a soft hum, watching Severus depart. For a moment, the living room was enveloped in silence. "Tom, may I eat that hamburger?" Nagini circled around Tom's arm, nearly drooling at the sight of the kitchen. With Tom's gentle reply, Nagini let out a cheer and slithered toward the kitchen. Upon entering the potions room, Severus's tense shoulders relaxed. He was aware that Tom could be quite imposing, but the pressure had been overwhelming just now. He almost thought he had seen Dumbledore. Yet, considering Nagini's unusual closeness to Tom, Severus felt a flicker of doubt. Based on what he had observed at the manor, along with the rumors surrounding the Dark Lord, Tom bore a striking resemblance to him. Both possessed dark hair and crimson eyes, were accompanied by a snake, and could converse in Parcel tongue. However, Severus paused, clutching the potion in his hand. Could he truly be standing before Voldemort? He recalled Lucius's astonished expression upon seeing Tom. Now it seemed more akin to fear. Lucius indeed expressed shock. For anyone who encountered the long-vanished Voldemort suddenly appearing in a friend's home, and in the form of a living child, would be utterly bewildered. Lost in thought, a pale, slender hand grasped the potion he nearly dropped and thoughtfully selected a few more vials. "Severus, how careless of you," Tom's voice chimed lightly beside him. Severus's breath caught. his mind racing. I was considering which of these are the new concoctions. Their efficacy must be optimal, he replied softly, feigning scrutiny of the potions. Tom, satisfied to unmask his clumsy pretense, directly uncorked a vial and drank from it. Severus, when will you brew a potion with a fruity flavor? Tom frowned as he swallowed another vial, voicing his mild complaint. Severus felt a pang of frustration. It was no easy task to alter the flavor without affecting the potion's properties. If it were feasible, such flavors would have emerged centuries ago. Humph, drink it or not. Next time, I'll make you one with a chili flavor. He temporarily set aside his lingering apprehension, focusing instead on the child's complaints about the unpalatable potions. Tom observed Severus returning to his usual demeanor and felt a curiosity about whether he had discovered the manor, or perhaps its secrets. After a brief silence, it was Severus who finally succumbed, wishing Tom good night before heading to bed. The events of the evening had been quite overwhelming. Tom refrained from probing further, simply watching him depart before turning to retreat into his room for the night. Even if he were discovered, it mattered little. There was no need for alarm. Life stretched ahead. A gentle smile graced Tom's lips as he contemplated the prospect of having Severus try the elixir first. Draco awoke from a nightmare, having seemingly seen Voldemort the previous day. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with the familiar ceiling and his dragon toy beside him, allowing his racing heart to finally calm. He absent-mindedly changed his clothes, thus overlooking Dobby's hesitant demeanor. Once he had completed his morning routine with Dobby's assistance and stepped outside, he encountered the tall, elegant figure of a boy whose striking good looks momentarily dazzled him. Tom, observing the dazed Draco, felt a slight alleviation from the earlier frustration of being overlooked by Severus. Severus, watching Tom as he headed to the potions room to study elixirs, visibly sighed in relief. Since last night, the young man seemed to no longer conceal his imposing presence. In the potions room, Tom tightened his grip on the small blue vial, rummaging through his bag for a small green one, and within moments, he made a decision. The Malfoys were still in America and had yet to return to London. They appeared to have fallen in love with the place, even reducing their communication with Draco. After watching Nagini finish her animated series, Draco jumped off the sofa and shyly approached Severus, expressing his desire to go out. Severus, noticing the eager glimmer in the little one's eyes, slapped his forehead, finally recalling something he had forgotten: Harry Potter, who resided at his aunt's house. He glanced toward the potions room, his brow furrowing in contemplation. If Tom were Voldemort, well, he recognized the implausibility of that assumption, but what if? Wouldn't that be akin to sending a lamb into the jaws of a tiger? Could it be? Uncle Severus. Little dragon wants to go out and play. Draco tugged at his sleeve, blinking innocently. Severus gazed at the cherubic Draco, reminded of their reincarnated selves, making his head ache even more. Where would you like to go? He glanced outside. It was a rare, sunny day. Draco's eyes widened in excitement. He hadn't anticipated his godfather's easy acquiescence. I want to go to the amusement park, ride roller coasters, and try the swinging pendulum. His little hands gestured enthusiastically, eager to experience the delights of a Muggle amusement park, curious about how it differed from wizarding activities. Severus regarded him with a pained expression. A 5- or 6-year-old child barely stood a meter tall. Despite his agreement, the staff would never allow him entry. Draco looked up expectantly at his godfather. His dragon toy crumpled in his grip. He had been here for over half a month and had yet to go out even once. Just as Severus hesitated, the phone rang abruptly. As he answered, Petunia's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Dudley, stop. That's a bone, not bread. Wait, don't move, Harry. There's a lawnmower in the garden. After a chaotic flurry of sounds, Petunia finally managed to speak calmly with Severus. Hi, Severus. I apologize. A little incident occurred. Petunia sincerely apologized, not having expected the two children, who had just been playing with building blocks, to suddenly cause such a ruckus. Severus rubbed his temples, aware of the noise on the other end. It's quite all right, Petunia. Did you have a reason for calling? He inquired, puzzled. Petunia's peripheral gaze fell on Harry, who had just dashed upstairs. Harry's been a bit strange lately, she said, nervously twisting the phone cord. He suddenly asked me last night where the little soldier in the cupboard had gone, the one with the missing leg, but I've never bought them any chess pieces. And his magic has been acting up frequently. The Ministry's team has become quite familiar with us. Thankfully, they haven't suspected us of mistreating Harry. Severus sensed that Harry's condition might be a consequence of his soul and body not fully merging after his reincarnation, yet it had been several months. Why the sudden change? Has this been occurring for the past month? He quickly pressed. Petunia hesitated before answering. No, it happened a few times last Halloween. I was busy with work and didn't notice, or perhaps it was Vernon who told me. Unaware of Petunia's awkwardness, Severus stroked his chin thoughtfully. The situation felt rather unusual. With the occasional team monitoring, everything should be fine. Petunia, he offered as reassurance. Let us hope so, she sighed. They exchanged a few brief words before hanging up. Severus, should we go check on them? Tom appeared by his side, pushing little Draco into a corner. The voice from the receiver had been quite clear. Tom had listened intently. And combined with Severus's unusual concern for the child, he posed the question. Severus abruptly turned his head at the sound, akin to a startled kitten, inadvertently emitting a crack as he exerted too much force, causing a sharp pain that furrowed his brow. Ouch, Tom, I believe I may have twisted my neck, he exclaimed. His face flushed, particularly under Draco's puzzled gaze, which only deepened his embarrassment. Tom gently moved Severus's hand away from his neck, extending a finger to probe the area, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Please, do not touch there. It hurts, Severus replied, his eyes slightly reddened, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Tom's eyes as he nodded solemnly, stating, It's nothing serious. I shall attempt a healing spell I recently learned. With that, he drew his wand and pointed it at Severus's neck, softly reciting the incantation. The cool tip of the wand made Severus flinch, prompting an immediate instinct to recoil. Yet he restrained himself. A burst of white light emanated from the wand, and at last, Severus found he could look straight ahead. I could have managed it myself, he muttered, uncomfortably rubbing his neck. Tom chuckled in resignation and resumed their earlier conversation. Meanwhile, Draco, who had been observing from the sidelines, was utterly astounded. That wand seemed so familiar. He strained to recall, finally linking it to his arch-nemesis, Harry Potter, with whom he had battled for 7 years in his past life. Was this not the very wand that Harry wielded? Draco quickly returned to the couch, propping his chin in a serious demeanor, pondering the implications if that wand had found its master. What would become of Harry then? Severus was blissfully ignorant of the wand's significance. Although he had been in the wand shop, his thoughts had already drifted to traveling to China, rendering him oblivious to Ollivander's words and missing a crucial piece of information. Perhaps it was a consequence of Voldemort's conciliatory policies post-1977, which not only created job opportunities but also offered a stable living environment, resulting in a surge of young wizards during this period. Aside from the usual offspring from the Black and Weasley families, typical wizarding households now had 1 or 2 children, avoiding the fate of dwindling numbers. Notably, young Barty and Andre had resigned from Hogwarts to return home, citing the reason as preparing for a pregnancy. Judging by the fact that they were ordering childbirth potions from him, Severus suspected both had indeed conceived. Humph, everyone seems to have 1,000 ulterior motives. Severus mused as he sifted through the letters sent by Andre. Tom was well aware of Severus's inexplicable fondness for younglings, particularly fluffy ones. A sentiment he could relate to from his own experience as a cat. So, are we still heading to Caerphilly? Tom interrupted Severus's mental sparring with his quill and recounted the itinerary they had finalized the previous day. Severus nodded slightly, scribbling down a final blessing before lifting a cup of water to moisten his parched lips. His shoulders sagged under the weight of the request. Andre had actually asked him to be the godfather of their unborn child. Shall we depart? He said, scanning the living room, hesitantly adding, What of Draco? Wasn't it agreed that we would go together? No sooner had he spoken than the door to Draco's room swung open. The diminutive figure emerged, clad in a tailored suit. His soft platinum hair styled impressively with hair gel, and his cherubic face radiant. Severus was almost convinced he had ingested a glamour potion, given how remarkably he sparkled. Oh, esteemed Uncle Snape and Uncle Tom, do I look handsome today? Draco sang, striking a pose against the doorframe, his polished shoes clattering on the floor. Severus turned away, exasperated, casting a glance at Tom, silently querying if this was his idea. Tom innocently shook his head. He had merely suggested that Draco make a new friend, never anticipating such an outcome. As they exchanged glances, Draco gleefully brandished a small bag prepared by Dobby and stepped out, urging them to hurry. Severus and Tom had no choice but to hastily follow. Had the little rascal been imbibing excitement potions? To accommodate the young Draco, they slowed their pace and even stopped by a cafe to pick up some new delicacies. Draco eagerly slurped his bubble tea, shooting accusatory glances at Tom for previously claiming it was unsuitable for children, leaving him to merely inhale the sweet aroma while watching his godfather relish it. What's the matter with Draco? Severus asked, glancing at the rearview mirror, noticing Draco's pitiful expression. Tom popped a mint into his mouth, casually remarking, Perhaps he is simply too excited to meet his new friend. Severus nodded thoughtfully, curious about what sparks might ignite when the two finally met. The thought sent a ripple of excitement through him. In the villa at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry crouched inside his bedroom wardrobe, tracing the faces of his grandparents in the portrait with small hands, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Chapter 128, Little Dragons and Potter. In the eyes of wizards, the outside temperature, whether frigid or sweltering, was of no consequence. With a mere spell, they they could resolve any discomfort, rendering them oblivious to the worries of muggles. The world outside flowed past in reverse, while the clouds drifting across the azure sky cast a welcome shadow over the vehicle. Draco's gaze was fixated on the throngs of people, contemplating the coexistence of wizards and muggles, judging by the outcomes of his past life. Wizards could only maintain a precarious existence. Draco, we are nearly there, Severus reminded him with a smile, allowing Draco time to tidy his attire and hair. Puffing out his cheeks, Draco adjusted his unruly hair. Regardless of how the situation might shift in this lifetime, he was determined to recruit Harry as his junior. However, the moment Draco laid eyes on Harry, he sensed his plan had faltered, recognizing the familiar gaze belonging to the chosen one. Hello, I'm Draco Malfoy, he introduced himself, extending his hand, his pallid cheeks tinged with pink. Harry, caught in a déjà vu moment, blinked his large green eyes and slowly reached out his hand. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. Their chubby hands met briefly before quickly parting. Draco, adhering to his plan, opened his satchel and retrieved the toys and snacks he had prepared, intending to engage Harry in a game of wizard chess. Harry, too shy to glance at the adults nearby, bit his lip and led his shadow, Dudley, along with Draco, to play. Severus, regrettably, withdrew his gaze, finding the harmonious meeting of two reincarnated children unexpectedly heartwarming. This is a book I prepared for Harry. It's suitable for children and should keep him occupied for a year, Severus indicated toward the box set aside, providing Harry with something to do in his leisure time. Petunia nodded appreciatively. After all these years, she had not anticipated Severus would be the one most at ease among them. You've changed so much. I can hardly remember what you looked like as a child, she remarked, pouring Severus a cup of red tea, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Back then, Lily was still here, and life was moving toward a bright future. Severus awkwardly sipped his tea at the mention. The person he had been back then was not who he was now. Tom, however, listened with keen interest, although he had gleaned some information about Severus from his research. It paled in comparison to hearing it from someone familiar, particularly concerning Muggle affairs. Petunia, seemingly accustomed to Severus's silence, continued her monologue. I even have photos of you from your childhood. You were not nearly as tall as you are now. She chuckled, rising to rummage through an album to share with them. Severus cast a resigned glance at the squinting Tom, letting out a deep sigh. Please, continue your conversation. I shall check on Draco and the others. He poked Tom's arm with his finger, leaving him behind in the living room. Tom smiled and nodded, seizing the album from Petunia's hands just before Severus could express his embarrassment. Having taken only a few steps, Severus soon encountered the three children frolicking in the small garden. However, Dudley was preoccupied with gnawing on a piece from a wizard's chess set, the pieces squeaking and drawing attention. The other two were crouched before the floor beat, their little backsides raised, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. He deliberately increased his pace, making a bit of noise, for he had no intention of disrupting their clandestine meeting. Upon hearing the sound, Harry turned his head and was greeted by Severus's smile. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, his grin froze, and his entire body seemed to be encased in ice. Ha ha, Uncle Severus, he eventually managed to say, though his voice was dry and the flower petal he had been clutching fell to the ground. Draco blinked, concealing his flower-stained hand behind his back, and displayed an innocent smile. Godfather, have you finished your discussion? He ventured, summoning his courage. The two children were just beginning to engage in their secretive chatter, their eyes glancing nervously, unwilling to meet Severus's gaze. I stepped out for some fresh air, Severus replied, his eyes lingering meaningfully between the two as he made his way towards a wooden bench by the tree. In a discreet angle where they could not see, he cast a listening charm, eager to discern what the savior and his nemesis might be discussing. Draco exhaled with relief and attempted to resume their conversation with Harry, only to be halted by a shake of Harry's head. Draco, let us go upstairs, Harry declared, casting a wary glance in Severus's direction, his tone leaving no room for argument. Draco was puzzled but obediently stood up. The two coaxed Dudley inside, then hand in hand, feigned camaraderie as they ascended the stairs. Tom observed everything from a distance, yet it was Severus's amusing antics that captivated his attention more. Once the two children reached the second floor, and Harry shut the door to muffle the outside sounds, they dove into the wardrobe to whisper conspiratorially. Do you think Tom resembles someone? Harry's visage twisted into something fierce as he mentioned Tom. Noticing Draco's lack of reaction, he cut to the chase. He bears a striking resemblance to someone from my childhood memories. Draco, after a series of expressive glances from Harry, grasped the implication and gasped, his young heart shaken to its core, unable to settle. Why, you can't be serious. You must speak of such things lightly. Draco stammered, if Tom was Voldemort, how many times would he have to be silenced, especially since that individual was mostly quite affable? Harry nodded gravely, but considering Draco had not witnessed Dumbledore's memories, His skepticism was understandable. He speaks Parcel tongue, and there is a white snake by his side, named Nagini. Most crucially, he has black hair and red eyes. Harry paused. Taking a deep sigh, I have opposed him for over a decade. I would not mistake him. Though the threads of fate in this world diverged significantly, the prominent figures remained eerily akin to those from his previous life. Draco pursed his lips in contemplation, sweat beading on his forehead as an alarming thought struck him. His gaze towards Harry filled with sympathy. Harry, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Speak plainly, don't dawdle. All right, your wand is missing. Draco blurted out the circumstances before Harry could question, thus clarifying that he was not the one to divulge the secret. So, if you're referring to that person, the Dark Lord, your wand is most likely in his possession, he shrugged, a wicked glee evident on his face. Without the wand made from phoenix feather, it was uncertain whether Harry could turn the tide at the last moment. Voldemort had seized his wand, and from Draco's narrative, it was clear that this incarnation of Voldemort was remarkably astute. Not only had he been preparing to construct a new Diagon Alley, but he had also established a global enterprise, with glimpses of magical items appearing in the streets. Everything was different this time around. Even during Voldemort's years of absence, Harry believed it was a strategy to lull Dumbledore into complacency. Otherwise, the Ministry and Aurors would not have been so easily placated. Harry felt a disorientation he had never experienced before, acutely aware of the world's malice. His thoughts felt utterly disarrayed, leaving him unable to form coherent ideas. Are you serious? He trembled, his lips quivering. My wand is truly gone? You shouldn't be so furious. You had a lightning-shaped scar on your forehead, after all. Everyone knows you're the Dark Lord's nemesis, Draco mused, stroking his pudgy chin. Harry's notoriety post-war was hardly a secret. Anyone with intent could uncover it. With a dejected expression, Harry quickly regained his composure. If his wand was lost, so be it. At least he had seen his grandparents in this life. And as for his parents, he had long since accustomed himself to their absence over the years. Draco, don't noble portraits dwindle? Or are there instances of lineage break? Perhaps the magical paint has faded, causing them to remain static? He furrowed his brow, inquiring of the only person who might provide insight. How could that be? Esteemed magical environments and ancient estates are filled with portraits. Damaged portraits have dedicated restorers, and we never abandon our ancestors' likenesses. Draco's voice grew sharp, casting Harry an incredulous look as though he were a wastrel. Portraits were a vital part of noble heritage, not to mention the labor and resources required to create one. Harry placed a hand over Draco's mouth, unable to comprehend his fervor, yet understanding the implications of matters he had overlooked in his previous life. Once Draco calmed, Harry tentatively asked, do you know how many portraits are in the Potter estate? Your ancestor and my family are related. Draco shot him a glare, the complexities of noble bloodlines dawning on him. You realize that makes Harry my cousin, don't you? I don't know, Draco coldly replied, swatting Harry's hand away. You didn't figure that out in your past life? You inherited the fortunes of both the Black and Potter families. Realizing his misstep, Draco glanced sideways. Noticing the confusion on Harry's face was genuine, causing him to startle. You don't mean to say you possess the Black family's other properties, secret vaults, and the Potter family's invisibility cloak and shampoo formula, do you? Merlin, I can hardly believe it. Draco gasped, covering his mouth, as if he had stumbled upon a tremendous secret. Upon hearing these words, Harry's eyes began to swirl with confusion. What secret vaults? What shipping routes? It felt entirely disconnected from what he had inherited in his previous life. Draco opened his mouth, then spoke. You truly are a foolish savior. Harry bristled at this, but quickly fell into despair. 8 years of being a savior had imparted many lessons. Would you be willing to share more about the pureblood families? He yearned to discern how Draco's accounts differed from those of his grandfather. Harry brushed a corner of the wardrobe, not intending to reveal the small box containing his grandparents' portraits. Draco, with an air of self-satisfaction, lifted his chin and began to regale Harry with tales, though he withheld any family secrets. Thus, Harry was introduced to a world of magic that was entirely different from his understanding. Meanwhile, as the two children engaged passionately in their conversation, Severus, seated beneath the tree, found his mind frozen upon hearing Harry compare Tom to Voldemort. He lost interest in the rest of the conversation. If Tom truly was Voldemort, then when had he supplanted the cat? And had he, who had always been so kind to him, secretly mocked him like a house elf all along? The recent thefts of potion ingredients, coupled with Helbo's evasiveness, seem inextricably linked to him, not to mention Nagini in that manner. But why? He absent-mindedly stroked his wand. As torrents of emotions surged within him, the magical energy surrounding him swirling the leaves from the trees on the ground into a whirlwind, reminiscent of a tornado, while the flowers in the garden were helplessly uprooted from their beds. Ever vigilant of the courtyard's happenings, Tom rushed out, only to find Severus his eyes vacant and lost in a frenzy. Severus, what has happened? Look at me, it's Tom. Tom cast several defensive and containment spells around him before cautiously approaching. Hearing Tom's voice, Severus lifted his head in confusion, fleetingly recalling that he was at Petunia's house. He admonished himself not to succumb to anger or reveal his turmoil, and his chaotic magic began to stabilize. Tom, he barely uttered a name before darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Quick as a flash, Tom cast a levitation charm, arresting Severus's falling body midair. Is he all right? Petunia exclaimed, rushing over to help, but was deterred by a single glance from Tom. Yet, in the next moment, her concern returned. She picked up Severus's fallen wand, convincing herself it was merely an illusion. Severus, this is a magical surge. Go fetch the potion box I gave to Harry. As Tom instructed Petunia, he gently laid Severus on the sofa in the living room, secretly resenting his own physical limitations, wishing he could carry him inside. Petunia swiftly opened the box and placed it on the table, astonished that an adult wizard could experience such a surge. This made her reconsider the notion of magic being entirely benevolent. Tom administered a stabilizing potion to Severus, and once he sensed the turbulent magic calming, he allowed himself to relax. Harry and Draco, descending the stairs, were utterly stunned. They had only stepped away for a brief moment, hadn't they? Harry stared, entranced, at the familiar wand, especially as Tom expertly examined Severus with it, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What on earth was happening? After ensuring that Severus was physically unharmed, Tom finally had the time to address the chaos in the courtyard. I apologize. I did not foresee Severus's sudden surge, and I am truly sorry for the trouble. He gazed at the towering tree and the shattered flower pots scattered about, sighed, and waved his wand to restore order, then turned to Petunia with a gentle smile. Petunia found his words somewhat peculiar, yet upon reflection, they seemed reasonable. It's nothing, just Severus's condition? She tentatively inquired, uncertain of the distinctions between adult and child magical surges. Tom's gaze lingered on the wooden chair where Severus had sat, his eyes filled with contemplation, pondering what he had truly witnessed. He is all right now. With a few days of rest, he will recover. Tom's words were like a balm to Petunia's frayed nerves, allowing her to finally relax. It was not until dusk fell and Vernon returned home, having finished dinner, that Severus finally awakened. Under the worried gazes of Petunia and the others, Severus silently led Tom and Draco back home. Chapter 129, Dialogue. Upon returning home, Severus maintained a facade of tranquility, burying the fright from Petunia's house deep within his heart. Tom, you should go. I need to sleep for a while, he said, looking at Tom with unspoken words, ultimately choosing to evade. Tom nodded in understanding. The potion contained a sleep-inducing component, making a good night's rest a commendable suggestion for a wizard recovering from a magical surge. Lying in bed, Severus felt drowsy, planning to observe for a time. If his suspicions proved erroneous, there would still be opportunities for rectification. Since Severus's magical upheaval, Tom's concern for his weakened state grew. Besides conducting daily checkups, he attentively prepared light meals for Severus. As Severus received Tom's meticulous care, he increasingly doubted that Tom was Voldemort, yet gazing at Draco, who was sullenly munching on bread at the table, uncertainty crept back in. After dinner, Severus urged Tom to engage in any activity, provided he did not linger. Tom, witnessing Severus finish his potion, smiled and departed. As the door to the potion room slowly closed, Severus exhaled in relief. The boy's excessive tension made him uneasy. His gaze swept the living room, finally landing on Nagini, curled up on the sofa, extending her wicked tail. Nagini, do you remember your master's name? Severus asked, observing the adorably diminutive form of Nagini, realizing he had previously overlooked the obvious features in the newspaper. Nagini, bewildered, flicked her tail. Tom was right next door, so asking him would suffice. Severus sighed, opting for a different approach. Do you remember his full name? I wish to surprise him. As he spoke, he pushed a pile of snacks toward her. Nagini munched on the treats, her tail rhythmically tapping against the table as her serpentine brain began to contemplate. Severus did not rush her, but waited patiently. It's Tom. Yes, Tom, but I heard someone call him another strange name. Nagini paused, seemingly recalling the awkward name. Ah, I remember. It's V.D. Voldemort. Severus's heart plummeted. He stifled a gasp, his widened eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Then, do you know where he is now? Severus endeavored to suppress his rising panic, releasing his hand to softly inquire, aware his voice trembled. Nagini was genuinely perplexed. She helplessly raised her tail, pointing in a direction. Well, it's over there. You already know, why ask me? Severus's breath caught as he glanced in that direction, realizing it led to the potion room. Fearing to arouse Nagini's suspicions, he refrained from further questioning and instead produced another assortment of snacks to bribe her into silence. Nagini, eyeing the chocolate frogs and a pile of cockroaches, assured him with her tale that she would not reveal a word, even though she found it puzzling why one would keep a secret about something so widely known. Delighted, she stashed her treats and slithered out the door. Severus toyed with the two-way mirror, ultimately deciding to contact Lucius. "Elbow, weren't you supposed to venture into the Forbidden Forest?" He tucked the mirror into his pocket and beckoned the serpent over. The serpent, puzzled, nodded. Ever since Nagini's companionship, it had entirely forgotten its companions in the Forbidden Forest. However, play could occur anywhere, and it was time to replenish its energy with some stones. "Should I bring Nagini along, or is it just me, a single serpent?" The serpent hissed. Severus glanced at Nagini, who was playfully tapping the sofa, and at Draco, seated at the edge of the sofa, letting out a resigned sigh. After all, Voldemort would not harm Draco. "It will just be you and me. Let us stop by Honeydukes for some candy," he replied with a smile, his fingers gripping the mirror tightly, betraying an unease beneath his calm exterior. However, just as they were about to exit, the door to the potion room swung open. "Severus, where are you two off to?" Tom inquired, his tone warm, his ruby-like eyes fixed intently on Severus. Severus hesitated, his hand holding the bag pausing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I'm going to Hogsmeade for a bit, to bring Draco some candy," he quickly blurted out, reprimanding himself for his haste, and added, "I'll be back soon." Tom, upon hearing this, thought little of it. He cast a sideways glance at Draco, who was lounging on the sofa, then assisted Severus in bringing his suitcase downstairs. Crouched beneath the sofa, Draco pressed a hand against his chest, attempting to soothe his wildly racing heart. Merlin. This was no Dark Lord. This was merely a good-natured boy who adored his elder brother. He propped his chubby little face on his hand, his gray-blue eyes wide with determination, resolving to inform his father about events from their previous life upon his return. When Tom entered the room, he was greeted by the sight of the platinum-haired child lost in thought. With a mere smile, he proceeded directly to the potions lab. His research was nearing completion, requiring only a little more time to finalize. Hogsmeade, situated at the snow line, was perpetually blanketed in snow, experiencing a winter that lingered throughout the year. Severus shivered, hastily casting a few warming charms to regain his composure. He confided his plan to the basilisk, although he himself recognized the multitude of flaws within it. The basilisk, coiled languidly around Severus's arm, appeared disinterested, its head spinning from the stream of Severus's words. "The diadem in the chamber? Why do both you and Tom fancy it so?" "Fancy it? When did you ever take Tom to see the diadem?" Severus's composure faltered. Tom had scarcely ventured into the Forbidden Forest more than a handful of times. Naturally, he dismissed the possibility of Tom sneaking off or sending someone else in his stead, perhaps when he was still a kitten. He clung to the diadem for several days as he slept. The basilisk replied nonchalantly, unwittingly detonating a bombshell. Severus's spirit sank. His attempts at avoidance had proven futile, only serving to further affirm the uncomfortable truth revealed in the basilisk's words. "Remember to retrieve the diadem for me. I wish to conduct an experiment." He pressed his lips together, pausing briefly before continuing. "You are the guardian beast of the Slytherin lineage. Surely, you possess a means to discern the bloodline of Slytherin?" The basilisk straightened, its demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Has that little rascal Tom been bullying you?" "I have warned him." Observing the increasingly dangerous glint in Severus's eyes, it recoiled, falling silent. Severus squinted. It seemed the basilisk was privy to more than he had anticipated. "First, assist me in retrieving the diadem. We shall discuss your secrets later." The basilisk nodded vigorously, foregoing any dalliance with the Honeyduke and heading straight for the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest appeared much as it always had, though Bane had grown more rugged, his wild beard obscuring much of his face. He held a crossbow and was engaged in a heated discussion with a female centaur clad in a green top and possessing light brown hair. His expression was grim. "You should not have divulged the prophecy to Dumbledore. The star of the Savior dims, and the Dark Lord rises. That old madman could obliterate the Forbidden Forest." Bane roared, his hooves angrily striking the ground. The female centaur regarded him with calmness, her gaze akin to that of an adult observing a petulant child. "Bane, you must understand that centaurs need the Forbidden Forest, and the Forbidden Forest requires the headmaster of Hogwarts." Her voice was soft yet effectively quelled Bane's fury. "Regardless, you ought to consult us first." Bane inhaled deeply, recognizing that the elder was considering the future of their kind. Yet he felt she had recklessly thrown her cards on the table. The female centaur smiled at Bane, extending her hand to gently stroke his head. "Child, I did not mention the matter of the Savior's star-changing hands. Dumbledore has been too absorbed in the three relics and may have forgotten his original intent." Bane was left baffled, on the verge of inquiring further when he heard rustling in the underbrush. "Who goes there? Step forth," he bellowed, drawing his crossbow and shooting into the foliage. Severus, clad in dragonhide gloves, caressed the diadem, chuckling at the basilisk's indignant remarks as he collapsed onto the sofa in laughter. No need to be upset. It's not my fault you arrived so unexpectedly. He produced a potion and administered it to the basilisk, its swelling rapidly subsiding. Who knew his crossbow was enchanted? I was merely preparing to greet him. The basilisk lamented, its tail thumping despondently against the floor. Severus, however, was more focused on the diadem, which had lost the malevolent aura it once possessed. He even felt an impulse to don it upon his head. Helbo, expel some venom for me. He was suddenly startled, swiftly turning to the basilisk. With a resigned sigh, the basilisk elevated its upper body and filled a small vial with venom, soon accumulating half a bottle. Is this sufficient? It inquired, displaying a touch of consideration. Severus shot it a sidelong glance without responding, merely dripping the venom onto the diadem. The diadem shuddered, releasing a faint wisp of black smoke. Severus held his breath, continuing to pour in the venom. Once the vial was emptied, the black mist dissipated entirely, extinguishing any desire he had to wear the diadem. What was that? He peered at the basilisk, which wore an equally perplexed expression, and sighed deeply. Expel more venom. I intend to soak the diadem for a few days. The basilisk, instinctively averse to the black smoke, complied without further questioning. As Severus fiddled with the diadem, he became increasingly certain that the soul fragments contained within had long since merged. Given Tom's growth patterns, it was likely that the other fragments had been amalgamated as well. The basilisk, sensing Severus's discontent, fearing it might inadvertently suffer the consequences, began recounting the adventures it had shared with Tom. So you were aware of Tom's peculiarities long before? Why did you not inform me? Severus inquired, removing his dragonhide gloves to gently stroke the basilisk's head. At this, the basilisk felt aggrieved. It had assumed the kitten was a magical creature, and all magical beings possessed peculiar abilities. What could it do? No, I only learned recently. The basilisk hastily defended itself. It was during that incident in China when he consumed the rejuvenation pill and fell unconscious that I discovered he was a descendant of Slytherin. Noting Severus's skeptical gaze, the basilisk wrapped its tail around his hand, swaying it reassuringly. It is true, and moreover, his bloodline is muddled. I discerned it through our bond and the scent of blood. It affirmed seriously, tightening its grip on Severus's wrist before loosening it abruptly upon noticing his discomfort. Severus rubbed his wrist, sighing as he regarded the basilisk. You ought to have informed me sooner. I apologize, the basilisk replied, feeling at a loss for words. The matter was too convoluted for a brief explanation, and it could only share what it knew to the best of its ability. As Severus listened to the basilisk's account, he finally comprehended the reason for its disappearance with Nagini for several days. Thank you, Helbo, you have done well. Severus bore no intention of reproaching the basilisk, understanding that no one would suspect their loved ones, especially when they appeared as innocent as a kitten upon arrival. The basilisk was moved to tears by Severus's forgiveness. It had believed that Tom had been behaving well lately, harboring no malevolent intentions, which was why it had refrained from informing Severus. Perhaps it should not indulge the younger generation as much, the basilisk mused. Helbo, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Nagini? How could that be? Nagini is still a child. She is not even of the same breed as me. The two continued their light-hearted banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, in the heart of London, Draco found the scene before him rather terrifying, even eerie. Tom seemed entirely unfazed by the prospect of his identity being exposed, casually engaging in conversation with Lucius in the sitting room. Having returned from America ahead of schedule, Lucius, who had tirelessly spent 3 days analyzing data, struggled to suppress a yawn as he respectfully handed over the documents in his possession. My lord, this outlines the situation regarding the Gaunt family in America. Lucius spoke weakly, wishing for nothing more than a pillow to collapse upon. Alas, before him stood the Dark Lord, and he could only muster the strength to maintain his composure. Tom nodded slightly, his eyes skimming through the documents with remarkable speed, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. In his former incarnation as the Dark Lord, he had conducted investigations into the Slytherin and Gaunt families. However, the revelation that a hidden chamber lay beneath the Gaunt residence, along with the ignorance surrounding the other bloodlines, piqued his interest significantly. Here, and here, Tom's fingers traced several locations on the map interspersed within the documents, all of which were former estates of the Slytherin lineage, with several properties he was entirely unaware of. Who possessed them now? Fortunately, Lucius had done his homework well enough to identify the current owners at a glance. The potion fields belonged to the Prince family, while the others were held by the Weasley, Potter, Longbottom, and Black families. He hesitated momentarily upon mentioning the Black family, as if fearful of inciting Voldemort's ire. Tom, however, accepted this information with surprising ease. A millennium had passed, and it was only natural for the land to have new proprietors. Is that old codger from the Prince family still alive? Tom inquired, stroking his chin, referring to the man more obstinate than Slughorn. Lucius pressed his lips together, cautiously stating that the Prince Manor had been closed off for 13 years, making it difficult to ascertain any internal news. The implication was clear. The old man was alive, but remained as stubborn as ever, seemingly unhappy since his daughter began mingling with muggles. Tom waved his hand dismissively, urging Lucius to continue his investigations. If Severus inquires about me, feel free to divulge some information. With that, he turned and entered the potions room. Lucius exhaled in relief. He needed to return home to rest promptly, lest he became the first wizard to suffer a sudden demise. He gently ruffled Draco's soft golden hair before striding out. This left Draco within the room, on the verge of tears, knowing that such knowledge would not be silenced. Father, please take me away. You have a son of such considerable stature still here. Chapter 130, The Performance. Once Draco was assured that Voldemort would not silence him, he hurriedly clutched the telephone and dashed into his bedroom, instructing Dobby to cast several anti-eavesdropping charms before cautiously dialing the number. Harry, there's been a development. It's urgent. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lucius had just returned to the manor and was preparing to indulge in a bath for some much-needed relaxation when the vibrating two-way mirror disrupted his moment of tranquility. Severus? Is there something amiss? Lucius waved away the house elf that had been attending to his hair, letting his disheveled locks fall as he inquired. Severus, observing the dark circles under Lucius's eyes, found rare amusement in the sight of the once magnificent peacock now appearing so disheveled. However, the gravity of his inquiry weighed heavily on him. Have you located the missing individual? The Dark Lord, Voldemort, whom you all anticipate returning. Severus licked his dry lips, his gaze fixated on Lucius's face, searching for any telltale signs. Lucius experienced a fleeting moment of panic before regaining his composure. Remembering Voldemort's instruction to share some information, he refrained from denial. Lucius nodded slightly, his fingers toying with his golden locks as he let out a languid yawn. We have indeed found traces. However, the Lord is currently unable to make an appearance. Where is he now? Is it convenient to disclose? In London, Lucius responded with commendable straightforwardness, and quite safe. As for the rest, no matter how much Severus pressed, he remained tight-lipped. Severus, feeling exasperated, pivoted the conversation to Draco. When will you bring him back? You promised a 2-month trip to America, and now he has returned early. It's time to collect the little rascal. I sentí it? Lucius awkwardly rubbed his nose. Having only just accomplished his task, naturally, he wished to enjoy a holiday with Narcissa. There's no rush. I see little Draco seems quite content with you. Lucius deftly sidestepped the topic of retrieving Draco. With Voldemort and Dobby present, there was no danger. By the way, how is your brother faring? Isn't he researching Chinese potions? I've heard he has made some progress. Lucius drawled lazily. Severus scrutinized Lucius for a couple of seconds, and as Lucius averted his gaze in discomfort, he responded slowly, You seem quite interested in my brother. You even know about that. Of course. Lucius found himself momentarily stumped by Severus's piercing dark eyes, silently cursing his predicament. Someone is coming for me. We shall converse later. He hastily terminated the connection. A smirk creeping onto his lips, an intriguing performance was about to unfold. The continuous corroborations left Severus feeling dizzy. He clutched his aching stomach, only then recalling that he had not eaten all day. Severus, are you all right? The basilisk inquired with concern, watching as Severus curled into a ball. Its tail swiftly rummaged through the potions box. Severus stared blankly at the ceiling, his pallid face and chapped lips betraying his discomfort. I'm quite well, Helpo. Never been better. He forced the words out, suppressing the bitterness in his throat. The basilisk pushed a potion toward Severus, watching intently as he consumed it before finally feeling reassured. Ever since it had revealed Tom's true identity, Severus had been behaving unusually. It had never witnessed him in such a despondent state before. Thus, Severus remained in Hogsmeade for 3 days, only returning to the city center once he had managed to regain his composure. Draco joyfully ran to embrace his godfather's leg, relieved that he could finally put an end to his daily ritual of lugging around potion books. Severus gently patted Draco's fluffy head, pondering their shared identities as reincarnated beings, and let out a deep sigh. Some individuals are simply born lucky, endowed with certain privileges from the start. For instance, Draco, born in Rome, had access to love, wealth, and knowledge, all within reach, and Harry, despite a less than auspicious beginning, had gathered companions, friendships, and affection throughout his growth. Conversely, some were raised in environments devoid of love, like Voldemort and Snape. Yet, each individual's path is unique. Some choose to forge ahead through adversity, while others succumb to darkness. Most perish along the way, leaving only a select few at the pinnacle, looking down upon the disheveled masses. Severus could not fathom how the former Voldemort had perceived the world, but now. He gazed at Tom, who was tidying the room, finding it exceedingly difficult to associate the youthful figure with the regal, elegant Voldemort. A peculiar sense of relief washed over him. Tom seemed to sense something amiss, turning to Severus with a gentle smile, a truly radiant young man. Severus's lips twitched involuntarily. He had inadvertently conjured the image of the noseless old Voldemort, feeling utterly embarrassed. "What troubles you, Severus?" Tom asked, evidently taken aback, his hand hovering midair as he adjusted the curtain's pattern. Severus rubbed his fingers together, slowly shaking his head. "It's nothing, merely amusing thoughts crossed my mind." Tom's lashes fluttered rapidly, as if he understood something, revealing a delicate smile, his crimson eyes glimmering with an unseen tenacity. A shiver ran down Severus's spine. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the handsome young man, standing tall and warm as a pine tree in the sun. "Godfather, shall we play at the lakeside park?" Draco enthusiastically suggested, finally able to fulfill his promise to Harry. Severus did not respond immediately. He glanced at the busy Tom, noting the youth's lack of reaction, before smiling back at Draco. "Have Dobby prepare some food. We shall venture to the forest park." He deliberately emphasized the word we, prompting the occupied Tom to set aside his task and follow beside Severus with an untroubled expression. "I thought you would be at home working on formulas," Severus remarked casually. Tilting his head, Tom raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Draco, who was being led by the hand. Noticing Draco's slight shiver, he stated soberly, "It's been a while since we stayed at home. It's time to stretch our legs." Furthermore, pointing to the camera hanging on Severus's chest, he added with a hint of implication, "I would like to be the star in your photographs as well." Listening to their dialogue, Draco wished he could bury his head in the ground, regretting suggesting a trip to the forest park when he could have easily asked Dobby to accompany him. Severus, observing the energetic children playing in the park, kindly retrieved the children's bicycle he had purchased for Draco. "Godfather, I can ride a flying broomstick and operate a flying carpet." "I have no desire to ride such a childish contraption," he protested, frowning adorably with his cheeks puffed out. "But other children are playing as well. Our little dragon must not fall behind," Severus encouraged, looking at the endearing Draco. He quickly pinched Draco's cheek, finding it as tender and smooth as he had imagined. Draco's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at his godfather. Severus offered an awkward smile and pinched again, reluctant to release his grip, leaving a faint red mark on Draco's fair face. "Godfather, a little dragon's face is not a toy," Draco complained, covering his sore jaw and casting a reproachful glance at Severus. Severus rubbed his nose, finding amusement in the children, noticing Draco's embarrassment. He coaxed him into riding the bicycle. Tom sat on a camping blanket, his gaze contemplative as he observed the playful duo. "Hist, Tom. Aren't you going to join in?" Nagini poked her head out from the picnic basket, her white serpentine body adorned with a bow, appearing adorably silly. "Nagini, it appears I still harbor a disdain for children," Tom replied, rising to engage in the interactions between the two, soon sending Severus off to rest. Severus wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling as he watched the harmonious interplay between the two, sighing internally. This would suffice as long as Voldemort did not reveal his identity. He would pretend to be oblivious. Yet, he did not forget to plan for an exit strategy. After all, the world was vast, and as long as there was wealth, nowhere was truly foreign. Draco, with his short legs, pedaled the bicycle rapidly, having initially been guided by Severus, and soon darted far from Tom. Just as he reveled in escaping Voldemort's daunting instruction, he collided head-on with another boy riding a bicycle. "Harry, little dragon." Two voices of concern echoed simultaneously as the two collided, marveling at the whims of fate. Severus, witnessing the two little ones sprawled on the ground, mused that they were indeed rivals, even in this setting. However, from the corner of his eye, he observed Tom, pondering what emotions accompanied his interactions with Harry. After checking that the two children had merely scraped their palms, they engaged in casual chatter. "Oh, Severus, I never expected to run into you here. What a coincidence." Petunia dusted off Harry's clothes, encouraging him to continue playing, while Vernon watched Dudley. "I'm teaching Harry how to ride a bicycle." And then, Severus wore a faint smile, though internally troubled. "I figured the weather was delightful today, so I brought Tom and Draco out for a picnic." He squinted, keenly observing the interaction between the two children. Petunia nodded knowingly, acknowledging that for someone as reclusive as Severus, venturing out was no easy feat. Tom's ears perked up, and his brow slightly furrowed as he approached the two children, placing his hands on their shoulders. "It's not safe to ride here. Let us move to another area." Despite his smiling facade, the chill in his words froze the two children, who exchanged pained smiles before turning their bicycles towards Severus. "Aunt, I'm so tired. I don't want to ride anymore. I want to play on the slide at the castle," Please, Harry whined. Draco remained silent, gazing longingly at his godfather, clearly wishing to go to the slide as well. Petunia and Severus found no reason to object, nodding for them to play on their own. Severus and Petunia settled on a bench with a view of the castle, sipping drinks and chatting, while Tom sat a short distance away, his expression inscrutable. Shouldn't you be busy? How come? Severus recalled that Petunia had been so overwhelmed with work that she nearly lost her hair, eventually coming to him for hair growth potions. Petunia waved her hand dismissively, her tone impatient. Don't mention it. The department head's nephew wanted to get in, and once things got busy, I couldn't manage home life. I quit to become a dentist. Severus nodded in understanding. Being a doctor was eternally demanding, regardless of the era. However, as he observed Harry joyfully playing on the slide, the thought of that werewolf crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "Are you referring to Mr. Lupin?" He vanished after the conclusion of the black case. If it weren't for the occasional letters, I would have thought he. Petunia took a sip of her drink. Her tone casual. But it's for the best that he left. Werewolves are still far too dangerous. Not just werewolves. Harry will encounter trolls, eight-eyed spiders, dementors, and other magical creatures. Severus internally scoffed. But life will be much smoother, as long as Voldemort remains a rational individual. With this thought, Severus turned to glance at Tom, only to find himself caught in a pair of eyes that gleamed like a hungry wolf. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, he was met with the sunny smile of the youth. Severus stifled a protest and averted his gaze. Play the part. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Tom waved his hand in a place invisible to Severus, casting a silent eavesdropping charm, while the adults conversed harmoniously. Harry and Draco, however, were unervingly quiet. The two faux children pretended to play on the slide for a while before settling in the nearby sandpit, their eyes alert to their surroundings. Draco chattered on about the old newspapers he saw at his godfather's house and the news from the Daily Prophet, piecing together memories from his previous life. After a considerable pause, Harry sighed. That poor Black, will he ever get out? What Harry truly meant was that after Sirius's death in his past life, it took years for him to clear his name from the murders of his friends and muggles. Now, however, he was first to be exonerated, albeit only for being an illegal animagus. It seemed a rather harsh sentence. Do you think the sentence was excessive? Hearing Draco's sharp voice, Harry realized he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. Indeed, he nodded helplessly, noticing Draco's incredulous gaze upon him. You're quite remarkable. The boy who lived. Draco remarked gravely, his gray-blue eyes appraising Harry as if struggling to believe he possessed a soul aged 18. But he never harmed anyone, Harry replied. Despondent, he never hurt any innocent people. Gazing at the adorably naive Harry, Draco felt compelled to enlighten him about the current state of the magical world. Before that man vanished, the Ministry had approved the Universal Company and Broadcasting Company, Muggle Scholars, and the Pureblood and Half-Blood Order of the Phoenix. You remember the professor and the werewolf, right? Even the old man with the white beard got caught up in this mess. As Draco spoke, he recalled asking Dobby to gather intel at Potter Manor, hesitating momentarily before disclosing, according to my sources, your family's possessions are under the care of the old man, though most have been sold off by your father. Besides the house in Godric's Hollow and the vault in Gringotts, there's also an old manor with portraits. Well, that's about all I know. Harry blinked his green eyes, finding Draco's words echoed what his grandparents had told him. Yet he couldn't fathom why Dumbledore had withheld this information in his past life. And the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths were likely far more complex than he had imagined. Indeed, Harry's thoughts were not misplaced. However, the mystique that once surrounded Dumbledore in his past life had considerably faded. Harry, would you like to meet your parents? Dumbledore, clad in a crisp gray suit, inquired with a gentle smile. In truth, this visit was merely a trip to Godric's Hollow to pay respects at their graves. A poignant reminder of Harry's enmity with Voldemort, ensuring he would not be led astray by malevolent intentions. This decision was not made on a whim. It had been discussed with McGonagall ever since Dumbledore learned of Snape's magical disturbance. Harry shot him a quick glance, nodded in agreement, and returned to his playthings. What could possibly be amiss? A tingling sensation crept over Harry's scalp. Was Dumbledore perhaps planning something ahead of time? No, that was improbable. He was merely 6 years old. Pettigrew held a mixture of reverence and trepidation towards Dumbledore, her lips moving silently as she ultimately refrained from contesting his decision. Severus remained blissfully unaware that Dumbledore was subtly orchestrating the Savior's fate, his focus consumed by the steak he was cutting, his heart still racing. The table was adorned with red wine, flowers, candlelight, and accompanied by melodious music. If only Draco and the two serpents were absent, the ambience would have been far more enchanting. Tom cast a glance at the voraciously eating Draco, regretting not having Lucius take him home. Severus, is the meal to your liking? I learned this recipe online, he asked with a light chuckle, his gaze lingering on the absent red wine braised beef before Severus. Severus pondered Tom's intentions, momentarily flustered as he glanced at the fork in his hand. "It's quite delectable, Tom. Your culinary skills have certainly improved," he replied, proving his genuine enjoyment by savoring a spoonful of beef stew, a hint of pink blooming on his pale cheeks. Ever since Severus returned from Hogsmeade, Tom felt the distance in his demeanor. Although he concealed it well, the absence of goodnight kisses spoke volumes. "I'm glad to hear that," Tom said, satisfied with the response, gesturing towards the white wine-baked chicken for him to try. Severus dug into the cheesy chicken breast, leaving him slightly dazed by the end of the meal. Draco, on the other hand, could only eat his children's meal with a sniffle, moving on to the fruit afterward. While perusing documents in the study, Tom observed Severus' unusual silence. Even the customary post-dinner sweets had not been summoned by Dobby. Leaning closer, he rapped lightly on Severus' desk, prompting him to look up with a bewildered yet obedient expression. "Severus?" "Yes?" Tom's red eyes glinted as he pointed to his cheek. "Goodnight kiss." Severus raised his hand to poke Tom's handsome face, only to have his wrist captured, Tom's hand covering his face entirely. "Tom, you are truly handsome," Severus murmured, captivated by Tom's exquisite features, the wine from dinner clouding his thoughts and rendering him somewhat sluggish. It was well known that Tom despised comments about his appearance, yet his striking visage certainly afforded him numerous advantages. "All right, goodnight kiss," Severus managed to utter through a wine-laden burp, pressing his lips to the opposite cheek, his dark eyes flickering with fleeting clarity before returning to obscurity. "You still owe me many kisses, Severus," Tom said, rubbing his face against Severus' hand, the calluses from herb cutting eliciting a slight itch. "Is that so? Then allow me to bestow a few more," Severus mumbled, planting multiple kisses on Tom's forehead and both cheeks. "Is that sufficient now, Tom?" "Tom, you are not Draco. He is only 6 and wouldn't request a goodnight kiss." "You must set an example for him," Severus quipped, emboldened by his inebriated state. Tom had no retort, but he made a mental note regarding Draco. Severus gazed at the striking Tom, nodding with satisfaction. He was undeniably a feast for the eyes. If his true identity were not Voldemort, perhaps he would be even more delighted. As this thought crossed his mind, the intoxication subsided considerably, and he squinted, covering his mouth to stifle a yawn. Though the places he had kissed were not his preference, watching the languid Severus provided insight into why he seldom drank. Tom chuckled softly, his chiseled features momentarily distracting Severus once more. "Tom, you are a magical being. You must possess some ancestral memories, correct? What is your name?" Severus asked, taking a sip of tea, his inebriation prompting him to voice a question that had troubled him for days. "What is your surname and first name?" Tom paused, taken aback by Severus' inquiry, yet quickly regained his composure. "Severus, are you truly so curious? I assumed you were indifferent." His eyes sparkled with mischief, a smirk deepening at the corners of his lips. "My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle," he enunciated slowly, each syllable clear and elongated, as though fearing Severus might not remember. Severus was momentarily startled by the unabashed arrogance reflected in Tom's gaze, his mouth opening and closing several times before he finally managed to respond. "All right. Now I know. Tom Marvolo Riddle," he echoed vaguely, stifling another yawn. "It's a good name." Tom beamed at the compliment, his smile radiating brighter as he eagerly anticipated Severus' astonishment upon researching the name. Unbeknownst to him, Severus had already unraveled his true identity based on the hints he had provided. However, even if he knew, it was of little consequence. This was precisely the outcome Tom desired. As he mulled this over, he grasped Severus' collar and pulled him forward, planting a kiss imbued with a hint of red wine at the corner of Severus' lips, their icy contact brief, yet electric. Severus had no time to react before Tom released him. "Severus, remember my name." After a few more kisses, he chuckled softly and exited the study. The door clicked shut, leaving Severus alone in the room. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, the memory of Tom's possessive gaze flooding his mind. He scarcely cared about being kissed, instead pondering Voldemort's ulterior motives. Was this a new method of torment? A shiver ran down Severus' spine as he recalled that his limited life experience indicated he could never outmaneuver Voldemort. Checking the clock, he noted it was still early. He discreetly retrieved his wand and cast a muffling charm before contacting Zhang Mingyuan for assistance. If he could not handle this alone, he would enlist external aid. Meanwhile, Tom toyed with a wand in his bedroom. Had Severus been present, he would have noticed its striking resemblance to the one purchased in Diagon Alley. Nagini, bored by the bright lamp, let out a yawn. "Tom, when will we return to the manor?" Having spent 3 years in this small house, it began to yearn for the spacious estate. "Soon, Nagini, my dear girl, just a little longer," Tom replied patiently, his own patience for pretense wearing thin. Furthermore, he had secured the bloodline of the Gaunt family descendants in America, and with the rare alchemical materials collected by his subordinates. He would soon merge the final piece of his Horcrux, thereby unlocking the Gaunt family's hidden chamber. Tom delicately caressed the wand in his hand. He relished the life he shared with Severus, yet he understood that an ordinary existence was ill-suited for him. The two individuals residing under the same roof harbored their own secrets, with only the two serpents providing solace. On the other side, after honoring his parents, Harry ascended to Azkaban with Dumbledore's enthusiastic guidance. The expressionless Auror stationed at the ministry greeted them, using a patroness to drive the Dementors away. You should not have brought Harry here. Mad-Eye Moody turned his magical eye, propping himself up with a cane as he stood at the forefront. He exchanged a few hushed words with Dumbledore, who, upon receiving a negative shake of the head in response, found his amiable smile considerably dimmed. Moody, this is Harry. Harry Potter, the godson of Sirius, Dumbledore introduced, giving Moody a gentle pat on the arm. Harry, this is the most formidable Auror in the Ministry of Magic. You may address him as Mr. Moody. At this, Moody's lips twitched slightly, though the long absence of a smile rendered his expression somewhat peculiar. Hello, young Potter, he greeted. His normal eye fixed upon Harry while his blue magical eye swirled about in its socket, surveying the surrounding gloom. Harry clutched Dumbledore's large hand tightly, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the ominous, darkened stones and the skeletal remains of trees. The sight of Moody's odd appearance made him cling even more desperately to Dumbledore's trousers, shrinking back. Hello, Mr. Moody, Harry's voice trembled, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. Indeed, Harry was on the brink of tears, not from fear, but from overwhelming joy. In his previous life, Moody had perished while shielding them from Death Eaters, leaving behind only that singular magical eye, which Umbridge had kept as a trophy. While they could only erect a modest tomb in his honor, Moody inclined his head slightly and cast a questioning glance at Dumbledore, as if to say, Didn't I tell you not to bring the child? Look at this, you frightened him into tears. Dumbledore sighed, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately as he led him into the confines of Azkaban. Harry sniffled. He was about to meet his godfather in his youth. Yet the reason for Sirius's imprisonment in Azkaban filled him with both elation and dread. Setting aside Harry's joy at finally meeting his black dog godfather, let us turn our attention to Bellatrix, whose face was alight with zeal upon receiving the signal from Lucius to commence their plan. Rodolphus, wary of her exuberance, cautioned, Calm down, Bella, the potion is still en route. He intercepted her eager rush to the door in search of Lucius, speaking with a measured tone. My lord indicated that the time for exposure has not yet arrived. Bella could only toss her hair in a tactical manner and return to her seat to continue sipping her tea. You are simply too cautious, otherwise. You would certainly have a share in the trip to Germany. She extended her pinky while pouring a cup of green tea for her husband, casting a pointed glance at the individual across from her. I have delved deeply into the Muggle world of London, and it is quite similar. Have you not seen? That atomic bomb, for instance, which claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. If we possess something akin to it, Rodolphus remarked, taking a sip of tea with deliberate calmness, it would be far more terrifying than the most malevolent curses in the wizarding realm. Muggles are becoming increasingly formidable. They do not require protection. Bellatrix had been informed of the technological advancements in the Muggle world when her lord commanded them to study Muggle knowledge, yet she stubbornly retorted, So what? We wizards are not lacking. Rodolphus raised an eyebrow at Bella, feeling compelled to state an undeniable fact. The number of wizards is limited. Just look at the population of Muggles. Bella pursed her lips in silence. Despite their years of marriage, she and Rodolphus had yet to conceive a child. Though pureblood births were notoriously challenging, they had undergone examinations at both St. Mungo's and a Muggle hospital, only to be told they were in perfect health, with no ailments whatsoever. Rodolphus immediately regretted his choice of words, acutely aware of his wife's fervent desire for a child, especially since nearly all of the Black family, aside from those imprisoned in Azkaban, had married and procreated. No need to rush. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Rodolphus dared not mention his brother again. Recalling that the last time he had done so, Bella had promptly kicked him out of bed. Bella cast a glance at her husband without speaking, swiftly plucking a tuft of his hair and stowing it within a pendant she always carried. Why are you pulling my hair? Rodolphus complained, rubbing his head and looking at her with a mournful expression, never suspecting her intentions were anything nefarious. Bella grasped her husband's hand, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Rodolphus, I wish to try the polyjuice potion once more. Upon hearing this, Rodolphus turned pale, only to be immobilized in the next instant by Bella, who whisked him into their bedroom like a kite on a string. In stark contrast to the harmonious Bellatrix and Rodolphus, Lucius, having just returned from a holiday in America, found himself in a dire predicament. On the eve of his departure from the States, he was summoned to Congress by American Aurors, ostensibly for exceeding his spending limit. Oh, Merlin, I merely purchased some customs allowable items. Have you not already inspected them? He protested. A wand permit? You're holding it in your hand and still asking me. What? You intend to seize my potion ingredients? I merely bought a dragon. Regardless of Lucius's explanations, the Aurors from the American ministry maintained their stoic expressions, seemingly intent on inspecting his wand as well. Thus, Lucius was compelled to endure a lengthy stay in a holding cell, just as he was on the verge of exasperation. The Aurors finally released him. Upon stepping outside the congressional doors, he inhaled the fresh air before settling into a luxurious Lincoln limousine. Oh, I recognize you. You are Cynthia's cousin, Lucius exclaimed, observing the middle-aged man with light brown hair, finally grasping the reason for his release. The man smiled, producing a box of cigars to offer. I received a call from Cynthia at noon. After learning the circumstances, I hurried over. He exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a curious glance at Lucius. I never imagined the one buying the dragon would be you. While a standard dragon might be costly, it would not arouse the attention of the ministry, but this particular individual had purchased a rare black dragon, intending to bring it back to England alive. Is there a problem? Lucius inquired, pinching the bridge of his nose. The dragon was intended as a plaything for Draco and served as an excellent source of potion ingredients. The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between people. However, I must advise caution regarding Salem. Lucius's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he nodded gravely. Chapter 132, Self-Destruction. To speak candidly, Tom was remarkably patient. During his wait for the delivery of alchemical materials in the city center, he did not neglect to continue refining his elixirs. Tom maintained a gentle smile. Yet he no longer concealed his true self, gradually revealing his domineering nature. Severus, increasingly vexed by Tom's demeanor, swiftly vanished as the 15th approached, the day of reckoning. The basilisk watched Severus's retreating figure, casting a bemused glance at the composed Tom. You are acting rather strangely. Did you frighten him? The basilisk inquired of the elegantly sipping youth, sensing an unusual tension between the two. Tom raised his cup to the basilisk and replied coolly. It seems he has uncovered my identity. The basilisk's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Severus had been spending so much time in the study. Are you not going to explain yourself to him? Tom fell silent at this suggestion, having never considered an explanation. For mere words could not encapsulate the complexity of his circumstances. The basilisk chuckled in a peculiar manner, recognizing the stubbornness inherited from Salazar. I believe it would be prudent to clarify things. I am quite intrigued as well. The basilisk's tail thumped rhythmically against the floor, conveying its own multitude of questions. Tom's own uncertainties matched those of the basilisk. He had scoured the ancient tomes of the magical world. Yet apart from the successful records of the wizard who created the Horcruxes, there was a dearth of information, much less regarding his current state. A wizard whose emotions were numbed by a potion, yet who experienced an emotional awakening through the possession of a black cat, leading to a rich tapestry of feelings. Tom recognized that his emotions were amiss, but lacked a solution. However, Lucius had returned from America, and his stymied plans were set to resume. Meanwhile, Severus had arranged a clandestine meeting with Zhang Mingyuan at a small restaurant, meticulously setting up anti-eavesdropping charms. Zhang Mingyuan felt that his vigilance was superfluous. No one would pay attention to idle individuals such as themselves. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. While Zeif hesitated over whether to disclose some information regarding the Death Eaters to Zhang Mingyuan, but he knew that knowing too much might not be advantageous. Zeif was uncertain whether Tom had completed the retrieval of the soul fragments, yet he found him quite agreeable in his current state. Mingyuan, what do you think is the purpose of life? Zeif sighed deeply, his voice diminishing in volume. Zhang Mingyuan shrugged helplessly. Such topics required his father's presence. As the wind rustled the leaves, the dazzling sun peeked through the clouds. Zeif did not seek an answer. He merely desired a quiet listener. He sipped a glass of red wine, then began discussing investments and real estate in China. Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback when Zeif suddenly inquired about properties on Hong Kong Island. You never seemed to care before. Zhang Mingyuan tapped his fingers on the coffee cup, chuckling, and continued, I thought you had forgotten. Zeif had previously believed that Voldemort would be vanquished by Harry. He assumed he would not be a Death Eater and would lead a mundane yet affluent life. However, he never anticipated that Voldemort was right beside him, having been nurtured like a pet for several years. If Voldemort chose to spare him upon his revival, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, he feared he would meet his end by the Avada Kedavra curse. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to visit Hong Kong Island. Zeif lowered his gaze, contemplating whether to hide in China or venture to the vast expanse of Siberia to plant potatoes. Perhaps Norway would be a fine choice, albeit rather cold. Zeif's thoughts spiraled aimlessly, akin to a mushroom growing under a dreary sky, dejected and somber. Hey, Zeif, don't be like that. You're scaring me, Zhang Mingyuan exclaimed, dramatically rubbing his arms covered in goosebumps. Zaif looked up at him, his eyes filled with confusion. What should I do? It feels as though there is no escape from that person. Zaif lamented his foolishness in having taken in Voldemort, treating him like a beloved pet for so long. He was grateful that he had yet to be silenced. The years of complacency had utterly drained his fighting spirit, leaving him to languish like a despondent fish. Hide from what? Are you in debt? But you have no significant expenses, Zhang Mingyuan remarked, his ears perked up, puzzled by Zaif's erratic behavior. Zaif was deeply troubled. His friend Lucius was aligned with Voldemort, and those he was familiar with were primarily Death Eaters. The Order of the Phoenix had ostensibly disbanded long ago. Yet as long as Dumbledore remained, it would never truly dissolve. However, he could not seek refuge with Dumbledore. As for the Ministry of Magic, forget it. He might as well devise a plan of his own. Zaif selectively shared certain matters under the guise of a friend's predicament with Zhang Mingyuan, and then downed his milk tea in one gulp, anticipating his response. Classic. I have a friend. This is utterly insane. More bewildering than the science fiction film I'm watching. Zhang Mingyuan expressed his shock in a flurry of exclamations, ultimately concluding, Brother, why don't you just tell your friend to stop fleeing and surrender to him? Fortunately, Zaif had finished his red wine. Otherwise, he would have spat it all over Zhang Mingyuan. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to you. Your advice is utterly useless. Zaif touched his flushed cheeks and promptly rose to leave, leaving Zhang Mingyuan sitting there, scratching his head. Did he say something wrong? With wealth, power, looks, and a good temperament, who wouldn't he be liked? Zaif wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, his mind in turmoil. He didn't even buy his favorite ice cream as he passed the ice cream shop. He wished for this road to stretch endlessly, leading him to the brink of collapse, to a point where the sea would dry up and the stones would rot. At the very least, he hoped to postpone returning home. However, no matter what, every road has its end. Upon returning home, Zaif was greeted by Tom's smiling face, along with the bouncing basilisk behind him. Where's Draco? It's nearly time for dinner. Zaif hung up his coat and walked into the study, during which he did not see that platinum-haired boy. Tom waved his wand, and a cup of coffee flew over, one he had prepared for Zaif. Lucius took him back to Malfoy Manor, saying he brought back an interesting gift. He replied with a smile, following Zaif into the study. The desk in the study remained cluttered with books, open parchment, and scattered quills, just as it had been when he left, except the window had been shut. He took him away. Zaif glanced at the calendar and realized the agreed-upon deadline was indeed approaching. Tom nodded, returning the disordered books to their rightful places. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Zaif fixed his sharp gaze on Tom's back while sitting in the chair, resuming his reading of the half-finished book. As the evening approached, Tom personally prepared dinner, and due to Draco's return home, Dobby had also left, thus depriving them of the assistance of their house elf, resulting in the loss of many conveniences. Tom skillfully wielded his wand in the kitchen, showing no sign of disdain for the task. Zaif silently finished his meal and retreated to the study for a drink. Only intoxication could alleviate his myriad sorrows. He wished to drink himself into oblivion. Do not disturb me, Tom. I have important matters to attend to. Without waiting for Tom's response, Zaif locked himself in the study and began to drink heavily. However, after consuming nearly half a bottle of red wine, his head began to spin, and the wine glass slipped from his hand, tumbling to the floor. The glass shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a sharp sound. Tom, ever vigilant to the happenings in the study, perked up at the noise, and his concern overcame his reason. He uttered a spell to unlock the door. The bright light in the study illuminated Zaif's flushed face, and his dark hair accentuated the clarity of his eyes. Zaif blinked in surprise at the sudden intrusion of Tom, and under his gaze, he let out a belch. Tom wrinkled his brow at the scent of red wine that filled the air, although Zaif's drunken reactions were endearing. Excessive drinking was a detrimental habit. Zaif, are you unhappy? He asked as Zaif prepared to drink directly from the bottle, with a flick of his wand. The bottle flew out of the room. Zaif stared at his empty hand in confusion, then glanced at the approaching Tom, hesitantly nodding. Could you tell me why you are unhappy? Tom inquired gently, sitting beside Zaif with a warm smile. A voice within Zaif urged him not to reveal his feelings. Yet his muddled mind lacked the capacity for thought, and before he knew it, he had divulged much of his inner turmoil. I adore small animals. I thought a change of environment would allow me to care for them well, but alas, the pets I raised have all perished. As he lamented at the end, he seemed to mourn the misfortunes of the little creatures. Tom, unable to grasp the reasoning of a drunken mind, simply patted his shoulder in consolation. I shall prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you, he softly said, rising to leave the study. By the time Tom had fed Zaif half of the hangover soup, much of his drunkenness had dissipated, though a headache began to set in. Upon noticing this, Tom helped Zaif to the sofa and provided him with some concocted pills. Eager to see his reaction, The effects of the potion took hold swiftly, and Zeif's once clear eyes became dazed once more. Who am I? Where am I? Tom. How did you get in here? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? He looked around, transitioning from confusion to calmness. But he was still taken aback by Tom's intrusion. I heard the sound of glass shattering and was concerned you might be in trouble, so I came to check. Tom pointed to the shards of glass on the floor, validating his statement. Zeif rubbed his temples. Perhaps he should not have relied on simple locking and unlocking spells to keep Voldemort at bay. He lifted his gaze to meet Tom's eyes, which bore a sincerity unmarred by pretense. Yet he felt utterly drained in both body and spirit. Tom, is concealing your identity truly enjoyable? Does it not weary you? Severus pondered Tom's recent behavior and could not restrain himself from posing this question. Whether rising early to prepare meals or tidying the room, Tom maintained a perpetual smile and engaged him in trivial, insipid conversation. Even Tom's patience seemed finite, and beneath it all lurked a formidable, concealed force. Of course it's enjoyable. I relish it, Tom replied, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. He understood precisely what Severus was inquiring about, but deliberately evaded a direct answer. Severus closed his eyes briefly, wondering if Tom intended to confess his true identity. When did you arrive here? Severus demanded sharply, clutching his wand tightly, its tip pressing against Tom's left shoulder. Their proximity was so intimate that Tom could detect the faint sweetness of Severus's sobering potion. Tom paid no heed to the wand's position. Instead, he tilted his head with a smile and confessed, Actually, I have been inhabiting the Black Cat all along. Before I even bent down, it was near death. From beginning to end, the Black Cat was me. I am the Black Cat. What did you say? Severus's face registered shock, though he had anticipated something. Disappointment still seeped through. Clearly, he was not destined to keep a pet. No, you are not a mere feline cub. Then who are you? Observing the mixture of reverence, fear, and disappointment in Severus's eyes, Tom replied softly, I am Tom, as I have told you. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Drawing his wand from his waist, he traced a pattern beside him, and a string of shimmering golden letters materialized in the air. I have simply chosen a new name for myself, representing my past, present, and future. As Tom spoke, the letters rearranged themselves to spell out Lord Voldemort. Severus's mind seemed to freeze. The bravado fueled by drink was utterly dispelled, replaced by stark terror. Sensing the turbulent shift in Severus's emotions, Tom regarded his flickering dark eyes with casual amusement and reached out to touch his face. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Severus recoiled, tumbling from the sofa to the floor with a grimace of pain. Tom's hand fell empty, and he watched Severus retreat to the corner, lips pressed tightly together. Are you afraid of me? He inquired quietly, having been accustomed to worship and awe from other wizards. Tom found Severus's resistance and aversion to contact profoundly unsettling. Severus trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering but remaining silent. Severus, why do you not speak? Tom moved closer, pressing the wand's tip against Severus's neck while caressing his cheek with a nonchalant air. Weren't you always so talkative before? Severus remained mute, turning his head to avoid the chill of Tom's fingers. Growing impatient with the lack of response, Tom's crimson eyes narrowed. Lord, what is it you wish for me to say? Severus, sensing danger, rasped hoarsely, should I admit to being foolish enough to fail to discern your identity? Or confess to serving you like a lowly house elf? Or perhaps beg you to grant me Avada Kedavra rather than a torment that pierces the soul? Surprise flickered across Tom's handsome features. He had never entertained such thoughts, and was unaware that Voldemort was perceived by Severus as a capricious sorcerer quick to cast Avada Kedavra at will. Recalling the ungainly sneeze of a certain someone watching dragons with Draco at the small manor, and the resulting devastation of a whole orchard of apple trees, Tom was baffled. Why would you think such things? Why would I ever use Avada on you? Severus's mind flashed back to the tender moments of affection bestowed upon the feline cub, the diligent care, and the array of tiny garments, wishing he could destroy the photo album capturing those memories. Whether to preserve your dignity or to avenge my own disrespect. Do you think you would ever spare me? He asked without hesitation, still feeling the pressure of the wand at his neck. Tom's breath caught. He had once entertained such thoughts, but the past was past, and now was now. Just then, Nagini's voice pierced the silence from the threshold. Hiss. Are you playing games? I want to play too. The serpent poked its head curiously into the study. Nagini, silence. Halbo's timely reprimand deepened the stillness in the room. Severus stiffened and looked up to discover Halbo nestled within the pot of ivy, a trace of disappointment evident in those yellow, slit pupils. Halbo flicked his tongue and, under the watchful eyes of Severus and Tom, slithered to the door, curling his tail around the protesting Nagini, who wanted to join in the fun. Fun? What fun? The show us over, Severus muttered. Chapter 133, the Gaunt family's secret passage. When Severus spotted the basilisk, his previously sluggish mind finally sprang back to life. With the creature present, why should he fear Tom? Perhaps the basilisk's habitual diminutive size caused his subconscious to underestimate its presence. Yet, whether from vexation or lingering effects of the potion, his head grew heavy again. The recent terror had not yet dissipated when he closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep on the floor, gripping his wand tightly even in rest. Despite his vigilance, Severus had fallen asleep. Tom sighed in resignation and gently lifted him onto the sofa, stroking his reddened lips. "What am I to do with you, Severus?" he murmured, a mixture of regret and relief washing over him. The original plan had not envisioned this outcome. Tom had yet to fully comprehend the nature of these feelings. Was he merely craving the comfort of a home, or something more? The Dark Lord could not afford weaknesses, not even potential ones. Slowly, Tom raised his wand, his vulnerability thus exposed, and he contemplated destroying it. After a long moment, the clock struck midnight. Finally, Tom withdrew the wand from Severus's chest and regarded him silently. "Perhaps you are right. You should never have been taken in from the start. The Dark Lord's weakness must forever remain caged." Tom pondered softly as he covered Severus with a blanket and pressed a kiss to his smooth forehead. The Dark Lord desires, and thus obtains. Casting a profound glance at Severus, Tom rose and left the study. The basilisk emerged from the corner, its head shifting between the study and Tom. "Hiss, you're ending so soon?" Tom frowned at the serpent's lecherous tone. "Enjoying the show just now?" Nagini blinked in surprise and shook her head in denial. "No, I was protecting Severus. Your magic just now was impressive." "Halbo, I will not harm him," Tom assured. "At least, not yet," the basilisk added, flicking its tongue reluctantly, apparently convinced. Tom narrowed his eyes, snapping his fingers. A house elf from Voldemort's manor appeared in the living room. "Clean up and attend to your duties," he commanded before dismissing the elf with a wave of his hand. The basilisk watched silently, noting this. If only he had mentioned summoning a house elf earlier, it might have saved him from clearing out his snack suitcase. Noticing the serpent's curiosity, Tom patiently explained. "This is the only house elf with whom I have a soul-binding contract." Though confused, the basilisk nodded as if he understood. Tom led the serpent into the potion room, meticulously setting defensive and anti-eavesdropping enchantments before settling into a chair to converse with the basilisk. "Could you enlighten me about Slytherin and the contract?" Tom contemplated entering the Gaunt family's hidden chamber, believing the serpent might possess some knowledge. The serpent rifled through its memories and the information contained within the contract, arriving at rather disheartening conclusions. "You know, I have been in slumber at Hogwarts for ages, and the descendants of Salazar have seldom awakened me. Moreover, the most recent update to the contract was 241 years ago, resulting in the estate's value plummeting to a mere fifth of its former glory." What was the height of its glory? Around Stuart's time in 1386, when the manor and plantations were abundant. The serpent rambled on, exhausting every thought it had. Tom compared the locations mentioned by the serpent with the information gathered by Lucius, gaining deeper insight into his ancestors' profligacy, particularly considering that the Malfoy family still thrived and amassed immense wealth. But do not lose heart, for Salazar's second daughter brought many possessions to the Gaunt family upon her marriage. "I recall there being a toad that could regurgitate gold coins. Do remember to help me find it." The serpent attempted to console Tom, having abandoned hopes of reclaiming all the lamb-like estates, as it was in dire need of that toad for snacks. However, Tom's words fell like a bucket of cold water, causing the serpent to recoil in despair. "Do you recall our adventure in that derelict house, when you handed me a ring?" That very house was the Gaunt residence. "What?" "Furthermore, many of the properties you mentioned have either vanished or been sold off to other families. In any case," Tom said with a malicious glint in his eye as he gazed at the serpent, "the toad you spoke of is likely at the Ministry of Magic, treated as refuse." A wretched wail echoed through the potions chamber as the serpent lay sprawled on the table like a lifeless creature. "That was meant to be my savings jar, prepared for me by Salazar. I gifted it to celebrate his daughter's marriage. Woe is me." Tom cast a silencing charm upon himself. And once the serpent's lamentations subsided, he resumed discussing matters concerning Slytherin. "I do not possess extensive knowledge, but Salazar was particularly fond of equivalent exchange. The rest you must explore on your own." Tom stroked his chin in contemplation, posing an unrelated question. "Whose property is the ancient castle of Hogwarts?" The serpent wriggled slightly, appearing displeased, but ultimately divulged. "Initially, it belonged solely to Salazar. Once Hogwarts was established, it was divided among the other three for usage rights. However, the spendthrifts later leased out the castle. Had it not been stipulated that the castle could not be sold upon inheritance, it is uncertain what you might be witnessing now." The serpent straightened and flicked its tail, its vertical pupils filled with resignation. My lamb-like estate likely met a similar fate. Tom distilled the serpent's ramblings, his fingers tapping emphatically on the table. So, you mean to say, he licked his parched lips, I could inherit Hogwarts? The serpent nodded and then shook its head, uncertain itself. If Dumbledore were to discover that the castle would be inherited by him, he would likely flee to Austria immediately, one could imagine. The notion was enticing. Though reality posed certain challenges, the goal did not seem far-fetched. After revealing his identity, Tom ceased to disguise himself, directly contacting Lucius and other subordinates, assigning tasks one by one. Nagini hopped beside him, exclaiming her desire to return to the manor for a soak in the hot springs and to feast on fawns and lambs. The serpent silently observed for a while before drifting toward the study. As of now, Severus had yet to awaken, and it needed to remain nearby to ensure his safety. As evening fell, a golden eagle soared across the shimmering horizon before landing outside a residence in the city center. Tom reached to retrieve the package from the eagle's leg. Containing the gaunt ring, he had instructed Lucius to have the goblins reforge. That ring of yours is truly hideous. You ought to pair it with a red gemstone and a golden band, the serpent remarked, lounging beside Severus. Tom paid no heed to the serpent's critique. He took Severus's left hand, adorning the slender ring finger with the Mobius ring, the black gemstone gleaming brilliantly. The serpent slid between them, tapping the black gemstone with its tail's tip. Feeling the energy emanating from it, it was suddenly struck by hunger. Halbo, I shall be away for a while, Tom murmured, caressing Severus's hand, gazing at his furrowed brow even in slumber, asserting, upon my return, I shall take you to the magical realm and to reside in the grand manor. The serpent grinned, seemingly amused, for it surmised Tom's intentions. Be cautious, Tom. Salazar's possessions are not easily acquired. Tom acknowledged the warning with a hum, lifting Severus into the bedroom, even audaciously removing his shirt and jeans, replacing them with soft linen sleepwear. Once everything was arranged, Tom tenderly tucked Severus in. Severus, do not shy away. Try to accept me, for I too have feelings, he whispered, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Severus's rosy lips. This kiss was devoid of ulterior motives. Lingering for merely a second, the serpent, wedged between them, could not quite comprehend the purpose of such human displays of affection. Tom held Severus's hand for a moment longer before departing, utilizing his wand to apparate away. Severus, asleep in the bedroom, fluttered his eyelashes but ultimately remained undisturbed. Streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the dimly lit path. Lucius, accompanied by Regulus, Bella, and Dolohov, awaited the arrival of an individual at the Gaunt estate, each holding a scanned route map created by Muggle technology, discussing the Gaunt family's secret passages. They had already set up isolation and defensive charms around them, and given the remoteness of the location, they felt at ease conversing. Bella idly twirled her hair, disinterested in Lucius's plans. She merely wished to see the Dark Lord. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Though clad in ordinary Muggle attire, his remarkable appearance could not be concealed. My lord, good day, Bella's voice rang out sharply, startling the three gathered, who promptly bowed to the newcomer. Tom raised a hand, signaling for silence, and then took the map to review. Bella gazed at the youthful Tom with excitement. His striking features and poised stature captivated her, and although she could not fathom why the Lord appeared so young, it only served to affirm his formidable power. In the wizarding world, aside from Nicholas Flamel, who possessed the Philosopher's Stone and lived long, no one could reverse the passage of time. Tom discovered that the tunnel beneath the Gaunt estate bore a striking resemblance to that of Hogwarts. Formulating a plan in his mind, you all remain here while I descend to investigate. If I have not returned by dawn, you may depart. Yes, my lord. Lucius and Regulus exchanged glances, all responding in unison. Bella, summoning her courage, stepped forward. She did not wish to lose sight of the Lord so soon after having found him. My lord, the tunnel may harbor dangers. I wish to accompany you. Bella's cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes wide, appearing rather odd. Tom stroked his wand, suddenly realizing there might be merit to the horror films Muggles produced. Bella, stay here with Lucius and witness the sunrise. He said no more, striding toward the ruins of the Gaunt estate before veering into the adjacent forest. A gaggle of fools. The tunnel of the Gaunt residence is merely a ruse. The true passage lies elsewhere. Tom reminisced about the description of the basilisk, and, beneath a certain cliff in the forest, discovered a stone door obscured by vines and moss beside a gnarled tree. He spoke in Parcel tongue to unlock the stone door, and a wave of decayed air rushed at him, accompanied by the whistling of arrows slicing through the air. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have met his demise there. Hiss, how come there are arrows? Didn't Hairbo mention that the Gaunt family are all wizards? Nagini emerged from Tom's torn pocket, critiquing the absurdity of the trap. Tom patted its head, clearly in agreement with this assessment. However, this also indirectly confirmed that it wasn't only wizards who sought the Chamber of Secrets. Muggles were drawn here as well. Navigating through traps laden with curses and boulders obstructing his path, Tom eventually arrived at a stone door adorned with serpentine statues. He wiped the sweat from his brow and answered the peculiar questions posed by the snakes in Parseltongue. Finally, he uttered the secret phrase to the largest serpent's head, and the stone door creaked open. "It feels just like playing Mario," Nagini remarked, gazing into the dark entrance. "Too bad there's no princess waiting for us to rescue." Tom chuckled at this, realizing that after playing with Hairbow, Nagini had indeed become much more astute. This led him to think of Sif, who, in a sense, resembled a slumbering beauty. Holding a flashlight, he stepped into the pitch-black corridor, only to be surprised when the wall-mounted lights flickered on, revealing the stone-paved floor. When Tom raised his gaze and saw yet another stone door at the end, he was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? The Gaunt family's secret passage featured an elderly head statue reminiscent of Hogwarts? Could there be another basilisk here? While Tom pondered this, Nagini had already glided ahead. "Tom, come look. This pattern seems so familiar," Nagini exclaimed, bouncing around the statue. Tom was startled to see Nagini frolicking atop the statue. But upon noticing that the statue remained still, he felt a wave of relief. He had been relentlessly pursued by stone soldiers in the outer passage. As Tom approached Nagini, he realized that the pattern bore a striking resemblance to the Slytherin locket, and next to the design was a handprint indentation. The locket fit perfectly into the pattern, causing the left eye of the elderly statue to open, revealing a massive ruby eye within. Observing this, Tom poured the blood of the American Gaunt descendant into the handprint groove. The crimson liquid flowed around the indentation, causing the statue's right eye to open as well. Now staring blankly at him, the two pairs of ruby-like eyes locked in an intense gaze, and the statue's mouth opened wide, spewing forth an endless stream of gold coins that quickly formed a small mountain, culminating in the release of a rolled parchment. With swift reflexes, Tom levitated the parchment towards him, only to be met with a disconcerting message. "Unfilial descendant, take the gold and leave us be. Do not trouble us." It seemed that an ancestor with foresight had anticipated the plight of future generations. However, why hadn't they communicated this sooner, as their bloodline was dwindling? Tom felt a twinge of disappointment. Was this all the chamber had to offer? He peered into the statue's mouth, curious about where the coin storage led. "Nagini, let us go take a look," he called out, but received no response. "Nagini?" His voice echoed through the passage, his grip tightening around the parchment. "Hist, Tom. I'm right here," Nagini replied, emerging from the statue's mouth. It had reverted to its massive serpent form, its tail seemingly wrapped around something, joyfully swimming towards him. An anguished male cry echoed as a backdrop, making it seem as though the statue had come to life. Let me go? I'm going to be sick." Chapter 134, Fusion. As dawn broke, Lucius and the others departed the ruins of the Gaunt estate, following Tom's instructions. In response to Tom's absence throughout the night, Sif chose to remain indifferent, preoccupied with the dilemma of removing the ring from his finger. "Don't bother. It's enchanted with an unremovable curse and defensive spells. Quite a remarkable item," the basilisk remarked during a commercial break, casting a glance at Sif, who was still struggling with the ring. "So what? I don't like it," Sif retorted irritably, though it was unclear what he was denying. He gazed expressionlessly at his ring finger, contemplating the feasibility of severing his finger to remove the ring before reattaching it. The basilisk hissed twice as the commercial concluded, resuming its viewing of the film. Despite employing every method at his disposal, Sif could not remove the ring and, in frustration, consulted Lucius through the two-way mirror for a solution. "This, I fear, cannot be done," Lucius replied, eyeing the familiar ring, his eyelid twitching. "Unless the one who cast the spell releases you, it cannot be removed." Sif nodded despondently, resorting to casting an oblivion charm on the ring, temporarily forgetting its existence. Lucius observed the emptiness of Sif's room and pondered the ambiguous attitude of Voldemort towards him, calculating his next move. "Has he not returned yet?" Lucius laughed politely, disregarding the malicious glint in his eyes. It was better left unsaid. The moment it was spoken, Sif became even angrier, shooting Lucius a fierce glare. "Mind your own business," he snapped before abruptly ending the call, refusing to engage further with the loquacious Lucius. In high spirits, Lucius sang a tune, downing a bottle of the elixir of life under his wife's watchful gaze before comfortably collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, Tom, having endured hours of incessant chatter from the portraits of his ancestors, wearily rubbed his temples. He had not anticipated that Slytherin's ancestors would also have portraits here. Though only a few figures still remained, the sheer improbability of it all was astounding. "I told you someone would come," exclaimed a middle-aged man in a crimson wizarding robe. Stroking his beard, he was the very individual whom Nagini had nearly swallowed whole. Oh, Charles, spare us. If you hadn't claimed that someone would enter, we wouldn't be trapped here. A medieval noblewoman, clutching a black cat, lamented. Thankfully, there was still a bloodline. Otherwise, Salazar would have been roused by their bickering. Tom sighed deeply, realizing this Charles' ancestor was likely the one who devised the moving portraits. Oh, Tom, you bear such a striking resemblance to Salazar, remarked another green-haired witch who had traversed the portrait into his presence, her affectionate gaze making him somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you, but shouldn't we discuss important matters? My companions are waiting for me outside, Tom replied politely, his voice barely rising above a whisper, yet silencing the previously raucous portraits. Oh yes, of course, indeed. Ask me whatever you wish, several portraits replied in unison, the clamor resuming. Ultimately, it was the noblewoman with the black cat who restored order, addressing Tom's inquiries. Upon hearing Tom mention the basilisk, the upheaval within the wizarding world, and the dwindling gaunt bloodline, the portraits changed countenance. No wonder you've only just arrived. It seems my methods were ineffective. Truly, an unfilial descendant. An unfilial descendant indeed. Oh, by the way, which lineage do you belong to? I do not know, Tom replied. A heavy silence fell over the portraits, as they all suspected the truth. After all, no new portraits had emerged in the last 180 years. The green-haired witch looked at Tom with sorrowful eyes, the crow perched above her continuously cawing. After a prolonged silence, the cat-holding noblewoman finally made up her mind. Come with me. She traversed the series of blank portraits, guiding Tom deeper into the concealed passage, ultimately halting beside a 2-meter-high painting that depicted solely a golden sun. Smear your blood upon the sun of this painting. Yet Tom hesitated. He wished to retain some of the blood he had procured from America, and moreover, the body he inhabited was not truly his own, its essence far too chaotic, leaving him uncertain of the consequences that might ensue from such an act. Sensing Tom's trepidation, the noblewoman merely smiled, her lips pressed together. Do you understand why the descendants of Slytherin speak Parseltongue? It is because their ancestors once possessed serpents, and that language is imprinted within their souls and bodies, continuing to resonate with each new life born. Fear not, Tom, the soul cannot deceive. Today, Tom had uncovered an abundance of secrets, bewildered by which revelation to process first. With a flick of his wand, he sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to smear across the sun. Remarkably, the painting absorbed the blood, and the sun darkened to black, the entire image cloaked in darkness before vanishing entirely, gradually transforming into a door embedded within the wall. Step inside. You shall obtain what you desire, the noblewoman encouraged with a smile. Tom nodded in acknowledgement and stepped boldly through the doorway. He entered a space of purest white, within which stood an imposing mirror, towering to the ceiling and adorned with gilded edges, its corners occupied by grotesque serpent heads. Yet, the reflection revealed not the youthful handsomeness of 13-year-old Tom, but rather a distorted visage of an adult, with features blurred and waxen, continually shifting until it settled upon that of a frail, silver-haired elder. True mirror. Tom's eyes narrowed as he recalled the cryptic script he had encountered within the Malfoy and Black families, rumored to reflect the innermost fears and escapades of one's heart. Fragmented. He whispered the incantation, shattering the mirror, yet in the next moment, his pupils constricted. The shattered fragments swiftly multiplied, transforming into 10 mirrors of the same height, encircling him rapidly. Tom watched as the mirrors replayed scenes from his childhood in the orphanage, where Dumbledore had set fire to the cupboard, the near closure of Hogwarts due to petrifications caused by the basilisk, and the brutal murder of his biological family in Little Hangleton. With an impassive expression, he cast spells to obliterate the mirrors, his crimson eyes consumed by bloodlust. Magic, however, has its limits, while the mirrors only proliferated. Until, utterly fatigued, Tom sank to the ground, surrounded by countless mirrors that began to rotate, emitting blinding light. An unseen force lifted him into the air. He struggled fiercely, his satchel torn open, its contents spilling forth. May my bloodline inherit the glory of Slytherin. The space trembled as the mirrors transformed into myriad silvery lights that surged into Tom's body. He felt a sweetness in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, each drop falling into the suddenly materializing array, as small blue and green vials filled with blood were crushed into powder, the blood tracing countless fine lines within the formation. Unbeknownst to him, the portraits of his ancestors appeared upon the walls of the pure white space, and voices began to chant in Greek, Parseltongue, Elvish, and other languages. The golden chalice within the array seemed to sense something, exuding a silvery light akin to that of the mirrors, intermingled with a wisp of darkness. The blood in Tom's eyes gradually faded, the crimson hue reverting to black. He gazed at the portraits covering the walls, murmuring, his wand slipping from his grasp and falling into the array. The core made from phoenix tail feathers ignited, swiftly incinerating the blood within the array. Tom, in agony from the searing flames, shut his eyes. An ancient sigh resonated throughout the chamber, followed by an all-encompassing silence. It was an interminable process, so long that day turned to night, as Nagini devoured 3 wild deer and digested a buffalo, swimming in circles out of boredom until at last, someone emerged. Nagini swam joyfully toward him, flicking its tongue. Tom, are we returning home? In its heart. Apart from the Voldemort manor, Severus was home. Indeed, Nagini, let us return. The man, handsome and tall, adorned in a silver robe edged with black, responded with an air of indifference. Tom patted Nagini's head and addressed the portraits. I shall leave a few blank canvases in the manor, welcoming your presence at any time. The portraits, having conspired beforehand, nodded in satisfaction. Tom's gaze swept over the painting that had reverted to its original state, the sun still gleaming gold. And he knitted his brow slightly. The man and the serpent, under the noblewoman's guidance, exited the passageway and stood at the forest's edge. Tom surveyed the desolate ruins, conjuring his subordinates with a flick of his wand. Those marked with the dark mark, including Lucius, felt a sharp pain and heat in their arms, immediately abandoning their tasks to apparate to their lord's location. In an unnoticed corner, the corpse of a black cat lay eternally in the pure white space. The summoned Death Eaters converged upon Little Hangleton, animatedly discussing the return of Voldemort. Meanwhile, Lucius and others, already privy to the knowledge, remained silent, leading Parkinson and others to the ruins of the gone estate. Upon seeing the noble and elegant presence of the man clad in a silver robe amidst the ruins, Lucius realized that the true lord had returned. My lord, Lucius bowed respectfully, an inexplicable fear coursing through him. Tom cast a detached glance at Lucius and his companions, nodding slightly. Lucius's heart raced under the gaze of those mismatched black and red eyes, for he had never witnessed Voldemort in such a state. Conceal your thoughts. Tom broke the silent exchange among those present, his voice deep and measured. Return to the manor. I wish to see your accomplishments. At that moment, all present trembled, some in excitement, others in trepidation. Yes, my lord, they replied in unison. Bellatrix's voice rang the loudest among them, her enthusiasm catching the attention of even Dolohov. Nagini, already growing impatient, recalled Tom's earlier words and clamored to return to feast upon lambs. A month later, during which Voldemort dismissed a number of opportunistic individuals and re-established his formidable presence with relentless power, the Ministry of Magic and Wisengamot remained mired in severe internal discord, unable to mobilize against Voldemort. The wizarding world had become aware of Voldemort's return, and the Daily Prophet published articles regarding the Slytherin legacy and his claims to Hogwarts. In summary, the gossip among the aristocracy garnered the most attention, quickly diverting focus from Voldemort himself. Within Voldemort Manor, Lucius strolled leisurely through the garden, a luxury he had not experienced since Voldemort's disappearance. He felt a sense of triumph. The Lord's return had attracted more followers, bolstering the ranks of the Death Eaters. Tom, shall we invite the Herbo family over? Nagini, having played with a goblin for a while, leaned against Tom's leg, seeking affection. Who is Herbo? Tom paused, his fingers tapping on the table, his expression cold. Nagini straightened, disbelief reflected in its slitted pupils. It could hardly fathom that Tom would utter such a question. My companion, Tom, it said, flicking its tail in evident displeasure. The green serpent we encountered in the Forbidden Forest, you know. Tom wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. Ever since emerging from the secret chamber of the Gaunt family, he had been plagued by headaches of unknown origin, though physicians had examined him thoroughly. His body was in impeccable health. Moreover, he seemed to have forgotten certain memories. Yet what significance could those lost recollections possibly hold? Forget about it. I'll find you another playmate later, Tom said, noticing Lucius's arrival. He gently patted Nagini's head, urging her to amuse herself elsewhere. Nagini muttered softly as she slithered away, her tail tapping rhythmically against the ground. During the film festival celebration at the Global Tower, Lucius cast a sidelong glance at the departing white serpent, his tone composed as he inquired, My lord, the Global Company's branch has inaugurated in Germany. Would you also like to attend the gathering of the Grindelwald family? The mention of the Grindelwald name inevitably reminded Tom of the former Dark Lord Gellert and his entanglements with Dumbledore, causing his head to throb anew. Certainly, I shall attend, Tom replied. Reflecting on the years he had lost, he wished he could awaken his former self, the one who sought a child, and simply delegate such tasks to his subordinates or house elves. As he pondered this, he regarded Lucius with admiration, despite his prolonged absence. Lucius had maintained control and executed numerous plans, a testament to his cleverness. Lucius felt a shiver under Tom's gaze. Recalling the last time he was scrutinized so intently was when he used the two-way mirror to deliver news to the Lord. My lord, shall we proceed to central London? Lucius asked, Assuming Voldemort's dominance over the situation made it reasonable to bring people to the manor. After all, Voldemort's attitude towards Severus was unmistakable. Hearing the familiar name, fleeting images flashed in Tom's mind. A young man with an indistinct face holding a camera and speaking to him. No need, Tom replied coldly, suppressing the discomfort in his chest. He prepared to depart for Germany in 2 days. Lucius was somewhat surprised by his lord's aloofness, but soon recovered his composure. Yes, my lord, he said respectfully and left, evidently overestimating Severus's standing in Voldemort's esteem. Chapter 135, Missed Opportunities. Though Tom declined Lucius's proposal, his subconscious compelled him toward the city center. Dressed in casual attire, he wandered the streets of London alone, his feet instinctively leading him in a particular direction. "Won't you wait for Tom and Nagini to return?" The basilisk asked softly from Severus's shoulder, puzzled by the sudden sale of property and abrupt departure. Severus shook his head slightly, offering a bitter smile. Tom is no ordinary man, and their lives are far more carefree than ours. Since Tom's departure, Severus had closely monitored developments within the magical world. After several days of anxious vigilance, once he was certain Tom had truly forgotten him, Severus hastened to contact Zhang Mingyuan and others to liquidate their overt assets. He then booked tickets to embark on a global journey to confound observers before proceeding to Russia. Compared to other nations, the battle-hardened Russian wizards were notably more tolerant of foreign practitioners. Severus sighed, touching the spot on his waist where a mark had once been. Had the mark not reappeared and stung sharply after Tom's departure, he might never have discovered the serpentine sigil. He did not need to inquire. It was undoubtedly Tom's doing. Apart from him, no one else had been nearby. Fortunately, Severus's research revealed that this mark was merely for tracking purposes. No matter how far he fled, Tom could locate him, though perhaps there was a limitation to its range. Unlike the infamous dark mark, it did not inflict soul-wrenching pain. Yet it was no less unwelcome. The basilisk expressed surprise. As Severus's bonded companion, it should have detected the mark, but had not. It surmised this was due to Tom's lineage as a descendant of Slytherin. Noting Severus's puzzled gaze, the serpent decisively contributed its venom. Guided by the basilisk, Severus concocted a potion from the venom that successfully removed the mark, though it left an unsightly scar on his waist. He bore more grievous wounds on his back. Such minor injuries were insignificant by comparison. The basilisk clicked its tongue in astonishment, remarking that this reckless marking behavior mirrored Salazar, Slytherin's own nature. The pair methodically organized their belongings. Severus gazed at photographs of a small black cat and young Tom, waves of emotion surging within him. Pressing his lips tightly, he sealed the album in a box. False happiness was still happiness, though the truth remained terrifying. Outside the cafe, Severus waved to Mrs. Brown, who had glanced his way, then cast a final look at the shop before turning resolutely and departing. "I'm sorry I made you and Bane say goodbye so hastily. And you didn't even get to taste the honeydew sweets," Severus apologized to the basilisk. England had been its home for 1,000 years after all. The serpent nuzzled Severus's cheek in comfort. Though bound by their pact to protect him, it was family nonetheless. Severus's troubled spirits were soothed. He exhaled gently, hailed a carriage, and hurried toward the airport. His departure was utterly silent. He had not even informed Pansy or Andre. Bored, Severus watched the scenery recede, his heart heavy with reluctance. As the carriage slowed at an intersection, he turned to tease the basilisk, failing to notice a solitary figure outside the window. The two passed each other in the bustling city center, neither aware of the other's presence. After the carriage had gone some distance, the figure glanced back, his heart beating oddly. By the time Tom had wandered the neighborhood of his residence, following faint memories, and arrived before a cafe, Severus was already aboard the plane. Tom stared at the flower wall by the entrance, then entered to order milk tea, settling by the window. His subconscious urged him to wait for someone. Yet that person never appeared. Severus's departure had been remarkably smooth. He had expected interference, but was mistaken. The plane swiftly took off from the runway. Through the window, Severus observed the tiny pedestrians below, took a dose of sleeping potion, donned his eye mask, and prepared to rest. The journey was long. He needed to conserve his strength. No danger awaited him aboard the aircraft, especially with the basilisk's protection. Though Severus left quietly, Pansy received a generous shipment of magical books from him during his layover in Brazil, enough to keep young Harry engrossed until adulthood. Pansy opened a letter tucked among the volumes and, after skimming it swiftly, covered her mouth in astonishment. Harry, who was helping tidy the garden weeds, noticed her strange expression and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong?" "Nothing much, just that your Uncle Severus has gone on a global journey," Pansy replied, regaining her composure. She was in the midst of a flourishing career and rarely took holidays, especially not distant travels. Harry felt as if struck by lightning. With his godfather imprisoned, Lupin missing, Dumbledore acting strangely, and even the last somewhat normal professor gone, what was he to do? Moreover, though Voldemort was responsible for his parents' deaths, the conspirators behind it all were even more infuriating. After a brief moment of confusion, Harry discarded the weeds in his hands, dusted off his trousers, and hurried upstairs to discuss the two-way mirror Dobby had delivered with Draco. "Harry, remember to wash your hands," Pansy called after him. "Got it, Auntie," he replied. After receiving Harry's response, Petunia shook her head and carried the potion book into the house. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped when he received a report from his surveillance team. The document detailed Severus's recent movements, with the phrase global travels conspicuously bolded. Coughing, Lucius hastily dabbed at his mouth with a handkerchief before handing the letter to Narcissa, signaling her to take a look as well. Narcissa quickly skimmed through the letter, her reaction mirroring Lucius's astonishment. "Does the Lord know about this?" Narcissa shot a glance at her husband, eager for more gossip. Lucius, noting Voldemort's peculiar demeanor, rested his chin on his hand and shook his head, then seemed to recall something as a flicker of flame ignited in his gray-blue eyes. Ever since the Lord returned to the manor, he had not inquired about Severus's news. Unable to withstand his wife's inquisitive gaze, Lucius pulled her into an embrace, suggesting lightly that it might be best if they feigned ignorance, especially since the Lord had not explicitly mentioned it, raising an eyebrow with a smile, fully aware of the risks involved. Narcissa playfully tugged at his cheek, musing that Draco should witness his father's mischievous side. In the northern part of the Scandinavian peninsula, at Durmstrang Institute, Gellert had just concluded a lecture when Karma urged him to leave the school. "What is happening?" Gellert inquired sharply, casting a keen glance at Karma, one of the more competent descendants of the Grindelwald family. Karma sighed, exasperated. "Has the boss forgotten today's arrangements? The Universal Company has a ribbon-cutting ceremony at 3 this afternoon. They sent me an invitation." Karma gestured towards Orin, indicating for him to produce the prepared documents, adding that Mr. Voldemort would be present. And they had also scheduled a dinner 3 days hence. Gellert idly flipped through the documents, momentarily stunned upon realizing that Dumbledore would also be attending. "How has Albus been?" he asked, his eyes still fixed on the papers, his tone nonchalant. Karma rolled his eyes. "Couldn't you just call him? Weren't you the one who used the door key and cross-border apparition to visit your old flame last weekend?" After a moment of silence, Karma replied quietly, "Same as always. But he has been searching for a stone recently." The resurrection stone, Gellert thought, the answer surfacing in his mind. He frowned slightly. It seemed that the Deathly Hallows, sought after for decades, had gained some tangible leads in recent years, and the resurrection stone appeared to be connected to the Gaunt family. Has he made any moves lately? Gellert turned a page in the documents, well aware that Dumbledore was not one to easily concede defeat. Karma lifted his eyelids, reluctant to delve into this troubling topic. He had forsaken a life of indulgent comforts not to witness others in romantic entanglements. He shot Gellert a sidelong glance and chuckled. "Yes." Gellert awkwardly rubbed his nose, donning white gloves as he prepared for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The German Ministry of Magic was far more cautious than its British counterpart. Upon learning that Gellert would attend the ceremony, they discreetly stationed 10 oars outside the Universal Company, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. Fortunately, no bothersome incidents occurred, and the event proceeded smoothly. As a company executive, Karkaroff breathed a sigh of relief. Given that this was Voldemort's first public appearance abroad since his return, Karkaroff's performance was commendable. At least the German ministry found no flaws. Gellert rebuffed yet another group of sycophants attempting to ingratiate themselves and apparat back to Nurmengard. The night sky over Austria was dark, the stars shining brightly as he observed their shifting trajectories, slowly exhaling a breath of discontent. Dumbledore's plans were likely to come to naught this time. The musical ambience in Vienna was rich, with lonely performers scattered about. Tom reveled in the nostalgic joy of returning, his dark and crimson eyes filled with bewilderment. Lucius and Regulus exchanged knowing glances before discreetly averting their eyes. "How are the Potter's child faring?" Tom inquired softly, watching a lark nestled in his palm, meticulously arranging its feathers. Lucius recalled the 3 other surveillance teams, one from the Muggle government, one from Dumbledore, and another possibly from Salem or Grindelwald, combined with his own. For factions were monitoring the prophesied child. "My lord, Dumbledore has provided them with excellent protection, and with the loving magic surrounding Harry, he is quite safe," Lucius emphasized, selectively omitting the fact that the young dragon had a close bond with Harry. Tom's expression remained serene as he quietly observed the lark take flight. "Dumbledore and Grindelwald," he murmured, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I eagerly anticipate our reunion." In the deep of night, snowflakes fell heavily from the sky. Severus gazed at the white expanse and resolutely tore a piece of fabric to cover his eyes, proceeding slowly under the guidance of the basilisk. He had never known his luck to be so dire. Merely passing through the snowy mountains to take a shortcut, he unexpectedly encountered an avalanche. Had it not been for the basilisk's protection and his status as a wizard, he would have met a grim fate. The snow-capped mountains were near the Himalayas. In a somewhat remote location, and with no sun to guide him, he found it difficult to discern the way out. He would never admit that he could not read a magical compass. It was far less reliable than observing the sun. Severus's intended route was to Nepal, but now he had no idea where to venture next. Although the basilisk possessed high magical resistance and was unperturbed by the cold, the icy terrain posed a challenge even for it. "Hiss, shall we take a break? I see an ice lake ahead, and there might be fish within," the basilisk suggested, tasting the air for its scent. "Very well, I shall heed your advice," Severus rasped, his eyelashes fluttering as the excess warming charms rendered him somewhat parched. The basilisk nodded, enlarging its form to envelop Severus as they moved forward, carefully controlling its strength to avoid falling into a freezing pit. Severus had watched many survival shows featuring Bear Grylls in his past life, but alas, he was a wizard. A flick of his wand could resolve most of his troubles. At the basilisk's chosen spot, he began to carve blocks of ice, constructing an ice shelter. "Hiss, I'm freezing." The basilisk emerged from the ice Severus had cut, tossing a large fish onto the lake's surface, causing several cracks to form. Severus stared in astonishment at the 3-meter-long fish. He had not anticipated such size in the lake. Seeing Severus hesitate to act, the basilisk assumed he disliked the species and brought up several more fish. "Severus, hurry and eat. I've had my fill at the lake bottom. This fish is sweet, almost like pudding." The basilisk pointed to the translucent fish, revealing its innards, flicking its tongue before diving back into the water. Although it had not found a whale, this was still a fine catch. Severus, splashed in the face by a fish's tail, sighed and retrieved a cauldron and magical flame from his bag. Those who disliked raw fish truly had a tough time. Once the basilisk was satiated, it lay across Severus's lap, the warmth of the magical flame lulling it into comfort. Severus ladled out some fish soup to soothe his throat, and his hungry stomach audibly protested. The aroma of fish wafted from the ice shelter, enticing the famished hunter. Severus, driven by hunger, consumed 2 fish the length of his arms before feeling satisfied. He disposed of the leftover bones and glanced down at the languid basilisk, unable to resist giving its belly a gentle scratch, only to retract his hand at the icy chill. The basilisk yawned and inquired about their future plans. "First, we must exit the snowy mountains." Severus's response was unadorned and straightforward. "Once you arrive in Russia, you'll be able to frolic with the mighty bears." "You mean those furry creatures?" The serpent-like creature cast a suspicious glance at Severus, wondering if acquiring yet another bear cub would cause it to fall out of favor once more. Severus nodded affirmatively, adding that perhaps the Russian confections might appeal to the serpent as well. "Let me make it clear beforehand. No pets other than me are allowed." The serpent prodded Severus with its tail, asserting its claim to prominence. Severus had never intended to keep any more pets. Should he encounter another situation like with Tom, regret would surely overwhelm him. Outside, the snow intensified, the fierce wind howling, stinging their faces with cold. The duo, man and serpent, engaged in cheerful conversation to while away the tedious hours of the night. At dawn's first pale light, the serpent lazily emerged from the ice hut, planning to dive once more into the icy lake for a hearty meal. Unexpectedly, it discovered a figure buried beneath a snowdrift some hundreds of meters away. Coiling its tail around one of the person's feet, it gave a gentle shake, then lifted the limb to its nose, detecting a faint breath. It promptly brought the individual back and handed him over to Severus. Chapter 136, Derision. When Tom first arrived at Nurmengard Castle, little had changed. The elderly butler, still clad in his impeccable suit, slowly ushered him inside. Within the castle, it was perpetually spring, the vibrant flora lending life and warmth to the grand edifice. Gellert remained seated near the hearth, though now a television played soothing melodies quietly in the background. Tom regarded Grindelwald, who appeared increasingly youthful and handsome with each passing year, pondering whether this was the boon of a second spring. "Did you borrow the Philosopher's Stone from Nicholas Flamel?" Tom inquired, gracefully settling on the sofa opposite him, his tone laced with sarcasm. Gellert chuckled softly, unperturbed by Tom's mockery, but when he glimpsed Tom's heterochromatic eyes, a shadow flickered in his gaze. "Mr. Malfoy, long time no see." Gellert raised his glass, downing half of the red wine. "It's been 6 years since we last met." Tom cast a brief glance at the composed Grindelwald and responded with a noncommittal hum. Gellert showed no urgency regarding the invitation extended to Tom. Instead, he patiently chatted about the weather, whispered magical world gossip, and discussed the latest music trends, all the while discreetly scrutinizing the Dark Lord whose power and allure had only grown since his return. Tom replied intermittently, His intellect restored to its former brilliance after the soul fragments were fully mended, enabling him to vaguely discern Gellert's intentions. Yet, matters of the heart remained an enigma to him. "Mr. Grindelwald, you remain as loquacious as ever," Tom remarked elegantly, sipping his tea and pursing his lips. A dark gleam flashed in Gellert's eyes as his hand brushed the corner of the sofa. "Tom, no. Rather, Mr. Gaunt now. You appear far younger than before. How long do you intend to remain in Germany?" Gellert attempted to provoke an emotional response with the surname, but Tom's expression remained impassive. Tom cast a complicated look at Gellert, his heart racing wildly at the utterance of that name. "What's this? Mr. Grindelwald is inviting me to reside in the castle? I'm truly honored," Tom drawled, wearing a modest smile. "I still prefer England." "Huh, Tom, my dear friend, a change of scenery can refresh the spirit, and besides, this place is far larger than most London homes." Gellert shrugged, having perused the information that Tom had been frantically house hunting in London these past days. A shiver ran down Tom's spine. This was one of the reasons he despised Dumbledore, and now Gellert had adopted the habit. No one but that man could address him thus. But who was that man exactly? "Don't call me that." Tom frowned, yet still retorted. Gellert smiled, leisurely sipping the mead poured by the butler. The butler, noting Tom's darkening expression and the lack of progress toward the matter at hand, cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "Gentlemen, enough pleasantries. Mr. Carmer is scheduled to meet with you at 4:30, he said with a hint of sternness, implying Gellert should manage the time to avoid any clashes. Gellert smiled wryly, massaging his brow before fixing Tom with a steady gaze and sitting up straighter. "Tom, may I ask you some questions? Concerning the Gaunt family." As a former Dark Lord, Tom's dignity was to be respected, especially since he had recently re-emerged on the political stage, hardly distinguishable from his comeback. Voldemort set down his teacup and nodded slightly. "Your Gaunt family possesses a Slytherin locket and a black gemstone ring engraved with the Peveril crest, correct? They are currently in your possession?" Gellert clasped his hands beneath his chin, patiently awaiting Tom's reply. Tom pondered, a sharp pain striking his head as the image of a ring worn on another's finger surfaced in his mind. Yes. So, Tom did not deny it. With Gellert's resources, these facts were easily verifiable. Gellert smiled faintly, his heterochromatic eyes locked onto Tom's. Tom returned the gaze without flinching, their eyes meeting in a silent battle charged with tension. "Have you heard the tale of the Deathly Hallows?" "I'm all ears." Thus, Gellert recounted the legend of the 3 Hallows and revealed that someone was currently gathering them. Enlightenment dawned upon Tom. His sights were set on the ring and the locket. "The locket and ring can be lent to you for a few days, but what can you offer me in return?" Tom's smile grew more radiant as he glanced at Gellert. "If the compensation is insufficient, our negotiations will collapse." Gellert's eyes flickered restlessly as he sighed deeply, seemingly reaching a decision. "I can disclose the whereabouts of another descendant of Slytherin." Seeing Tom's indifference, he pressed on. "He is younger than you, and his command of serpents surpasses yours." Tom narrowed his eyes, recognizing the cunning in Gellert's proposition. Yet, since the Gaunt family still had living bloodlines, the Slytherin heir might well be genuine. "It's a deal," Tom consented, curious to discover what game Gellert was playing. The old butler stood by the window, watching Tom vanish from sight before turning to sit beside Gellert. "Albus, seems your ministry contacts are quite well informed," the butler said, crossing his legs and folding his arms thoughtfully. Gellert smiled calmly, donning a pair of half-moon spectacles and patiently awaiting the fading effects of the polyjuice potion. "Once the 3 Hallows are assembled, we shall learn the truth of the legend." Gellert drained the remaining mead and rose to stand before the fireplace. However, upon Tom's return to England, he scoured the manor but found only the locket. The Gaunt ring was nowhere to be found. Lucius silently observed the Lord's frantic search. "That ring. You melted it down and reshaped it, and now you want to find it again? That is quite the challenge." Tom did not regard it as impossible, but he was certain his memory was flawed. He had spent the morning in his study attending to paperwork, yet his troubled thoughts left him utterly unfit to focus on his affairs. Tom wearily rubbed his forehead, feeling as if his emotions had been utterly awry in recent days. To his astonishment, he had begun to dream, and in those dreams, there was a young man whose face he could not discern. Yet he found himself yearning to kiss him. Even the dreamless potion proved ineffective. Whenever he closed his eyes, memories of that dream resurfaced. Regulus was reporting to Voldemort on the progress of the German Universal Company, casually mentioning the new wand maker in Diagon Alley, emphasizing the contemporary trend among wizards of carrying 2 wands, one for casting spells, and the other, a Gatling wand, colloquially known as a magic gun. The surge in this trend was attributed to a newly released wizarding film, Double One's Lion, based on a script provided by Lockhart, which depicted medieval wizards traversing to the modern world to rescue a princess. ultimately leading to a surge in the sales of new wands. Tom's mind momentarily stalled. While a magic gun could not be classified as a wand, it seemed he too possessed 2 wands in his dream. Regulus. Investigate the wand core made from Dumbledore's phoenix feather, he contemplated, then changed his mind, deciding instead, just bring Ollivander here for questioning. When Ollivander returned to the familiar basement and looked up to see Voldemort restored to his former appearance, his face betrayed an unmistakable terror. He trembled all over. And upon witnessing Voldemort caressing a wand, he divulged everything he knew in a torrent of words. My lord, I have not disclosed any information regarding your wand, Ollivander stammered. His back drenched in sweat. The power of Voldemort had grown incrementally over the decades, forcing him to align himself with the dark forces in search of a place within their ranks. Tom narrowed his eyes. His wand purchase had been decades ago, and anyone inquiring would know the details. Why would Ollivander feel the need to reiterate? Speak of all you know, Tom commanded coldly. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, collecting his thoughts before recounting the events of that day. You mean to say a young man accompanied a boy who closely resembled me to your shop to purchase a wand? Tom retorted. And where is the other wand now? Ollivander stuttered, unable to provide an answer. How could he know? Tom regarded Ollivander, pondering whether using legilimency might render him an imbecile. But who was that boy? Regulus. Sensing the tension in the air and receiving news of the disappearance of the Prince Manor's owner, interjected boldly, My lord, I have urgent news to report. Knowing Regulus would not jest about such matters, Tom ordered Ollivander to bottle his memories, intending to use the pensieve to examine them. Ollivander breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to be tormented by Death Eaters, though he lamented the fate of the young man. In the drawing room, Lucius, having relayed the information he had received, busily wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. He had never anticipated that the stubborn old man would go missing, especially under the watchful eyes of house elves. Tom rested his chin on one hand while stirring his coffee with the other. Has Abbott not come to speak with me? He mused. Previously, in a fit of folly, he had aimed to capture those skilled in brewing advanced potions, only to find the Prince family had closed their doors in response. The Malfoy family had always collaborated with the princes, and Abbott had maintained a good rapport with the obstinate elder, yet he had not foreseen this outcome. Tom clicked his tongue, instructing Lucius to continue seeking a way into Prince Manor, for that patch of medicinal herbs had originally belonged to the Slytherin family. And the secrets within must be unveiled. Lucius wore a grim expression. My lord, your temper may have softened, yet the troubles have multiplied. Meanwhile, on a desolate snowy expanse, Sephir watched as an elderly man voraciously consumed fish soup, his brow furrowed in concern. A day prior, a basilisk had unexpectedly deposited the man at his feet, startling him. Fortunately, the old man still exhibited a faint breath of life, prompting Sephir to employ spells and potions to restore him. However, upon awakening, the elderly man seized his hand, calling him grandson, exerting such force that Sephir's wrist still ached. Sir, my name is Bai An, a half-blood. Are you perhaps using the name of Sephir from a past life, while fabricating a false identity? The bearded elder, after sipping some hot soup, regained his composure. His weathered eyes scanning Sephir, his lips trembling. How could it be? How could I mistake you for anything but my grandson? The obstinate elder produced a pocket watch from his collar, opening it to reveal a moving black-and-white photograph of a smiling young woman cradling a 1-year-old child. His hand trembled as he caressed the photograph, where both the woman and child burst into laughter. Sephir's gaze sharpened. This old man was a wizard, yet he had inspected him thoroughly and found no wand. Perhaps sensing Sephir's scrutiny, the elder began to recount his tale. This is my only daughter, holding my grandson. Alas, she married a muggle, he lamented, bitterness creeping into his voice, and she shamefully bestowed her son's surname upon another. Sephir absently stroked the anxious basilisk concealed in his pocket, quietly listening to the elder's story, only to realize it bore the hallmarks of a wizarding version of a fallen noble's daughter falling in love with a kind-hearted commoner, albeit with a rather unfortunate conclusion. The last time I saw my daughter was when her husband passed away. She implored me to adopt her son, and I was so enraged upon seeing her gaunt form that I outright refused. Thus, I never saw her again. The elder's eyes welled with tears, seemingly regretting his refusal. Sephir offered him a handkerchief. Both had erred, yet the deceased were gone, and there was little left to discuss. And where is your grandson now? Please, do not mislabel me as your grandson, Sephir softly inquired, flipping the fish over. The elder coughed, casting a conflicted glance at him. I do not know, he replied, but I know he is a good person. Sephir fell silent. No memory of a grandfather had ever surfaced in his mind, and besides, when the elder Snape and his wife passed away, scarcely a few relatives had come to mourn. Flip it over, flip it over. The fish is going to burn. The elder, noticing Sephir's prolonged distraction, hastily reminded him. Sephir hurriedly turned the fish, realizing these were their last few. And it would not bode well for the basilisk's exposure if the old man lingered. "I am Isidore Prince," the elder sighed, returning the pocket watch to his clothing, his eyes never leaving Severus. "In addition to searching for my grandson, I am evading some ill-intentioned individuals." Upon hearing the familiar name Prince, Sefer recognized that this man, or rather the events surrounding him, were undoubtedly connected to the tale of his mother, Eileen Prince Snape. However, seeking a grandson? He scoffed softly. The original had suffered in Spidertail Alley for over a decade without anyone caring, and now this old man claimed to be the original's grandfather? Who could believe such a tale? Moreover, Sefer cast a glance at the elder, who appeared to be well over 100 years old. Dumbledore was younger than he. Chapter 137. Whose face? Love does not arise from thin air. First, one must invest sufficient love. Tom awoke once more from his dream, still feeling the lingering joy of being embraced, even nurturing an impulse to bind that person to him, to keep them in his sight at all times. How peculiar this was. Covering his wildly beating heart, Tom summoned a house elf and downed several glasses of brandy. Nagini, disturbed by the commotion, slithered over to Tom, yawning. "Tom, what troubles you?" Nagini flicked her tail, feeling rather bored without the basilisk's company amidst the vastness of the manor. After downing an entire bottle of brandy in silence, Tom finally confided in Nagini about the confounding thoughts plaguing his mind. As for the reason why there are so few individuals worldwide who can converse in Parseltongue, let alone the fact that Nagini has been a companion for several decades, Tom found himself pondering this. "Nagini, I have been frequently dreaming of transforming into a black cat. And in these dreams, I have befriended a youthful green serpent who treats me with great kindness, yet I cannot recall their names," he mused. Tom deemed this dream absurd. How could he possibly become a cat, let alone be cradled in someone's arms in such a manner? Suddenly, Nagini straightened up and leaned closer to Tom, flicking her tongue as she sniffed his arm to ensure he had not been impersonated. Observing this, Tom affectionately patted Nagini's head, bemused by how she had grown increasingly intelligent over time. "While I am uncertain if you have ever turned into a cat, I should certainly know the names of the serpent and the young man," he remarked, sensing a familiar scent and hearing Tom's statement. Nagini assumed they were engaging in playful banter and continued the conversation. Tom raised an eyebrow at her words, but Nagini's subsequent comment left him both amused and bewildered. "That serpent is Hellbow, the one we met in the Forbidden Forest. Are you planning to invite them to the manor for a visit?" She prodded, nudging Tom's leg to revisit the topic. "When did you venture into the Forbidden Forest? How was I not aware of this?" Tom inquired, astonished. Now it was Nagini's turn to be speechless. Her tail flicked rapidly as her body twisted into a corkscrew. "You had Dodo take me there?" "Humph. And that golden peacock knows about it too." Nagini unabashedly threw her ally under the bus before voicing her demands. "You promised me I could have honeydew sweets once a week, yet it has been several months since you last bought them for me." She nudged Tom's right hand with her head to express her dissatisfaction. Tom fell into contemplation, realizing the golden peacock referred to Lucius. Thus, at 3 a.m, Lucius, blissfully asleep, was roused from his slumber by a summons, his fingers running through his dull golden hair as he was silently comforted by his wife on his way to Voldemort's manor. There, he was assigned a peculiar task. Voldemort instructed him to investigate a green serpent near Hogsmeade Village and the young man accompanying it, as well as to order a monthly supply of honeydew sweets for Nagini. Lucius desperately wished to assert that he was not merely a lackey, but the current head of the Malfoy family. However, upon witnessing Voldemort's sullen demeanor, he swallowed his words. He initially thought the task would be straightforward, yet after numerous inquiries, the reports returned empty, devoid of any trace of the serpent. Nevertheless, the sweets for Nagini were promptly ordered, and she relished them immensely. Seeing her savor the treats, Tom picked up a chocolate-filled sweet and indulged as well. In high spirits, Nagini shared a bit with him, then inexplicably conjured a small pouch to store the candies. Tom noticed it bore an embroidered image of a small black cat, and with the vanished assortment of snacks, he realized it was a bag enhanced with an undetectable extension charm. Just as he was about to question Nagini about its origin, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the butler. The butler, a mixed-blood wizard in his 30s studying at Ravenclaw, was currently reporting to Tom over the phone. "Lord, the ancient texts and elixirs you requested for research have shown progress," he stated methodically, handing over the materials. Tom perused the documents, furrowing his brow. Ancient texts and elixirs? When had he expressed interest in such studies? "Tell them to bring some concentration elixirs over. If the results are promising, I will allocate additional funds." He waved his hand, dismissing the butler. Once the butler had left, Tom slumped into his chair and consumed a stabilizing potion. Strange images flickered through his mind again, the youth resurfacing in his memories, each detail sharpening until he could distinctly perceive the young man's black hair. Propping his head up, He squinted at Nagini as she slithered around. Should anyone have been present, they would have noticed his eyes gradually turning a shade of crimson. Nagini, clutching her small pouch, prepared to hide it beneath the large bed when, in an instant, the pouch soared into the air. She turned to see it had landed in Tom's hand. Tom, do you still wish for more snacks? Nagini queried, unperturbed, believing Tom was simply craving more treats. Tom offered no response, instead caressing the black cat design on the pouch as he peered inside, discovering several photographs from the Muggle world. The images depicted Nagini and a green serpent adorned in small socks and red Christmas hats, accompanied by a dark-haired boy whose features were unmistakably familiar. Set against an obviously Muggle backdrop. Who is this? Tom inquired, gazing at the boy's recognizable face, until he turned to another photograph that rendered him utterly motionless. Nagini rested her head on Tom's shoulder, gazing at the pictures as she flicked her tongue. That's my playmate, Helbo, she said, nuzzling Tom's face with delight. I almost forgot to tell you my birthday is on Christmas Day. Had Helbo been present, he would have surely erupted in indignation at this serpent's theft of others' birthdays. Yet Tom was too preoccupied to contemplate how Nagini had shrunk or what her so-called birthday entailed. His right hand trembled as he traced the outline of the youth's figure in the photo. The very things he had dreamt of were now captured in these images. Nagini, where were these photographs taken? Tom asked hoarsely. Nagini regarded him with curiosity, replying softly, in the city center, where you and I took them together. See, this is you. She pointed her tail at the dark-haired boy in the photograph. Tom's pupils dilated as he concentrated, recalling that the boy bore a resemblance to his younger self, appearing more vivacious and affluent. Sensing his unease, Nagini inquired, Tom, what is troubling you? You haven't forgotten Severus and Helbo, have you? Tom's heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had contemplated various reasons for the bizarre occurrences, attributing them to the after-effects of the slicing or the prolonged confinement in the chamber, yet he had never considered amnesia as a possibility. Nagini, take me to the house in the city center. Immediately, Tom interrupted Nagini's chatter, his mind solely focused on verifying his suspicions. However, that was no easy feat. He had never been. With a forlorn expression, Nagini coiled her body and guided Tom to the house. The residence in the city center had been obscured by countless protective and concealment charms, rendering it nearly impossible to locate without intentional searching. As Tom surveyed the interior, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Meanwhile, Nagini bounded around the room, wondering where the snake monster and Severus had gone, questioning why so many items had vanished without a trace. Guided by instinct, Tom entered a room covered in dust sheets, exploring the surroundings until he stumbled upon a small box hidden deep within a wardrobe. Even though it had been enhanced with an advanced ignoring charm, he still managed to uncover it. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the box, not pausing to consider the potential curses it might contain. As he flipped through the album, his heart ached when he reached a photograph of the young man, smiling gently as he gazed ahead. So, you have always existed. Memories of his time with the youth flashed through his mind, each moment igniting a tinge of jealousy within him. Why did the cat-turned version of himself receive such devoted care, while he had nothing of the sort? He traced the contours of the youth's face, his lips barely whispering, Severus Snape? Upon returning to the manor from the city center, Tom summoned Lucius after a brief internal struggle. Regardless of whether it was in pursuit of the one who could stir his very soul, or the ring he had placed upon another's finger, he had to retrieve the individual in question. Just moments before, Lucius had been frolicking with his wife and son upon the sandy shore. Yet, in an instant, upon receiving the summons, he could only sigh as he changed his attire and hastily made his way to the manor. Regulus, returning from surfing in his beach shorts, learned the reason for Lucius's departure and reflected on Voldemort's peculiar trust in him. Tom, observing Lucius with half-damp hair, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Am I interrupting you, my lord? Today is your designated day of leisure. Lucius stifled the urge to retort, responding with utmost respect. Tom languidly reclined in his chair, his fingers drumming against the surface of the table. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. Lucius, do you know a young wizard by the name of Severus Snape? Though framed as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. Lucius wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, cautiously gauging Voldemort's expression. Noticing no sign of anger, he let out a silent sigh of relief. My lord, he is a student at Slytherin House, a few years my junior. Tom shifted into a more comfortable position, awaiting further information. Lucius, momentarily at a loss regarding Voldemort's intentions, could only relay the widely known facts. He excels in potions, and upon graduation, he engaged in a potion trade with the Malfoy family, choosing to remain unaffiliated with any faction. Suddenly recalling something, he paused. In 1982, a child with black hair and eyes began to accompany Mr. Snape. Tom's eyes narrowed at this revelation. Clearly, Lucius was quite well informed about his affairs. You seem to have a close relationship, don't you? He queried, dispelling any thoughts of the soul binding of Abraxas' child and redirecting to another matter. Do you know his current whereabouts? More sweat accumulated on Lucius' forehead, and his back was now drenched in cold perspiration. My lord, we are merely acquaintances, having had some exchanges due to the potion business. If you grant me some time, I shall locate him. Lucius was uncertain of Voldemort's erratic behavior, but knew that delving into the affairs of his superior was fraught with peril. Voldemort scrutinized the slightly trembling Lucius. His irritation somewhat abated. This man had a wife and child, and seemed timid, leading him to believe that Severus would not be interested in him. Lucius, by whatever means necessary, you must find him, even if you must bring him before me forcibly. Tom cleared his throat, the image of the young man's gentle smile flashing in his mind, losing any further interest in conversing with Lucius. Lucius exited the study, exhaling deeply. Fortunately, he had dispatched individuals to monitor Severus' movements early on, but now, where could that fellow be? Meanwhile, the individual preoccupying Tom and Lucius' thoughts stood by the shores of Lake Baikal in Siberia, marveling at the crystal-clear waters and the passing blue ice, fissures, and icicles, all crafted by nature's artistry. Isidore Prince, feeling the pangs of hunger in his withered belly, interrupted Severus' reverie. How much longer will you gaze? Let us procure a hearty meal. I am on the verge of starvation. During this time, they had frequently changed their means of transport to avoid detection, taking over half a month to reach Russia. Just a moment longer. My pet is bathing, Severus replied, glancing at his watch. He had instructed the basilisk to have a substantial meal before returning, emphasizing the importance of sustainability. Isidore was aware that Severus had a green snake with remarkable intelligence. Having witnessed it stand guard for Severus, but allowing the snake to bathe alone, wasn't he that a bit absurd? Had his wand not been lost in an avalanche, a simple call for his serpent would have sufficed. Furthermore, acquiring a wand was no easy feat. The Kordostorez wizarding school in Russia was built upon the elusive Bai An island, difficult to locate without the guidance of a familiar wizard, especially considering the reclusive nature of the wizards in this region. Isidore's face contorted in distress. Had it not been for the collateral branches seeking to curry favor with Dumbledore and his enigmatic backers, constantly eyeing the Manor's potion fields, he would not have been in such a frantic state as to rush into an avalanche-ridden mountain. The betrayal had come from his beloved nephew of many years. However, he quickly cast a glance at Severus, finding his grandson could prove fortuitous amidst calamity. Severus, noticing the old man's furtive glance, sighed heavily. He found it unbearable to endure the elder's unnaturally tender gaze, reminiscent of Dumbledore. Mr. Prince, if you find yourself bored, you may take your leave. Severus issued an eviction notice. Even if he suspected that the old man was indeed his biological grandfather, it was difficult to accept a kin who had disregarded the suffering of his daughter's offspring. Isidore's gaze darkened. He perceived Severus' aloofness but struggled to articulate the events of the past, having believed his grandson perished over a decade ago. No, Mr. White, you are mistaken. I am simply hungry, not seeking to depart. I wish to dine with you. The sunlight glinted off Isidore's white hair, stark against his aged visage and frail form, a stark reminder of his advancing years and the dwindling time left to accompany his grandson. At this, Severus's brow twitched, and he refrained from repeating his earlier suggestion to leave. Chapter 138, An Encounter with an Acquaintance. Upon the basilisk's return, it beheld the two men standing in silence. However, its concern rested solely with Severus, completely disregarding the elder. It deposited the beautiful stones it had gathered from the lake at Severus's feet, and once its body was dried with a towel, it climbed into his pocket. Severus wiped the emerald stones clean and placed them in another pocket before heading towards a nearby restaurant, with Isidore following closely behind, always seeking opportunities to bond with Severus. The restaurant was not overly crowded, and the two found a table by the window. After Severus ordered in his halting Russian, Isidore preemptively paid the bill. Although he no longer mentioned the matter of recognizing his grandson, he made every effort to make amends. There is no need for such gestures. I am not your grandson, Severus stated, handing the money back to Isidore. His feelings towards the old man were complex, yet he could not bear to witness the pained expression on his face. However, the original Severus and his mother were long deceased. It was Isidore who ought to feel remorse and guilt, not him. Isidore gazed at Severus's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his daughter, lost in thought. Had he not heeded Anthony's one-sided account, he would not have faced such rejection from his grandson. Mr. White, may I inquire about your mother's well-being? Isidore, having grown somewhat familiar with Severus, who was cold on the outside, yet warm in heart, dared to ask the question that had lingered in his mind for so long. Severus took a sip of coffee to invigorate himself, his gaze meeting the old man's anxious expression, and he offered a sardonic smile. When I was 15, my father, an alcoholic, drank himself to death. Not long after, my mother, worn out and burdened by grief, also passed away, leaving me to fend for myself, Mr. Prince. Is that response satisfactory to you? While Isidore had anticipated this outcome, hearing it firsthand shattered him. No wonder, after all these years, she had not come to see him. Regret gripped Isidore's chest, and his complexion turned pale. Anthony, indeed, was the cleverest among the collateral branches, effortlessly sowing discord between father and daughter while securing the right to inherit the ancestral potion recipes of the Prince family. Severus tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. He had no intention of bearing the weight of another's life. I'm sorry, but I know nothing of what you speak. Isidore found it hard to fathom how an underage child could survive in London, let alone as a half-blood wizard. I thought you had perished in the car accident when you were 5. Your mother, too, fell victim to the delay of a Muggle doctor's aid. As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion, his murky eyes brimming with regret. Had he only taken the initiative to see her just once, even briefly, none of this would have happened. It was his stubbornness and prejudice that had tragically severed the bond between him and his daughter. Severus sat across from him, observing coldly. In a few swift bites, he consumed his bread, then slammed a spare wand, housed in a sleek black case, onto the table. Don't follow me, he said as he rose, gazing down at the frail old man. Don't make me despise you. Without looking back, he turned and left the dining hall. Severus, are you really going to abandon him all alone? He looks so pitiful. The serpent poked its head from the pocket, casting a glance into the dining hall and catching sight of the old man's solitary figure. Severus responded with a noncommittal grunt. His decision stemmed not from cruelty but concern for the elder's safety, already evading Voldemort's relentless pursuit. Severus recognized that any additional followers trailing the old man would exponentially increase danger. Though the serpent was formidable, its bond with the old man remained unofficial. Aid was a favor, neglect a duty. Moreover, the more companions one had, the greater the risk of exposure. The serpent nodded, partly comprehending. Wherever Severus went, it would follow. But it sensed that since leaving London, Severus's mood had soured. Having the old man nearby offered him someone to converse with. Unaware of the serpent's unease, Severus strolled down the street, surrounded by distinctive Russian architecture. His hand instinctively reached for his neck, only to find empty air. He stared despondently at his bare hand, suddenly realizing he had forgotten his camera. Meanwhile, the serpent eagerly surveyed the surroundings. Aside from accompanying Salazar during battles, it had spent most of its time sleeping either in the manor or Hogwarts' tunnels. The scenery of millennia past differed greatly from the present. Delighted, it urged Severus to buy it a large loaf of bread, which it devoured whole in a single bite, its long arms making the feat effortless. Fortunately, the trench coat pockets were spacious, and Severus cast an invisibility charm. Otherwise, they would surely have drawn a crowd. Isidore, eyeing the long box, immediately guessed it contained a wand. He pressed his lips together, carefully opening it, and was nearly moved to tears upon seeing the wand inside. It was the very wand he had purchased in Diagon Alley when Eileen received her Hogwarts acceptance letter at 11. Isidore roughly wiped away the tears with the back of his hand. The wand's smooth, well-preserved surface betrayed the wielder's tender care. Such a child, so contrary, Isidore thought through blurred vision. Clutching the box, he hurried after Severus's departing figure. Having lost his only daughter, he was determined not to lose his grandson from his world as well. Mr. Goof, editor-in-chief of the British Prophet Daily, found himself troubled. With television and radio dominating the wizarding world, only those in deep forests, the Ministry of Magic, and Hogwarts students still subscribed to newspapers. Thankfully, advertising revenue kept the venerable paper afloat. Otherwise, it faced imminent collapse. As for why Voldemort had not tasked Lucius with acquiring the Prophet Daily, his faction had established their own publication titled The World Watch. Moreover, radio and television were more effective mediums, not to mention the several grand cinemas. In Hogsmeade, beyond operating cinemas, every shop had been outfitted with a magical television, free of charge. The only requirement was that customers see the screen immediately upon entering and that it be switched on at least 3 days a week. Shrewd shopkeepers recognized these sets as products of the global company. Initially reluctant, they soon noticed students flocking to stores with televisions. Drunken patrons, learning they could watch matches on screen, eagerly spread the word and flocked to the 3 broomsticks to watch. Businesses that had plummeted revived only after embracing the televisions. Dumbledore understood the influence of these devices, but the ministry had embraced such innovations. Opposing them now would be futile, coupled with the Peter Pettigrew and werewolf incidents. His reputation in the wizarding community had suffered blemishes. Andre seized the opportunity to open a burger joint in Hogsmeade, finally introducing Muggle fast food to the wizarding world. Young witches and wizards savored dragonburgers alongside milk tea, wandering amidst the softly falling snow in Hogsmeade. Zhangya, sipping a familiar milk tea, sighed as thoughts of Uncle Severus's distant travels crossed her mind. What's wrong, Yaya? Does the milk tea taste bad? Her friend inquired. It's delicious. I just wish there were more varieties, Zhangya replied, drinking strawberry vanilla milk tea. I think it's quite good. I'm tired of pumpkin juice at school. They chatted as they purchased some parchment before returning to Hogwarts. Andre, hearing the clink of galleons falling into his purse, sincerely thanked his friend Severus for the milk tea recipe and the business idea. Otherwise, having resigned and with nothing to do at home, boredom would have been unbearable. Thanks also to the inventor of the magical television. Otherwise, after having children and with no time to attend Quidditch matches or shop, he would surely be miserable. Little Barty remained a confirmed bachelor. After hosting a full-month celebration for his newborn, he hurried to the ministry upon learning of Voldemort's return, ostensibly to gather intelligence. Andre switched the television channel to a Merlin-era stage play. To the accompaniment of enchanting music, two pale, delicate children nestled their heads together, peacefully drifting to sleep. He exhaled in relief, taking advantage of the children's slumber to stroll in the garden. Once the two little rascals awoke, life would be far more troublesome. Shining, ever timely, arranged tea and pastries on the stone table before tending the flowers. Yet most of the time, it remained close to the two young masters. Thank you, Shining. What would I do without you? Andre chuckled warmly, praising the house elf as the most diligent he had ever known. The House Elf Rights Advancement Association had campaigned vigorously in recent years, with Shining among its most ardent members. Had it heard such praise years ago, it would have cowered and dashed its head against the wall. Now, suppressing its trembling frame, it squeaked, Master Andre is formidable as well. Shining loves the young masters most of all. Andre smiled and chatted further with Shining. In stark contrast to the harmonious scene with Andre, the atmosphere around Little Barty was noticeably tense. Can someone explain to me? We are the International Magical Cooperation Office, dedicated to magical trade. Yet you aided Salem in transporting weapons. Not. The furious supervisor spat at the quail-like subordinates. Our portals were nearly sealed off twice. All because of your reckless actions. Are you trolls? Use your brains. Andre, a newcomer to the Cooperation Office, had heard of Salem's notorious reputation, but could not believe such traitorous fools existed within the ministry. Why not consult our Pink Lady? She knows all and can do all, a young witch wearing a beret interjected, clearly unfazed by Nod's rage. That toad. What could she possibly know? Not blurted. Silence fell for a moment before erupting into laughter. Umbridge was universally disliked. Biased and cruel, she feigned cordiality to superiors while blatantly ignoring colleagues, even appropriating their achievements. Had the ministry's reforms not intervened, she might have become head of the Office for the Prevention of Abuses of Magic. Moreover, Umbridge had once pursued Nod. Despite him not being her superior, she sought a husband to secure her position. Quiet, quiet. Whoever laughs again will be assigned office cleaning duty for the month. Nod, his face flushed with anger, silenced the room with several booming spells. Little Barty shook his head discreetly, understanding why Voldemort would shun the shambles that was the Ministry of Magic. Lucius received word from his subordinate that his friend Severus had encountered an avalanche on his way to India, and there had been no update since. Lucius, however, did not believe that Severus would perish easily. After all, he was a wizard, and surely he possessed numerous means for self-preservation. Continue your search, he commanded, and do not return unless you have news. After hanging up the phone, Lucius was left in a quandary about how to explain the situation to Voldemort. Meanwhile, Severus, situated in central Siberia, sneezed and patted his bulging abdomen. Halbo, come forth, your scales are far too cold. He was perplexed by the serpent's newfound quirk of wanting to coil around him. The serpent flicked its tongue, hesitating as it glanced at the frost-laden tree before tightening its grip. Due to its formidable magical resistance, neither the warming charm nor the wind protection charm proved effective. Coupled with the unfamiliar climate, the serpent had developed an aversion to the cold. I cannot. Hiss, Severus, it is freezing out here. My feet are numb, the serpent lamented, extending its tail for Severus to inspect. Amused, Severus pinched the icy tail and retrieved a pair of socks from his satchel. Come now. I have brought your little socks and hat. If that is not sufficient, I also have a floral cotton coat. These items are enchanted. They should suffice for your warmth. The serpent, somewhat skeptical, poked its head out, donned the floral coat, placed the hat atop its head, and nestled into the pocket containing a glass vial of flames. Severus, shall we find another place? It is simply too cold here, the stout serpent cried, unexpected injuries from its second outing weighing heavily on its spirits. Severus did not respond immediately. His initial thoughts had been solely on evading detection, forgetting to consider the language and regional disparities. Now, he felt a twinge of regret. as he recalled the culinary delights of London. As Severus pondered, the sound of snow crunching beneath footsteps reached his ears, and a colossal shadow swiftly approached. Severus. Something is nearing, be cautious. Severus patted his pocket. He could smell the foul odor even without turning around. As a gust of wind swept through, he quickly dodged, brandishing his wand and casting a spell at the approaching figure. Bind swiftly, petrify entirely, and collapse to the ground. The first incantation missed, but the subsequent one struck the immense silhouette, sending it crashing to the ground less than a meter away from him. It was a towering black bear, mired in filth and blood, as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle. While Severus contemplated how to deal with the bear, several figures emerged from the forest, clad tightly and wielding hunting rifles. Hunters, accompanied by several Asian individuals in military caps and white border uniforms. Get down. Crawl. Sus crawl, sus crawl. Stay away. Severus turned to see a familiar face among them. Quick, crouch down. The individual, recognizing Severus, shouted frantically, tossing a charm in his direction. Severus complied, using his wand to apparate beside the man. The charm in Zhang Qiaji's hand flew through the air, striking the fallen bear, which then erupted in black smoke, dissipating into the atmosphere, leaving only a pile of ash in its wake. What was that? Severus inquired. Zhang Qiaji exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. That was a form of necromancy. This was not Zhang Qiaji's first encounter with such matters. He nodded to the hunter beside him and handed over the charm he had picked up from the ground. The hunter, redirecting his attention from Severus, accepted the charm and began to retrace his steps. Severus silently observed their actions, pressing down the serpent's head to avoid it being mistaken for a monster. Once everything was settled, Zhang Qiaji briefly explained the nature of necromancy to Severus, clarifying that the charm which had turned the bear to ash was simply a basic exorcism spell. My master says, necromancy is much like dealing with zombies and spirits. When I was in Xiangzi, it was a similar affair, he added with a chuckle. Severus glanced at the ashes on the ground, gaining some understanding of the charm's simplicity. But is there a significant difference between the undead and phantoms? Moreover, one is a wizard while the other is a Taoist. Must we engage in such formalities? As Zhang Qiaji continued to ramble, Severus managed to capture a large black vulture, just as he intended to inspect it further. Military personnel arrived via helicopter to transport the vulture away. That was swift, Zhang Qiaji remarked, noting that he could carry at most 3 individuals on his flying sword, whereas a helicopter could accommodate a dozen. Compared to a select few exceptional individuals, the common folk still require instruments that benefit the masses. Severus nodded at this observation. If it weren't for that decade, our country would surely have caught up with foreign advancements. I recall this is Central Siberia. Can you operate freely here? Severus seemed to recall this question and cast a curious glance at Zhang Qiaji, who startled him with a peculiar look. Zhang Qiaji gazed longingly at the snow-covered peaks, letting out a deep sigh. Mr. Snape, we are in East Siberia, near the Stanovoi Mountains. However, I prefer to refer to it as the Greater Khingan Range. Severus was taken aback. He remembered traveling westward, yet somehow had reversed direction. Zhang Qiaji inquired how Severus had determined his bearings, and upon seeing him produce a black compass, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Snape, forgive me, allow me a moment to laugh. After striking a nearby tree trunk and stifling his chuckles, he continued. This region suffers from severe magnetic interference, which disrupts many things, including the human mind. Were it not for a clarity charm, I might have fallen victim to it as well. His words served to comfort Severus, indicating that, whether through technology or magic, one could easily become disoriented. Severus, unsure of how to respond, watched the compass spin erratically before abruptly stowing it away. The serpent, nestled in his pocket, grumbled softly. I told you it was getting colder. It's hard to even encounter another person. Severus sighed in exasperation, wondering if reaching Moscow would prove so arduous. Zhang Qiaji remained oblivious to Severus's thoughts, preoccupied with a communication talisman, and upon receiving a response from his master, he wore a troubled expression, puzzled by the invitation extended to Severus to visit the Bai An temple. Regaining his composure, Zhang Qiaji divulged some inconsequential details to Severus, then emphasized the purpose of his journey for training. In recent years, tensions have been rife in Huar. While the trivial squabbles among ordinary folk could be overlooked, the involvement of dark wizards complicates matters. Fearing retaliation, they have resorted to unleashing beasts upon soldiers. Thankfully, there have been no casualties, or else the authorities would have dispatched someone other than me. Why are you sharing this with me? Severus asked suspiciously, sensing ulterior motives behind Zhang Qiaji's demeanor. Zhang Qiaji chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. I merely heard you are quite skilled at potion making. His earnest smile morphed in Severus's eyes into that of a cunning fox, transforming a kind invitation into a premeditated plot. No, You must be mistaken, Severus replied. Forcing a polite smile, I am not proficient in anything. Zhang Qiuazi, perplexed, scratched his fingers. He had never encountered such a situation. Isn't it said that the English are always willing to help? Besides, during my time as a tour guide, this individual was quite amiable. Zhang Qiuazi was unaware that Severus Snape was evading enemies. And it was common knowledge in the British magical community that Voldemort had tasked Lucius with searching the globe for a certain individual. You brew potions faster than I concoct elixirs, don't you? Severus remarked, adding that the herbal ingredients from China differed significantly from those in the magical realm. All right. Zhang Qiuazi sighed, feeling dispirited. He merely wished to indulge in a bit of leisure, yet it proved to be quite the challenge. Severus shrugged in resignation, unable to offer assistance. Mr. Snape, I've met a chef in Beijing who specializes in Huaiyang, Ten family, and Sichuan cuisine. Aren't you a fan of fine dining? Would you care to sample some? Sensing the conversation waning, Zhang Qiuazi quickly conjured this excuse. The basilisk, upon hearing of delectable food, hissed incessantly, delicious food, Severus. I want to eat too. However, Severus lamented the absence of a passport, pondering that if he had gone unpursued for over a month, perhaps he had truly been forgotten. With the basilisk's enthusiasm in mind, he nodded in agreement. Relieved, Zhang Qiuazi confidently declared he could manage the arrangements. By the time Severus arrived at the village where Zhang Qiuazi was temporarily residing, dusk had already settled, and the air was redolent with the aroma of cooked meals. My apologies, my friend. Please have some tea first. My accommodations are rather rudimentary. Zhang Qiuazi poured a cup of hot tea for Severus, while he himself gulped down from a cold water bottle. Severus shook his head in silence. He need not stay long, so the simplicity was acceptable, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, with neither restaurants nor kitchens in sight. Zhang Qiuazi was fortunate that a neighbor had left some flatbreads for him, securing a meal for the evening. Noticing that Severus had not yet begun to eat, he urged him to partake of the food. Severus restrained the basilisk's eager head. If he consumed the provisions, Zhang Qiuazi would go hungry. I brought some food. If you don't mind, you may have a bit, Severus said, beginning to rummage through his satchel. Inside, apart from treats for the basilisk, there were loaves of bread and steak. His satchel boasted charms for seamless expansion, levitation, and preservation, along with wind and moisture resistance, essentially functioning as a portable storage refrigerator. The only drawback was the exorbitant amount of galleons Severus had spent to acquire it. Otherwise, it would have remained unattainable. Zhang Qiuazi's eyes widened at the sight of the steaming roast chicken and stewed meat, feeling a pang of envy. His own small pouch could barely hold 1 cubic meter and lacked insulation. Yet, he merely indulged in a fleeting moment of jealousy before diving into the feast. Severus smiled faintly, pondering the current state of affairs in London. The two spent another day together, and after a brief rest, they prepared their belongings to return to China. Thoughtfully, Zhang Qiuazi arranged for a vehicle to transport them to a relatively bustling town and once again unwittingly inquired about an inappropriate topic. What about your brother? The one who often stays by your side and shows great interest in potion-making, Tom? Zhang Qiuazi queried, somewhat perplexed, having not witnessed any communication between Severus and him. Although the teachings of British wizards differed from those of Chinese Taoists, their academic schedules were roughly similar. Additionally, Severus had taken Tom on a trip during school hours. Prompting his question, Severus shot him a blank stare, wishing fervently for a moment of blissful amnesia. He is in school, and I am on a national tour. Severus replied through gritted teeth, already envisioning Zhang Qiuazi returning to complain to Zhang Minuan. Perhaps it would be better to focus on Zhang Qiuazi's nape and wish for amnesia before making a hasty exit. The driver, Zhang Qiuazi, shivered as he belatedly rolled up the window. Haha, Mr. Snape, don't you feel a bit chilly? He asked, glancing at Severus through the rearview mirror with an apologetic smile. Not particularly, Severus replied nonchalantly. Allow me to help warm you. With that, he produced his wand and cast a warming charm upon Zhang Qiuazi. However, as the spell made contact with the human form, it was repelled by an unseen force, ultimately landing on the protective talisman hanging in the vehicle. Unfazed, Zhang Qiuazi asked, help me with what? Nothing, Severus murmured, lowering his gaze to conceal his astonishment. It seemed that the comforts of daily life had made Zhang Qiuazi forget that there were others in the world, and as a disciple of Bai An Temple, he surely possessed protective charms for his journey. The remainder of the trip was marked by silence until Severus disembarked and indulged in a hearty meal at a roadside restaurant before continuing their journey. Mr. Snape, shall we fly or take the train? Zhang Qiuazi asked, peering out the window at the signposts before accelerating and turning left. Let's fly. It's convenient, quick, and comfortable. Severus silently wished he could apparate directly to Beijing, but he had no desire to become a test subject. Zhang Qiuazi nodded and sped toward the airport. Is that loud wizard, resembling a white-bellied umbrella bird, asleep? The basilisk inquired, peeking from the pocket and surveying the surroundings. Noticing the driver was focused ahead, it could only sigh in resignation. Severus chuckled at the basilisk's forgetfulness, recalling Nagini, the chatty serpent, and now finding Zhang Qiaji's chatter bothersome. He remained silent, merely stroking the scales of the basilisk. The basilisk flicked its tail in boredom, but remembering the little sock still on top, it reluctantly coiled back around Severus for warmth. Severus calculated their next steps. Once they arrived in Beijing, he would have Zhang Qiaji gather intelligence on the British magical community and then decide their subsequent destination. The frigid lands of Russia were too inhospitable, leaving only the far-off, pleasant environment of Australia as an option. Meanwhile, Severus's elderly foreign grandfather, still clad in the attire from their last parting, gazed wistfully in the direction Severus had departed. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore rubbed his temples, observing the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, contemplating whether to increase the salary for this position. The role had seen a revolving door of professors each year. Unbeknownst to them that Tom had long since lifted the curse from the position, now pursuing newer ambitions. However, others remained oblivious, leading to the annual turnover of professors. "Professor Quirrell, do you require assistance?" Dumbledore inquired, adjusting his half-moon spectacles, his expression filled with curiosity. The half-blood wizard, who graduated from Ravenclaw in 73, regarded the venerable headmaster with a hint of exasperation. "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to request a set of protective gear to prevent them from having their ears and limbs torn off by dark elves should they fail to cast the shield charm in time." Quirrell sighed, recalling that during his time at Hogwarts, there was far more theory than practice, and with the increase in faculty, they had now jumped straight into practical combat. Dumbledore popped the lemon sherbet into his mouth, pondering why Quirrell had come to him rather than seeking Professor McGonagall's counsel for such matters. "Very well," Dumbledore nodded, adding, "Remember to submit the application to Professor McGonagall. She will handle it." Quirrell discreetly glanced at the portraits in the room and nodded slightly at Phineas, the Slytherin-born headmaster. Phineas seemed to grasp something, blinking sleepily. Once Quirrell departed the office, Dumbledore began pacing restlessly before the fireplace. A week prior, Voldemort had promised to deliver the Gaunt Ring to Grindelwald for study, yet an inordinate amount of time had passed without any word. Had he perhaps discerned something? Dumbledore summoned the water mirror and gazed into its depths, where he beheld a figure with flaxen hair and a complexion as radiant as if imbibed with the elixir of life. A satisfied smile graced his lips. The visage reflected in the mirror was softened, exuding an extraordinary charm. "Gerald, this is what you promised me," Dumbledore murmured, settling back into his chair to compose a letter. Entrusting it to Fawkes for delivery. Why not simply make a call or visit directly? Wake up, he's at Hogwarts. While Dumbledore basked in sweetness on one end, Lucius was enduring a far grimmer ordeal. Under Voldemort's command, he embarked on a perilous expedition through the snow-capped mountains, employing a combination of portkeys, apparition, and flights, all in pursuit of the elusive Severus, who had vanished amidst an avalanche. Throughout the expanse of the Himalayas, apart from the habitats of Bigfoot and territories of the wizarding world of China, they scoured every inch. Ultimately, their relentless efforts unearthed numerous corpses of climbers and missing persons, earning them commendations from the local authorities and the title of helpful contributors. After enduring more than half a month of harsh weather, Lucius appeared considerably rugged, glancing at his dulled golden locks and feeling the roughness of his face, despairing at the thought of whether Narcissa would still love him. Yet, the employees of the global company searching alongside Lucius relished the experience, enjoying a paid vacation while securing bonuses. What other opportunities to earn money so effortlessly existed in the world? Upon receiving another summons from Voldemort, Lucius downed several bottles of bespoke beauty elixirs and the elixir of life, hoping to restore some smoothness to his weathered skin. Observing Bella and others languidly sipping tea while mocking him, he resolved to usurp her project of constructing a primary school, allowing her to experience the sun atop the snowy peaks. Chapter 140, The Evolution of the Basilisk. The search for individuals by Voldemort was not merely a secret known to the British wizarding community. Even nations like America, Germany, and Russia were aware. Given the scale of the operation, many wizards coveted the tantalizing lead of 500 galleons, yet the latest information was over half a month old, rendering it unattainable. Fabricating a lead could invite the risk of the Avada Kedavra curse, and thus, no one dared to challenge the peril. Within Malfoy Manor, Lucius lamented to Narcissa about the dwindling effects of the elixir of life, which could scarcely restore the sheen to his hair. Draco, hidden in a small room, was using a two-way mirror to call Harry. Although the telephone functioned splendidly, the bill was paid by adults. If he wasn't careful, making too many calls would expose him, and he couldn't continuously ask Dobby to take him out without risking discovery. "Harry, where do you think Godfather is?" Draco propped his chubby chin on his hands, blinking his large eyes at Harry. While Draco was momentarily distracted, Harry poked the mirror's surface. Recalling how adorable Draco had been as a child, and how he had grown into someone so disagreeable. Are you poking my face again? Draco noticed the small gesture, his eyes widening in indignation, but the next moment, he swelled with pride. Humph. I know I'm charming. Even you, with your scar, have fallen at my feet. His arrogant demeanor made Harry wish to roll his eyes, and he began to poke the screen openly. Yes, young Master Draco is the most handsome and adorable. Of course, my father is the most handsome man in the wizarding world. Indeed, young Draco will surely become a handsome man too. After exchanging mutual flattery, albeit largely one-sided on Harry's part, they finally delved into the matter at hand. Draco succinctly narrated his father's expedition to the mountains, his mother's affectionate behavior upon his return, and then mentioned the earlier incident at their city center residence. I stayed at Godfather's house for a while. He has a white snake and a green snake, Draco said, his brows knitting together in uncertainty. The white snake is Nagini, the one beside the Lord, and the green snake is Herpo. Draco's eyes widened, as if questioning how Harry knew. Harry squinted, grinning like a green-eyed kitten. Did you forget? I was the one who slayed the basilisk with a sword. Herpo is like a miniature version of the basilisk, he said vaguely, wary of being overheard. As they used euphemisms for such discussions. Are you certain? Absolutely. If you could confirm at school, that would be best. Although Harry had never become a Horcrux, he had a smattering of Parcel tongue. He had heard those two snakes discussing Severus several times, along with their topics of conversation. Who would speak of wanting to go to Hogwarts to gnaw on the wings of a Thestral or venture into the Forbidden Forest for a bath? Draco nodded thoughtfully, engaged in idle chatter before terminating the call. He tidied his hair and strode confidently to find Narcissa. Mummy, could you tell me another tale from Hogwarts history? Meanwhile, the British wizarding community had been rife with gossip over the past few months. Voldemort's quarry remained shrouded in mystery. Aside from knowing he was a male Slytherin graduate with black hair and eyes, all other leads had been sealed off by Lucius, who understood that Voldemort did not wish for the youth to be discussed by others. In any case, diligent Lucius, during Voldemort's tearful recounting of the difficulties in the search, managed to extricate himself from the burdensome task the moment Voldemort nodded in acquiescence. Bella and Regulus, summoned on short notice, exchanged glances before glaring at Lucius in indignation. Lucius, unfazed by their ire, cheerfully prepared for a meeting with the Ministry of Magic. Regulus sighed in resignation. The confrontation he most dreaded had indeed arrived. What did you say? Grindelwald has arrived? Tom paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that this Grindelwald could very well be the former Dark Lord, Gellert. Indeed, my lord. He is already in the reception room, the butler replied respectfully, recalling Voldemort's previous instructions to admit any guests from Germany directly. After reviewing the documents in his possession, Tom instructed the butler to distribute the signed papers before leisurely making his way outside. Gellert was there, idly toying with a teacup that had been brought back from their trip to China by Tom and Severus. Although Tom's memory was fragmented, he was aware of their origins. Every time he saw these teacups, he questioned whether he had truly visited China. Ah, a rare visitor, Mr. Grindelwald. Tom donned a feigned smile, elegantly taking his seat at the head of the table. Gellert cast a cursory glance at him, his expression unchanging as he replied, Mr. Gaunt. I had expected you to be punctual. Tom felt a bit exasperated. He had agreed to lend the Gaunt ring and locket, but hadn't received anything in return. Was it really necessary to be in such a hurry? My surname is Slytherin. It appears Mr. Grindelwald's memory is a bit lacking. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that you are of advanced age, Tom responded with a mocking smile, noting the slight change in Gellert's expression. There has been a minor incident. You may wish to take the locket for a closer examination. Gellert had not initially been interested in the Deathly Hallows, but unable to resist Dumbledore's pleadings. He had made the trip to Voldemort's manor. Given the Lord's demeanor, could he have genuinely discovered the secret of the ring? Slytherin? I don't recall seeing that name on the roster, but you certainly seem quite fond of that ring, Gellert retorted, his hand subtly moving towards the old wand at his waist. Is that so? The Grindelwald family has no jurisdiction here. Tom's gaze sharpened as he drew his wand preemptively, its tip nearly brushing against Gellert's throat. Gellert placed the elder wand on the table between them, shaking his head in resignation as a sign for Tom not to be alarmed. Disregarding the wand lying mere inches away, he sipped his tea and murmured thoughtfully, You are aware of the 3 Deathly Hallows, my ancient wand, the Potter family's invisibility cloak. So what remains to complete the trio? What remains? Undoubtedly, the Resurrection Stone. Tom's expression remained unchanged as he sank back into his chair. So what if that black stone is the Resurrection Stone? Every head of the family has worn it. It has brought no immortality, and many have perished prematurely because of it. Moreover, I even entrusted the ring to Snape. Yet, Tom's gaze began to wander. The youth's lips were as soft as jelly. Alas, their kiss had been too brief. The resurrection stone originally belonged to Cadmus. However, after his death, a descendant merged with Slytherin's lineage, and ultimately, the stone found its way to the Gaunt family, becoming the black gem embedded in the ring. Gaunt glanced at the squinting Voldemort, seemingly lost in thought, as he recounted the stone's history. Tom drummed his fingers on the table, his mind drifting back to the moment he obtained the ring from his uncle, Morphin Gaunt. Clearly, they did not realize the black gem's true nature, treating it merely as a family heirloom. The resurrection stone was the hallow most coveted by Dumbledore. A rather fascinating tale, Tom said, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Raising his teacup, he took another sip, and then Gaunt fixed Voldemort with a penetrating gaze. Overdoing it would spoil the fun. The Prince family possessed recipes for longevity elixirs and herbs that enhanced magical power. Gaunt fondled the ancient wand and spoke softly. The elder prince currently resides in Hogwarts. Tom furrowed his brow. So the secret of the Prince family's herb garden lies there? No wonder Charles always hemmed and hawed when discussing it. Indeed, the stronger one's magic, the longer one's life. If one combines longevity potions with magical enhancement over time, it would be tantamount to immortality. And what use is that? Not everyone can brew potions according to the recipes. Tom was remarkably clear-headed. The magical tomes claimed that even slices could grant longevity. But he had tried and found it to be a deception. Anticipating his skepticism, Gaunt produced a stack of experimental data and slowly uttered a place name, deep within the jungles of Borneo. In Beeping, Hogwarts, inside a room at Bai An temple. The temple's master, surnamed Zhang, was a kindly old man. His long white eyebrows resembled those of an elder from the game Jin Wang 3, and he exuded an ethereal, deist aura. My young friend, I am delighted by your visit. Zhang's gaunt hand stroked the beard on his chin as his bright eyes studied Snape, finally resting on the pocket concealing the basilisk. Will you not release your other companion to meet me? Snape was unsurprised that Zhang was aware of this matter. During last year's visit, the government had likely investigated thoroughly. Silently, he produced the basilisk. Yesterday, Zhang Qiaji and I flew to Beeping, rested for a day, and planned to dine at Feng's garden today. Yet, we were summoned here. Master Zhang, may I ask what this is about? Snape inquired curiously. He had not met the elder during his previous visit, so this encounter was unexpected. Zhang remained silent, sitting cross-legged and swiftly counting on his fingers. His brow furrowed. He sensed complications. Squinting, Zhang mused. Why is this person's birth chart so peculiar? And this serpent, it is most unusual. Ah, dragon energy? That cannot be right. And this serpent, did you abduct it, or, catch it and raise it? He called out in a strange tone, questioning the young man before him. Snape bristled at the insinuation. Abduct it? This is a serpent bound by a legitimate contract. London, where I reside, came his curt reply. Though the serpent could not comprehend Chinese, it sensed Snape's displeasure and straightened, baring its fangs threateningly at the elder. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue, Zhang chuckled, stepping closer to examine the serpent's scales and teeth, appearing quite pleased. His gaunt fingers probed the swelling atop the serpent's head, then touched 2 more bumps on its body. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Comforted by Snape's soothing and absence of hostility, the serpent allowed the elder's inspection. Snape was mystified. He could forego a meal if it meant letting someone fondle his serpent. Fear not. Fear not. Zhang seemed to detect Snape's astonishment and stroked his beard leisurely. I shall show you a marvelous thing. Producing a jade box, Zhang broke its seal and withdrew a shriveled petal about the size of his palm. With great care, he tore off a thumb-sized piece and placed it before the serpent, waving it enticingly. The serpent flicked its tongue and raised its body, compelled to devour the petal. The urge was akin to consuming the mineral stones from the Forbidden Forest. It glanced at Snape hesitantly, wary of approaching recklessly. Snape frowned, puzzled by Zhang's actions. The serpent's longing gaze confirmed the petal's value. One hand stroked his beard, the other continued teasing the serpent with the petal until it finally swallowed it. After a moment, Zhang explained slowly. This is a petal of the blood orchid, native to Borneo. It lies dormant for 7 years and blooms for half a year. If plucked, it must be consumed within 24 hours or preserved professionally, otherwise, it quickly decays. Seeing Snape's indifference, evidently unfamiliar with the blood orchid's purpose, Zhang elaborated. The blood orchid exerts a powerful allure on serpents, promoting evolution and metamorphosis. Your serpent is at a crucial stage. Without consuming the blood orchid, its lifespan is perilously short. The name blood orchid stirred a vague familiarity in Snape's mind. Indeed, it was a wondrous plant. He considered purchasing some for the serpent. Master Zhang, Might you part with the blood orchid from your jade box for my serpent? Snape chuckled, gently patting the serpent's head as it stared intently at the box. Zhang shook his head, sighing regretfully. Apologies. Our people barely managed to acquire some, but they were all used as medicinal catalysts. This is the last bloom. Snape was speechless. To have only one left was unfortunate enough. To flaunt it before his serpent was simply cruel. Respecting that Zhang was Qiaji's mentor, he refrained from protest and cautiously asked, "Would you be so kind as to disclose where this flower may be harvested?" Zhang's eyes brightened. "I was waiting for you to ask. Deep within the jungles of Borneo. But beware, the area teems with giant pythons. Fortunately, it is their dormant season now. During breeding season, many do not return." After sharing some trivial details, Zhang added, "If you hurry to Borneo, you might still gather the final batch of blood orchids." Snape's expression grew increasingly peculiar, haunted by visions of giant pythons devouring humans and massive serpents entwined in concert. His arm hairs bristled. This was no mere cinematic fantasy. Perhaps not. I'll purchase from you instead." Snape laughed nervously. "Giant pythons are terrifying. What if the serpent cannot prevail?" Zhang's disappointment was evident, though he smiled and nodded. "I understand your concern, but your serpent cannot afford to wait much longer." He gestured for Snape to touch the bumps on the serpent's head and body. The serpent was oblivious to the swelling atop its head, savoring the pure energy bestowed by the blood orchid, an exhilaration surpassing consuming 5 mineral stones. "What is this? Is Haleboil?" Snape lifted the serpent's head, inspecting the bumps closely. The head's swelling was central, while those on the body were less pronounced. "This is not illness," Zhang said with envy. "It is the harbinger of the serpent's transformation into a dragon." Shifu was utterly bewildered. Although the serpent monster had lived for a millennium, weren't British dragons typically lizard-like in appearance? Zhang, the master, clicked his tongue, noting that while this serpent bore some trace of Chinese ancestry, it certainly did not carry the fortune of the Chinese nation. In chapter 141, Isidore Prince elegantly sipped his red wine, casting a glance at the elderly gentleman across from him, who was voraciously devouring his steak, narrowing his eyes slightly. Isidore Prince? After swallowing a mouthful of beef and downing a generous glass of sherry, Isidore felt somewhat relieved. "Indeed, Mr. Slytherin. I am Isidore Prince, the current head of the Prince family," he replied, wiping the grease from his mouth and answering nonchalantly. Isidore had been searching for Shifu's whereabouts in central Siberia, only to be captured by a Chinese Taoist who had emerged unexpectedly and escorted him to the Ministry of Magical Affairs, from where he was flown back to London under the watch of numerous individuals. He thought to himself that at least he could discreetly return to the estate and address matters there before searching for his grandson, only to find himself invited to Voldemort's manor instead. Tom gave a slight nod, observing that this elderly head of the Prince family, despite having spent over a decade in semi-seclusion, remained remarkably composed, showing no surprise at the sight of the young and handsome Tom. "Are you capable of producing the elixirs and potions that could grant longevity and enhance magical power from the Prince family's ancient recipes?" Tom casually inquired, playing with his wine glass. Isidore's expression finally shifted. He poured himself another glass of sherry and sighed deeply. "Mr. Slytherin, if those recipes were genuine, it would be one thing," he said with a bitter smile, his aged visage growing increasingly despondent. "If I could produce them, I would not be in my current state, nor would the Prince family be in such decline." Tears glistened in his eyes as he lamented the lost glory of the Prince lineage. Tom, having anticipated this, felt a sense of relief upon receiving confirmation. "I have invited you here, dear head of the Prince family, to entrust you with a simple task, one that I am confident you will agree to." Tom's tone was soft yet firm. Isidore understood that after evading this matter for over a decade, he could no longer escape it. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he nodded coldly. "You are a rare master of potions, and I wish to enlist your expertise in Borneo to explore the wonders of the jungle." Tom, recalling Slughorn's allegiance and the ever-growing potion team, momentarily adjusted Isidore's position. Isidore hesitated, having prepared to bring along a few bothersome apprentices and to employ his accumulated potion materials and secret methods, only to be met with this request. Quickly regaining his composure and noticing Voldemort's unwavering gaze upon him, he forced a smile. "I would be most willing, Mr. Slytherin," he said lightly, though his brow furrowed with concern. "However, my involvement in Borneo may complicate your potion business." Tom was well aware of the implications. The Prince family's offshoots had successfully usurped power and had been causing a stir in recent months. However, these offshoots held little sway over him, and the primary focus of Gellert was indeed this elderly gentleman before him, making it unwise to risk losing more for the sake of lesser matters. "Rest assured, we shall only collaborate with the legitimate lineage," Tom promised. Isidore, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, acknowledged that while he had indeed located his grandson, the latter clearly wished to remain estranged, and his great-grandson was still nowhere to be found. He sighed, his murky gaze fixed upon Voldemort, expressing a heartfelt plea. "My lord, could you assist me in finding someone?" Isidore had just returned to London and was unaware of the recent developments. All he yearned for was to find his grandson. Tom nodded slightly, yet when he heard the name that escaped Isidore's lips, he was momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable coincidence. In September, the weather in Beijing was cool, abundant with delectable fruits and vegetables. After passing through Zhang's guidance, the serpent monster no longer felt the need to be discreet about its appetite. Having savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Master He, the serpent implored Shifu to fill its small pouch, as the food was simply too delightful. Shifu, indulgent, patted its head and, armed with a wad of cash, sought out Master He. Master He was vigorously wielding his iron wok, reveling in the pain and pleasure of it all, as the recent financial pressures at home made this extra income timely. As for whether to venture to Borneo in search of the blood orchid, Shifu hesitated. Zhang had mentioned that the serpent monster was on the verge of transformation, which he only partially believed, for the blood orchid seemed too mystical. The serpent, however, seemed only partially aware of the situation, though it craved the blood orchid. It noticed the frown on Shifu's face and attempted to console him. "Shifu, it's all right if we don't find the blood orchid. I feel quite well as I am." The serpent nudged Shifu with its tail, gazing dreamily at the sky, completely nonchalant. Shifu returned to reality upon hearing the sound of the serpent swallowing. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the serpent had never been so fixated on anything before. After several days of wandering in Beijing, Shifu remained indecisive. If the blood orchid grew in the area he remembered, surrounded by massive pythons, whether the serpent could prevail was still a question. The serpent, however, was blissfully untroubled. After consuming a petal, it became exceedingly animated, unable to restrain itself from diving into the lake and rubbing its head against the surrounding peculiar rocks. "Hirebo, what has gotten into you recently?" Shifu asked, stroking the bump on the serpent's head with concern. Although the serpent did not fear water, it also did not favor it, even on the hottest days in London. It never wished to spend all day submerged, let alone now in the cool weather. "I don't know. I just feel very warm," the serpent replied, flicking its tail and thrusting its head into a cup full of ice cubes. "My head itches, and my scales itch too. Shifu, please scratch it for me." With a furrowed brow, Shifu scratched the serpent's scales, and after it felt somewhat better, he hurriedly took the serpent to Bai An Temple. "It's nothing serious. The blood orchid is having an effect," Zhang concluded after examining the serpent's scales. Shifu looked at him suspiciously. Could such a small effect from the blood orchid be so significant? Zhang chuckled at Shifu's incredulous gaze. He stroked his beard and explained. "This is Hirebo's first time consuming the blood orchid. Its body is replenishing its energy, indicating it is about to shed its skin. Remember to find a safe and secluded area for it." "When was the last time Hirebo shed its skin? If it does shed, wouldn't that be beneficial for the serpent's return to its original form?" Shifu inquired. Zhang nodded, hesitating slightly. "The original form will provide comfort and facilitate energy absorption." Shifu continued to scratch the serpent's scales while discreetly observing Zhang. The old man had lured him with the blood orchid and then revealed its growth location. What exactly were his intentions? If Zhang knew of Shifu's inner musings, he would certainly cry foul. He truly could not bear to see the serpent perish. And the divination indicated that their group was destined to acquire the blood orchid, with Shifu being the key. Thus, he had to coax him. Generally speaking, consuming fresh blood orchids yields better results, Zhang mused, a glint of dark intent passing through his eyes. "If you wish for Hirebo to feel better, you should seek it out. I have marked the dangerous areas on the map." He produced a map and handed it to Shifu. Shifu did not take the map, but instead fixed his gaze on Zhang for a long moment. "What do you wish to gain from me or Hirebo? Or do you truly possess such selflessness that you can forsake your own interests?" Shifu squinted, well aware of the saying that old age brings cunning. He did not believe that the old man was genuinely so benevolent. Just look at the simple-minded Zhang Qiaji. If it weren't for the substantial expenses he had incurred during previous travels, he surely would not remember people like them, foreigners. Zhang Guanzu chuckled softly at the remark, casually replying, "Of course, I seek the shedding skin and vital essence of Hirebo's serpent. And if there happens to be an egg, might you graciously present me with one?" His desire for these items was genuine. Those in his homeland were heavily protected, and acquiring even a mere scrap would be quite commendable, let alone these treasures. "I can share half of the serpent's skin, but the vital essence is non-negotiable." Zypher gazed at Zhang Guanzu with keen interest, pondering the transformation of serpents and the rarity of such shed skins. Furthermore, the essence he extracted was solely from the blood of the tail. Did this old man truly believe he could barter so much for merely a map? Did he think him a fool? Disappointment flickered across Zhang Guanzu's face. Yet he remained relatively satisfied. The following day, Within the confines of an airport in Beeping, Zypher unexpectedly encountered Jean Qiaji, who was apparently on a business trip. Observing the troubled expression of the man, he jested, "Is your so-called business trip merely a guise to groom your beard and hair? My master suggested that since we are familiar, we could forego the initial awkwardness and journey together to Borneo for some exposure," Jean Qiaji replied, scratching his face awkwardly. He felt bound by his master's command, longing instead to bask in the sun on a rocking chair. Zypher, with a sense of resignation, nodded. His confidence in the jungle expedition stemmed from having a serpent monster by his side, though he remained uncertain whether Jean Qiaji had any backup plans. Moreover, Zhang Guanzu appeared quite optimistic about this endeavor. "Very well, just don't stray too far from me," he remarked, developing a fondness for the simple-minded youth. Not least because he was the nephew of Zhang Minyuan. Zhang Qiaji nodded cheerfully. For this journey, his master had entrusted him with his life-saving talismans. As night fell, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Izido observed the brooding heavens, feeling an involuntary surge of irritation. "Monitor the flight path and navigate according to the route we provided," he instructed, his gaze flitting across the map. The combination of stormy weather and rising waters in the Man River posed significant challenges for the Muggle pilot. Captain Jack, upon hearing this, suppressed his instinct to suggest a stop for rest, and silently made his way to the cockpit. Tom stood at the prow, his dark and crimson eyes fixated on the startled birds fleeing the tempest, seemingly undeterred by the surrounding chaos. As darkness enveloped the night and rain poured with increasing intensity, the crew relied on the glow of the searchlights to discern the path ahead. "Mr. Prince, continuing our voyage poses a peril. I implore you to anchor and rest," Captain Jack shouted, shielding his hat from the downpour. As his words echoed, a thunderous clap reverberated nearby, illuminating the night with flashes of fire as the forest ignited from a lightning strike. Izido, observing the weary Captain Jack, nodded in agreement. They would halt at the next dock for respite. Captain Jack exhaled in relief and turned to share this good news with the sailors. "My lord, I fail to comprehend," Izido said, approaching Tom without an umbrella, yet his clothes remained untouched by the rain. "As wizards, why must we adopt Muggle methods in Borneo?" Tom glanced at Nagini, swimming alongside the boat, his brow slightly furrowed. "Mr. Prince, I have my reasons," he replied softly, his tone surprisingly gentle. The mysterious nature of Borneo posed a risk. If their wizarding identities were revealed, they might encounter even greater troubles. Moreover, the information provided by Gellert was too coincidental. He had not intended to come. Yet, he sensed that significant discoveries awaited him here, and the Blood Orchid would also benefit Nagini, prompting his journey. Despite being alone with Izido on the boat, several house elves were invisibly safeguarding them, not to mention the wizards discreetly concealed behind them. As Tom pondered, a heavy thud resonated from the vessel, and fish leaped high into the air, crashing back down as the boat sped along. These fish were as long as his arm, dark and grotesque, adorned with sharp teeth that suggested they were far from docile. Izido recalled the information divulged by the Malfoy patriarch and sighed in resignation. However, as his eyes met the fish, his brows knitted together. "My lord, these fish appear to be the piranhas mentioned in the reports." He produced a photograph for comparison. These were indeed the ferocious fish capable of consuming crocodiles whole. Tom shot Izido a glance, then called back the exuberant Nagini. Although both crocodiles and piranhas would serve as its food, such creatures were undesirable and laden with bacteria, risking an upset stomach. After being cleaned by the invisible house elves, Nagini returned to Tom, coiling comfortably on his shoulder. "Hiss, Tom, what exactly are we searching for?" Nagini flicked its tongue. This place was infinitely larger than Voldemort's manor. Yet the air was permeated with an unpleasant scent. Tom disregarded Izido's astonished expression, stroking Nagini's small head as he replied, "To find you some delicious food, and perhaps ascertain if I can utilize it." He was quite intrigued by the experiments with blood orchids detailed in Gellert's materials, if he could neutralize them for human application. The serpentine traits of invulnerability and longevity could potentially manifest in humans. Nagini, feeling bored, flicked its tail, in its mind. The few treats Tom provided paled in comparison to the rich and delectable fare enjoyed in the company of Zypher and the others. Recalling Zypher, it thought of Hirebo, who had promised to take it to the Forbidden Forest, yet over half a year had passed without a glimpse of the serpent. "Tom, where have Zypher and Hirebo gone?" "I miss them," Nagini said, gazing at Tom with a hint of longing. Tom smiled faintly, though his heart felt heavy. Everyone was aware of his history with Zypher, and he could only navigate through fragmented memories. Izido watched Tom walk toward the cabin, his expression laden with complexity. If his grandson truly was with him, what would that make him? Would the Prince family truly sever ties with him? At that moment, Zypher, dining in a hotel, sneezed unexpectedly. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, It began to rain shortly after they disembarked from the plane. Nearby, Jean Qiaji finished a cup of overly sweet cocoa and, noticing Zephyr wiping his nose, teased. A sneeze indicates someone is thinking of you, Mr. Snape. Could it be your brother? Zephyr, reflecting on Tom's return to the magical realm, shook his head with a forlorn expression. Chapter 142, The Waterfall. Due to last night's downpour, the morning air was somewhat chilly, and visibility was severely reduced amidst the mist. Zephyr cast several warming charms upon himself before guiding the serpent monster to find Jean Qiaji. Initially, he sought a local boatman familiar with the route, only to be pulled aboard a somewhat aged vessel by Jean Qiaji. This is someone I arranged to meet before I arrived, Mike. Jean Qiaji chattered excitedly in a minor local dialect with the black man, urging Zephyr to board. When Zephyr inquired about the language, Jean Qiaji scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I may not speak English, but I know Malay, and I understand a bit of Nicaraguan, he declared proudly, puffing out his chest to signify that his lack of English fluency was not due to an inability to speak. Zephyr nodded non-committally, observing Mike's dusky visage. Was it a universal trait among black men to sport such familiar features? In any case, the two embarked on their journey into the depths of the Borneo jungle. One would expect that the torrential rains of the previous night would have washed away all traces and scents. However, the serpent monster still detected a familiar aroma in the air. They were indeed traversing the very path Tom had once taken. The serpent monster flicked its tongue, seemingly surprised by the scent it had encountered, as Severus had never mentioned to the serpent about Tom's absence or Tom's standing in the magical realm. The creature merely assumed he was a descendant of Slytherin and shared a close bond with Severus. From the serpent's perspective, its current actions resembled that of a parent searching for a lost child. Emerging from the murky waters, it chose silence to avoid confusion, merely shaking off the water on the deck while nudging Severus for assistance in drying itself. You should refrain from entering the water for now, Severus remarked, stroking the serpent's head that had nestled against him. After all, they were on a quest for something and needed to conserve their strength. The serpent offered no reply, instead coiling around Severus's waist, adorning him like a decorative piece. Jean Qiaji observed the tender interaction between the man and the serpent, his skin prickling with goosebumps. Had it not been for his mentor's warning about the serpent's extraordinary origins, he might have fled upon witnessing its ability to alter its size at will. Both were situated at the bow of the boat, oblivious to the happenings in the cockpit. The boat's captain, Mike, took a drag from his cigarette, glancing at the two outside with a faint, chilling smile. He retrieved a small vial, dispensing 2 drops into each of their coffee cups before presenting them to Severus and Jean Qiaji. Mr. Zhang, this is a local specialty beverage from Borneo. Do give it a taste. Mike's dark face beamed with a smile, resembling a middle-aged man enthusiastically promoting local delicacies. Thank you, Jean Qiaji replied in Malay. Leaning against the bow with his cup, Severus gazed intently at the fish leaping from the river, harboring no desire to drink, yet sensing something amiss. Just as he prepared to down the drink, a cloying sweetness wafted into his nostrils, raising his alertness. He cast a warning glance at Jean Qiaji, signaling him to stay vigilant. Jean Qiaji, having only politely received the drink, took a symbolic sip before silently setting the cup down. Severus tapped the cup's rim with his fingers, intrigued by Mike's busy demeanor, pondering whether his intentions were driven by greed or something more sinister. Captain Mike, with a grin, inquired about the taste of the Borneo drink, to which Jean Qiaji let out a derisive snort, nearly throwing down his cup in disdain. Release your grip. Bind him swiftly, Severus exclaimed, brandishing his wand at Mike, who promptly slumped to the ground, tightly bound by ropes. Jean Qiaji, with no time to discard the immobilization charm in his hand, tucked it back into his pocket, knowing the value of every spell. Realizing the dire situation, Mike erupted into a tirade of curses, chattering incessantly, utterly unconcerned about his predicament. Severus, lacking any comprehension of Indonesian, watched as Jean Qiaji's face turned pale, and he dashed towards the cockpit. Due to the thick fog, visibility was exceedingly poor. Compounded by Mike's treachery, they failed to make the turn at the junction, and the vessel continued its straight course. The surrounding humidity intensified, and the currents grew more turbulent, the sound of rushing water resonating ominously. This is dire, Mr. Snape. The engine has been sabotaged, and we have strayed from our course. Jean Qiaji briefly outlined their predicament, lamenting his naivete in trusting others in a foreign land. We can only drift along the river. We are far from the dock and lack any means of communication. Jean Qiaji swiftly assessed the engine before reversing the boat's propeller until it could no longer spin. Unfortunately, the engine ceased to function at that moment, rendering any turn impossible. Severus observed the mist dissipating due to the rapid flow of water. Realizing a waterfall loomed ahead, he caught sight of a triumphant smile on Mike's face. A thought flashing through his mind, With no time for elaborate explanations, he merely patted the serpent's head, instructing it to enlarge and pull the boat. Before rushing into the captain's quarters, Jean Kuaji, a waterfall lies ahead. It appears that Indonesian man intends for us to perish together, Severus stated, his demeanor unflappable. Though it seemed he had underestimated their capabilities, Jean Kuaji, momentarily taken aback, had believed that their delays would merely cause them to miss the blooming season. He had not anticipated that their lives were at stake. The deafening roar of cascading water filled the air as the bow of the boat tilted precariously over the waterfall. Mike, relishing the thrilling scene, laughed heartily, then shouted a few words to the sky before leaping off the waterfall. Severus, with keen eyes, noticed a massive serpent's head emerging from below the falls, only to vanish moments later. Jean Kuaji stared in disbelief, questioning the man's sanity. What shall we do? Fly with the sword? But the river is too vast. We might not reach the land before exhaustion overtakes me. He tossed aside his sword, reaching to pull Severus up. Do not panic. We shall not fall, Severus exclaimed, producing a flying carpet as a contingency, ready to take flight should the serpent fail him. Just as Jean Kuaji hesitated, half of the boat had already tilted over the edge of the waterfall, and as he gritted his teeth to forcibly drag Severus away, the boat halted its descent. Pulled back by an unseen force, Jean Kuaji stared at the retreating vessel and the sudden increase in speed, glancing down to discover a pair of enormous yellow vertical pupils staring back. My goodness, a monster! Mr. Snape, run! Jean Kuaji screamed. Having narrowly escaped the waterfall only to fall into the jaws of the python, no one could have fared worse than they. The serpent found the situation amusing, rearing up and flicking its tongue, letting out a playful hiss that made Jean Kuaji's legs tremble. He quickly leaped onto the flying sword, pulling Severus along as they soared backward, continually alerting Severus to the distance from the enormous python, checking if it was in pursuit. The serpent, dragging the small boat, appeared bewildered. Do not fly yet. I have not yet mounted the sword. Severus, too, was caught in a whirlwind of confusion, gripping the carpet tightly and shouting into Jean Kuaji's ear, that is Halbo. Jean Kuaji, look closely. Does it not seem familiar? Do not fly yet. If we do, Halbo will lose sight of us. What did you say? I cannot hear you, Jean Kuaji shouted, having neglected to apply a windproof charm in his haste to mount the sword. Severus had no choice but to repeat himself several times, and only then did the sword's speed begin to slow. Why has Halbo suddenly grown so large, and why is it deliberately trying to frighten me? Jean Kuaji mumbled, turning back towards the small boat. Severus offered a resigned smile. Did you not inquire as well? Jean Kuaji fell silent. Although his mentor had spoken of the serpent's extraordinary origins, he had never imagined it could be this immense. Had Severus known Jean Kuaji's thoughts, he would have assured him that its true form was far larger. As they approached the small boat, they discovered the serpent engaged in a fierce struggle with a 5-meter-long black python, the tumult of their entwined bodies creating enormous waves that sent the small boat skimming far away, further muddying the already murky waters. Clearly, the serpent held the upper hand. It did not revert to its colossal form, instead maintaining a size comparable to that of the black python, as if toying with it like a plaything. Upon noticing Severus and Jean Kuaji's return, the serpent lost interest in its playful antics, revealing its venomous fangs to bite into the python, sending the makeshift toy plunging into the depths of the river. What a waste! Truly a waste, Jean Kuaji lamented, circling around the serpent's head, his heart pained. The python was a treasure trove of medicinal materials. The serpent innocently flicked its tongue, casting a pleading glance at Severus. Severus, gripping his wand, found himself at a loss for words, only able to urge them to return to the boat. Can you have Halbo retrieve that python? Jean Kuaji stared into the river for a moment, his face full of longing. I only desire the gallbladder and skin. Severus chuckled, shaking his head. Setting aside the likelihood of encountering more giant pythons ahead, even the piranhas in that river may have long since devoured the python. Jean Kuaji sighed deeply, leaning against the ship's railing, unwilling to move. Once Jean Kuaji finished his antics, he inquired about Mike's cryptic remarks. Mike had said they had offended the feathered serpent god, who had offered them up as sacrificial victims. Jean Kuaji's expression grew more serious, though a veil of doubt lingered in his eyes. He wondered if the deity's sacrifice would truly grant Mike immortality and eternal life. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Jean Kuaji scoffed. If immortality were so easily attained, would my charming ancestor remain lost to us? Sephar responded with an awkward smile, explaining that the serpent monster was a nearly 1,000-year-old serpent itself, and thus held the most credible authority on the matter. Yet, the serpent monster showed no interest in engaging them. It dragged the boat onward, its mind preoccupied with the words of a small snake it had just encountered. The snake had claimed to be a traitor, leading humans to seek the blood orchid, though it was its first time here. Could it be mistaken for another serpent? A flicker of joy stirred within the serpent monster's heart. If it could encounter another long-lived being like itself, that would be delightful. Perhaps Sephar could bring the newcomer to live alongside it, providing a companion for their solitary existence. Unaware of the serpent monster's thoughts, Sephar observed Zhang Qiaji manipulating the map. Zhang Qiaji compared the charts, adjusting the direction in which Halbo was steering. Then sighed as he took out a satellite phone to call the shaman. The call failed to connect. Sephar's dark eyes gleamed mysteriously. He explained that the magnetic field here could interfere with electronic devices and cloud human judgment, much like during his time in central Siberia. They were now deep within the heart of the Borneo jungle. Zhang Qiaji, do you still have your purification charm? Sephar gazed toward the orange sky and said slowly. We might be deceived by the mist. Elsewhere, within a thicket of the Bornean jungle, Isidore swallowed a pill handed to him by Tom. Instantly, his mind cleared considerably. He pressed his lips tightly, remaining silent. He had not expected that the moment they entered the jungle, they would be so thoroughly disoriented by the fog and miasma. Wandering aimlessly for what seemed like ages, Tom's heterochromatic eyes, one black, one red, flickered incessantly. Sensing something amiss, Nagini rubbed gently against Tom's palm. Tom, what's wrong? Shall we continue searching for the blood orchid? Nagini had encountered many snakes in recent days, all irascible and quick to fight, persistently attempting to coil around her tail. Much to the snake's annoyance, Tom suppressed his aura somewhat upon hearing this. Stroking Nagini's head, he remained silent, though irritation churned within him. Garrett, that old brute, said the breeding season was over, so why are those giant pythons still fighting over territory? If not for his prior knowledge and the presence of domesticated sprites whose magic had been restored to full strength, those copper-armored serpents would have been formidable foes. At barely over 3 meters, Nagini was no match for them. He began to suspect this expedition might have been a grave mistake. Yet the experimental data revealed by the blood orchid was irresistibly enticing. Nothing else wrong. Let us press onward. Tom glanced at the orange sky, furrowing his brow. If another downpour came, their journey would be further delayed. Isidore stood nearby, his body trembling slightly upon hearing a chilling hiss. He cast a swift glance at Tom, who, despite the oppressive heat of the rainforest, remained elegantly composed in his mountaineering attire. This shattered Isidore's previous perception of Tom as a brutal killer. Here stood a rational and charismatic leader. Indeed, rumors could not be trusted. The Ministry of Magic had evidently gone to great lengths to tarnish this adversary's reputation. Nagini darted swiftly through the forest, disliking the other snakes but otherwise fond of the jungle, especially since it offered some unfamiliar delicacies. Nagini, don't eat random things, Tom warned as Nagini attempted to swallow a frog from a tree hollow. When would she understand that such creatures might harbor bacteria? Nagini shook her head, intending to protest her innocence, but under Tom's sharp gaze, she reluctantly spat the frog out. The frog, miraculously surviving, blinked dumbfoundedly and then hopped away into the foliage. Nagini flicked her tongue, lamenting the absence of lamb chops and cake. Why can't I have some small treats? I haven't had snacks for 3 days. Sephar wouldn't treat me this harshly. Since returning to Voldemort's estate, her snacks had been cut off, and she was forbidden from venturing out to play. Now, on this rare outing, Tom still imposed restrictions. Tom's brow twitched as a vague smile flashed through his mind. Perhaps only by finding that young man could he unravel the mysteries that plagued him. Chapter 143, The Valley. After applying the purification charm, both men felt considerably calmer. Zhang Qiaji retrieved his compass, recalculated their position, and directed the serpent monster to steer northwest. Just as the serpent monster hauled the small boat ashore, a strong wind arose, darkening the sky ominously. Zhang Qiaji recalled the torrential rain from the previous day, his face darkening with concern. Although he had anticipated frequent rain here, the intensity far exceeded his expectations. Sephar patted his arm, suggesting they first seek higher ground to set up camp, as staying by the riverbank was no longer advisable. Drawing on years of experience, Zhang Qiaji quickly cleared a patch of land. Yet erecting a makeshift shelter proved troublesome. I've prepared everything. Just build a rain cover, Sephar instructed, gesturing the size needed for Zhang Qiaji to chop branches. Meanwhile, he produced a folding tent from his satchel and, waving his wand, assembled it swiftly. Soon, a brown, 2-person tent appeared on the clearing, its wooden-toned canopy harmonizing surprisingly well with the surroundings. Before Zhang Qiaji could utter a word, Sephar began chanting incantations over their temporary refuge. Peaceful guard, all protection, muggle shield, ear block, waterproof, moisture-proof. After the spells were cast, Zhang Qiaji scratched his head. Affixing several talismans to the tent and canopy, his eyes filled with perplexity, though he refrained from voicing it. The interior is spacious, ample for our needs, Sephar observed, perceiving Zhang Qiaji's hesitation, and led the serpent monster inside the tent. Zhang Qiaji bent down to enter through the flap. And upon seeing the interior resembling a 3-bedroom house, he thought to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't voiced his doubts earlier, lest he suffer a great embarrassment. He watched as Sephar retrieved an iron pot from a kitchen area and thought to request the shaman to study the utilization of such compact spaces upon their return. Sephar filled the kettle and stew pot with crystal-clear water and placed them on the stove. What can I do to help? Zhang Qiaji rubbed his hands. Feeling his many shortcomings, Sephar was unreserved. While it's not yet raining, gather some wood or hunt for game. The serpent monster, having already dried itself, lay beside the magical fire, basking in its warmth. It's freezing, my head itches, and my scales are itchy, it complained, swallowing a large loaf Sephar offered. Sephar, perhaps we should return to a place where spring reigns eternal. Halbo, this is your destiny. We must seize it, Sephar murmured. Eyes fixed on the violet flames within the stove, his face shadowed with inscrutable emotion. He contemplated the possibility of Halbo transforming into a dragon with the aid of the blood orchid, wondering if the exaggerated claims of Zhang Guanzu were true. The serpent monster flicked its tail, worried that Sephar was overexerting himself. Humans were fragile, unlike themselves. A somber silence fell between man and serpent, each silently wishing for the other's well-being. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, and the tent flap was swept open. Zhang Qiaji entered, clutching a bundle of firewood. Heh, the animals here are cunning. I gathered some wood before the rain, he said, as the gentle patter of raindrops on leaves resounded within the tent. After an afternoon of brewing, the rain finally descended. The serpent monster exuded a palpable aura of intimidation, causing the woodland creatures to instinctively shy away, rendering Zhang Qiaji's return without success entirely understandable. A few kilometers away from the West-Vers encampment, a colossal python, exceeding 10 meters in length, abruptly ceased its predatory actions and swiftly retreated from the vicinity, its movements reminiscent of a hasty escape. Not all pythons possess the same brazen tenacity as the black python. They value their lives above all else. In another part of the jungle, Tom lifted a nearby snake shed, his eyes scanning for the elusive Nagini. The serpent, having caught an intriguing scent, ventured deeper into the forest, urging them to hasten their pace, only to stumble into an area littered with snake sheds. As Tom followed, he inadvertently stepped on something that cracked beneath his foot, yet he paid it no mind, instead frowning as he severed the vines obstructing his path. The shattered, weathered plank bore faint inscriptions that read Bloody Mary. Izido reminisced about the direction of the Satan Basin on the map and leisurely pursued. Meanwhile, Nagini darted through the underbrush, utilizing its forked tongue to detect the scent and signals of pythons in the air, making its way toward the heart of the jungle. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, though it went unnoticed amidst the rumble of thunder. Tom, being in proximity, heard the noise, but as the torrential rain began to fall, his clear vision became obscured. The scent in the air was blocked by the curtain of rain, causing Nagini's pace to slow as it gazed blankly at a towering tree before meandering back to Tom's side. I just had a peculiar feeling, Nagini remarked as it slid down the trunk, its pale yellow eyes brimming with confusion. It felt as though something was beckoning me to go there. Tom was aware from his research that the blossoming of the blood orchid attracted serpents, yet he had not anticipated its effect on Nagini as well. Observing the patterns on the snake sheds and the tails, it was evident that the majority were male. You must be cautious if you encounter a male snake. Seek refuge immediately, Tom advised, mindful that Nagini was a female serpent. Why? Nagini inquired innocently. Tom hesitated, uncertain how to explain that Nagini had not always been a snake, but was once a blood-cursed beast. Furthermore, Nagini had never been in heat, and he had always taken care to keep male snakes at bay. Even during her playful encounters with Hebo, Nagini had not gone into estrus. Thus, she was somewhat oblivious to the concept. Just remember to avoid them. If a snake wraps around you, either curl up or shrink, Tom stated. Knowing that Nagini was no match for the massive pythons, Nagini nodded in acknowledgement of Tom's words. The duo continued their journey, undeterred by the relentless downpour. Rodolph's lantern, tasked with escorting firearms, wiped the rain from his face and resignedly followed the wizards from Germany ahead of him, perceiving them as relentless as monsters, utterly tireless. They hastened toward the source of the explosion, uncertain whether encountering others in the vast jungle was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. It was not until late at night that the torrential rain ceased, causing the waters of the Man River to swell dangerously. If the rain did not relent, their location at Westver would soon be inundated. Zhang Qiaji, rubbing his sleepy eyes, emerged from his quarters and was startled by a pair of lantern-like vertical pupils as he passed the dining hall. Thankfully, he had learned the night watch was the serpent monster. Taking a deep breath, he greeted, "Good morning, Hebo." The serpent monster lay on the blanket, flicking its tongue in response. Zafu, having risen early and completed his morning routine, was engrossed in studying the map and the habitat of the blood orchid. His gaze settled on a location marked with a triangular symbol, identified as a village belonging to the Lopa tribe. However, much of the surrounding land was submerged. And as the two contemplated whether to take a flying sword or a magic carpet, they recalled a concerning oversight. Apart from the black python slain by the serpent monster, they had yet to encounter any other giant pythons. Master Zhang said it's not the mating season for giant pythons, Zhang Qiaji mused, perplexed. Yet the absence of giant pythons had him questioning, as he had been prepared for a grand undertaking. Zafu was at a loss for words, only able to voice his speculation. Ordinary snakes had likely passed their mating season, but those giant pythons that had consumed the blood orchid had undergone mutations. The traditional rules that applied to them no longer seemed relevant. The documentation had proposed a hypothesis, and he cast a curious glance at the serpent monster, which neither hibernated nor experienced mating seasons, living a life of remarkable moderation. Zhang Qiaji's complexion changed upon hearing this. Pythons in their breeding season typically appeared in droves. Would they still be able to harvest the blood orchids? Zafu observed Zhang Qiaji's altered demeanor, suspecting he knew something more. Logically, China had been aware of the blood orchid's existence 17 years prior. Even if the blood orchid bloomed once every 7 years, the accumulated research could not be so scant. Even if someone like Zhang Guanzu was indifferent, what of those in power, who would not desire something that grants longevity? Furthermore, the ease with which Zhang Guanzu produced the documents raised suspicions. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as if unseen hands were guiding him here. Unaware that Zafu had begun to harbor doubts, Zhang Qiaji continued to compare the documents, consulting his compass for direction, and with a jovial smile, invited him to accompany him on the flying sword. Zafu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in refusal, and turned to board the magic carpet with Hebo. Throughout the remainder of the journey, he maintained a respectful distance from Zhang Qiaji. Fortunately, the weather improved, and as the sun ascended, the two flying in the air had no time to admire the rare beauty of the scenery, hastening toward the area where the blood orchids were said to grow. The serpent monster, feeling rather bored, flicked its tongue, only to suddenly catch a powerful, sickly sweet scent. It was a substance secreted by the glands of female giant pythons. The very reason countless males would go mad with desire. As an ancient serpent, the monster found itself nearly overwhelmed by this intoxicating aroma. Zafu, observing the serpent monster swaying as if entranced by an Indian flute, reached out to pat its head in exasperation. "What's wrong, Zafu?" the serpent monster asked, puzzled. "You looked as if you just devoured a box of chocolate frogs," Zafu replied, maneuvering the magic carpet to keep pace with Zhang Qiaji. The serpent monster smacked its lips. It indeed longed for chocolate frogs, but the last box had been consumed on the journey to Borneo. There's the scent of a female snake ahead, which I find quite unpleasant, the serpent monster remarked, flicking its tongue. As it approached the female python, the scent intensified, threatening to induce a sneeze. Zafu squinted, confirming the location of the female python with the serpent monster. The serpent monster scanned the surroundings before finally stating, approximately 10 kilometers away, either to the east or southeast. Though there are other scents mixed in, so I cannot be entirely certain. With the serpent monster's warning, Zafu quickly halted Zhang Qiaji and relayed the information. Zhang Qiaji said nothing, merely retrieving a stack of talismans and reluctantly distributing 3 to Zafu. "This is an invisibility talisman, making you appear like a stone to others. This is an explosive talisman, which you can tear a corner off and throw when encountering a creature too formidable to combat. And this is a teleportation talisman, capable of sending you hundreds of miles away." Zhang Qiaji explained the uses of the talismans, repeatedly urging him to use them only in the direst of situations. Zafu compared the talismans with the illusion spell and explosive spells, acknowledging their respective advantages. At the very least, magical spells could not be stored within talismans for ordinary individuals to wield. Clutching the talisman, he pressed onward, contemplating the possibility of compressing his magical energy into a charm for future use. However, this time, Cypher employed an illusion spell. To any onlookers, only Zhang Qiaji appeared to be gliding on his sword. It was understandable why Cypher chose this tactic. They were already conspicuous enough soaring through the air. Yet not a single soul had approached them for quite some time. What did this signify? It revealed that those trailing behind harbored sinister intentions. If the Hua National Squad were aware of Cypher's thoughts, they would surely dismiss them as overthinking. After all, they were fully entangled by the serpent swarm behind them. Who would have imagined that in the very places Cypher and company passed safely, the others would be ensnared by crocodiles and spiders? As they traversed a sheer cliff, a serpent monster flicked its tongue, confirming the source of a scent. This was a relatively secluded valley. The two descended beside the cliff and peered downward. 5 or 6 mutated giant pythons coiled within a pool, while countless smaller snakes writhed around, intertwining to form one serpentine mass after another. The deceased small snakes were devoured by larger serpents, leaving only robust serpents near the pool, each vying fiercely for the prime spots to claim the coveted blood orchid. Perhaps engaged in combat, the mutated giant pythons remained oblivious to the approach of Cypher and his companion. "Habo, are you alright?" Cypher asked anxiously, stroking the serpent monster's head. Despite Habo's millennia of existence, the mutated giant pythons, having consumed blood orchids, were formidable adversaries. "I'm fine, truly," the serpent monster replied, having long restrained its aura, gently nudging Cypher's palm with its head. The chaotic dance of the serpents below did not disturb its composure. In its eyes, these instinct-driven snakes were far less intelligent than the endearing Nagini. Zhang Qiaji's gaze was fixed upon the crimson blood orchids adorning the opposite cliff face. Fingers tapping rhythmically on the satellite phone. The target had been identified. The quantity they could harvest depended entirely on the timing and skill of those accompanying them. The scorching midday sun shone upon the petals of the blood orchids, releasing waves of fragrance that further agitated the serpent swarm. The serpent monster, sensing the scent, began to stir restlessly, its energy-deprived body urging it to consume the blood orchids. Cypher's attention was distracted by the serpent monster's incessantly swaying tail. Suddenly, Zhang Qiaji, who had been quietly crouching nearby, sprang to his feet. With his right hand's index and middle fingers joined in a precise gesture, he chanted an incantation. His shrunken true sword behind him suddenly expanded, fracturing into countless small blades, which then simultaneously swept towards the largest yellow giant python in the pool. The python's agonized cries echoed through the valley, mingling with the sharp sound of blades slicing through flesh. It was not instantly slain. Instead, it writhed forward, bearing a stench of blood towards Cypher's position. The blood it spewed caused the surrounding flora to wither and die. Chapter 144, Evolution. "Mr. Snape, do you know what is paramount when searching for blood orchids in Borneo?" "What is it?" "Luck." Panting heavily, Zhang Qiaji responded. When the giant python charged, he did not evade immediately. Instead, he executed a sword technique, consolidating the myriad small blades into a single 3-meter-long greatsword, which he then swung at the oncoming yellow python. The strike decisively severed the snake's head from its body. The hefty carcass plunged from the cliff, crashing below with a tremendous noise. The half-severed body writhed a few times before falling silent. The remaining giant pythons in the pool merely lifted their heads briefly before retreating, showing no intent to avenge the fallen yellow python, perhaps even pleased by the elimination of a competitor. Cypher mused inwardly, true masters never reveal their prowess. The technique was indeed formidable, though he wondered why Zhang Qiaji hadn't given prior warning before striking. That move was impressive, but what did you mean by luck? Cypher frowned, gazing at the snake swarm devouring the yellow python below. "We could have had Habo sneak up and quietly consume the blood orchids." A vein bulged on Zhang Qiaji's forehead. Hearing this, he smiled slyly, betraying none of his former guilelessness. "That trick 1T worked many times. Luck means that out of 10 attempts to find the flower, 9 will fail. And we're not the only ones seeking the blood orchids." He wiped the bloodstains off his true sword and pointed toward the opposite direction, where a group of heavily armed foreigners stood. Those foreigners seemed like a signal. Cypher scanned the surroundings and spotted several similar squads, distinguished only by their insignias. He was startled, while flying on his magic carpet. He had failed to detect any of these people's presence. Moreover, they carried firearms. And moving through the jungle with such equipment would hardly be silent, yet he had missed them entirely. His gaze settled on the trembling, excited Zhang Qiaji, whom he had underestimated all along. Bang! Boom! A series of harsh explosions shattered the valley's silence once more. The squads unleashed their firearms, blasting holes in the cliff face. The mutated giant pythons below caused no harm, but many of the small snakes were killed or crushed by the blasts. The 4 giant pythons in the pool lifted their heads toward the squads, their vertical pupils gleaming with a chilling coldness. Their rapid tongue flicking betrayed their fury. As anticipated, the enraged giant pythons abandoned their posts guarding the blood orchids, extending their bodies beyond the valley and lunging angrily at the provocation squads. The team members fired their weapons, but the bullets merely sparked against the giant python scales without causing harm. One member failed to evade in time and was swallowed halfway by the gaping maw of a python, managing only a few pitiful screams before falling silent. "RPG ready." The captain calmly issued orders. As the python opened its maw again, a rocket-propelled grenade was launched, detonating inside its body. The serpent exploded from within, and those nearby suffered corrosive burns from its blood, screaming in agony. A fierce battle ensued among the 3 factions against the mutated giant pythons, with various firearms brought to bear. The once clear pool was stained deep red with blood. Cypher observed the chaotic scene, curious about how these groups had coincidentally converged here simultaneously. Zhang Qiaji appeared satisfied with the unfolding events. He tapped again on the satellite phone and only withdrew his gaze when a plume of red smoke appeared in the sky. Cypher paid no mind to Zhang Qiaji's covert actions. At the outbreak of chaos, he had already sent Heibo to slip past unnoticed. Discretion was paramount to avoid injury. True to expectations, the serpent monster swiftly climbed the cliff face adorned with blooming blood orchids, its serpentine body yearning greedily for the flowers. It eyed the vivid petals and straightened to begin feeding. The petals melted instantly upon ingestion, leaving a warm sensation within, reminiscent of savoring milk tea in London. Recalling Cypher's instructions, the serpent monster hastened its consumption, eating only the flowers without uprooting the plants. If it were to cause extinction, where would the blood orchids be found when needed in the future? Midway through its feast, the serpent monster sensed something amiss. It observed the freshly dug pit and the vast patch of vanished flowers opposite, a question mark slowly forming above its head. Flicking its tongue, it detected the pervasive scent of strangers, but nothing unusual beyond that. Resigned, it continued to gorge on the blood orchids. Meanwhile, the smaller snakes, sensing the giant pythons were occupied, surged toward the cliff face, but, intimidated by the serpent monster's majesty, were forced to compress into a dense black line beneath the cliff. Feeling its scales relax, the serpent monster even contemplated revealing its true form. At that moment, a white snake concealed beneath the leaves caught its attention. Using its tail to lift the foliage, the serpent monster beheld a coiled little white snake, none other than Nagini, who should have been in London. The serpent creature prodded Nagini with its tail, and upon receiving no response from the snake, it coiled around her instead. While feasting on the blood lily, it kept a watchful eye on Tom, wondering if he was nearby. At that very moment, Tom was wreaking havoc. Having encountered a group from Salem Midway on his path, they had somehow gleaned information about a coveted treasure hidden within the jungles of Borneo, prompting them to contact a cadre of dark wizards. With a few words and promises of substantial rewards, their expedition to Borneo was swiftly arranged. After dispatching those dark wizards who dared to cast curses at a whim, Tom stood amidst a pile of corpses, binding the unenchanted Salem members with ropes, who were cursing their captor, Isidore. Tom snapped his fingers, and his invisible house elf, Dobby, materialized at his side. He instructed Dobby to transport the bodies and the still-living captives back to the manor to present to Lucius. Tom stretched his shoulders. Ever since he ascended to the Dark Lord's throne, none dared to draw their wands in his presence. Good, master, Dobby bowed deeply, then vanished with the bearded Salem members and the scattered corpses. Tom cast a mocking glance at the frowning Isidore. It was amusing that this old man had once protested at the Ministry of Magic with far less sentimentality, proving that age had indeed softened him. Lord Isidore sighed, as Nagini slithered away, seemingly having discovered something of interest. Tom inclined his head slightly and grasped his wand, making his way in that direction, pondering whether Rodolphus and the others had found what they were seeking. Meanwhile, Rodolphus and his companions lay concealed on the opposite side of the valley, observing three small teams engaged in a fierce battle with the mutated giant python. They intended to play the role of the cunning observer, waiting for the two sides to weaken each other before seizing the spoils. Several German wizards exchanged knowing glances, and the shortest among them donned a disposable invisibility cloak, stealthily approaching the stone wall where the blood lilies grew to harvest the flowers. However, he was met with disappointment. The barren stone wall revealed nothing but green leaves and a few pits, devoid of any red blooms. Who is it? Which thief? A treacherous traitor. The short wizard shouted in fury, blasting the stone wall with his wand, creating several gaping holes. The falling debris crashed into the pond below, claiming the lives of several small snakes. With only two mutated pythons surviving after their scuffle with humans, they turned their heads towards the noise emanating from the wall. Realizing that the blood lilies they had so fiercely protected were gone, and the culprit stood there, ignoring the bullets and bombs raining down upon them, they lunged towards the wall. Cypher and Zhang Qiaji had long retreated to a nearby tree, watching the chaos unfold below. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Cypher remarked, finally grasping the situation. Zhang Qiaji merely chuckled, remaining silent. When another plume of red smoke erupted into the sky, Zhang Qiaji silently exhaled in relief. Mr. Snape, you may not be aware, but we dispatched countless individuals to Borneo in search of the blood lily. Other countries did the same. Yet, aside from a few exceptionally fortunate ones who returned with some, most met their fates there. His tone was laden with sorrow. It is not that we cannot handle the pythons, but, Cypher, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, pursed his lips and countered, but what? He had also noted that after consuming the blood lily, the mutated python's exterior had become as tough as iron, yet its interior remained soft. A well-placed explosive could surely end its reign. Zhang Qiaji pondered his words for a moment before speaking again. Everyone knows the blood lily blooms once every 7 years, but it will never bloom in the same location twice. If not for your presence with Hirebo, our journey would not have gone so smoothly. But you are deists. Isn't it easy for you to find a place? It's not the same. Hirebo can transform into a flood dragon, which makes navigating through any obstacles quite effortless. As for the other countries watching us, Zephyr suddenly understood. No wonder they had used the blood lily to bait the serpent creature. It was a multifaceted strategy. He scrutinized Zhang Qiaji with skepticism, questioning the purpose of revealing this information to him now. Zhang Qiaji averted his eyes, feeling guilty, but relayed the message from his master. If Hirebo does not break free from the constraints of its form, it will remain a serpent for eternity. If those constraints are lifted, it may become. His words were cut short by the swift return of the serpent creature, which nudged Zhang Qiaji aside with its head and coiled its tail around the tree trunk. Zhang Qiaji rubbed his sore back, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he moved to the other side. Zephyr, guess what I found? The serpent creature revealed its tail to expose a white snake. Nagini? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief, gingerly touching the white snake, and upon noticing the golden markings on its head, he confirmed it was indeed Nagini. Shouldn't Nagini be by Tom's side? They should be in England. So how did she end up here? This is not a place to linger. We should leave, Zhang Qiaji said, glancing down at the ongoing chaos below, where the battle raged on, threatening to engulf the tree they stood upon. Zephyr nodded in agreement, scooping up the coiled Nagini and producing a flying carpet to make their escape. As the serpent creature coiled around Zephyr's waist, it leaned close to whisper about the strange occurrences it encountered while consuming the blood lily, and handed him a small pouch hidden beneath its scales. Zephyr looked at Zhang Qiaji, who was leading the way, and affectionately patted the serpent creature's head, noticing that the bulge there had grown larger. After eating the blood lily, how does your body feel? He asked quietly. Having felt a craving after consuming just a small piece in Hogwarts, he wondered why, after consuming so much more, there had been no noticeable change. The serpent creature nodded and shook its head, using its tail to push away a stone spider blown by the wind, pondering for a moment. Hiss. My head isn't as itchy as before. Does that count? I feel my scales are shinier, and my body feels lighter. The serpent creature's words made Zephyr tighten his lips. Why did it seem that the serpent had become more foolish after consuming the blood lily? Shortly after they departed, Rodolphus charged out with his team, unleashing a furious roar akin to that of the short wizard. Unfortunately, Zephyr was unaware that an old acquaintance was among them. Otherwise, he might have fled even faster. In a natural cave within the jungles of the Man River region in Borneo, a colossal creature coiled within, nearly filling the entire cavern. Zephyr peered inside. Observing the serpent creature shedding its skin, his eyes filled with concern. It had been 2 days since they left the valley. After consuming the blood lily, the serpent initially showed no signs of distress, but later began to complain of stomach aches and headaches, its scales bursting open in a painful thrash. With no other options, Zephyr conferred with Zhang Qiaji and sought refuge in a cave far from the valley. Outside the cave, Zhang Qiaji remained in shock inside his tent. He had thought that the giant python in the valley was already enormous, only to discover that the serpent creature was even larger. Why didn't you tell me it was this big in its true form? He murmured to Zephyr, who had effortlessly carried the serpent on his shoulder without breaking a sweat. Zephyr blinked. I did tell you. It is quite large in its true form. Zhang Qiaji was left speechless, pointing toward the cave's entrance, eager to inquire what Zephyr planned to do next. I don't know how long it will take for it to fully evolve, and I can't move it, Zephyr lamented, feeling overwhelmed. It's absurd that I can't use apparition with the serpent, especially given its size. Perhaps we could use a teleportation charm, but that would only cover short distances. The sky crackled with thunder, and the serpent creature was engulfed in indescribable agony, its body convulsing as it writhed within the cavern. Layer upon layer of serpentine skin sloughed off, and its colossal form began to diminish, ultimately transforming into a thick cocoon. At that moment, torrential rain fell, prompting the local inhabitants of Borneo to look up in perplexity, for the rains had been unusually frequent of late. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a pair of long, powerful hands burst forth from the cocoon, revealing a tall figure standing naked in the cave, its gaze shifting from confusion to astonishment as it beheld its elongated fingers. Nagini remained in slumber, its evolution proving far less arduous than that of the serpent creature. Severus watched in awe as Nagini shed its skin time and again, its form gradually shrinking from over 3 meters. When he counted to 12 layers, the evolution appeared to halt, giving rise to a 2-meter-high cocoon in the chamber. Severus found himself puzzled by the term evolution. While it was true that snakes were oviparous, the notion of spinning a cocoon seemed preposterous. Chapter 145, The Encounter. Tom had long since marked Nagini with a tracking imprint. When Rodolphus and his team returned, bearing containers filled with the roots and leaves of the blood lily, along with the carcass of a mutated python, Tom's smile betrayed no hint of elation. Excellent. Let us return the items to London, Tom said, nodding slightly at Rodolphus. Their mission in Borneo was nearly complete. All that remained was to send the blood lilies for research, thereby yielding further results. Rodolphus glanced at the German team behind him, stained with blood, and murmured in acknowledgement. Then, as if struck by a thought, he leaned closer to Tom and whispered a few words. Tom was taken aback by Rodolphus's unexpected attentiveness. His eyes flickered as he turned to the silent Isidore. Mr. Prince, will you be returning with the group? Tom inquired, stroking his wand. Isidore recalled the news he had received prior to coming to Borneo. His grandson was also present here. Naturally, he would not choose to return, even though the blood lily intrigued him greatly. After all, he had only one grandson. His expression unchanged, he replied softly, "My lord, I wish to remain and continue exploring." Tom's gaze drifted toward the valley that had been reduced to rubble. The blood lilies could not bloom in the same place twice. Perhaps this was the reason various teams had recklessly employed heavy weaponry. He hoped that the students graduating from Hufflepuff would succeed in cultivating the blood lilies. After all, it was indeed a species of magical plant with unique requirements. "I am pleased to hear you think so," Tom murmured. Rodolphus, unfazed, led his group away into the rain, pondering Tom's peculiar attitude toward the Prince Patriarch. In his view, with Slughorn as the master of potions, there was no need for such gentleness towards the Prince family. However, he was not Tom and could not fathom the thoughts of the man in question. After Tom and his companions departed, he set off in the direction of the imprint he sensed. If Nagini was not in the valley, it meant encountering danger or reuniting with Severus and his group. Isidore, feeling defeated, slumped his shoulders. His grandson was far too fleet of foot, and his old limbs could scarcely keep up. Fortunately, he had the support of a powerful ally to assist in the search. Meanwhile, Severus covered Jean Kouaji's mouth to stifle his instinct to scream. Scrutinizing the figure standing in the cave, the man's profile seemed familiar, and combined with the pile of snake skins and white cocoon beneath his feet, his true identity became evident. Severus cast a warning glance at Jean Kouaji, releasing his grip once the latter had regained his composure. "Herpo?" Severus called hesitantly, stepping into the cave, gripping his wand tightly. The naked man turned around, revealing a strikingly handsome face adorned with a childlike curiosity, his amber eyes intently focused on Severus. "Severus, I believe I have become like you. I am now quite bare," the man said, his thin lips parting to emit a sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. He stumbled forward, his long legs moving with the awkwardness of a newly hatched snake learning to walk. Severus, unable to bear the sight, buried his face in his hands. "Brother, you are still unclothed." Jean Kouaji could not suppress a laugh. He had deduced from the man's behavior that he was the serpent creature. Yet the speed of this transformation was astonishing. Where was the thunderous roar of metamorphosis? How had it all been so silent? The serpent creature finally turned its gaze toward Jean Kouaji, its eyes filled with disdain. "Clothes. I require clothing," it articulated, its expression one of grievance. The Chinese man's gaze was too peculiar for its comfort. Severus sighed in exasperation, rummaging through his satchel for the clothes he had previously worn, patiently guiding the serpent creature through the motions of dressing. Jean Kouaji cleared his throat and approached to assist. Though his curiosity often led him to poke and prod at the serpent creature, as if on the verge of performing a dissection. The serpent creature furrowed its brow and recoiled, instinctively adopting a stoic demeanor. While Severus had often touched it in its serpentine form, it did not imply that others were permitted to do so. After a considerable struggle, the serpent creature finally donned the clothing, albeit the garments were somewhat snug. The pants had transformed into capris on its form. Severus cast a spell on the clothes, enlarging them slightly until they fit more comfortably. It was the serpent creature's first experience wearing human attire, and the sensation of constriction was utterly foreign to it. It scratched and fidgeted, attempting to remove the pants in a bid to return to its natural state. Severus found the sight amusing and ultimately exchanged them for a robe. "Is there anywhere else that troubles you? We should return to the tent. It is somewhat chilly here," Severus observed as the serpent creature struggled to walk, resorting to levitation spells to transport it out of the cave. The serpent creature had no objections. It was eager to see its reflection and discover its current appearance. As they conversed softly, the rain outside began to lessen. Jean Kouaji's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abandoned snake skins scattered across the ground. He swiftly gathered a few, folding them neatly before stowing them in his storage bag. Even a cubic meter of space could prove useful. As for the remaining skins, he would inform his team members to collect them, of course, negotiating a price with Severus first. Upon entering the tent, The serpent creature navigated the carpet with an awkward gait, using its newly acquired hands to touch the various objects within the room. A tactile experience vastly different from its serpentine form. Have you no need to replenish your energy after your recent evolution? Severus stirred the soup in the pot with a spoon, glancing at the serpent creature as it sipped soda. The serpent creature took a sip of the soda and bit into a loaf of bread, relishing the convenience of its hands. No need. I am currently brimming with energy and require some time to expend it, it said, narrowing its eyes in contentment. Enjoying the freedom to eat at will without relying on others for sustenance. Severus observed the invigorated serpent creature, convinced of its claims, yet a thought nagged at him. Human tongues were not forked. Thus, mastering the language of snakes would be challenging. How would the serpent creature learn human language now that it had transformed? Severus admitted to himself that his concerns were perhaps excessive, yet the serpent creature's confidence in certain matters was unsettling. If Jean Qiaji were present, he would undoubtedly inform him that the cartilage in its throat had not fully evolved, resulting in its continued use of beastly speech. By the way, how many blood lilies has Nagini consumed? Severus pondered, recalling the massive cocoon in the bedroom. Now that the serpent creature had completed its transformation, Nagini should have emerged as well. The serpent creature shook its head, explaining that it had found Nagini in a state of unconsciousness, and no one knew the specifics of what had transpired. Severus, feeling a twinge of disappointment at his inability to extract further information, shifted the conversation to another topic. Can you revert to your serpentine form? Or, when transitioning between your human and serpent forms, does it require a significant amount of energy? Wizards possess the ability to master the animagus transformation, allowing them to assume the form of an animal, a process known as bestial metamorphosis. In contrast, those subjected to the blood curse of the beast gradually lose their capacity for rational thought upon transforming into an animal, ultimately becoming unable to revert to human form. Nagini serves as a poignant example of this tragic fate. However, the basilisk has thrived for nearly a millennium, feasting upon blood lilies to transcend the constraints of its lineage, even achieving a humanoid form. This begs the question, could Nagini, with the aid of the blood lily, evolve her physical form and thus break free from the blood curse? As the basilisk munched on a large loaf of bread, it tilted its head in contemplation upon hearing this, subsequently transforming its lower half into a serpentine tail, playfully prodding Severus's calf with the tip. Severus felt a flicker of surprise and was about to voice a comment when the serpent's tail reverted back to its elongated limbs. It's quite simple. The energy expended is roughly equivalent to consuming a large loaf of bread, the basilisk remarked, mimicking Severus's usual demeanor, revealing its sharp fangs with a playful grin. Severus was momentarily dazzled by the serpent's smile, finding its visage more alluring than that of a certain individual from his past. Should he encounter that person again, considering the passage of time, they would surely be in their 30s now. The individual Severus was reminiscing about was traversing mountains and jungles in search of serpents, his mark providing only a vague location, necessitating a meticulous search within a designated area. This was indeed the place. Tom closed his eyes, attuning himself to the mark's location, and made his way to where a weary Isidore awaited. The two men circled through the jungle, eventually halting before a vast cavern. Tom surveyed the footprints at the cave's entrance and, wielding his wand, scanned the surroundings, discovering evidence of snakes having crushed the foliage and lingering traces of magical energy. His concerns for Nagini diminished significantly. My lord, the footprints suggest two individuals have passed here. If we follow closely, we should encounter them, Isidore speculated, pondering whether his grandson might be among them. Tom tapped his palm with his wand, envisioning the moment he would reunite with Severus, who had also brought along the head of the prince family. The river meandered, flanked by towering trees, concealing countless serpents, insects, rodents, and ants. Hilbo practiced his magical prowess against a great tree, a skill he had acquired after consuming the blood lily. Severus reclined on a sunlit patch of ground. Having endured incessant rain since their arrival in Borneo, the sun finally graced them with its presence. Jean Qiaji sat beside Severus, incessantly pleading for him to sell all the serpent skins, uncertain whether Hilbo would shed his skin again in the future. Severus knew he had little use for so many serpent skins. I shall keep 3 for myself. You can manage the rest, he declared. Regardless of whether Jean Qiaji could consume all the skins, Severus was willing to contact teams from other nations, provided the price was fair. Jean Qiaji nodded vigorously. Having finally worn Severus down after a day of persistence, he hastily sought an excuse to enter the tent, retrieving a satellite phone to initiate contact. Hilbo flicked away yet another creeping venomous creature with his fingers, stroking his flat abdomen as he ambled over to Severus. Severus, I am hungry. Hilbo perched on a small stool belonging to Jean Qiaji, his towering frame nearly collapsing the seat, but he managed to control his weight, avoiding embarrassment. Severus opened his eyes, gazing at Halebo's innocent expression. If you're hungry, simply enter the tent and fetch something to eat. There are ingredients in the backpack that can be heated. Yet, how could he deny this individual, whom he considered family? He pinched Halebo's cheek in frustration, allowing himself to be pulled upright from his chair. Not far from the clearing, Tom emerged from the jungle, his gaze fixed on the clasped hands of the two. Who was that man? Why was there no record of him in the information he had gathered? Tom's mismatched eyes flickered with uncertainty as he contemplated whether to use Avada Kedavra or a firearm, unsure which would inflict more torment. Even though his memories were not fully restored, the notion that someone else coveted what was rightfully his stirred a deep discontent within him. Isidore sensed the decreasing pressure in the air beside him and bravely remarked, "My lord, that man's gait is rather peculiar. Mr. Snape must be assisting the injured out of kindness. For Merlin's sake, forgive him. If he did not speak soon, he feared the cold might freeze him." Upon hearing this explanation, Tom cast a glance at Isidore, and the oppressive aura surrounding him diminished somewhat. Thus, when Severus entrusted the task of feeding Halebo to Jean Kouaji and lifted the tent flap to bask in the sun once more, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man with dark hair standing in the sunlight, a visage that stirred an unsettling familiarity, reminiscent of Tom in his adulthood. Tom crossed his arms, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he observed Severus's momentary distraction. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. "Severus Snape, how much longer do you intend to stare?" Tom teased, his voice laced with an enigmatic quality. Since his restoration to beauty, he had attracted numerous admirers. Yet Severus's demeanor suggested he was not bewitched by mere aesthetics. Hearing that magnetic voice and affectionate title, Severus quickly recognized the man before him. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, but his turbulent breathing betrayed his inner turmoil. "Voldemort, it is an honor to finally meet you," Severus managed, blinking slowly. Encountering Tom again did not incite the panic he had expected. Perhaps it was due to the resolution of his inner feelings. Voldemort was no longer a mere figment of his emotional refuge, allowing him to maintain composure. "Severus, it has been months. Why do you treat me as a stranger?" Tom observed Severus's distant demeanor with a sense of inexplicable emotion gripping his heart. He gradually approached the young man, discreetly placing his hand where the unfamiliar man had touched. Severus's grip on his wand tightened, and then relaxed, finding Tom's swift acknowledgement of their identities peculiar. Why did this man not immediately attempt to cast Avada Kedavra? He moved closer to the tent, acutely aware that even if Voldemort intended to strike, he must consider the capabilities of those within. Isidore, having heard whispers of the complicated relationship between the two, peeked out from behind a tree trunk. One was his grandson, the other his superior. He was caught in a dilemma and decided to make a hasty retreat. Tom raised an eyebrow at Severus's step back. Over the past year, he had tirelessly sought the young man's silhouette in his dreams. Those embraces and smiles ought to belong to him, not this cold facade. "Severus, I have finally found you," Tom declared after much contemplation. He longed for the warmth of an embrace and the affection of a loving kiss, striving to restrain his inner turbulence as he engaged Severus in conversation. Severus's eyes were filled with complexity. He had seen the wanted posters bearing Tom's likeness, which was why he had chosen to travel the globe to obscure his whereabouts before seeking refuge, only to unexpectedly encounter Voldemort. However, considering the Blood Lily's properties, it was entirely plausible that Voldemort would come seeking Nagini. "Indeed, you have found me," Severus replied coolly. "But what of it?" Tom felt a pang of frustration. Regardless of how much of his memory had returned, Severus could not be without him moving forward. "I miss you," he confessed, forcing a melancholic smile. What more could he do against someone who responded better to gentleness than force? Severus observed the beautiful figure before him, momentarily swayed by emotion. Yet the weight of Voldemort's identity hardened his resolve. "Nagini is currently in my tent. You may take her with you." Had it not been for his desire to see Nagini break free from her cocoon, he would have departed with Halebo and the others long ago. Their reunion was entirely due to Nagini's influence. As the two men exchanged silent glances, Jean Kouaji flung open the tent flap, exclaiming, "Mr. Snape, you must come inside quickly. The giant cocoon in your room is glowing." Tom turned his head and recognized a familiar Chinese man, then shifted his gaze back to Severus. Strictly speaking, there was no real enmity between them. Jean Kouaji's interruption had dissolved the tension that Severus had perceived unilaterally. Thus, Severus merely paused briefly before suggesting to Tom, "Let us go inside and take a look. That cocoon is Nagini." Following Severus, Tom entered the tent, and, upon seeing the enormous cocoon, mirrored Severus's bewilderment. Could Nagini truly be encased within that structure? Severus paid no heed to Tom's confusion. Instead, he beckoned Halebo, who was holding a cup of water, and pointed toward the glowing cocoon. It will be fine once it emerges from the cocoon, Halbo remarked contentedly as he sipped his warm water. It's like being born anew from an eggshell. Tom surveyed the handsome man before him, with his black hair, golden eyes, and ability to speak Parcel tongue. Could this be the Slytherin descendant Gellert had mentioned? The next moment, Severus revealed his identity, which only deepened Tom's perplexity. How could a basilisk transform into a human? Halbo, can you sense how much longer it will take for it to break free from the cocoon? Severus silently calculated the time Halbo had taken to emerge from his own cocoon. This immense one had already taken twice as long. Halbo shook his head and reached out to touch the glowing cocoon. The cocoon seemed to respond, trembling slightly before emitting crackling sounds. Several fissures appeared where Halbo's palm rested. His eyes widened in surprise as the cracks rapidly spread, and then a pair of small, chubby hands pushed through, peeling back the cocoon's shell. Severus and the others lowered their heads, locking eyes with the emerging three-headed little girl. Nagini tugged at her tattered black garment with her pudgy hands, pouting in displeasure. Severus, why did you lock me in such a dark room? It's no fun in there at all. She stumbled over her words, then ran over to Tom's side, circling around him and Severus. Yay. Nagini has hands and toes now. Hee, I want to wear pretty dresses and soft shoes. Perhaps because Nagini had originally been human, she accepted her transformation with surprising ease. Severus grasped the collar at the nape of Nagini's neck, lifting her up, and performed a magical examination with his wand. Finding nothing amiss, he prodded her protruding belly with a finger, receiving a disgruntled hum in response before setting her back down. Is Halbo's condition the same as Nagini's? Tom's gaze fell upon the girl clinging to Halbo's leg, about to abandon her food, and he quietly inquired Severus. Severus hesitated briefly, but nodded. Even without his confirmation, Tom could deduce the truth. There was no need for concealment. Both were transformed by consuming blood orchids. Severus sighed lightly, noting Tom's remarkable acceptance of such matters. Had Tom not been forewarned, he would have surely screamed in shock. If Tom had known Severus's inner commentary, he would have retorted, "You all act so composed. If I reacted differently, wouldn't that be foolish?" Yet Tom's expression grew complex as he observed the innocent smile on Nagini's face. She had recounted memories of Germany and Dresden before losing consciousness, memories far from pleasant. Perhaps forgetting was a blessing for her. Unaware of Tom's thoughts, Severus busied himself altering Nagini's clothing, intent on dressing her suitably. Isidore, long forgotten, pushed aside the tent flap and entered, catching sight of Tom's gentle gaze fixed upon Severus's every movement. Jean Quaji remained vigilant by the entrance, and upon recognizing an elderly man, he did not slacken his guard but instead approached with a talisman in hand. Who are you? He asked in markedly improved English. Isidore cast a peculiar glance at him. It had been this very man who had taken his grandson away, causing Isidore's own deportation. He is my employer. We came together. Also, I speak a little Chinese, Isidore said with a cough and a faint smile on his aged face. Jean Quaji was impressed by these foreigners' fluency in Chinese. Severus, having just led the freshly dressed Nagini to the kitchen for food, turned and spotted the elderly man they had encountered in Russia. His forehead began to throb again. What brings you here? He asked Isidore flatly. Leave. You are not welcome. Tom, observing Severus's attitude toward the Prince family patriarch, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At least Severus had not banished him outright upon meeting. However, the old man was less significant to Severus than Tom had anticipated. He could be sent to Slughorn's company. Isidore's mouth opened, and catching sight of Nagini wobbling her feet while eating, he blurted out, "Is this my great-granddaughter? She has grown so much. Let grandfather hold you." He did not merely speak, but swiftly approached Nagini, whose chubby face he pinched and fondled, a speed incongruous with his aged appearance. Severus tried to intervene, but was powerless to stop the old man's antics. Eventually, they all settled quietly on the chairs. Nagini, somewhat frightened by the old man, nestled into Halbo's arms to eat, occasionally blinking wide eyes at the elder. Tom had envisioned many scenarios for their reunion, but never one so harmonious. The basilisk's handsome visage made him somewhat uneasy, prompting him to monopolize the space beside Severus. Feeling Tom's invasive presence, Severus shifted uncomfortably to the side. But with the tent wall to one side, there was nowhere to retreat. Now that Nagini has completed her transformation, let us part ways, Severus said, pushing the person beside him in exasperation. Aren't you going back? Draco and Harry miss you, Tom said with a disappointed expression. I thought your world tour was over. Tom's plaintive tone masked his true intent. If Severus did not return to London, Tom would cling to him, and if necessary, drag him back. As for the basilisk, a little persuasion would suffice. Tom had no intention of harming Severus, so Nagini had no reason to rebel. Yes, Mr. Snape, Isidore added, fanning the flames. Don't you want to know why your mother left the prince family? Now that the main branch is dwindling and the cadet branch is dabbling in dark arts. Though polite, Isidore feared provoking Severus by using his given name and thus resorted to calling him Mr. Snape. Severus harbored no fondness for the prince family. Upon hearing Isidore's words, his expression immediately darkened. So what? A family's decline or demise often reflects its leadership. Stubbornness and loss of power are common causes. Severus spoke not in defense of the cadet branch, but simply stated the facts. He recalled the prince estate becoming semi-isolated over 30 years ago, with few active potion-making families remaining in the magical world. Decline seemed inevitable. Moreover, his mother had never spoken of her lineage. Not a single relative appeared at her funeral. He had assumed they were all dead. Severus's sharp gaze lingered. This was a mystery he had struggled to unravel. Isidore was left speechless, bitterness filling his mouth. One misstep had led to a cascade of errors. Jean Kouaji, bewildered by the exchange, recalled his recent conversation with the shaman and cautiously poked his head forward. Mr. Snape, are you returning to London? I just finished my mission and have some vacation time. May I accompany you? I want to visit my family there. Tom timely interjected, noting that both Draco and Harry had wept several times upon hearing they could not see him. Moreover, Hierbo required a familiar environment to acclimate to his new identity. Severus's lips twitched slightly. He recognized Tom's attempt at an emotional appeal, yet his shameful heart stirred. As for the two little rascals yearning for him to the point of tears, he was not inclined to believe a single word. If Tom were to invoke the Dursley family, the situation would likely take a different turn. Hierbo, what say you? Severus tossed the decision to Hierbo, wondering if he would acquiesce immediately, thus rendering his carefully crafted plan to distance themselves from England futile. Hierbo, glancing at Nagini, who was busily munching on yet another chocolate pastry, hesitated but eventually nodded, recalling Nagini's mention of the grand estate. After a brief moment of self-deception, Severus pondered before agreeing. Soon, they found themselves aboard a flight to London, with Jean Kouaji timidly squeezed in the back seat beside Isidore. I have acquired the cafe in London where you used to frequent, Tom remarked casually, glancing at the languid figure reclining beside him after their meal. Severus lazily acknowledged with a grunt, feeling drowsy and somewhat dazed. I have moved the belongings from the city center residence to the estate, upon our return to London. You shall reside there, Tom declared, covering Severus with a blanket with a gentle expression. Severus's eyelashes fluttered, but the incessant, annoying chatter around him made slumber elusive, prompting him to respond with half-hearted murmurs. Upon achieving his objective, Tom's furrowed brow relaxed. Ever since encountering Severus, his heart had been clamoring for him to remain ever within his sight. Once ensconced within the estate, it would be far more challenging for him to escape. He gazed at the ring adorning Severus's left hand, smiling tenderly. In the conference room on the third floor of Nurmengard Castle, after the meeting concluded, Karma tossed the progress reports on the blood lily research and cultivation plans to Gellert. Gellert waved his hand, and the documents floated to hover an inch from his nose. Leisurely sipping tea, he finally opened the files. Only 2 of the 5 who went to Borneo have returned? He inquired, perplexed. As those 5 were the backbone of middle-aged wizards. Karma replied with a wry smile. Do you think the moniker Death Jungle was earned lightly? Gellert awkwardly rubbed his nose. And just as Karma was about to continue his retort, the wall clock chimed loudly. Karma narrowed his eyes dangerously at the beaming Gellert, brandishing his wand to silence the clock, instructing the elderly housekeeper to have it tossed into storage. I know you cherish the gifts bestowed upon you by Mr. Dumbledore. Even as you lured Voldemort to Borneo and shared decades of research data from the laboratory, collaborating with other nations to harvest blood lilies, Karma intoned with a noble tone. But you must be cautious, Gellert. You do not have the luxury of a second act of recklessness. Otherwise, you might as well appoint a run as your heir. With a new master for the saint, you would be free to pursue your desires. Furthermore, Dumbledore is no longer the same man he was decades ago. He is now the greatest white wizard in the magical world, and Voldemort's return poses a threat to many. For the sake of the 3 holy relics, what about you, Gellert? Wake up. Karma enumerated Gellert's plans utilizing the saint's power to conspire for Dumbledore in England, despite the lack of progress, and mocked Dumbledore's use of him. Gellert stared at the empty space on the wall for a moment before a sigh echoed in the conference room. I know, Karma, I am aware. Karma's lips twitched as if to speak, yet ultimately, he remained silent. The doors of Nurmengard Castle would forever stand open for one person. Much like the flowers in the conservatory, perpetually cultivated for a singular individual. Shaking his head, Karma exited the conference room, shrugging helplessly when he encountered the elderly housekeeper. Once Severus and the others disembarked, the car arranged by Lucius awaited them outside the airport. Upon noticing the tall man beside Severus, Lucius's astonishment was evident. And when he glimpsed Voldemort following closely behind, cradling a young girl, he felt an impulse to dramatically express his shock. He disregarded the presence of Isidore and Jean Cuagi. For what could be more significant than the gossip unfolding before him? Severus, my dear junior, it is a pleasure to see you again, Lucius greeted politely, his gaze lingering on the imposing hierbo. Severus patted the 2-meter-tall hierbo beside him, not intending to introduce him. Tom, holding Nagini, was puzzled as to why Severus continued to dote on him, despite the fact that the basilisk had transformed into a human. Lucius, I did not summon you for pleasantries, Tom stated coolly. Lucius chuckled, understanding that Voldemort was displeased, and led the group to the car. Severus observed the 3 black stretch Lincolns, speculating that the global company must have profited substantially over the years. He had intended to ride with Hierbo, but found the latter opting to sit with Nagini instead. Thus, he was left to exchange glances with Tom in the spacious seat, the air filled with the aroma of various fruits and snacks. Severus, do I truly evoke such disdain in you? Tom mused, caressing his exquisitely handsome face, feigning sadness as he looked at Severus. Severus awkwardly averted his gaze, reaching for cherries from the small table. Observing this, Tom blinked and smiled as he peeled an orange. If anyone were to witness Tom at that moment, they would discern the dark hue in his heterochromatic eyes gradually shifting to red. Chapter 147, Rumors. In Malfoy Manor, Draco returned to the study, clutching his flushed cheeks, faintly hearing the laughter of the ladies holding a tea party in the garden. After finishing the pastries prepared by Dobby, he retreated to a small compartment with a 2-way mirror. Harry, Draco exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice, waiting for Harry to appear in the mirror before recounting what he had heard from his mother. Did you know? The Godfather has returned. I heard he even had a daughter with Lord. Harry's expression turned incredulous, yet he played along, widening his mouth in a feigned expression of surprise. Is that true? He asked, eyeing Draco's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, incredulous. This isn't just another one of your wild rumors, is it? Draco pouted, displeased, and huffed. Do you want to hear or not? Aside from the profit rented by his aunt and the portraits of his grandparents, Draco was Harry's sole source of information, so he could not afford to offend him. All right, do continue, Harry chuckled. I heard from Dad that when the Godfather returned, he was accompanied by a man even more handsome than Lord. The reason the Godfather left was that he could no longer endure Lord's imprisonment, and it turns out he's of the main bloodline of the Prince family. Voldemort imprisoned the professor. Harry quickly halted his bizarre imaginings, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. As he recalled a familiar family, his green eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen a member of the Prince family until his death in his previous life. Draco rolled his eyes at Harry's days, stroking his plump chin as he shifted to another topic. Do you remember the fake eye of Agamotto? He already has 2 children now, Draco remarked wistfully. Dumbledore has found his former lover, and Rab's wife is pregnant with their 2nd child. Aside from your black dog Godfather, everyone's doing quite well. Harry felt a wave of melancholy upon discovering the hidden truths surrounding his parents' deaths and the closed-off magical realm dominated by Voldemort. He briefly succumbed to confusion before arriving at a profound conclusion: to cherish the present. However, with Lupin's lycanthropic identity prematurely revealed, the wizarding community, though less prejudiced against werewolves than before, remained wary of his dual role as a spy. Sirius had been exonerated, yet his status as an illegal animagus landed him back in Azkaban. Even Dumbledore, who once appeared to him as the epitome of selflessness, revealed a more complex nature. After all, the allure of the Deathly Hallows was undeniably enticing. Dumbledore himself grappled with frustration. Voldemort's recent shift in strategy had caught him off guard, and Lupin's voluntary betrayal to clear Sirius's name had completely derailed his plans. Fortunately, young Harry was still within his grasp. Otherwise, his research on the invisibility cloak would have faced an untimely halt. Have you procured the ring? Dumbledore inquired, seated in his office chair, his hands clasped under his chin. A 2-faced mirror floated before him, shrouding the visage of the individual on the other side in shadow, rendering their expression somewhat indistinct. After a moment of silence, the person replied in a low voice, he has long remained secluded in the manor, and our contacts are evidently not inclined to continue collaborating with us. Dumbledore recalled the recent rumors circulating among the students, his eyes behind the mirror glinting with an unusual light. Perhaps we could attempt to reach out to his beloved? After all, she hails from the Prince family. As he mentioned the term beloved, his gaze lingered, filled with longing, on the figure across from him. Gellert, do you not wish to uncover the secrets of the Hallows? Dumbledore's face, appearing significantly younger, broke into a radiant smile, reminiscent of cool water on a sweltering summer's day. Disarming and inviting trust. Gellert regarded him intently, gradually nodding in agreement. The magical community in Britain had grown increasingly animated. First, Voldemort had brought home his 5-year-old illegitimate daughter, then imprisoned his former lover in his manor, reportedly torturing her current boyfriend daily. The idle wizards, akin to restless creatures in a melon patch, flitted about, eager to catch a glimpse of their future Dark Lady. Upon hearing these rumors, Tom remained inscrutable, although he summoned Lucius and a few others with increased frequency. At the conclusion of each meeting, Lucius would bow his head, anxious about being questioned by Voldemort regarding the source of the gossip. Reflecting on his recent conversations with Narcissa and the rapid spread of rumors, he felt a chill run down his spine. Should Voldemort seek retribution, he would be the first to face the consequences. On a weekend outing, while accompanying his wife through the clothing shops of the new Diagon Alley, Lucius found himself summoned by Voldemort once more. Tom scrutinized the coat Lucius wore, contemplating whether to take Severus out for a stroll. Lucius, fearing the rumors might have been uncovered, felt a wave of perspiration as he faced Voldemort's oppressive gaze. Beneath that scrutiny, Lucius trembled slightly, and Tom found it somewhat amusing. After all, he wasn't particularly cruel, was he? Lucius, are you quite idle at present? Tom inquired lazily, fiddling with the cufflinks on his wrist. My lord. I am currently attending to the task you assigned regarding the construction of the Wizarding Primary School, Lucius replied, startled into a flurry of words. The last time Voldemort had made such an inquiry, Lucius had spent 6 months merely investigating house elf affairs, nearly losing all his hair in the process. Oh, splendid. An ensuing silence enveloped them. Lucius fixated on the floor, as if trying to bore a hole into the carpet. When Tom finally lifted his head from the documents on his desk, he found Lucius standing there like a glimmering human pillar. You may leave now. Expedite the project's completion. He coughed lightly, unable to directly express the desire to forget the matter. Lucius quickly bowed and fled the study, smoothing down his slick hair as he went. He marveled at Voldemort's good-natured temperament, while simultaneously feeling pity for the younger wizards who faced the relentless pressure of their lord daily. He was, after all, a fine individual. Thus, the magical world acquired a new topic of conversation. Voldemort was hastening the construction of the Wizarding Primary School for the sake of his daughter, lest she be deprived of a suitable learning environment. Alongside the burgeoning gossip about Voldemort, the reopening of the Prince Manor drew less attention, though it still piqued curiosity. Of course, the key players remained blissfully unaware of these developments, as Isidore had invited him to tour the Prince Manor. The basilisk, devoid of bones, nestled beside Severus. Despite having been instructed by the etiquette teacher not to lean on others, was Severus not an exception? He often perched on Severus's shoulder when in serpent form. Severus, exasperated, swatted away the furry head encroaching on him and tossed a handful of pine nuts for it to crack open elsewhere. Tom, with a face so stunning it bordered on the supernatural, smiled as he sat beside Severus, occupying the basilisk spot, his long fingers deftly peeling a lychee. Their prolonged companionship had led Severus to recognize that Tom, too, was merely human, albeit his extraordinary magical prowess and unique identity commanded considerable respect within the wizarding world. Fortunately, he had long since shed the reckless use of the killing curse and had regained his sanity, transforming back into the wise and graceful leader he once was. It was this distinct charisma that attracted his followers. Severus silently popped the peeled lychee into his mouth, initially reluctant, but seeing Nagini partake in the delicacy. He realized that refusing would only lead to waste. The lychees airlifted from China are quite expensive, he mused. Severus had grown accustomed to cohabitation with Tom, although he occasionally pondered how he had come to reside in the manor. When he initially returned to Britain, he had intended to live in the city center. But with Halberd wanting to play in the manor, and since all the items from his city center residence had been relocated here, where living was comfortable and pleasant, he found no urgency to leave. Isidore, noticing Severus's softening demeanor, broached the subject of the Prince Manor. While the information regarding the usurpation of the ancient Anthony Prince lineage had long been presented before Severus. So, my mother leaving home had something to do with this? And the subsequent ruin of my family was also orchestrated by him? Severus clenched the documents tightly, veins bulging in his hand, realizing that the tragic events had unfolded in a bid for the inheritance of the Prince family. Isidore, gazing at the photograph of the daughter smiling back at him, nodded silently in affirmation. Severus's anger surged. His daughter had been cast out penniless, and not only was there no effort to seek her out, but when she returned with a child, she was again turned away simply because her husband was a muggle. The failure to fulfill the responsibilities of fatherhood weighed heavily on him. What good was regret now? Severus remained rational, knowing that had his original self been present, he would have drawn his wand and confronted the old man long ago. I will not return to the Prince Manor. There are too many members of the family. If you fear the main line will sever, then consider adopting one. Severus firmly refused. Noticing Isidore's change in demeanor, he huffed in displeasure. Isidore hesitated to respond, but Tom's piercing gaze silenced him, compelling him to close his mouth in resignation. You truly will not return? You must understand, the princes are a family of potion makers, possessing a vast collection of rare ingredients, along with ancient recipes. Tom was not dissuading him, but rather lamenting Severus's potential loss of what rightfully belonged to him. Severus did not respond immediately. He would exact revenge for his mother, and he would reclaim what was his by right, depending on what lengths Isidore was willing to go. Should Isidore falter, he would not shy away from letting Halberd revert to a snake to poison them altogether. Then I shall take Halberd to tour the Prince Manor, he remarked thoughtfully. Isidore, who had been striving to diminish his presence, perked up at this suggestion, looking eagerly towards Severus. Tom nodded, contemplating the latest news regarding the Prince Manor, while stroking his chin thoughtfully. I shall have Dolohov accompany you, to prevent any unwarranted trouble from the less discerning individuals. Moreover, that offshoot has ties to Dumbledore, he added, beckoning the butler to inform the necessary parties. Severus recalled the pale, distorted visage he had glimpsed upon disembarking the plane, slightly less disconcerting than the noseless Voldemort, and quickly diverted his gaze to the handsome Tom, as if to cleanse his eyes. I have no objections. Dolohov wouldn't resort to an Avada, would he? Severus quipped, pursing his lips. Tom chuckled softly without replying. A few years prior, it was not entirely out of the question. At that moment, Nagini burst into the room, her chubby little hands clutching a goblin. Tom, Severus, look. Let us play with the goblin. It's so boring in the house, Nagini exclaimed, twirling in place before flinging the goblin back into the garden like a discus. She dusted off her hands and plopped down between the two. Severus watched in amusement as the dirty Nagini pulled out his wand and magically cleaned her up. Thank you, Severus, she said, biting into an apple with her tiny teeth, struggling to chew. Transforming into a human was hardly advantageous. Eating consumed far too much time. Tom observed her for several moments, noting her increasingly reckless eating, juice dripping down her chin, his brow furrowing tighter with each passing second. Nagini, have you forgotten what your etiquette teacher taught you? He could not help but interject, dabbing a handkerchief at her chin. Nagini pouted, quickly finishing the remaining apple in a few bites, and held out her hands for Tom to wipe. Bad Tom, so annoying. I won't play with you anymore. The little girl hopped off the sofa, snatching the basket of strawberries and scampering off to join Halbo. Isido's envy flared. When would he ever hold a great-grandchild? Severus shivered under the old man's gaze. Yet the manor was indeed tedious. There was electricity and television, but no signal. Would they merely be left staring at a snowy screen? Reflecting on the Hogwarts school, where all electronic devices were forbidden, he considered it a stroke of fortune that they could at least play video games here. Despite the magical interference, when would the magical field's effects on electronic devices be lifted? Severus yawned. Wandering the manor day after day was equally monotonous. Tom, sensing the moment, touched his nose and wondered if it was too late to inform Severus about the magical television. Thanks to the relentless efforts of scholars like James Mead and the Ravenclaw wizards, magical devices such as electronic, magical, watches, walkie-talkies, and computers had emerged, though the most widespread among students remained video game consoles. The following day, as Severus beheld the television broadcasting Merlin and King Arthur, the 12 Witches, and the legend of Nicolamie, he was genuinely astonished. Meanwhile, Nagini fiddled with the remote, switching the channel to the young wizard's station. Engrossed in a battle between young wizards and trolls, Severus shot a skeptical glance at Tom, only to find him wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. It was clear he was behind this. How many more things are you concealing from me? Severus blinked, having only been away from England for a year, not a decade. Tom stared at Severus, perplexed. Were not many things inspired by him? The instigator had seemingly forgotten. After a moment of reflection, Tom candidly replied, a great many. And if you wish to know, you must strive to uncover them. Severus raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the impossibly handsome man before him, his gaze laced with implication. I lack the patience for such matters, and besides, they are not my concern. Indeed, the nature of their relationship was now rather ambiguous. They were neither friends nor subordinate, and the previous brotherly dynamic was merely a misunderstanding, barely qualifying as tenant and landlord. He had no standing to know Tom's secrets. The more he learned, the deeper he would sink. Chapter 148, The Situation. In truth, Voldemort had made numerous contributions to the magical world over the years, establishing the global company to address wizarding employment issues, improving antidotes, founding a wizard orphanage, and facilitating research into devices that convert electricity into magical energy. Each of these achievements merited the ministry bestowing upon him 10 first-class Merlin awards. In this era of reform, it was particularly Draco and his peers who felt the impact most profoundly. With his memories from a past life, he increasingly recognized the stark contrast. Realizing how bleak his previous existence had been, he glanced at the time and switched the channel to Merlin and King Arthur. Draco had discovered a newfound pleasure in lounging on the sofa, watching television, and upon the program's conclusion, heading out to play Quidditch or attend his air classes. He no longer dared to stay up late watching TV. He remembered one instance when he was awake until 2 o'clock, resulting in swollen eyes like walnuts the next day. Dozing off in class and facing the consequences from his parents. The thought still made his rear ache, yet television was undeniably captivating. No wonder Harry often remarked on the magical world's entertainment being so obsolete. As for the television he had watched during his time at his godfather's house, it was overrun by 2 snakes, and he had no interest in cartoons. Harry, that pseudo-child, shared similar sentiments. While out with his aunt and her family, he had seen flying cars and motorcycles in the sky, initially believing they were Hagrid and the Weasleys on an outing. Later learning they were magical cars developed by the global company left him utterly bewildered. Didn't that mean Arthur Weasley was out of a job? Merlin S. Bloomers. This was utterly absurd. Severus, under Isido's guidance, entered Prince Manor, astonished to find the entrance concealed within a remote forest, overgrown with thorns and weeds. Due to the manor's anti-apparition charm, they were obliged to walk in. Before them lay a Prince Manor, lifeless and devoid of vitality. The herbs, lacking magical nourishment, had withered and perished. Even with Isido's utmost efforts, only a meager portion had been salvaged. Isido gazed at the sparse, frail seedlings in the herb field and sighed in resignation. Your mother adored spending hours in the herb fields when she was young, though regrettably, she lacked a strong aptitude for potions. Perhaps she should have attended Ravenclaw, he mused nostalgically, leading Severus and the others toward the main house. Where are the house elves? Severus suddenly inquired. As an established potion-making family, it was not uncommon to have a few house elves. Isido chuckled bitterly in response. The house elves are either old or deceased. The only 2 that survived have been taken away by Anthony under contract. Reflecting on the past decade, I realize I have spent far too long in a haze. His previous application to the ministry for new house elves to be placed in his manor had yet to receive approval, leaving him to wait alone in the manor. Severus was at a loss for what expression to wear. The Prince family was not like the Gaunt family, left with only a dilapidated house. The last vestiges of nobility had faded, and the absence of house elves was indeed pitiful. Anthony Prince, this offshoot, had long since hidden away with the manor's valuable possessions and cherished herbs upon receiving news of the head of the family returning from Borneo. What awaited them was an empty storeroom. Even the manor's secret chamber had been opened and ransacked. Dolahov's twisted visage broke into a grin, rendering him even more terrifying. Mr. Prince, it appears our tour of Prince Manor has come to an abrupt end, he intoned ominously. His duty was to protect Severus and, when necessary, eliminate any offending wizards with his wand. But Prince Manor had long been abandoned, leaving little to discuss. Severus had long been prepared for the theoretical implications surrounding Anthony Prince, his rather timid uncle by extension. Had Anthony heard this, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of curses. He had taken aim at Tom's potion business before returning. And now, with Voldemort's backing, he was simply waiting to be met with the killing curse. I apologize, Mr. Snape, but strictly speaking, the estate belongs to the head of the family and the designated heir, which is Anthony, appointed by the elders and granted the right to access the manor. Isidore, in his dry explanation, had genuinely regarded Anthony as a son, confiding in him the vast majority of secrets the estate held. However, fate had turned cruel, revealing that Anthony was indeed the architect of his own misfortune. After a brief moment of astonishment, Severus regained his composure, pursing his lips into silence. It was foolish to harbor expectations for this befuddled old man. In a bid to shield Severus, the transformed Helga nuzzled against his cheek. Do you need me to find those individuals and administer some poison? Severus pondered the feasibility of this plan, his gaze falling upon Isidore, whose face was etched with dismay. If I were to clash with Anthony Prince and he met his end at my hands, would you harbor hatred for me? Severus inquired earnestly. Had he not uncovered the involvement of Aaron's mother in Isidore's affairs, it was likely that the Prince estate would have already been his. One was a grandson he had yearned for over a decade, the other a nephew he had lived with for nearly 40 years. Both were difficult to sever ties with, and Isidore had consistently evaded this dilemma. Yet now, directly confronted by Severus, he fell into a prolonged silence, his thoughts tumultuous. Recognizing Isidore's demeanor, Severus discerned the answer. The older one grew, the more muddled and tender-hearted they became. However, the current dilapidation of Prince Manor had failed to compel Isidore to sever ties with his nephew. And Severus felt he was beginning to understand this old man. Isidore's feelings for his daughter were profoundly complex. He had once held high hopes for her to become an exceptional potion master. Yet, upon discovering her lack of aptitude in this regard, his attitude shifted. The Prince legacy, so vital in the world of potions, could not be interrupted, leading him to invest more energy in nurturing his nephew, Anthony, subtly indicating that the future of Prince Manor would rest with him. In this process, Isidore had overlooked his daughter's feelings. Erin repeatedly expressed her determination to excel before her father, only to be met with his perpetual disappointment. Ultimately, he chose favoritism and the pursuit of a competent heir, allowing Anthony to gradually usurp everything that rightfully belonged to Erin. This behavior undoubtedly inflicted deep wounds upon Erin. Perhaps it was her insight into this essence that propelled her to leave home resolutely and never return. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over Severus. The picturesque landscape of the estate failed to capture his interest as he directly led Dolohov back to Voldemort's manor. The ever-watchful steward promptly reported the situation to Tom, leading to Dolohov's summons. "My lord, these are the events that transpired at Prince Manor," Dolohov recounted respectfully, his eyes cautiously observing Tom's reaction. Tom, having finished reviewing his documents, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "Is that all?" "Yes, my lord, although it seems the gentleman's mood is rather dismal." Tom cast an unexpected glance at Dolohov, nodding absent-mindedly. Knott and his associates have stumbled upon a trove of dark magical tomes from the Potter estate. If you're interested, you may take a look. Tom, ever just in his rewards and punishments, did not mind indulging his subordinates' interests. Dolohov's face brightened, and he withdrew respectfully. Tom then summoned the steward, instructing that the prisoners in the dungeon be provided with a meal daily and after a week to be handed over to the Black family, publicly stating that he had absconded with funds. The steward noted everything, pausing for a moment of silent tribute to the male witch, tormented to the brink of madness, before he ambivalently retreated to tend to the garden. With the departure of his staff, Tom found himself lacking the motivation to continue his paperwork, his fingers drumming against the tabletop. Thoughts drifted to the current heir of the Black family, considering sending him to Austria for a visit with Gellert. He was curious about what the former Dark Lord was up to these days. "Severus, do you truly not require me to poison them?" Helga had transformed back into human form and was now seated at the dining table, munching on fried shrimp balls. Severus regarded the strikingly handsome Helga, hearing the hissing of serpentine speech, which only added to his growing headache. He shook his head, declining the suggestion of poisoning, and with a wry smile, remarked, "When will you learn to speak the human tongue? Nagini surpasses you in that regard." Having finished the shrimp balls, Helga moved on to the squid tentacles, frowning at Severus's words. "Nagini is a blood-cursed beast. While I am a millennium-old serpent, our species differ, you know. Nagini isn't stunted in growth, is she? She's been consuming hundreds of pounds of meat daily, and her face has grown rounder, yet I haven't seen her height increase," Helga fretted. This remark left Severus momentarily speechless. The children he had encountered were all mere pretenders, particularly Tom, whose growth rate defied all logic, and he still hadn't unraveled the enigma that was Tom. The clock on the wall chimed, and Nagini, forced to attend etiquette lessons, burst into the dining room like a liberated bird. "Helga, Severus, you have returned," she exclaimed, bounding up to embrace Helga's tall frame before tugging at Severus's arm. "Next time you go out, wait for me. I want to go too." Nagini's joyous laughter echoed in the dining room, dispelling much of the gloom that had settled in Severus's heart. He offered a relaxed smile, gesturing for the house elf to serve Nagini her lunch. Taking a generous bite of steak, Nagini chewed before inquiring, "Where's Tom? Is he busy attending another banquet?" Tom had pressing matters to attend to. He instructed us not to wait for him for dinner. "By the way, do banquets often take place at the manor?" Severus asked curiously. Since his arrival half a month ago, the estate had been eerily quiet. As a leader, hosting a banquet must be quite lively, with splendid carriages, an assembly of notable figures, and an array of handsome men and beautiful women mingling with exquisite cuisine. The very thought excited him a little. Nagini speared a piece of stewed meat and took a bite of lamb chop. Her cheeks puffed out as she shook her head upon hearing Severus's question. The steward emerged from the shadows, clearing his throat to assert his presence before explaining to the diligent lord. "My lord prefers tranquility. Banquets have never been held at the manor. The Malfoy and Black families host them more frequently, and my lord may make an appearance." Severus's understanding dawned. It was no wonder Lucius had been so hesitant in their earlier conversation in the garden. At Malfoy Manor, Draco was engrossed in watching television and playing games with a group of children. In a fit of enthusiasm, he even organized a children's Quidditch match with them. Once the banquet concluded and another batch of guests was seen off, Lucius, weary, pinched the bridge of his nose, his once lustrous platinum hair now appearing considerably duller. Throughout the evening, he had been encircled by various heads of families, all eager to glean intelligence from him to adjust their attitudes toward the Black family. Several smaller families even conspired about whether to eliminate Sirius Black in Azkaban as a gift for the Dark Lord's wife. Upon learning of their intentions, Lucius was genuinely tempted to declare that such a death wish was misguided. Did they truly believe the Black family was a mere trifle? However, if Voldemort were to take matters into his own hands, even Walburga would find herself at a loss. In the current magical realm, the notion of a neutral faction has become obsolete. The global corporation's influence permeates every facet of daily life: clothing, sustenance, shelter, and transportation. Severing these wizards' means of livelihood would surely drive the ministry's sorcerers to madness. The flames flickering within the hearth cast a vivid glow upon Lucius's pale countenance. Narcissa, orchestrating the house elves as they tidied the hall, gracefully navigated through the champagne room, swaying her glass as she approached her husband. "Pray tell, has someone vexed you?" Narcissa arched an eyebrow, her fingers resting lightly upon his shoulder. Lucius remained silent, merely accepting the cup from his wife and draining its contents in one swift draught. "What do you suppose is Lord's purpose in hosting this banquet?" he inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice, especially since Regulus had been dispatched to Austria. Narcissa and Bella had deliberated over the matter, ultimately circling back to whispered rumors from their days at Hogwarts among the Slytherins. If those tales held any truth, Regulus's reassignment was well justified. Even so, the mission to liaise with the Grindelwald family in Austria was a commendable appointment. "You are aware, of course, that Regulus and Professor Snape were roommates during their Hogwarts years?" Narcissa remarked. "That one, you mean? Could it be jealousy?" she teased, noting Lucius's continued sullen demeanor. Lucius stiffened instantly, recalling Lord's words at the banquet's commencement and Regulus's persistent curiosity regarding Severus. He was nearly convinced. Yet, he still defended Lord, reasoning that if there had been any intent to eliminate Regulus, it would have been done long ago. The issuance of a global manhunt, or rather, a worldwide notice, had never entailed direct action against Regulus. Moreover, Regulus was not the only one close to Severus. The Crouch couple remained unharmed. Should Lord truly seek retribution, the Azkaban prisoner would be in far graver peril, given his 7-year feud with Professor Snape. Lucius harbored a deep disdain for his brother-in-law. Yet the Black family's lingering loyalty ensured he was cared for discreetly. Narcissa's eyelid twitched as she recalled the infamous rumors surrounding the Shrieking Shack in Gryffindor. At Azkaban, Sirius had just concluded his daily curses directed at Peter when an astonishing announcement reached him. The prison's structures were to be reinforced, necessitating the transfer of third-level prisoners to the 6th floor, where they would be confined alongside perilous magical creatures. Unfortunately for Sirius, his immediate neighbor was none other than Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf, whose visage had been ravaged by torment since incarceration. Fenrir harbored no desire to incite further trouble. Yet upon receiving a message promising that infecting a fellow inmate would earn him transfer to quarters with ordinary magical beasts, along with reduced Dementor visits and improved provisions, he could not resist. Seizing an opportune moment when the guard's vigilance waned, Fenrir unsheathed his claws, unlocked his cell, and, entering a feral frenzy, lunged at an unsuspecting Sirius. Though Sirius reacted swiftly when his arm was slashed, the blood-red gleam in Fenrir's eyes struck terror. Leaving no time for Sirius to transform into his animagus form, the black dog, before being bitten, Fenrir had judiciously contemplated his actions beforehand, realizing that biting only Sirius would be too conspicuous. Thus, he also bit Peter, their fellow inmate, turning these erstwhile prison companions into fellow lycanthropes. The Dementors converged swiftly upon hearing the screams. By the time the guards intervened, Sirius lay barely clinging to life, while Peter had transformed into a mouse, cowering in a corner. Setting aside Sirius's agonizing transformation into a werewolf and his acceptance of this new identity, Remus Lupin, who closely monitored Azkaban's affairs, felt a tumult of emotions. The very fate he once contemplated inflicting upon others had befallen him, a grim irony that might be deemed a twisted fulfillment of desire. Bowing his head as he tanned animal pelts, Lupin was overcome with melancholy. Meanwhile, in the verdant gardens of the Malfoy Manor, where exotic flora flourished, Lucius gazed silently at Bella's sharp commentary. There was no need for her to elaborate. He was intimately aware of the entire matter. The entire affair had been orchestrated by a certain individual, designed to sow discord between a dog and a rat, ensuring endless strife and no respite. Fortunately, Lucius had contacts within Azkaban, sparing him a prolonged and conspicuous endeavor. Yet, did Lord Severus know of these machinations? Could it be that he truly performed deeds without seeking recognition? Now, his uncle and aunt had yet another reason to pity Sirius. Bella sneered, draining her now-cold tea in one breath, deriding that Severus should have severed ties upon joining Gryffindor. His liminal position was untenable, and his imprisonment for illegal animagus transformation was entirely self-inflicted. Each year, they poured a substantial sum of galleons into the ministry to ensure his relative comfort. Regulus had borne the mantle of heir under immense pressure. Bella paused, casting a knowing glance at Lucius, an expression that spoke volumes. Though Lucius was initially unfamiliar with the Black's affairs, his wife Narcissa was a Black, and thus he was well versed in their family matters. He harbored genuine respect for the astute Walburga, but found their indulgence of Sirius perplexing. The second son was a more fitting heir, and the engagement arrangements had been muddled from the start. Regulus was the heir recognized by both the ministry and the family, with a harmonious household. Sirius posed no threat to him. Lucius offered a word of consolation, noting his brother-in-law's deep-seated grievances against Sirius. Bella's thoughts turned to Cynthia, who had accompanied Regulus back to Germany. Her gaze darkened, lamenting that while others had begun their second families, she remained childless. "I'm aware," Bella replied. "But Regulus was only implicated and sent to Germany on business, wasn't he? Who else would care for our elders? Returning to find the home lost would be devastating." Considering the Black's recent frequent visits to the ministry and a generous donation of 50,000 galleons, Bella's concerns were not unfounded. Lucius, as an only son, struggled to empathize with her conflicted emotions. He summoned a house elf to fetch some wine, and the two shared a quiet drink. Nearby, Narcissa shook her head. Once Bella bore the heir of the Lestrange family, she would wield complete control over that lineage. Alas, a pity. News from Azkaban elicited mixed emotions. The Daily Prophet reported on the prison's upheaval. Harry adjusted his glasses, then rubbed his nose in frustration. Reading about Fenrir Greyback's reign of terror at Azkaban shocked him. Learning of Sirius's transformation into a werewolf left him aghast. These events starkly contrasted with those of his previous life. Harry cared little about Sirius's altered form. As long as his godfather lived, as long as they were family, that sufficed. Yet reality often proved far more intricate than imagination. Following the attack and transformation, aided covertly by the Black family, the ministry consented to a retrial. After all, Sirius's condition resulted from negligent guard supervision, and the sentence for illegal animagus transformation had never been definitively fixed. Thus, he could expect release in 6 months. Harry pondered in confusion. Was his godfather now a dog or a werewolf? This inner turmoil remained his secret alone. Meanwhile, at Voldemort's estate, Severus, instructing Hylepock in Muggle lore, was stunned upon hearing the news. He had nearly forgotten the existence of Sirius Black. Initially, constrained by the contract signed with Dumbledore, and perhaps aware of Sirius's ultimate fate, he harbored no thoughts of vengeance. After graduation, their paths diverged entirely, and seeking retribution would require scouring all of England. Subsequently, with Voldemort's disappearance and the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, Sirius and his companions met their own tragic ends. While he continued to enjoy a peaceful life, dismissing the existence of this joyless specter. However, he was taken aback to hear news of this individual again, only to learn that Sirius had been attacked by the werewolf Fenrir in Azkaban, transforming him into one of his kind. Despite the slight elevation of the werewolf status due to Tom's influence, wizards remained largely unfriendly towards werewolves, making it evident what fate awaited Sirius. Severus also recalled the events at the vacation villa, realizing that the ministry's Aurors had failed to locate the werewolves simply because they had been captured by Death Eaters and sent to Azkaban. Severus cast a complex glance at Halberd. At that time, only he had been with Tom. "Severus, what are you pondering?" Tom inquired as he entered the study. Having just finished reviewing the documents Lucius sent regarding the wizarding primary school, only to find Severus lost in thought while clutching a quill. Severus glanced at the ink stains on the parchment, swiftly using his wand to tidy the desk. "Nothing, Tom." He regarded the smiling youth and continued. "You mentioned that the prison cells in Azkaban vary, so why did a werewolf attack occur?" Tom's eyes flickered momentarily, yet his smile remained gentle. What joy is there in killing someone outright? It is far more entertaining to let him languish in endless regret, weeping for the mistakes of his youth. Unlike Severus, who possessed a measure of mercy, Tom relished Severus's soft-heartedness. Let us not dwell on that for now. Take a look at this and see if there are any areas for improvement. He handed over the document, which detailed the recruitment of teachers for the wizarding primary school. Severus perused it swiftly, noting the meticulousness with which it was crafted, integrating magical elements into the foundation laid by Muggle schools. Overall, it was remarkably well done. "The plan is excellent. There is nothing that requires enhancement," he praised, placing the document aside, yet questioned, "But are there truly enough young wizards in Britain?" Tom's smile was laden with intrigue as he gestured toward Nagini, who was chasing a gnome outside, and then at Halberd, who was diligently scribbling away. "Nagini will undoubtedly be sent along, and as for the other children, Lucius has an orphanage under his child protection agency. We can simply send the young wizards there to attend school together." Tom elaborated on a plan he had long considered. Will Draco be included?" Severus was more curious about Harry's fate, but quickly remembered that Dumbledore would not easily let him go, especially since Harry and the man before him were at odds. Tom nodded. "Not only Draco, but every child of my followers will be enrolled in primary school, fostering bonds from a young age. By the time they reach Hogwarts, No matter which house they are sorted into, their hearts will invariably lean towards Slytherin. Severus grasped Tom's intentions. However, such a straightforward notion could not escape Dumbledore's keen mind. Would he merely stand by and watch the primary school flourish? Rest assured, Dumbledore is preoccupied with his own troubles, Tom assured him. Severus nodded noncommittally. Since the esteemed lord had spoken, he would refrain from meddling. Come now, it's nearly lunchtime. Let us head to the dining hall, Tom said. Falling naturally into step beside Severus, maintaining a distance that Severus found acceptable, he called over Halberd, who had been grappling with the quill, and the three made their way to the dining hall. Dumbledore removed a letter from the owl and, after reading it, promptly incinerated it in the fireplace. Indeed, as Tom had indicated, Lucius's school was backed by ministry-approved documents and parental consent forms, and everything was being conducted lawfully. Dumbledore, primarily focused on the Aurors, found himself powerless in this situation. Furthermore, in recent years, his attention had waned regarding the ministry due to the quest for the three Deathly Hallows, coupled with Voldemort's return and the events surrounding Sirius, which had diminished his standing. Nevertheless, he remained a respected white wizard. Moreover, a flawed white wizard reassured the ministry's personnel. Otherwise, given Dumbledore's influence, it was likely that wizards would disregard the ministry's regulations in favor of Dumbledore alone. The letter he had just read detailed the scene in which Sirius had been bitten by the werewolf in prison. Dumbledore did not believe such coincidences occurred. Besides, the Black family would not wish for one of their own to become a werewolf. Dumbledore pondered deeply, eventually connecting the dots to the dark-haired youth. Could he be involved? The suspected youth was blissfully unaware, enjoying his lunch. He glanced at the basilisk devouring a plate of meat pies and Nagini feasting on a whole roasted lamb, finding it all rather mundane, even accepting a pie from Halberd. Severus, I wish to return to Hogwarts for a visit, Halberd declared after gulping down a hearty spoonful of stew. Severus considered it a fine idea, having been away for over a year. Perhaps the herbs in the Forbidden Forest had grown significantly. Now, the remarkable Halberd, capable of switching between two forms, appeared as an exceptionally handsome young man, albeit unable to speak English. When do you plan to go? Severus inquired, sipping his red tea. Halberd felt that the sooner, the better. He had no desire to attend classes, but upon remembering that magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest were lethargic during winter, he thought the manner would be more entertaining. After spring, Halberd said, washing his greasy hands before spearing a roasted sausage, I want to gather some blood lilies to feed to Bane and the others. Severus turned his gaze toward Tom. The blood lilies he had brought back were few. He had kept a handful in a box, while the remainder, aside from a few sold to Zhang Mingyuan, had been entrusted to Tom. They had signed documents and magical contracts, ensuring Severus's peace of mind about the flowers. Their research had yielded some progress, revealing that the soil for cultivating blood lilies lacked a certain substance. By adding the collected basilisk blood, they noted remarkable effects. As the previously withering yellow leaves regained much of their vitality, Tom briefly outlined the experimental advancements, omitting any mention of using basilisk flesh as fertilizer. What of other aspects? Severus inquired, hinting at deeper concerns. Tom shook his head. The liquid extracted by Muggle scientists and injected into lab mice had proven too potent, resulting in the mice perishing within 3 minutes. However, when applied to werewolves, it allowed them to maintain extended periods of lucidity without consuming the modified Wolfsbane potion, indicating that blood lilies had a greater effect on serpents or magical creatures. Severus remained silent, acknowledging his modest talent in potion-making while feeling rather ordinary in all other respects. With only a vague recollection of the Blood Lily trilogy, Halberd, however, was free from such worries. His attention drawn to the Christmas tree adorned with decorations from house elves and mistletoe, realizing that it was once again time for gift-giving. Severus, Tom, and Nagini. My birthday is approaching. Remember to prepare gifts for me, the basilisk happily announced, having enjoyed a pudding to alleviate the heaviness of the meat. Nagini paused in her consumption of a pork rib, suddenly recalling that her birthday was also nearing. Yay, a birthday party. Tom, you must throw a party, Nagini exclaimed, eagerly requesting Dodo's assistance in cleaning her hands as she circled around Tom, demanding an abundance of gifts. Nagini, if we are to have a party, you must behave like a lady and not devour pork ribs in such a manner, Tom gently chided, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, Nagini was too captivated by Halberd and the prospect of gifts to remember such admonitions, vigorously nodding in agreement for the party to proceed. Hirebo cast an irate glare at Nagini, incredulous that she would follow the trend so thoughtlessly. Nagini, unyielding, shot back a defiant stare. They had agreed to celebrate their birthdays together in their city center abode during Christmas, yet this green serpent seemed to have forgotten entirely. Severus observed the childish exchange between the two, ultimately shifting his gaze to Tom, the one who would make the final decision. Speaking of which, Severus had not heard Tom mention his birthday. Previously, he had always considered the day he found the kitten as his birthday, but now, it seemed. My birthday is on the last day of the year. Tom glanced at him, his ruby-like eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 150, The Banquet. Within an hour of Tom's agreement to host the banquet, all his subordinates received the news. The Daily Prophet and other tabloids reported the event, albeit interspersed with their interpretations, transforming a straightforward announcement into a gossip forum. The magical television host subtly referenced the occasion, while Rita Skeeter even contemplated entering the manor with her assistant to record the festivities. This, of course, was utterly impossible, aside from the heavily guarded nature of Voldemort's estate. The Death Eaters were not to be trifled with. The wizarding community, known for its insatiable curiosity, was particularly drawn to ambiguous matters concerning the aristocracy. The common folk buzzed with speculation, while the Death Eaters themselves engaged in heated discussions. I believe this is Lord paving the way for the young master. After all, she is an illegitimate child. If proper arrangements are not made in advance, it could lead to complications. Is it not due to the completion of the wizarding school, which is set to open soon? Foolishness. It is undoubtedly to vindicate the Dark Lord's lady. The chatter filled the air, causing Lucius's temples to throb. Enough. I did not summon you here for idle gossip. He slammed his hand on the table, casting an exasperated glance at the foolish assembly. Lucius surveyed the room, relieved to see them finally clearing their minds of trivialities and beginning to contemplate serious matters. Yet, their curiosity regarding the Lord's motives for hosting the banquet remained palpable. Their eyes fixed on Lucius, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Lucius felt a shiver race down his spine under their scrutiny. Although he could not fathom the Lord's thoughts, he had to feign understanding in front of his colleagues. The Lord merely wishes to celebrate the young master's birthday. Do not speculate further. Lucius averted his gaze, avoiding Bella's piercing stare, and you need not appear so eager. Nagini, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, found herself at the center of attention. As the children of those present were of suitable age, already scheming who might accompany her to the banquet, should the young master take a liking to them. They could become her companions, or even her right-hand allies, ensuring a promising future. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. Nagini was not a true child. Lucius observed their reactions with disdain, stroking his platinum locks, his eyes filled with contempt. No matter how they squabbled, could they possibly compete with his beloved son? After all, that was a child who had spent considerable time with the Lord. Outside, the rumors swirled, yet Voldemort's manor remained tranquil. Upon hearing of the banquet, Severus's immediate instinct was to take Hirebo and leave. They should not be present for this event. Why must we leave? Tom inquired, puzzled. It's merely a birthday celebration. Even though he had never been fond of hosting gatherings before his transformation into a cat, he now found himself wanting to introduce Severus to his subordinates at the banquet. Admittedly, there was a personal motive behind his desire, but Severus's firm resolve to depart stung him nonetheless. Severus's feelings towards Tom were complex. Seeing the handsome young man furrow his brow, he offered an explanation. I have never enjoyed attending such gatherings. The social exchanges, the insincere flattery, the awkward dances, and the drinking. He often remained a distant observer in the corners, indulging quietly. Yet, this time, the banquet was for Nagini, and residing within the manor made it feel particularly uncomfortable. Tom, seemingly grasping the sentiment, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had forgotten the anxiety he felt during his first banquet. Reflecting on his initial days at Slytherin, he realized he had likely been quite apprehensive. Although he regretted not being able to showcase Severus prominently, he decided to take his time. If you find it too noisy, you may wander in the garden. I will have Dodo accompany you. Tom chose to honor Severus's wishes. Severus visibly relaxed, having prepared himself for a fierce argument with Tom that might lead to his departure from the manor, only to find the situation far less contentious than anticipated. Tom silently chuckled. Perhaps it was because he cared too much that every action from the other stirred his emotions. Severus had always been passive, neither actively seeking nor outright rejecting. He accepted any fortune bestowed upon him, resembling a charming rogue. Yet, he understood that Severus was testing his boundaries, just as he, too, was probing those of another. Hirebo, I require your assistance. The gathering is likely to be crowded, and I need someone to watch over Nagini. Very well, but you must seek his consent yourself. After their brief exchange, they returned to their respective tasks, one engrossed in a book, the other in reviewing documents. The vast grounds of Voldemort's manor required at least 2 house elves to tend to the blooming garden. The house elves meticulously arranged the banquet venue, and the butler, experiencing a large-scale event for the first time, knew he had to exercise extra caution, as this banquet marked Voldemort's re-entry into the social sphere. Consequently, he spent an exhilarating night awake, arriving at work the next day with dark circles under his eyes, though a refreshing tonic helped him maintain his composure. Hirebo, meanwhile, underwent rigorous training, practicing his demeanor and preparing the attire under the guidance of his tutor. He gazed at his reflection, noting the bow tie that constricted his collar and the velvet suit jacket resembling that of a dandy, paired with a waistcoat, shirt, and trousers. Adorned with a boutonniere and an assortment of gemstones and metallic jewelry, had his complexion not appeared so pallid. The butler would have continued adjusting his pocket watch and transforming him into a veritable showcase of jewels. "All right, Mr. Hirebo, do wear this ring. You look exceedingly handsome, sir," the butler praised, momentarily overshadowing the raucous reflection in the mirror. Hirebo, feeling irritable, contemplated tearing off the bow tie, yet recalled Tom's words about maintaining Severus's dignity. Forcing himself to suppress his frustration, his lips pressed into a thin line. Beside him, Nagini was also enduring her own trials. Her dark hair was elegantly styled by a maid, crowned with a glittering tiara and adorned in a Lolita princess dress, the bodice encrusted with countless tiny diamonds. Nagini struggled to navigate the cumbersome hem of her gown, regretting her enthusiastic insistence on Tom hosting a banquet. "Butler, is it too late to cancel the banquet?" she implored, her eyes glistening with longing as she observed the array of delicacies passing her by. "Alas, Miss Nagini, it is too late. The invitations have already been sent, and the banquet is set to commence shortly," the butler replied with a smile, delivering a heart-wrenching truth, as he dabbed at the drool at the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. At times, the voracious appetites of the young lady and her guests proved to be a dilemma. Mr. Hirebo and the young lady could consume enough food to sustain the manor for 3 days. In the butler's eyes, Hirebo's persistent use of parcel tongue over English suggested a mysterious lineage, perhaps akin to the Lord himself. Meanwhile, Nagini's ability to comprehend parcel tongue and her vivacious chatter only solidified her identity as the Lord's daughter. As for the external speculations that Hirebo was attempting to usurp the Lord's beloved, he found them implausible. However, he did entertain the notion that the Lord and Severus had indeed sired a daughter, Nagini. Given the 5 years of the Lord's absence and their striking resemblance with dark hair and eyes, along with the shared gift of snake speech. Fortunately, the butler merely muttered to himself. Had he voiced his thoughts, his professional career would have reached an untimely conclusion. Nagini pouted in disappointment, but her spirits lifted upon seeing her kindred spirit, Halbo. "Halbo, when the ball begins, you must dance the first waltz with me." After gazing at the handsome Tom for decades and attending countless soirees, the presence of the enchanting Halbo was a compelling reason to choose him as a dance partner. "No, you're far too short." Halbo loosened his collar, unhesitatingly declining. "Do you expect me to bend down to dance with you? It's utterly exhausting." With hands on her hips, Nagini pointed to the mirror before Halbo. "If you refuse to dance with me, you'll find yourself besieged by numerous boys and girls. Not only will you be unable to eat, but they'll also pester you with questions about how many little snakes you wish to have." Halbo recalled the scent of female serpents he had encountered in Borneo, shuddering at the thought, and, glancing down at Nagini, who had just reached his thigh, he relented. "Well, if you help me fend them off, I absolutely do not want to bear any little snakes." Nagini stifled a laugh. The naive Halbo was truly amusing. When Voldemort's manor was adorned anew and illuminated brilliantly, it signified that the ball was imminent. The theme was a celebration for children. Thus many attending wizards brought along a child. The butler stood at the manor's entrance, welcoming guests, checking invitations, and recording their names and gifts with a magical quill. The aristocrats of the wizarding world had all arrived, and even if executives from Universal and Muggle scholars were absent, they sent lavish gifts. After Tom had greeted notable figures like Lucius, Walburga, and the head of the Carlo family, he left the grand hall to them. Lucius and the others engaged in conversation, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with new arrivals. The smaller families did not dare to approach the Lord, allowing them a certain comfort. The men and women divided into 2 groups to converse, while children gathered around the dessert table. Lucius and Narcissa took over the Lord's duties, handling waves of Muggle scholars and emerging affluent individuals eager to glean the latest news about Voldemort's manor. "Pansy, Blaze, long time no see. Goyle, don't eat so quickly. You've got cream on your nose." Draco chatted cheerfully with his friends, sampling the treats prepared by the manor's house elves. Once most guests had arrived, Tom escorted Nagini and Halbo into the grand hall. The black-haired little girl and the youth with emerald green hair immediately drew the attention of all present, who began to whisper among themselves after confirming their suspicions. Tom stood upon the platform, pressing his hands down to quiet the assembly. Silence enveloped the hall. "It is an honor to have you all at this soiree," Tom began with a few formalities. Observing the varied expressions below, he deftly shifted the topic. "This is Nagini, the guest of honor, and this is Halbo, Nagini's friend. I now declare the ball open." Lucius and the others were momentarily taken aback. Merely stating names without surnames or identities was unusual. Yet, when the Lord spoke, they felt compelled to comply, leading their chosen partners into the dance as the music began. Halbo bent down, taking Nagini's chubby little hand and guiding her to the dance floor. Tom raised an eyebrow at this sight, but remained silent as he took his seat at the head of the table. No one dared to invite the Lord to dance. And they did not see the legendary Dark Lord's lady, so they reluctantly diverted their gazes. The ladies and gentlemen who had been observing exchanged knowing glances. The Lord's daughter was dancing with an enigmatic youth, and the Lord made no move to intervene, indicating that their identities must be quite extraordinary. As one dance concluded, the ladies with eligible daughters were about to approach when the duo began dancing again. Eek, I'm scared. The way these people are looking at me is strange, Halbo murmured, only to spin Nagini around at her prompting. Because you are very handsome, and you are not married. You are suitable for bearing little snakes, Nagini explained, recalling some knowledge about unions that she had gleaned from her etiquette teacher. Halbo, hearing this, felt a swell of pride. Of course I'm good looking. My appearance resembles Salazar's. At the very least, it's 70% similar. How could I not be handsome? Unlike you, you little shrimp. Nagini rolled her eyes and playfully stepped on Halbo's foot, teasing him for his vanity. Halbo shrugged off the minor annoyance and resolved to slip away after this dance, uncertain of what Tom intended for him. As soon as Halbo departed, adults began approaching with their children in tow, and he quickly found himself surrounded again. However, he soon retreated when confronted with the fact that he could only speak haughtily in Parcel tongue. Nagini surveyed the array of children of various heights and shapes surrounding her, finally walking toward a familiar boy with shimmering hair. Little Peacock, come dance with me. Seeing the boy's wide-eyed expression, she quickly corrected herself. Draco, dance with me. Having just finished a dance with Pansy, during which he had stepped on her toes twice, Draco was momentarily stunned but, under Narcissa's urging gaze, took Nagini's hand. I've seen you before. You're the little peacock of the Malfoy family, Nagini remarked, locking eyes with his slate blue ones. You and your father are both so vain. You even use more hair wax than most. Draco, taken aback by her unexpected comment, found himself at a loss for words. Little peacock of the Malfoy family? What an odd appellation. Though his family owned a white peacock, that was merely a family symbol. Besides, he had become particularly conscious of his appearance after losing hair in his past life due to excessive wax use. Yet he felt it was necessary to style his hair for the ball, unbeknownst to Nagini. Her remark nearly sent him into a spiral of self-doubt as he struggled to keep up with her on tiptoes. However, she couldn't help but envy Draco's golden hair. And after their dance, she pulled him toward Tom. Tom, look, Draco's golden hair shines. Why don't I have hair like that? She pointed at Draco's platinum locks and then at her own dark tresses. Tom, observing Nagini's desire for a change in hair color, finally understood why she had been so fixated on Lucius. It was not merely an admiration for beauty, but also a fascination with the radiant golden hue. Tom smiled at Draco, who was still trembling yet managed to greet him. Good evening. Nagini, the Malfoy hair color is natural, he explained, giving Draco a gentle pat on the shoulder. And your black hair is quite lovely. Nagini released Draco's hand, puffing her cheeks in a playful pout toward Tom. But it's so beautiful. Almost everyone in my family has black hair. If you desire it so much, let Draco stay at the manor for a while to play with you, Tom suggested, recalling the tediousness of Severus and another green-eyed boy, smiling as he made his decision. Faced with the prospect of spending time with Lord Voldemort during his youth, Draco felt his legs grow weak as he sluggishly followed Nagini toward the table laden with sweets, indulging in the confections. Though the guest of honor was Nagini, the adults often prioritized social connections, making the event's true essence lie in their interactions. Chapter 151, The Afterthought. However, Tom did not allow Draco to stay immediately, but instead suggested he return home to prepare, promising to return in a week. Lucius was astonished that attending the ball would result in losing a son. He glanced at the indecisive Narcissa and sighed helplessly. Once the carriage departed from Voldemort's manor, Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Lord has been clear-headed for quite some time. Haven't you noticed that in the past year? Besides, Draco's visit to the manor is just a chance to gauge the atmosphere. Lucius comforted Narcissa as he wrapped an arm around her. Draco sat on the opposite side of the carriage, pulling out a potion book to read while his parents continued to display their affection, a sight he had become quite accustomed to. Narcissa cast a discontented glare at him, while he seemed utterly unconcerned about Draco's habits at the manor, the suitability of the meals for his son's palate, or whether he could temper his spoiled nature enough to avoid inciting Lord Voldemort's ire. You seem remarkably unconcerned, Narcissa remarked, pushing Lucius with mild annoyance. Lucius, puzzled, glanced back. Who says I am not worried? Severus is at the manor, and besides, how old is Lord's daughter? Draco is quite clever, not to mention he is Lord's nephew, and his father is still alive. Narcissa began to grasp that Lucius's thoughts were entirely misaligned with hers. What if we send Dobby to Lord's to look after Draco? I have already mentioned it to Lord, and he has no objections. Upon hearing this, Narcissa's expression softened somewhat. But the subsequent words that followed darkened her countenance again. When Severus was still in the city center, it was Dobby who cared for Draco, and after all, Lord was there during his childhood too. However, thinking of her father involved in the blood lily experiment, Lucius nervously raked his hair. He truly did not wish to use his father as leverage. Narcissa pinched the soft flesh at Lucius's waist, demanding he recount the details of the past incident. Regardless, after Narcissa finished listening, her head buzzed, and Lucius found not only his waist bruised, but was also banished from the bedroom to the study. Draco felt a moment of sympathy for his father's plight, then nestled under the covers with his mirror to chat with Harry. Harry had recently been in frequent correspondence with Remus through Owl, and during their conversation, he learned a piece of alarming news. His godfather's transformation into a werewolf meant it would be impossible for him to live with him before reaching adulthood. Furthermore, his aunt and uncle had been quite kind to him, and his little cousin was adorable. Had things been like this in his past life, perhaps he would not have faced Voldemort so composedly. Harry, are you all right? Draco inquired, noticing the distant look in Harry's emerald eyes. Their relationship in the past life had not been particularly close, yet Harry's reddened eyes tugged at Draco's heartstrings during the Battle of Hogwarts. The person before him had not appeared so sorrowful. Harry sniffed and shook his head at Draco. It's nothing. I just thought about how Sirius is about to be released from prison, and it makes me a bit happy. Draco nodded in understanding. That was indeed a cause for joy. After all, once Black was released, he might have nowhere to go, as his inheritance had long been stripped away. And he was without funds. Well, he is still a werewolf now. Will the ministry send him to a werewolf settlement? Draco, not well versed in such matters, refrained from responding. Harry felt uncertain whether to be happy or worried. Yesterday, Lord held a banquet for a little girl named Nagini. The name was identical to that of a white serpent. Draco was somewhat puzzled, but rumors claimed that Nagini was Lord's illegitimate daughter. Does Nagini resemble Voldemort? Harry asked, noticing Draco nodding. This world is very different from the one we know. Perhaps it is true. Draco considered the magically approved television and flying cars, agreeing wholeheartedly. Yet he was uncertain if Harry had heard of the Wizarding Primary School. The Wizarding Primary School is set to open. Will your aunt allow you to attend? He certainly would, as it was an excellent opportunity for networking. Harry had seen some information in newspapers and on television, specifically aimed at young witches and wizards, but had not anticipated it would pertain to him. He had already enrolled in a Muggle primary school, and even if he wished to attend the Wizarding one, those watching him from behind might not agree. Draco pressed his lips together. What a pity. The school caters to all young witches and wizards aged 6 to 11 across Britain. If you do not go, you will miss out on a great deal. Harry felt a surge of excitement. This meant he could meet Hermione, Ron, the twins, and Cedric ahead of schedule. Seemingly guessing Harry's thoughts, Draco furrowed his brow, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. The Weasley family will not attend because my father funded the school's construction. Most of the attendees are orphans or from disadvantaged backgrounds, Draco stated calmly, yet he believed that as long as the school continued to operate, more witches and wizards would be drawn to it. Oh, well, Harry replied, disappointed, recalling the number of students in his previous school, nervously picking at his fingers. But when we sorted into houses, there weren't that many of us, right? Draco scoffed, without a magic stabilizer and proper guidance. The magic within young witches and wizards will gradually dissipate, turning them into squibs, or worse, becoming the mute who wreak havoc using their latent powers. Perhaps some of the murders in the Muggle world involve squibs. Under Harry's puzzled gaze, Draco patiently explained the distinction between squibs and the mute. Harry's understanding dawned. Yet he was left with greater confusion. Why had he never encountered such matters in his past life? Before long, I will be staying at Lord's Manor for a while, Draco exclaimed with excitement. In his previous life, Lord had commandeered the Malfoy Manor as his base. Now, there was one that rivaled it, which piqued his curiosity. Although Lord's intimidating presence and the manor's many restrictions were somewhat disconcerting, curiosity prevailed, especially with his godfather residing there. He felt no fear. In that moment, Draco and Lucius's thoughts finally aligned. Harry envisioned the handsome Voldemort, with his nose and hair, alongside the magical wonderland that continually emerged in the Muggle realm. Beginning to comprehend how Voldemort had amassed so many followers before his descent into madness. In Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, he perused the admission register, observing that some names which had previously faded into obscurity were once again illuminated, prompting a complex sigh. Fox, do you think I truly erred? Fox pecked at his feathers, replying with a melodic trill. The Malfoys, in conjunction with other families, had gradually exposed the magical world to Muggles. Unexpectedly thriving in the Muggle realm through potions and medical practices, not to mention the flourishing companies and multinational businesses in the magical world, effectively seizing a significant portion of its lifeblood. Yet the formidable figure behind it all remained hidden, no longer as ostentatious as before. Dumbledore found it increasingly difficult to discern the intentions of this former student. Meanwhile, the student who eluded Dumbledore's perception was in the potions room, concocting potions with someone, casually proposing a trip to London. Have you finished your paperwork? Severus glanced at him after chopping the asphodel. Tom's daily routine consisted of reviewing documents, signing, stamping, and attending meetings, then seeking Severus for tea or a meal, as another busy day slipped by. However, today clearly was not a time for tea, as Tom had arrived an hour early. Can't you take a break until you finish? Tom decisively ignored Lucius and Bella, who were occupied in the study with paperwork. Glancing at the vial containing a golden potion in his hand, carelessly asking, "Who is this for?" Severus cast a glance at the vial, which contained his concocted hair dye. "It's for Nagini. She quite likes Draco's golden hair, doesn't she?" Severus recalled Nagini's tearful lament from yesterday about her little peacock leaving and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, Tom snapped his fingers, summoning the house elf Dobby to bring Nagini over. At that moment, Nagini was playing hide-and-seek with Helbo in the garden, mainly because Helbo transformed back into a snake to hide, while Nagini searched throughout the garden. When Dobby brought her over, Nagini appeared somewhat displeased. But upon learning that she was to receive a potion that would change her hair color, a radiant smile illuminated her chubby little face. "Severus, Nagini has taken quite a liking to you." She wrapped her chubby little hands around Severus's thigh, gazing up at him with an expression of endearment. What color could she possibly become? Perhaps a resplendent gold? A vibrant blue would also be delightful. Do you favor the golden hue? You shall find out soon enough. Severus gently stroked Nagini's coiled black hair. After concocting the potion, he had let the hiding Halbo in the potions room try it, only to witness his hair turn purple, after which he mysteriously vanished. However, black hair is too commonplace, and red hair appears quite coarse. Only golden hair dazzles the eye, while blue glimmers beautifully under the sun. Frowning, Nagini downed the bitter potion, eagerly anticipating a change in her hair color. Severus's lips twitched as he observed that the golden hue was merely a result of someone else's diligent care, while black hair, when well maintained, could also be quite striking. Tom smiled contentedly, conjuring a water mirror before Nagini. Yet, after a considerable wait, Nagini's hair remained black. Was it a failure? Surely not. Halbo's hair had changed color. Severus stroked his chin in contemplation. As Nagini fiddled with her hair, she turned to Severus, perplexed, and inquired about Halbo. He had been playing hide-and-seek with her in the garden, and she wondered why she couldn't find him. It turned out he was hiding here. Infuriated, Nagini resolved not to share her snacks with Halbo. Severus watched as Nagini's hair gradually transformed to orange, then to red, and finally reverted to yellow. Clearly, this was merely an ordinary color-changing potion, perhaps influenced by the addition of bloodroot leaves. He inexplicably recalled the dark quotes from his past life. Red signifies destruction, yellow warns, and orange embodies anger. Alas, Nagini had turned into a rainbow Mary Sue. "Why are you all looking at me so strangely?" Nagini murmured, and upon catching sight of the golden-haired girl in the mirror, she gasped, "Ah, my hair. Why has it turned blue? Oh no, why is it so ugly?" Once Nagini realized that her hair color changed with her mood, her eyes squinted with delight, and her hair shifted to pink. "How amusing. My hair now boasts the colors of a rainbow." Yet, she quickly fell into despair, her hair turning gray. Severus stifled a laugh and announced some good news. "When the wizarding primary school opens, you will have many companions to play with. If you still like it then, you can drink another vial of potion." Nagini blinked her eyes rapidly, and upon understanding, nodded vigorously. She gazed at her hair, which continuously altered colors in the mirror. It was simply too cool. Tom smiled at the two of them, pleased to see the issue resolved, and finally spoke up. "Severus, go change your clothes. We shall venture into London." He glanced down at Nagini, who appeared eager, and added, "Aren't you going to find Halbo? After all, he deceived you." Weighing her options, Nagini marched off to search for the hidden Halbo. Severus had spent several months at the manor. A change of scenery in London would do him good. As they exited the manor, the two vanished with a flicker of apparition, reappearing on the bustling streets of London. Passers-by showed no surprise at their sudden appearance, continuing with their business as usual. "Shall we stroll around the city center first?" Tom suggested with a smile. Severus nodded, eager to see what changes had occurred since his departure over a year ago. They exchanged few words, yet both instinctively walked in the same direction. "Good afternoon, boss, Mrs. Brown greeted as she finished attending to a customer and turned to see the two entering the shop. "Little boss, when did you return? It's been over a year since I last saw you." Severus blinked in confusion. Clearly, she was referring to him as the little boss. But who was the big boss? He turned to Tom, who maintained a polite smile, awaiting an explanation. Tom skillfully ordered 2 cups of milk tea and some pastries, settling into their designated spot in the shop. Before you left London, there were some issues with my memory, Tom said, resting his chin on his hands. His crimson gaze fixed on Severus as he spoke softly. Later, upon learning that you sold the cafe, I bought it back and signed it with our names. Severus's heart skipped a beat at his words. However, memory issues? Who would believe that? Tom delayed his explanation until after the server delivered their milk tea and pastries. Taking a sip, he sighed. During the initial merging at the Gone estate, something had gone awry. After a year of contemplation, he finally deduced the cause. A phoenix feather had fallen into the enchantment, which clouded his memory and caused frequent headaches. Tom intended to clarify why he hadn't sought Severus sooner and to evoke some sympathy from him. Severus indeed felt a pang of concern, but his attention swiftly shifted to the wand that Tom was gripping, recalling that the Savior's wand and Tom's wand were twin wands. If the missing wand contained a phoenix feather, then what about the wand in Tom's possession? Severus belatedly realized that he had lost Harry's wand. Chapter 152, Stubbornness. No wonder every time I see you, the feeling is different. Severus understood that the phoenix possesses the ability of rebirth. He had not anticipated that even a single feather could have such an effect. Tom propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Severus with a smile. Once, he had never contemplated that he would one day be confounded by emotions. I once yearned for immortality, which led me to delve into dark magic concerning the soul. And at one point, I succeeded. However, the outcome was failure. My soul was shattered, and had I not met you, I would have never understood the significance of the soul. The wizards of the magical world would remain oblivious to the fact that, in a small shop on a London street, the great Dark Lord was casually sipping milk tea while divulging critical secrets about himself. So, your trip to the Forbidden Forest with Halbo was indeed premeditated? Indeed, Slytherins do not act without preparation. Tom felt there was no need to conceal anything. His identity was evident, and some matters could be easily uncovered. At that time, I thought that once you recovered, you might use Avada against me. The version of myself that you had witnessed at my worst. Severus took a bite of pastry and jokingly replied. Tom caressed his wand, his expression complex. He knew such a possibility existed. I have considered it, Tom sighed softly, but I could not bring myself to do it. Severus froze, his heart fluttering as if lightly tickled by a feather, leaving him with a tingling sensation. He lowered his gaze to his milk tea, attempting to mask the turmoil in his eyes. Strictly speaking, he held no grievances against Tom. It was merely the lingering sense of estrangement stemming from Lily's past. The two fell silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Little boss, is the big boss your boyfriend? Whenever you travel, he always comes to check on the shop, Mrs. Brown remarked, bringing over a new drink she had recently learned to make, her words strikingly candid. Previously, when Tom spoke, he had cast a privacy spell, so Mrs. Brown was unaware of their conversation. Severus's eyelashes fluttered, and he enunciated clearly, No, we are just friends. Mrs. Brown glanced at Tom, who merely smiled without speaking, and suddenly understood, exclaiming with a knowing "oh," before departing with a mysterious smile. Tom stroked his chin, harboring no desire to remain merely friends with Severus. However, whether that desire would be reciprocated was another matter entirely, and perhaps, just perhaps, he had a chance. Tom's charming eyes sparkled as he happily devoured the majority of the pastries on his plate. In truth, Severus was far more inscrutable in matters of the heart than the infamous Dark Lord. Ever since he had taken on the form of his former self, he had not developed feelings beyond friendship for anyone. Severus had never contemplated the notion of romance, let alone the prospect of marriage and parenthood in this era. Occasionally, he would entertain a whimsical thought. If all of this were merely a dream, then all his endeavors would be in vain. The two of them finished their milk tea amidst the eager gaze of Mrs. Brown before departing the cafe. Their shopping excursion was far from over. They followed the throngs to Diagon Alley, which, just after Christmas, exuded a festive atmosphere. Tom made no attempt to disguise himself, yet the passers-by seemed unfazed, merely hurrying along their way. Diagon Alley was a vibrant confluence of both old and new shops, where wizards conversed not only in English, but also in a melange of German, French, and Italian, while a few gypsies haggled over a piece of dragon hide with the apothecary's owner. Wasn't the Ministry of Magic known for its stringent regulations regarding the cross-border governance of wizards? Severus recalled the time he had taken Tom to China, where the ministry had subjected their application to several rounds of scrutiny before granting approval. Tom, having glanced over the documents presented by Lucius, understood the underlying reasons. It was the allure of new Diagon Alley and the benefits brought by magic. Tom proudly recounted the 3 new vaults opened at Gringotts in recent years, stating, "We have collaborated with the Muggle government to invest in magical technology, theme parks, and projects for weight loss and hair growth, reaping substantial profits. They too wished to partake in this bounty. The notion that muggles were weak and in need of protection, that the magical community should remain hidden and refrain from frequent interactions with them, had long since become obsolete. With muggles possessing nuclear weapons, the idea of their weakness was laughable. In contrast, it was the wizards, few in number, armed only with wands and bound by lengthy cooldowns, who truly required protection. For not every wizard was a Dumbledore. Tom's current stance was to adopt the superior traits of the foreign, extracting their essence while discarding the dross, resolving internal strife through greater external conflicts. In essence, he suggested that if one were feeling idle, they should stow their wand and spend a week in the Muggle world, observing how it felt. Although the conservative and radical wizards were engaged in a constant struggle, witnessing Lucius and his associates thrive in their business ventures left them clinging to antiquated traditions while languishing in poverty. The magical realm was experiencing a renaissance, brimming with vitality, all in pursuit of increased revenue to improve their domestic lives. As wizards from Germany, France, and America frequently flocked to London, the British Ministry of Magic, wary of spies, had even recruited a contingent of Aurors to maintain order in both Diagon alleys. The Wizengamot, the Ministry, and Dumbledore were nearly at their wits' end over these matters, while the scheming Tom remained unperturbed, accompanying Severus on their shopping expedition. Severus merely acknowledged with a non-committal grunt, uncertain of the implications but aware that no endeavor is accomplished overnight. Tom smiled faintly and led them out of Diagon Alley. When Severus anticipated a visit to a magical amusement park, he was instead taken to an orphanage. This establishment was not a conversion of a church or castle but a new construction made of concrete, appearing bright and spacious. Trees and flowers lined the path, and the interior was both cozy and practical, with impeccably tidy rooms. After a chime of bells, a group of children under 10 emerged, their frail forms brimming with spirit, playing with toys in the yard. Soon, the once quiet courtyard erupted into joyous noise. "Is this what you wanted me to see?" Severus turned to Tom, whose expression was inscrutable. The orphanage's director seemed commendable. At least every child wore a smile. Tom's lips curved into a grateful smile at the compliment. Severus, as if coming to a realization, scrutinized the children once more. Could they be students from the wizarding primary school? He tentatively inquired. Tom nodded, explaining that some muggles who professed Christianity held a particularly harsh attitude toward young witches and wizards, often abandoning or mistreating them. Even those born into ordinary families could find themselves imperiled during magical surges, making foster care within an orphanage a safer option. Before the ministry agreed to establish a child protection agency, I had Lucius commence construction, Tom revealed. His motivations for creating the orphanage were not entirely altruistic. He was no saint and had his own agenda, yet he sought to do something meaningful for his former self. I was born in an orphanage during a time of economic despair and warfare, where Mrs. Cole frequently misappropriated funds for alcohol. In winter, we shared a single blanket to keep warm, but it was still cold. Once, when I inadvertently unleashed my magical powers, I gradually learned to control them and retaliated against my tormentors. Mrs. Cole deemed me unruly and considered sending me to a mental institution, but fortunately, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts just in time. Tom refrained from elaborating on his childhood experiences in the orphanage, merely rubbing his temples in fatigue. For those memories were not joyous. "I apologize," Severus said, taken aback that a simple question had touched upon Tom's sorrow. Tom glanced at Severus, stepped closer, and embraced him, resting his chin on his shoulder. "Let me hold you for a moment, just a moment." The scent of potions emanating from Severus calmed Tom's tumultuous thoughts. Severus, rigid in his stance, gazed at the distant fence, sensing Tom's vulnerability. After a long pause, he sighed softly, tenderly stroking Tom's trembling back. "No one can truly empathize. Even if events unfold before your eyes, each individual's perception is unique. It is all behind you now, Tom. You have grown immensely strong." Severus struggled to find words of comfort. Tom said nothing, merely tightening his embrace. Perhaps this embrace had entirely dissolved the distance between them, bringing them closer. On their way back, Severus observed Tom, who was now holding his hand under the pretense of fearing he might get lost. He gently shifted his hand, yet found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. At the Malfoy Manor, the long-sought Helbo was finally found by Nagini, yawning as he leapt from a tree, his blue hair billowing in the wind. "Helbo, you cheat. You said you could only hide in the garden. Why did you go to Severus's potions lab?" Nagini huffed, stamping her foot in indignation. Helbo regarded the shifting colors of Nagini's hair, touching his own in concern. "I merely sought Severus for the key to the Gringotts vault. I will be venturing into the Forbidden Forest next month." Helbo pointed curiously at Nagini's hair. "Have you turned into a rainbow?" Nagini, hands on hips, shared her understanding of Severus's words, recounting the details as she saw fit. Helbo scratched his head, recalling that he had also consumed a potion in the potions lab, which Severus had described as a trial of effects. The result of that trial was that his hair too had transformed into a rainbow like Nagini's. How long does the effect last? Helbo inquired, his concern palpable. Nagini tilted her head, contemplating, before extending a finger. A week? She guessed. She shook her head. It was actually a month. Helbo began counting on his fingers, considering which magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest might be able to consume potions. The time had now progressed to April 1988. Helbo, armed with the color-changing potion and a plethora of snacks, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where the magical creature's hair collectively suffered the consequences. Meanwhile, Severus and Tom resumed their respective activities, one quietly reading in the study while the other diligently reviewed documents. The Death Eaters exhibit an exceptional ambition and tenacity, particularly invigorated by the revelation of the Dark Lord's consort, leading to an ever-increasing pile of documents on Tom's desk. Severus, upon catching a glimpse of that mountainous stack, felt a surge of trepidation. Only Tom possessed the patience to sift through them meticulously. What, Severus? Would you like to assist me with some of these? Tom inquired with a smile, meeting Severus's dazed gaze. Severus paused momentarily, regarding him with sympathetic eyes, and resolutely shook his head. Tom, somewhat disheartened, resolved to refrain from eliciting pity and instead contemplated distributing the files, knowing full well that Lucius and the others would be more than willing to lend a hand. Severus, unaware of Tom's thoughts, glanced at his gold watch, stroking his chin in contemplation. I wish to watch television. The Tales of Merlin is about to commence. He cast a glance at Tom, suggesting that he ought to give his eyes a respite. Wizards, of course, are not plagued by nearsightedness. Much like the dental remedies for cavities, there exists a potion for correcting vision. For those who have grown up in the Muggle world, nearsightedness is remedied with spectacles, whereas wizards can adjust their vision through the use of potions. Indeed, you are correct. Tom removed his gold-rimmed glasses and massaged his brow. Who was it that mentioned the recent trend of Muggle glasses? Severus observed the transformation of Tom from a refined rogue into a beast in human guise, the corners of his mouth twitching. If Tom were not the Dark Lord, but instead pursued a career as a celebrity, he would undoubtedly amass a legion of admirers. Lucius mentioned that a hot spring had been discovered on one of his estates. Tom, accustomed to Severus's peculiar gaze, slowed his pace to allow Severus to catch up, thinking that with tomorrow being a day off, he could take Nagini and the others out for some amusement. However, Severus's thoughts drifted to Draco. He had heard from Nagini about the events of the last banquet, yet the child had still not made an appearance. Curiosity regarding Draco's well-being prompted him to nod in agreement. By the way, is Sirius Black due for release soon? Severus associated this with Harry, and seizing the moment before the show commenced, he turned to inquire. Rumors had circulated since last Christmas regarding Sirius's impending freedom, and now several months had elapsed. The timing seemed appropriate. Tom had not paid much attention to these matters, but he had a meticulous housekeeper. The housekeeper arrived with a tray of freshly brewed tea, respectfully informing Mr. Snape, Mr. Black is scheduled for release on the 18th of next month. Severus nodded slightly, hoping no unforeseen troubles would arise. If Sirius were to encounter further complications, young Harry would likely struggle to cope. This concern was not unfounded. During Sirius's return to the Ministry for trial, he had attempted to break free from his chains to attack Peter. Although Peter's actions were utterly reprehensible, Sirius's reaction had compelled the Aurors to restrain him multiple times before administering a substantial dose of calming potion, only bringing him back to reason before escorting him to the courtroom. Do you still believe in that prophecy? Severus inquired, his gaze fixed on the television, though his peripheral vision remained attuned to Tom's response. Tom, cradling a steaming cup of tea, had his face obscured by the rising vapor. Prophecy? I have never placed faith in prophecies, Tom replied vaguely. You should consult Dumbledore about that. That man with his fragmented mind is certainly not one to be trusted. Chapter 153, Overthinking. Perhaps due to the discourse surrounding prophecies, Tom found himself deep in thought. He was aware that he had shared a childhood bond with the mother of the prophecy's child. Even as they drifted apart during their 5th year, the sentiment remained unparalleled. Though Severus remained reticent on the matter, Tom understood that if left unaddressed, it would fester like a gaping wound, which, even if healed, would leave an unsightly scar. Reflecting on that fateful day in Godric's Hollow, Tom mused. Everything seemed far too straightforward. With a sigh tinged with regret, he began recounting the events of that day. You are aware of the betrayal by the Potter brothers. On that day, I led my subordinates to Godric's Hollow, where the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix had placed numerous enchantments to protect the home of the Potters, who were prophesied to have a child. With the aid of someone familiar with the terrain, we infiltrated their abode. Pausing to gauge Severus's expression, he continued, they were exceedingly vigilant. I had declared my intent not to harm the couple, merely to raise the child of prophecy, yet I encountered stubborn resistance. Severus found himself at a loss for words. How could Tom expect not to face opposition when he barged in, intent on seizing their child? Meanwhile, Tom continued, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. At that time, my subordinates and the Order were still in conflict, yet there had been no bloodshed for quite some time. However, when Potter saw me, he exhibited nothing but provocation and attempted to cast the killing curse, as if he were under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, clinging to me relentlessly. Severus furrowed his brow. Such a response was indeed peculiar. In his recollection, Potter was typically reckless, yet he had shown remarkable rationality when it came to Lily. Did you happen to see the invisibility cloak belonging to the Potter family? Severus knew that Dumbledore had given it to Harry during his schooling. But in such an urgent moment, had Lily donned the cloak while fleeing with Harry, the outcome would have been markedly different. Tom shook his head. Then his eyes narrowed as he recalled something. Grindelwald had invited him to Nurmengard to discuss the 3 Deathly Hallows, and later visited his estate for the same purpose. Among those hallows was indeed the invisibility cloak. Tom let out a cold laugh. What a farcical notion of the greatest white wizard. He is merely a decrepit old man masquerading under the guise of altruism. Perhaps the inception of this prophecy was nothing more than Dumbledore's cunning scheme. Tom recalled the dark tomes he had perused in the restricted section of Hogwarts, as well as Dumbledore's various evasions, all of which now appeared to him as a premeditated plot. Severus began to grasp the implications, nodding silently. Clearly, the invisibility cloak had been appropriated by Dumbledore long before, suggesting that the deaths of Lily and James might not have been mere happenstance. Dumbledore had orchestrated an elaborate game. With someone as formidable as Tom cast as a vital piece on the board, he could acquire the invisibility cloak, eliminate a disruptive adversary, and simultaneously enhance his own prestige. Noticing Severus's lack of reaction, Tom felt compelled to reiterate his stance. From the outset, my intention regarding the Child of Prophecy was to keep him close. After all, he was merely a child, posing no threat whatsoever. Tom genuinely believed this, yet others remained skeptical. Severus, disinterested, muttered an acknowledgement before turning back to the television. It was too late for such discussions now, for the child's parents had long since become mere memories. Tom, as if discovering something amusing, set down his teacup and seated himself beside Severus. Chapter 154, Attitude. If you are concerned for Harry Potter's safety, we could pay a visit to his residence. He emphasized the name Potter, the implication clear. A faint sourness permeated the air. Severus's ears flushed with heat, and he covered them, casting an exasperated glare at Tom. Once influenced by the former host's sentiments, he had paid Lily more attention. However, upon learning of her marriage and motherhood, such feelings had dissipated. Is your current identity suitable for such an endeavor? Are you not afraid that those watching over Harry might relay information to Dumbledore? Severus retorted, incredulous. You are no longer a child. Are you seeking to attract more unwanted attention? Fear not. Dumbledore is well aware of my flourishing endeavors. The prophecy is nothing but a jest, and Harry has become a pawn of little consequence to him, Tom remarked nonchalantly as he sipped his tea. Tom's assertion held merit. The Child of Prophecy, who was not destined to vanquish the Dark Lord as foretold, had already lost his significance. However, the commotion he had once caused had been so great that various factions would still occasionally inquire about it. Zyphor gently touched the tip of his nose, reflecting that it had been over a year since he last saw Harry, and he wondered how the young man was faring now. Harry, having returned to his childhood, experienced joy most of the time. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to the absence of parental companionship and had adapted to the differing attitudes of his aunt and uncle. Aside from worrying about Sirius's future circumstances, he remained cheerful, until one day after school, upon opening the door to his home, he was greeted by a familiar yet unfamiliar face seated on the sofa. Professor Dumbledore? Harry was taken aback. They had not crossed paths since the day Dumbledore took him to Azkaban to visit Sirius during the retrial of the case concerning Sirius's alleged murder of Muggles 2 years prior. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles, smiling warmly as he nodded. Good afternoon, young Harry, he said kindly, as a candy bag adorned with the Duke of B's emblem floated toward Harry. A gift for you. I hope you like it. Harry glanced at his aunt, who stood with her arms crossed beside the sofa, and nodded before accepting the bag and unwrapping it. Inside were chocolates shaped like cars. Thank you, I really like it. Harry smiled shyly, enjoying the chocolate while pondering the purpose of Dumbledore's visit. Dumbledore cast a glance at Petunia, remarking appreciatively, Harry has been raised quite well by you. Petunia offered a tight-lipped nod. The longer she worked, the more she recognized the manipulative tactics of superiors, and to her, Dumbledore resembled one of those leaders who thrived on trivialities. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to Petunia's unkind glare, cleared his throat and kindly inquired, Do you remember your godfather Sirius, Harry? He is about to be released from prison. Upon seeing Harry nod eagerly, Dumbledore's smile deepened. However, Another matter of equal importance concerns your parents' inheritance. Would you like to accompany me to Diagon Alley? Harry's jaw dropped. What business did he have in Diagon Alley related to his parents? Such matters should be handled at the Ministry of Magic, especially with Sirius's impending release. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Thus, Harry allowed Dumbledore to take his hand, and together they appeared before Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world. I imagine you have encountered Gringotts in your spellbooks, Dumbledore explained with a smile. I intended to wait until you turned 11 to reveal this, but the time has come. He continued, after your parents' demise, the old house was destroyed, and the Potter family estate has long been sealed. I have been overseeing the assets outside, but your grandfather's shampoo business was sold before your father graduated, as he was disinterested in inheriting the family business. Harry listened in silence. In his previous life, his understanding of his parents was largely hearsay, and he had never seen the estate or the family assets. Now, with portraits of his grandparents, he gained a more vivid understanding of his parents and the Potter lineage. But the more he learned, the more alarmed he became. Harry's previous perceptions of Dumbledore were rapidly being overturned, yet he maintained a composed demeanor while observing him. Dumbledore, while conversing, exchanged tokens with a goblin, and they descended into the vault in a small cart. As the door swung open, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike the vault he had seen in his previous life, which contained a mere pile of gold galleons, this one was filled from floor to ceiling with coins, silver bars, and an array of gemstones and furs. Perhaps Draco was right. He was indeed a foolish, scar-headed boy, Harry despaired. Dumbledore stepped inside first, turning to see Harry in a daze, and pulled him in. Look, Harry, this is the wealth left behind by your ancestors. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet it sent a chill down Harry's spine. Wait, sir, am I really this wealthy? Harry stammered, grasping a galleon and biting into it. Dumbledore chuckled at Harry's antics. All of this is yours. You may take some home for your use, he said, playfully winking at Harry. With a childlike grin, Harry scooped a handful of coins into his pockets, pondering when he might next return to the vault. Upon exiting Gringotts, Harry felt the weight of 4 heavy pockets and decided to buy a blueberry ice cream as they passed an ice cream shop. Professor Dumbledore, Harry asked between bites of ice cream, will you be giving me the key to that vault? In his previous life, he had never experienced poverty after entering Hogwarts, though the vault's contents were not as abundant then as they were now. Dumbledore patted his head, speaking gravely, when you turn 11 and possess your own wand, I will entrust the key to you. Oh, very well. I truly hope my 11th birthday arrives soon. Harry beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits with delight. Although he was uncertain about Dumbledore's motives for bringing him to the vault early, the revelation of this inheritance was indeed a delightful surprise. Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to another child with a similar predicament, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. A few days later, Dumbledore returned, this time taking Harry to Godric's Hollow to visit his parents' graves. Harry's cheerful expression faltered upon encountering a small boy with a round face, Neville. In that instant, he felt a surge of irritation for having deduced Dumbledore's intentions. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was May 18th. After days of rain, the sky suddenly brightened, and the imposing doors of Azkaban slowly creaked open. Peter momentarily emerged from his stupor, glancing toward the door just as Sirius, impeccably dressed and prepared to leave, came into view. Ah, the heir of the Black family is being released. How tragic, Peter sneered, spitting on the ground. Initially, Sirius intended to disregard Peter, but the following words halted his steps. Sirius, come here. I have a secret to share. Aren't you always angry that your parents arranged a marriage for you without consent? Peter chuckled lewdly, his filthy hands brushing his mouth. That letter was quite the masterpiece. They even detailed the benefits and future prospects of the union, earnestly persuading you of the merits of the alliance. Alas, you shall never see that letter. Oh, Mr. Black. Huh, now you're merely a nameless jester. Peter reveled in the pain he saw on Sirius's face, fully aware that he had squandered a winning hand. Peter had often contemplated how splendid life would be if he possessed Sirius's resources to live with his mother, but alas, he was ultimately caught. Hearing Peter's words, Sirius was instantly filled with rage. All his tragedies stemmed from fleeing the arranged marriage and severing ties with the Black family for his freedom. The root cause of it all was that non-existent letter, a scheme orchestrated by Peter. With bared teeth, Sirius struggled against the chains binding him, but he was swiftly subdued by a guard spell. Farewell, Sirius. Peter waved at the departing Sirius, laughing maniacally. Reactions to Sirius's release varied widely among those around him. Cynthia, who had returned from Germany to the Black Manor to give birth, wore a dark expression. While she was pleased about her brother's release, she resented the idea of an inheritance going to someone expelled from the family. To put it bluntly, he had contributed nothing to the family and had nearly ruined the Black family's promising future. How could he expect to receive any family gifts? Cynthia, this is the consensus we've reached. Regardless, he shares the blood of the blacks. Walburga shot a glance at Cynthia. This was the last thing she could do for Sirius. Cynthia, infuriated, retorted, "What consensus? Rael is still working hard in Germany." I refuse to agree. Cynthia caressed her protruding belly and took a deep breath. Realizing that they must await Rael's return for deliberation. What kind of meeting could it be without an heir present? Oren stroked his beard, apprehensive of Rael's ire, and shifted his gaze towards his wife. Walburga, unperturbed, issued commands to the butler to proceed with the matters at hand. "We shall make decisions. It is not for you." Amir Jr. to intervene, she remarked nonchalantly while admiring her nails. "It is but a trifling sum, not even a fraction of the Black family's wealth. Cynthia, be magnanimous. The entire Black family will one day belong to you." Cynthia was amused by this statement. Be generous? What a jest. Did she truly care for such paltry riches? Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Oren hastily intervened. "Cynthia, you are aware that Sirius was bitten by a werewolf. He transforms under the full moon, and if we do not assist him, his life will be fraught with hardship." Oren endeavored to appeal to Cynthia's emotions and reason, attempting to persuade her. "His becoming a werewolf is not my doing. Did he not seek to send others to the jaws of a werewolf during his studies?" Cynthia retorted angrily, dismissing the teacup from the table, disregarding the disapproving expressions of those present, and departed with her pregnant belly in tow. Bathed in the warmth of the sunlight, a slight smile crept upon her lips. Rael truly possessed an astute understanding of his parents' natures. In Germany, Regulus answered a call from his wife, revealing a knowing smile. "Nothing much. I have long grown accustomed to it," he replied softly. "Are you and the baby well? Have your parents given you a hard time?" Cynthia chuckled at the memory of the expressions in the meeting room. "Give me a hard time? Not quite. But the mere thought of Uncle Alpheus's inheritance being so readily relinquished is rather irksome." She wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Regulus wholeheartedly agreed. For all he required was a show of support. "Next week, my affairs here will be concluded. The Lord has not assigned new tasks. And I believe I can remain at the estate to keep you company." Contemplating the Lord's treatment of him, his lips pressed into a straight line. Cynthia nodded in delight, then grinned, knowing Rael could not see her. "The baby misses you as well. He kicks my belly whenever he hears your voice." The two shared a tender conversation, momentarily forgetting about Sirius's troubles. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius gazed at a pile of recently delivered documents with a frown. While his subordinate's ambition was commendable, it was he, the supervisor, who bore the brunt of the burden. Narcissa stifled a laugh, pulling out the chair opposite her to take the documents from him. "Shall I summon Draco to assist?" she inquired, using a quill to make notes. Though magical quills were now available, she still retained the habit of correcting documents manually. Lucius gently stroked his wife's smooth hand, pondering what potion she had recently used that allowed her to assist him with the paperwork while appearing so radiant. "Draco is quite busy with his airship lessons. It's best not to disturb him," Lucius remarked with understanding. Narcissa, reflecting on their obedient little dragon and her ineffectual brother, felt a headache brewing. "Lucius, do you think Sirius might not be our child?" Lucius nearly punctured the document with his quill upon hearing this. "How could he not be? Of course he is. That wild spirit and stubbornness, the defiance of freedom over life itself. Nothing embodies the Blacks more than that." He wiped the fine sweat from his brow. Who else but a Black would possess such audacity? Narcissa recalled Cynthia's words and found herself perplexed by the elder's opinions. Sirius's actions had transcended mere defiance. "If our little dragon were to behave like him in the future, I would have to break his legs." Narcissa glared fiercely at the documents on the table as she slowly uttered this sentiment. Lucius coughed, silently praying that Draco would inherit the cunning nature of the Malfoy lineage. In summary, Sirius had inadvertently unearthed the grievances of countless parents. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the antithesis of a role model in child rearing. While he sat on a dilapidated boat, awaiting its arrival at shore. As for swimming over? No, he had merely spent a tad too long in Azkaban. He was not foolish. On another front, the two who had freed up time to see Harry were met with disappointment. Harry had been taken by Dumbledore to stay in Godric's Hollow, and this arrangement was to last several weeks. According to Petunia, it was to help him acclimate to life in the magical world, and they felt quite assured regarding Dumbledore's intentions. Severus discerned Petunia's underlying sentiments. Compared to the terrifying Dark Lord, Dumbledore seemed the more reassuring figure.